On the day of my awakening and job transfer, I publicly humiliated the school belle in front of everyone. She awakened as a 3S tier combat profession. A weapon master, while I awakened as a 4S tier supreme profession called a life swapper. This caused uproarious laughter among all the students. Although the life swapper is a combat-related divine profession, it attacks enemies by swapping lives. Despite its straightforward and brutal approach, it damages the enemy 1,000 but self-harms 999. Many teachers sighed in disappointment. They thought they were about to witness the first supreme powerhouse in human history, but it turned out to be a fleeting profession. However, I was secretly delighted, for I had awakened a terrifying ability upon my rebirth. Infinite self-healing. Even if only one cell remained, I could restore myself to my original state. Perfectly complementing the life swapper profession, the unsuspecting principal Suyun looked at me with great pity, but he was comforted by the fact that we still had a powerful 3S tier divine profession. He thought that this year we could still achieve great results. He suggested to Qin Xiu and me. The beginner's realm of the divine domain is about to open. It's filled with dangers. I recommend that you two team up. Qin Xiu immediately agreed, realizing the benefits of having a life swapper on her team. In the early stages, she would handle the minor minions and I would take on the big bosses. However, I flatly refused without a second thought. If my powerful healing ability was discovered, I might end up being dissected for research by people around the world. Seeing my refusal, Suyun felt helpless. Even as a principal, he couldn't decide on personal choices and could only accompany us to the registration office. After registering, I pulled up my attribute panel. Name, Lin Jian. Profession, life swapper. Level, 1. Talent, God Chain. As the level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently, it can bind one target, undead battle body. After swapping, it can trigger the original spirit of the undead and permanently increase physical and spiritual strength. Skill, Hell's Whale. The pain suffered by the host body is doubled on the target. Physical strength, 0, 1%. Spiritual strength, 0, 1%. Seeing this, I was even more exhilarated. If both my physical and spiritual strength continued to grow, I could eventually become a formidable fighter without relying on life swapping. Just then Qin Xiu's voice came from behind me. Are you refusing to team up with me because of that time I fought with my best friend against you? I turned around impatiently to look at her. Although I admired her heavenly beauty and stunning figure, I knew our backgrounds and ideologies were too different to have any connection. Don't overthink it, I just prefer to be alone, I said before turning away, but I nearly bumped into Xie Zishuan, who was coming from the opposite direction. He casually formed a wind vortex in his hands and teased, isn't this our 4S tier divine profession, the life swapper? I waved my hand impatiently, move you're in my way. Xie Zishuan's face darkened immediately. As a scion of the Xie Corporation, everyone usually greeted him respectfully as young Master Xie. He couldn't stand my attitude, thinking I was too arrogant for someone who had just awakened as a life swapper. The students gathered around erupted into murmurs upon witnessing the scene. Despite having awakened the 4S priesthood powers, I could not easily unleash my skills. Doing so could severely injure me, potentially even fatally. Xie Zishuan's whirlwind grew increasingly powerful in his hands, and his expression turned darker and colder, ready to strike at any moment. Ultimately, Qin Xiu couldn't bear to watch the two of us come to blows and stepped in to intervene. Xie Zishuan, that's enough, she said. What are you trying to do? Seeing Qin Xiu step forward, Xie Zishuan smiled and responded, since our school beauty has spoken, I'll let you off this time. Just apologize to me and we can let this matter rest. I couldn't help but scoff. Why should I apologize? I retorted. Just because you're from the Xie family conglomerate, you think you can bully anyone you like? As soon as Xie Zishuan uttered those words, his rage erupted. Today, I'll show you the power of a wind master. If you dare, let's swap our lives, he shouted, unleashing the wind blade technique. In an instant, two fierce gusts of wind rose from the ground, filled with spiritual power, hurtling toward me at breakneck speed. In Xie Zishuan's eyes, no one is unafraid of death, especially not someone of my SSSS class priesthood status who would cherish their life too much to waste it here. However, he was profoundly mistaken. Without dodging, I formed seals with my hands and a powerful energy began to emanate, completely enveloping him. Life swap contract activate. The onlooking students stepped back in horror, fearing they might get involved. Many spectators paled and took several steps back. The life swap was truly terrifying. In a swift motion, Xie Zishuan pulled a bottle of medicine from his pocket and gulped it down, significantly reducing his pain. Unwilling to endure such humiliation, he roared, is this all you've got? If you dare kill me, you think you can threaten the Xie Corporation? And I heard you have a sister. If you dare kill me, I'll make her life a living hell. As he laughed maniacally, a fierce look flashed through my eyes. I would not allow anyone to threaten my sister's life. Clutching my abdomen, I forcefully tore it open with my fingers. Madman, this person is truly a madman, the students screamed, turning even paler and retreating further. Simultaneously, a large wound appeared on Xie Zishuan's stomach and fear finally gripped him. As I stood there, a golden silhouette gradually appeared behind me, my innate talent corpse avatar began to manifest. I then reached for my heart, causing Xie Zishuan to suddenly feel a tightness in his own chest, overshadowed by the looming specter of death. Just then Su Yun rushed over, urgently yelling for me to stop. After all, the death of the young master of the Xie Corporation at school would be hard to explain. However, I ignored him, fixated on Xie Zishuan. You think I wouldn't dare to kill you, for someone like me, who lives each day as if it might be the last? Do you think I'm afraid of you? As I spoke, my grip tightened and his heart nearly ceased to beat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yun shouted at Xie Zishuan to apologize. Overwhelmed by fear and feeling his heart stopping, Xie Zishuan fell to his knees and began to kowtow. Master Lin, please, I beg you, don't kill me. I truly acknowledge my mistake. The surrounding students were silent and shocked. They had often seen Xie Zishuan's arrogance, but this was the first time they'd seen him kneel and kowtow. At the same time, they grew deeply wary of me. This man is a lunatic, never provoke him, they thought. I slowly loosened my grip, ending the life swap contract. I wrapped my wounds with a piece of clothing, pretending to stagger as if I was about to collapse from exhaustion. However, in reality, my internal organs had already healed. Xie Zishuan's medication had worn off, leaving him collapsed on the ground, soon hurriedly carried away by the school doctor who had arrived in a rush. Awakened clergy members significantly enhanced their physical abilities. Losing 2 kidneys wouldn't kill him, but a kidney source needed to be found urgently. Lin Jin muttered to himself, wondering if they were going to use his kidneys. He was about to leave when Su Yun stopped him. Lin Jian, you can't go back looking like this. Go to the medical office now. I'm fine, Lin Jin insisted, not wanting to reveal his secret. Why are you so stubborn? Su Yun glanced at the time and then spoke to Qin Xiao. Can you take him to the medical office? I have a senior meeting to attend soon. Thank you. No problem, Qin Xiao replied, watching her leave before turning to see Lin Jin nearly disappearing around the corner. He hurried after him, calling out, hey, you really aren't afraid of dying, are you? Lin Jin ignored him, continuing on his way. I'm talking to you, are you born stubborn? Qin Xiao caught up and forcibly handed him a bottle of medicine. Take this and get better. Whether you're on a team or not, don't disgrace Shindu Academy. Lin Jian looked at the medicine bottle in surprise. Vitality serum was a powerful and scarce resource, hard to obtain even with money, and even for the Xie family, it was extremely rare. Qin Xiao was actually willing to give it to him. No need, I'll definitely come first in this divine realm trial, but you don't disgrace Shindu Academy. Keep the medicine for yourself. Lin Jian tossed the bottle back to her and continued walking. Dream on with me here, you won't come first. Qin Xiao was slightly angered but quickly calmed down, watching Lin Jian's lonely figure disappear into the distance, feeling somewhat moved. He was stubborn and tough, truly spirited, yet he was close to death. At the top floor suite of Shindu Tower, Xie Zishuan lay on the bed, eyes closed, his face pale. A doctor and a middle-aged man stood beside him. The doctor put down his stethoscope and said, Mr. Xie, your son's condition is no longer critical, but we need to find a kidney source as soon as possible. I advise against him getting out of bed before the transplant. I understand, thank you, Dr. Zhang. Xie Jingguo nodded slightly, dismissing Dr. Zhang. Xie Zishuan awakened and choked with grief and rage. Dad, you have to avenge me. I want that beast torn to pieces. Xie Jingguo lit a cigarette, slowly saying, do I not know what you're like? How many troubles have you caused over the years, and how many times have I had to clean up your messes? Xie Zishuan's lips trembled, but he dared not speak. That man is an SSSS class life exchanger? Xie Jingguo asked. Yes. Does he have a sister? Right. Xie Zishuan's eyes lit up. He cared deeply for his sister. Dad, send someone to capture his sister right away. Xie Jingguo squinted, staring at him for a moment before speaking. You're as foolish as your mother. If you don't start being smarter, you won't get a penny of the inheritance. Do you understand? Xie Zishuan's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly said, Dad, I know I was wrong. Where was the mistake? I shouldn't have caused trouble. Idiot, Xie Jingguo cursed, shaking his head. A life exchanger is like a madman with a nuclear bomb strapped to him. We need to find a way to secure this bomb. Even if we do nothing, it will still serve as a great deterrent to others. Understand? Xie Zishuan, thoughtful, nodded and replied, then I'll have someone kidnap his sister and he won't dare to disobey. Xie Jingguo, puffing on his cigarette, thought for a moment and said, I'll send someone to handle this. You just focus on healing. But he is a life exchanger. What about a life exchanger? He only has one life, doesn't he? You said he values his sister highly. How much does he value her? Xie Zishuan thought for a moment and said, to the extent that he would risk his life. That's right, as long as we have his sister we need not fear his non-compliance. Such people are easy to control, impulsive and thoughtless, just grab hold of their lifeline and they'll do whatever we want. Xia Jingwu took a deep drag from his cigarette and dialed a number on his phone. Liuzi, take some men and handle a matter and make it quick. Meanwhile, Lin Jian was rushing home when he received a call from his school. The Divine Realm newbie area is about to open. Come back first. Without hesitation he turned around and headed for the school. The trials in the Divine Realm were crucial, especially for a newly awakened divine official like him. It was his chance to earn his first pot of gold. By ranking well in the Divine Realm trials, not only would the school reward him, but so would the city leaders and the nation. Perhaps with those resources he could easily cure his sister's illness. He must take first place. Lin Jian silently resolved to himself that only the first place reward was substantial enough. At the school, many people had already gathered in front of the gate of the Divine Realm. All newly awakened divine officials of the school, though their talents were very ordinary, the school leaders were tirelessly explaining the precautions for entering the Divine Realm. Lin Jian, half listening, turned his head and saw Qin Xiu watching him from a distance. First place is mine. Qin Xiu slightly tilted her chin up, looking at him with a challenging gaze. Lin Jian chuckled and said, then let's make a bet on who will take the first place. All right, what shall we bet? A condition. His gaze wandered over her as he smiled. A condition that you cannot refuse to do anything. Qin Xiu, as if seeing through his thoughts, blushed instantly and scolded, I knew you had ulterior motives. I do have ulterior motives, and if you don't even have the courage to face that, why compete with me for first place? It's a bet. At that moment, hundreds of doors in the hall lit up simultaneously. Qin Xiu strode toward one of the doors, saying as she walked, hope you make it back alive. Lin Jian also chose a door and walked in. Each door led to a random area within the Divine Realm, potentially hiding dangers or great opportunities. As he stepped through the gate of the Divine Realm, the world around him shimmered with light, and in an instant Lin Jian smelled the intense scent of blood. When he opened his eyes, what appeared before him was a landscape most bizarre. In a dense mountain forest shrouded in miasma, only those awakened to their divine professions could enter without instantly losing their lives. Due to different portals of entry, Lin Jian entered this area alone, while Qin Xiu was transported to another region by himself. Outside the Divine Realm, Principal Su Yun and a group of teachers, as well as Xie Jingwu from the Xie family, were closely monitoring the activities inside. Inside the novice zone of the Divine Realm, Lin Jian looked around but noticed no immediate dangers. He intended to explore, but suddenly from the side of the forest a wild beast charged out. It had numerous legs, 8 in total, each nearly a meter long. It sprinted forward swinging its spear, and with its ferocious face it was unmistakably a spider. Wild beast, human-faced spider, level F, talents, corrosive venom, capable of releasing venom through spider spears and webs, corroding flesh. Skills, heavenly sturdy web tough filled with toxins, controllable and causing dizziness. This was an F-level wild beast, the human-faced spider. Lin Jian observed the creature's attribute panel, somewhat surprised to encounter it so early, yet he was not panicked. This trial in the Divine Realm was crucial for his ranking. He couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to score points. Life exchange contract activate. In an instant, without hesitation, Lin Jian formed hand seals, enveloping the human-faced spider in a surge of energy. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. As the skill activated and the spider swung its spear, Lin Jian remained calm, adjusting his angle to let the incoming spear strike a vital spot. The spear pierced through, blood spilling, but as a life exchanger, the human-faced spider was locked in, doomed to suffer double the damage inflicted on Lin Jian. The spider's web burst forth, looming like a dark cloud overhead, rushing towards Lin Jian. It was an attempt to strike first, before the life exchanger could kill it. The spider aimed to kill its opponent. However, facing the incoming web and the seeping venom, Lin Jian chose not to dodge. Other life exchangers might not dare to be so reckless, but Lin Jian was different. The web bound him and the venom seeped in, yet it had no effect. Hell's Whale inflicted severe pain on the human-faced spider, forcing it to swing its sharp spear at Lin Jian, aiming for a vital spot. Lin Jian deliberately chose his abdomen, and as the spear penetrated, the spider's abdomen also burst open instantly. The place where the spider's silk was stored shattered. As the spider's abdomen exploded, the human-faced spider also met its demise, its abdomen bursting open, spewing webs and blood in all directions. Meanwhile, Lin Jian calmly pulled out the spear from his body. Outside the Divine Realm, Su Yun and the others watched the screen displaying the statuses and movements of the participants. although they couldn't see the actual events, they could still grasp the situation. They could also switch views to focus on specific students. This time one was an SSS level weapon master and the other an SSSS level life exchanger. Everyone knew about the weapon master, but now let's see what the life exchanger can do. Xie Jinghua proposed. As the head of the Xie family, his influence was significant. Once he spoke, Su Yun could only agree. She was also curious about the condition of Lin Jian, who seemed mad. The place? It must be the swampy forest of the novice realm, right? The area was known for the appearance of F-grade spider faces which, although low-level, posed a deadly threat to a life exchanger. Though life exchangers could swap lives, the toxin of the spider face was fearsome. He might not survive, likely dying before the creature. Life exchangers facing such circumstances often had slim chances of survival. This guy might be the first to be eliminated. The teachers, upon recognizing Lin Jian's location on the map, saw that he had already encountered a spider face. His odds of winning were virtually non-existent. The principal was worried. What could be done if someone died right at the beginning of the trial, especially when it was an SSSS level divine profession? Some teachers became anxious, while life exchangers were common. An SSSS level divine profession was valuable and important to the school. Su Yun watched nervously. A life exchanger against a spider face was possibly the toughest match for such a profession, unless Lin Jian exchanged 1-for-1, but that could mean his own death. Despite being an SSSS level profession, it was still the unassuming job of a life exchanger, and this guy might not survive. Xie Jinghua spoke up, coming over personally because he was there for Lin Jian. He wanted to see what set this SSSS level life exchanger apart. Though acting like a madman, if he had no real ability, it wasn't worth Xie Jinghua's concern. Clearly, to all the onlookers, Lin Jian's immediate encounter with the spider face upon entering was both extremely unlucky and seemingly a certain death. Suddenly, the announcement throughout the novice realm and even outside the divine domain rang out loud and resonant like a bell toll, reaching everyone's ears. SSSS level life exchanger Lin Jian has killed an F-grade spider face, achieving the first kill of the map. First kill score +1. At that moment, both Su Yun and Xie Jinghua were stunned. How long had they been in? Not even half an hour, and against the notoriously tough spider face, a life exchanger had swiftly made a kill, and he hadn't died. How was that possible? At this moment, everyone who had just entered the novice realm was still getting familiar with the environment, strategizing and forming teams, but Lin Jian had already secured the first kill. Listening to the announcement, Lin Jian raised an eyebrow. He looked at his wristwatch, a special device used to record rankings in the divine domain trials. Through it, they could also check the rankings and their own scores. On the watch's screen, Lin Jian was leading by 2 points, but this was just the beginning. As others recovered and prepared, the competition for points would truly commence. Looking at the spider web that had fallen to the ground, Lin Jian promptly collected it. Though spider faces were F-grade, among the lowest in the wild creature hierarchy, their webs were valuable for crafting tools and also as upgrade materials. After awakening to his profession, Lin Jian was supposed to be equipped with specific gear based on the job's characteristics, requiring crafted materials sourced primarily from the divine realm's wild beasts. Since Lin Jian was short on money and needed to save for his sister, he couldn't afford to spend on equipment. Ding! Killing an F-grade wild beast earned him 1 experience point. To reach level 2, he needed 100 experience points, and defeating wild beasts was the simplest way to accumulate these points. Satisfied with gaining experience, Lin Jian felt a sense of fulfillment and gained a better understanding of the beginner's realm and the divine domain. Without further delay, he set off alone, venturing deep into the forest. As the saying goes, accomplish the task and move on, hidden in your glory and name, which soon made Lin Jian a figure of renown across the map. The entire map's first kill announcement not only shocked figures like Principal Su Yun and Xie Jinghua, but also left other newcomers incredulous. Meanwhile, in the Novice Realm's Burial Grounds minimap area, Qin Xiu, relying on her SSS grade weapon master status, began her preparations after entering. Confident of securing the first place, Qin Xiu was all set to make her move when the announcement of the first kill echoed, stunning her. It was him. How could this be possible? How could a lone life changer achieve the first kill so swiftly? Listening to the announcement, Qin Xiu checked the rankings again, finding Lin Jian unexpectedly leading. This revelation was hard for Qin Xiu to accept. She snorted, "I refuse to lose to you." Despite not being in the same location, Qin Xiu was determined not to fall behind in the rankings. She opened her attribute panel, which listed her name, Qin Xiu. Profession: Weapon Master. Talents: Mastery, able to achieve higher proficiency with any weapon as she leveled up an adaptation, capable of mastering and crafting exclusive weapons imbued with special attributes as she progressed. Her skill full focus enhanced all her attributes by 50%. As an SSS grade divine profession, her unique talents and seemingly simple skill were, in fact, incredibly potent for a combat-oriented profession like hers. Shin Shou couldn't believe that her divine status as a weapon master could be overshadowed by a sewer-dwelling life-changer. The most remarkable aspect of the SSS grade divine weapon master was her talent for adaptation, allowing her to gather materials through her divine status and craft exclusive powerful weapons. While she was lost in thought, a wild beast, a black skeleton of F grade with the talent hardened steel bones, reducing physical damage by 10%, and the skill fearless charge, which increased attack power by 5% and all attributes by 1% when activated, burst through the dry ground. Seeing the black skeleton appear, Chinsho did not hold back. Despite being a weapon master, she had yet to don any weapons, having only just awakened to her divine profession. Even so, with the divine class advantage and astonishing offensive power, even the F-ranked black skeleton, known for its defense, could not withstand it and was easily annihilated. Outside the divine realm, the rankings changed and Chinsho's name followed closely behind. After all, as an SSS-ranked divine class weapon master, it wouldn't take long for Chinsho to surpass Lin Jian. Watching Chinsho's ranking rise and still increasing, he quickly surpassed Lin Jian. A life swapper is indeed a life swapper even if the divine class level reached SSSS, but this profession is lacking and there are many man-faced spiders in that place. Killing one might be luck, but with a large number it's a different story. Xie Jinghua commented, sounding as if he had no hope for Lin Jian, almost wishing for Lin Jian's demise. It was evident that this was because of his son's matter. However, in reality, Xie Jinghua wanted to see if Lin Jian was of any value. That crazed determination coupled with the life swapper profession made him an excellent pawn. Of course, Lin Jian needed to demonstrate his value, otherwise Xie Jinghua wouldn't mind letting Lin Jian and his sister die together. Quick, look, Lin Jian is on the move again. Isn't he a life swapper? Why are there so many man-faced spider marks appearing around him? With so many, if high-level ones appear, wouldn't he surely die? Forget about the level, even the number alone, he can't last long. Someone exclaimed as they saw on the screen that marks were appearing around Lin Jian, representing the man-faced spiders. The number was astonishing. A life swapper without active offensive skills, relying only on life swapping. How long could he last? At this moment, even Su Yun and Xie Jinghua felt that Lin Jian's chances were slim. In the novice realm, the swampy wet forest, after dealing with a man-faced spider, Lin Jian planned to speed up his progress, but then Chinsho caught up in the ranking, which caught Lin Jian by surprise. Helpless, in order to catch up with the ranking and take first place, Lin Jian did not hesitate to cut his palm, using his own blood to attract more man-faced spiders. With more and more man-faced spiders appearing, Lin Jian also started to make his move. With his incredible self-healing and the life swapper's ability, Lin Jian did one thing: he exposed his vitals, bound the target, and completed the kills. The speed was so fast and his ranking climbed astonishingly, easily dealing with one F-ranked man-faced spider after another. Lin Jian, with his phenomenal self-healing, felt no pressure at all. However, just when Lin Jian felt at ease, an alert sounded. Wild Beast, Swamp Bloodbat. Rank E, Talent, Radar Lock, can lock onto the opponent based on sense danger. Skill, Hypnotic Soundwave. Soundwave control can cause the target to be dazed for 5 seconds. The sudden appearance of the E-ranked Swamp Bloodbat indeed caught Lin Jian by surprise. F-ranked wild beasts were just the bottom layer, but E-ranked ones had some strength. For a newly awakened divine class newbie, they were not easy to handle. However, for other divine class newbies that might be true, but for Lin Jian, his self-healing ability combined with the life swapper's skills, a mere E-ranked was nothing to fuss about. The E-ranked Swamp Bloodbat immediately used its soundwave skill upon approaching. In a sudden moment, Lin Jian felt an overwhelming sensation of dizziness and disorientation, as if gravity had ceased to exist. Realizing something was amiss with his body, Lin Jian did not hesitate. He activated the divine chain binding and used the skill Hell's Wail, which momentarily alleviated his discomfort. Alerted to the anomaly, the E-ranked Swamp Bloodbat shrieked and continued its sonic attack. Taking advantage of Lin Jian's incapacitated state, it lunged forward with its claws bared, attempting to kill him while he was still disoriented. Damn it, this sonic wave can really muddle the mind. Lin Jian thought, annoyed by the bat's ability but gradually regaining his composure. Faced with no escape and fueled by anger towards the bat's skills, Lin Jian decided on a desperate measure: exchange life, divine chain binding. Clenching his teeth, he executed the binding again, which forced him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Despite his remarkable self-healing abilities, the continuous control and attacks from the blood bat had a noticeable effect, primarily due to the mental disruption caused by the sonic attacks. Determined, Lin Jian activated Exchange Life, Hell's Whale. Again, the skill took effect, easing his pain somewhat and making the inflicted damage seem less significant. However, the situation drastically changed for the blood bat. Hell's Whale inflicted multiple damages back onto it, turning its fierce attack against itself. Realizing the shift in the battle, the swamp bloodbat hesitated for only a moment before it turned to flee. Lin Jian was surprised by its sudden retreat. He had just bound and attacked, and now the bat was running away? Typically, even if it sustained some injuries, the creature would become enraged and attack further, but this bat seemed to sense the imminent danger, perhaps a part of its natural instinct. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Lin Jian wasn't about to give it a chance to recover. The sonic disruption was indeed troublesome, and if the bat had any time to regain its strength, Lin Jian knew he would be in trouble. Without a second thought, he delivered a deadly strike. The amplified damage from Hell's Whale caused the fleeing bat to emit a terrible scream before it finally fell from the air. As the old saying goes, injure the enemy 1,000, harm oneself 800, but with his self-healing ability, Lin Jian suffered no loss at all. Even his innate talent, the undead battle body, kicked in. Before the blood bat could escape successfully, he killed it. While other life exchangers risked and even lost their lives in their exchanges, Lin Jian's abilities made him seem as if he was wearing a resurrection armor combined with a counter armor. How could any withstand that? He could endure this blood drain. The wild creature could not. Ding! Killed an E-rank swamp blood bat, gained 10 points and 100 experience points. Ding! Level up. Killed the swamp blood bat and acquired the skill Night Eyes Exploration. With the death of the E-rank wild beast, Lin Jian's level increased and he gained a new skill. His attribute panel also changed accordingly. Name: Lin Jian. Profession: Life Exchanger. Level: 2, 10/500. Talents: Divine Chain. With level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Current binding number: 2. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging life, can trigger the undead spirit and permanently increase physical and mental strength. Skills: Hell's Whale. The pain suffered by the host increases twofold on the target. Pain multiplier increases with level. Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 50 meters. Outside the host's body, range increases with level up, physical strength, 0.02%, mental strength, 0.02%, Night Eyes Exploration. After the upgrade, Lin Jian gained a new skill that seemed to be a direct replica from the human-faced spiders. It was an impressive ability indeed. Stroking his chin, Lin Jian shook off the blood on himself and scanned his surroundings. He was at the edge of the swampy wet forest, not yet deep into it. The deeper one went, the higher the level of monsters one encountered, which also meant more danger but richer rewards and points. With the new skill of Night Eyes, Lin Jian decided to go big. He wondered how Qinxiu would catch up now. With a fierce determination in his eyes, Lin Jian knew the competition with Qinxiu was tight. Any slackness could lead to falling behind. Moreover, to get out of this swampy wet forest, defeating its boss was a must. Outside the divine realm, everyone initially thought Lin Jian was doomed as he was surrounded by a large group of human-faced spiders. However, those spiders began dying one after another. Not only that, Lin Jian's points were skyrocketing, putting him slightly ahead of Qinxiu. Everyone was shocked. How did Lin Jian manage it? Despite being a newly awakened god tier, how could he kill so many spiders even if they were F-class? Could it be that under SSSS level god tier, even a supposedly weak profession like a life exchanger could become strong? Everyone fell silent. They were well aware of the reputation of the life exchanger profession, but Lin Jian's performance was extraordinary. Even though they couldn't see the specifics, the points and data spoke volumes. There had been other low-tier professions at SSS level before, but even those couldn't alter the inherent strength of their professions. Suyun fell silent for a moment before speaking meaningfully, unaware that Xie Jinghua's eyes were already blazing with excitement. A life exchanger like Lin Jian would be perfect for leveraging the Xie family's power. The better Lin Jian performed, the more thrilled Xie Jinghu became. With his sister in his hands, Lin Jian would have no choice but to obey Xie Jinghua's commands. Look quick, Lin Jian is moving fast. What's he thinking rushing like that? And his route is so odd. Suddenly someone exclaimed, causing Su Yun and Xie Jinghu to tense up. They stared intently at the map. Though the swampy wet forest was not a high-level dungeon and the monsters weren't particularly strong, it was still the location of the boss. Was this young man seeking his death? Xie Jinghua squinted his eyes. Lin Jian's previous performance had already been shocking. To be comparable to an SSS-level god-tier weapon master was a feat in itself, elevating the status of the life exchanger profession. But now was he really thinking of challenging the boss of the swampy wet forest, the boss A? Swamp Ghost Pig was ranked at level D. In the swampy wet forest, Lin Jian, despite having just fought, had leveled up. However, as a low-tier class changer, it was unthinkable for him to challenge a D-class creature. "Principal, we must intervene," pleaded one of the teachers. This was a trial, and besides, a life exchanger like Lin Jian, who also held an SSSS-tier divine profession, was unprecedented. This was a critical moment for the school. Several teachers were already anxious. Initially, they had little faith in the life exchanger, even believing Lin Jian would be the first to be eliminated, yet unexpectedly not only did he secure the first kill, but he was also able to match a SSS tier weapon master. Such an individual should no longer be treated as useless. At this moment, Su Yun's brows were deeply furrowed, her mind indecisive. She wanted to step in and save Lin Jian, but knowing his character, she hesitated. Moreover, intervening in a trial could tarnish her reputation. The Swamp Ghost Pig was the nightmare of all new class changers. Over the years, many of the school's top new students had perished at its hands. I remember correctly, even an S-tier student died to it. Is Principal Su really going to do nothing? Xie Jinghua remarked. As an outsider, it wasn't his place to interfere, but he didn't want to see Lin Jian die either. However, just as Xie Jinghua finished speaking, the situation took a turn. "Look, Lin Jian has reached the Swamp Ghost Pig," one exclaimed. "This guy is insane, a low-tier class changer daring to challenge a dungeon boss. Does he not realize the terror of a D-class monster?" Everyone was glued to the map, watching as Lin Jian met the Swamp Ghost Pig. Even if they wanted to help now, it was too late. Is this boy reckless, or does he have another trick up his sleeve? Xie Jinghua squinted. Evaluating the situation, in his view Lin Jian was certainly doomed. Despite losing a valuable player, in a way it was indirect revenge for his own son. This guy. Su Yun's eyes were fixed on the map, watching Lin Jian still moving rapidly, her heart growing increasingly anxious. It was too late to intervene, he was already too close. Could Lin Jian, with his SSSS tier divine profession, possibly have a way to deal with the Swamp Ghost Pig? "Principal, what if he can do it?" Suddenly someone voiced the opposing view, stunning everyone. But the next moment Su Yun's voice, low and filled with anger, rang out. "Nonsense, a newly awakened life exchanger, a low tier one at that, you expect him to match the Swamp Ghost Pig?" With those words everyone's understanding became clearer. This guy was simply on a suicide mission. Su Yun clenched her teeth in frustration, feeling powerless, as in a trial one's fate was their own to decide. "He's encountered the Swamp Ghost Pig." Abruptly, amidst exclamations, everyone's gaze was locked on the map. At that moment, within the Divine Realm Novice area, at the Swamp Wet Forest boss location, Lin Jian reached his destination. Relying on his new skill, Night Eyes, he avoided unnecessary trouble and pinpointed the Swamp Ghost Pig's location. Monster, Swamp Ghost Pig, boss, level, D-class talent, gravity field. Controls gravity within the swamp, can suppress an opponent's combat strength by 50%. Skills, Tyrannical Charge, instantly bursts forth with 3 times the power of speed, increasing attack power by 150%. Skills, Demon Spike Jungle. Within the gravitational field, demonic spikes erupt from the swamp, controlling the group. Lin Jian looked closely and saw the Swamp Ghost Pig already in front of him. The continuous display of attributes surprised Lin Jian. 2 skills? Is this a D-level wild beast? It was Lin Jian's first encounter with a D-level wild beast, and it was also the ultimate boss of this swampy forest. With a shriek, the Swamp Ghost Pig's crimson eyes burst forth with fierce light, accompanied by a low growl from its mouth, expressing its dissatisfaction with the challenger. Seeing this, Lin Jian did not hesitate. On the way here he had always maintained night vision exploration, but now he could no longer sustain it. However, since he had found the Swamp Ghost Pig, Lin Jian no longer needed to guard against danger. Was a life switcher afraid of danger? If the skills were not activated naturally, there would be fear. But Lin Jian's life switcher was fearless, his divine self-healing gave him full confidence. Even if his skills were not activated yet, Lin Jian would still have ample time. Just as Lin Jian was about to use the divine chain to bind the Swamp Ghost Pig, the beast, without saying a word, charged at him furiously. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the swamp it moved as if on flat ground. Conversely, Lin Jian's movement within the swamp was not as convenient. Bang, with his arms crossed in Front of him for protection. Lin Jian was still knocked flying by the swamp ghost pig. Not only that, but where it touched him, the sleeves of his arms and even his skin were quickly eroded, revealing bright red flesh in an instant. Damn. No respect for the rules of combat. This sudden attack left Lin Jian speechless. It was no wonder it was a D-level wild beast. Its actions were so decisive. However, Lin Jian would not let the swamp ghost pig take the initiative next. Life Switch, Divine Chain Binding, Life Switch, Hell's Whale, skills activated, but the swamp ghost pig showed no fear. A D-level wild beast wasn't on the same level as F or E levels. Even when bound, the swamp ghost pig continued its relentless attacks on Lin Jian. Meanwhile, outside the divine realm, Suyun's expression was somber as she watched the map showing Lin Jian and the swamp ghost pig already clashing. What they saw, however, was the swamp ghost pig overwhelmingly dominating Lin Jian. Principal Lin Jian is doomed this time, she murmured. The Life Switcher's abilities were simply not enough against the swamp ghost pig, especially since he hadn't even reached level 10 yet, a low-level profession. The school teachers all looked solemn. Lin Jian was an SSSS level divine profession, and even with a sewer profession it would greatly benefit the school's promotion. Not to mention Lin Jian had also demonstrated extraordinary strength. Hearing the teachers, Suyun's heart had already sunk. She knew Lin Jian well, a student who relied on his sister in this era of universal job change, where the law of the jungle was starkly evident. He had barely awakened his divine profession and now he seemed to have lost his life. Indeed, fate challenges the troubled. I know that even though he's not dead yet, swamp ghost pigs have a certain degree of self-healing in their own marshes, which is precisely the most lethal aspect for a life swapper. Frankly speaking, life swappers lack offensive skills, and once an adversary has high defense or self-healing abilities, it spells almost certain death for them. Based on this reasoning, they always believed Lin Jian couldn't possibly survive. It seems he really is a reckless fellow. Xiejing was squinted, calculating in his mind. If Lin Jian were dead, then revenge would have to be sought from his sister. The Xie family never tolerates humiliation. At this moment in the newbie zone of the divine realm, the swampy woods, after activating his skills, the swamp ghost pig's assault did not weaken, relentlessly attacking Lin Jian. Compared to that, Lin Jian's strategy was much simpler. The moment the swamp ghost pig attacked, he not only endured the damage but also aimed a counterattack at the creature's vital points. Although not a combat profession, those who have awakened a divine profession experience a certain increase in physical abilities. Moreover, Lin Jian was an SSSS class divine profession holder. Bang! His fist fell, fiercely striking the head of the swamp ghost pig, but its fangs had already pierced through Lin Jian's arm, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. At the same time, a bloody hole appeared in the body of the swamp ghost pig as well. The Hell Whale skill inflicted double damage on it too. Come on, let's see who can outlast whom, Lin Jian roared, comparing endurance with his own automatic humanoid blood bank. He wanted to see just how tough a D-class monster could be. In an instant, both sides attacked and bit each other like mad, quickly turning the dark swamp beneath them into a blood pool. The swamp ghost pig retreated, covered in wounds, and when its pupils looked at Lin Jian, they carried a hint of wariness. It was just a low-level life swapper, yet he had persisted for so long. A human, even a job changer, shouldn't be able to bleed this much. The swamp ghost pig howled to the sky. It unleashed its innate gravity field, and in an instant Lin Jian felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, almost unable to breathe. Preparing to charge, Lin Jian saw the swamp ghost pig deploying its talent and thought it would use a skill next. But unexpectedly, after a brief pause, the creature began sucking up the surrounding mud to protect itself, and its wounds started showing signs of self-healing. Self-healing? Trying to offset the damage from the Hell Whale with self-healing? You're still too green to compete with me in that. A fierce look flashed in Lin Jian's eyes. This boss he was determined to kill. And he was determined to take the first place in this trial. With the rich rewards, there would be enough money to cure his sister. Come on, Lin Jian roared, his fury at its peak. Enduring the oppression of the gravity field, he counterattacked with a strike to his own chest. The blow went through and Lin Jian opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. But instead of showing any pain on his face, a touch of madness surged instead. The hellish wails inflicted damage, instantly enraging the swamp ghost pig. It shook off the mire and, with a furious roar, black energy swirled around its body, causing the swamp beneath its feet to boil as well. Soon after, spikes made of bone protruded from the swamp, sharp and laced with corrosive poison. The speed of the swamp ghost pig skyrocketed. It unleashed a brutal charge and a barrage of ghostly spikes. Both skills were deployed simultaneously, locking Lin Jian in control in an instant. Even though the swamp ghost pig would sustain severe injuries, it believed that as long as it could instantly kill this low-level life exchange master, it wouldn't die with its self-healing abilities. The swamp ghost pig decided to go all in, activating two skills at once to aim for a direct annihilation of Lin Jian. Otherwise, if Lin Jian continued to fight, its self-healing abilities would not suffice. With the brutal charge and the forest of ghostly spikes in play, Lin Jian appeared completely subdued, but in reality his face bore an expression of madness, waiting for the swamp ghost pig to approach. Bang! The brutal charge exploded, striking Lin Jian's body harshly. In the next moment, Lin Jian's body was torn apart, splattering blood and flesh everywhere, a scene reminiscent of the ancient torture of dismemberment by 5 horses. A full-force blow from a D-level wild beast, the boss of the wilderness map, was something Lin Jian, a low-level life exchange master, could not withstand. Instantly his body scattered on the ground like disassembled parts. When the swamp ghost pig witnessed this scene, the next second its entire body also exploded, its head rolled off and its crimson pupils suddenly showed a scene of terror. Lin Jian, who was supposedly dead beyond dead, began to heal himself. The speed was terrifyingly fast. Outside the divine realm, as the markers for both the swamp ghost pig and Lin Jian disappeared from the map, everyone was dumbfounded. How could this happen? The swamp ghost pig is dead too. Impossible. Although Lin Jian was an SSSS ranked divine class, a life exchange master, only had one life. How could he have killed such a boss? Was this a mutual destruction? One by one the teachers were stunned, having assumed Lin Jian's death the moment he approached the swamp ghost pig. Yet unexpectedly the swamp ghost pig also perished. Lin Jian, with his low-level profession, managed to kill a D-level wild beast, truly no small feat. What use was his impressive potential if he was dead? Such great potential, yet he saw death. Some mourned, while others thought he deserved it. After all, for a newcomer like him, even Qin Xiu, an SSS-ranked weapon master in a combat profession, could barely compete with an E-level wild beast. Lin Jian, with a supportive profession and as a life exchange master considered cannon fodder, daring to challenge a D-level beast, was indeed seeking death. It was a pity that Lin Jian had such skills, but dead they were of no use. Xie Jinghua appeared sorrowful, while Su Yan felt somewhat uneasy. She was about to ask someone to take care of Lin Jian's sister, but her words were cut off by an exclamation. Quick look at the leaderboard, it's not Qin Xiu at the top anymore. Lin Jian is supposed to be dead, how could he still have points? And so many at once. At this moment everyone looked up to see the scoreboard suddenly skyrocket. Lin Jian's score had shot up by 1,000 points, putting him a full 1,000 points ahead of everyone else. Just as everyone was shocked and bewildered, a loud voice rang out. It was the announcement from the Divine Realm. Divine Realm Novice Zone Full Map Announcement. SSSS grade life exchanger Lin Jian has successfully killed the swamp forest boss in the instance. He has completed the trial and is the first to clear it, earning a reward of 1,000 points and 500 experience points for killing the boss. As the announcement echoed inside and outside the Divine Realm, everyone was astounded. No, it can't be. There must be a mistake in the Divine Realm's judgment. Lin Jian is dead, how can he still receive rewards? Look quickly, Lin Jian's marker, it's lit up. Isn't a life exchanger supposed to trade life for life? Could it be that he still has a body left? Upon seeing the marker light up, a tidal wave of astonishment swept through everyone's hearts. The life exchanger, a seemingly insignificant profession often viewed as cannon fodder, had achieved such glory on this day. Truly astonishing. Is this guy a monster? Is the SSSS grade profession extraordinary? Xie Jinghua was also stunned by this scene, but soon thought to himself that such a talent could be a life-saving charm for him in the future, which immediately comforted him. He's not dead. He's not dead. The higher-ups will be very interested in this kid's situation. Su Yun, whose spirits had initially dampened, suddenly felt her enthusiasm rekindled, excitement shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the novice zone of the Divine Realm at the burial grounds, Qin Xiu was panting heavily, lying on the ground drenched in sweat, almost as if she had collapsed. In her pursuit to overtake Lin Jian in points, even surpass him, she had been constantly fighting. Just as she thought she was pulling ahead, the full map announcement sounded again, and this time Lin Jian had directly killed the boss, completing the trial. Qin Xiu could hardly believe it. He was just a life exchanger, so how could he be so powerful? Lin Jian, what secrets are you hiding? Qin Xiu bit her red lips, her eyes full of unwillingness, but as she remembered the bet she had made with Lin Jian, her face couldn't help but flush with heat. With the first kill in the trial and a 1,000-point lead. Qin Xiu no longer saw any chance to catch up, and she didn't even dare to provoke the boss of the instance she was in. Inside and outside the divine realm, everyone was stunned by Lin Jian's audacious feats, unsure how he had managed it or how he had survived in the hands of the swamp ghost pig. As for Lin Jian himself, by this time, thanks to his incredible self-healing ability, he had fully recovered. With a creak of his neck and a stretch of his arms, he looked at the dead swamp ghost pig and let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the scoreboard, a smile also began to form at the corners of his mouth. Things were finally looking up. With a significant lead in points and ranked first, victory seemed certain. Ding, you have killed the swamp forest boss, earning 1,000 points and 500 experience points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up, you have acquired the skill, Gravity Imprisonment. Excited by these notifications, Lin Jian couldn't wait to open his attribute panel. What he saw thrilled him. His name, Lin Jian. Profession, Life Exchanger. Level 3, 10/1000. Talents included God Chain. With increasing levels, the number of targets he could bind increased, currently at 3. Undead Warbody. Triggering the undead soul after exchanging lives permanently increased physical and mental strength. His skills were impressive. Hell's Wail. The pain felt by his body was tripled on the target, increasing with levels. Night Eye Exploration. Could detect dangers within 100 meters outside his body. Range increasing with level. Gravity Imprisonment. Control gravity within a 10-meter radius with strength equal to his own, capable of restraining enemies. Range increasing with level. Physical strength, 0.1%. Mental strength, 0.1%. With each level upgrade, his skills and talents were enhanced, and he had also gained a new skill. This trip was highly profitable for Lin Jian. Of course, what truly delighted Lin Jian was securing the first place in points, which meant substantial rewards were coming his way, and that meant his sister could be saved. Naturally, Lin Jian also needed more strength. Only then could he protect himself and his sister adequately. An SSSS rank God Tier Life Exchanger. Lin Jian had cleared the trial and was about to be teleported out. The trial was nearing its end. As the voice of the divine realm announced the close of the trial, it finally came to a conclusion. Was it over? When someone cleared it, the trial would end. Qin Xiu had thought about catching up in points, but after Lin Jian killed the boss, it became impossible for her. Despite being second, she was left behind by a gap of 1,000 points, which was a huge blow for her. In the Divine Realm Square, newcomers were teleported out one by one. Some were gravely injured, others barely alive, and some unscathed. However, the attention of people like Su Yun and Jingguo was not on them, not even on Qin Xiu, an SSS rank God tier weapon master who showed little emotion after coming out. It was only when Lin Jian appeared alive and without a scratch that the school teacher's eyes widened in shock, and they rushed forward, scrutinizing him, almost hoping to find a mark of injury on him. As a life exchanger, having killed so many wild beasts and even the boss without any damage seemed almost unbelievable. Lin Jian, congratulations on being the first in the trial. Su Yun approached with a smile. Having such a talented transferee was indeed a cause for celebration for the school and for her as the principal. Principal Su, when will the reward be given? Lin Jian didn't beat around the bush. His primary concern was the reward, as it was his chance to save his sister. Formalities were unnecessary. Su Yun was slightly embarrassed by Lin Jian's direct question, and before she could finish speaking, a convoy of black sedans drove into the school. The cars bore the license plate Jianghe-01. It was the mayor of Jianghai. The city's reward can be given now, came the voice as the car stopped. Upon seeing the approaching figures, Su Yun and Xie Jingguo hurried forward to greet them. Even they had to tone down their presence in front of the mayor. Mayor Zhao, what brings you here? Su Yun asked knowingly. She was well aware that the first person in the trial was an SSSS-ranked cleric, a precedent in the history of taking down the trial's boss. Such an individual had already caught the attention of higher authorities. Mayor Zhao waved his hand slightly without directly responding, instead walking straight up to Lin Jian. He sized him up, a smile on his face. Impressive young man, an SSSS-ranked cleric and a fate changer at that. It's rare to see such high ranks. You've secured first place, and as per the trial rules, the city will reward you with a villa in the city center, Mayor Zhao announced, causing the onlookers to gasp in envy. A villa in the heart of Jianghai City started at 5 million, and here they were handing it out for free, along with 3 million in funds. The rewards were indeed jealousy-inducing. Thank you, Mayor. Lin Jian responded, unreservedly accepting the offer. At this moment he was in dire need of money. This financial support could potentially save his sister. As for the resources needed for the cultivators training in the school's pending rewards, the state might provide some recognition. No need to thank me. You are an SSSS ranked cleric, the first of its kind in Great Xia, even though it's the fate changer profession. Perform well and the nation will focus on cultivating your talents, Mayor Zhao remarked, patting Lin Jian on the shoulder, his words hinting at further implications. Good performance was essential for focused cultivation. This trial's victory was impressive, but for the nation, the fate changer profession still lacked allure. And you must be Miss Qin Xiu, right? Excellent performance, second place. The higher-ups are already considering recommending you for the highest clerical academy. Be prepared. Mayor Zhao's gaze shifted to Qin Xiu. At this announcement, envious glances were cast her way. The highest clerical academy was a prestigious institution for cultivators in Great Xia, rich in resources and a breeding ground for the elite. To be selected, one had to be at least A-ranked, and although Lin Jian, an SSSS ranked cleric, was not chosen, Qin Xiu, who came second, was favored, the reasons for which were clear to all. Despite her top finish, the comparatively weak status of the fate changer profession couldn't match that of a weapon master, and while she was invited to the highest clerical academy, Qin Xiu couldn't feel happy about it. Mayor Zhao left soon after, and only then did Qin Xiu realize that Lin Jian had shown little emotion throughout, interested only in the rewards. Lin Jian, don't be disheartened, though you're a fate changer. If you can elevate your level with your clerical rank, you'll surely enter the clerical academy, Su Yun comforted, while also disclosing the school's rewards. These materials and resources are suitable for a fate changer. Consider them a reward from the school. Thank you, Lin Jian nodded. Unceremoniously accepting them, he planned to leave immediately as his sister was still at home, but before he could, Xie Jingguo approached him. Lin Jian, it was a pleasure meeting you. You performed exceptionally well in the trial. Although you didn't have the chance to enter the clergy academy, you can join my Xie family. We can provide you with financial support and resources, including treatment for your seriously ill sister. Xie Jingguo offered a kind face, but his meaningful gaze suggested malice. Lin Jian could see this wasn't good. After all, he had almost killed Xie's son, and now this man wanted to recruit him. Xie Jingguo was certainly no simple character. Sorry, not interested, Lin Jian said and walked away. Watching him go, Qin Xiu clenched her teeth and followed him. During the trial, Lin Jian had been the center of attention. Despite receiving generous rewards, he missed out on the best opportunity because he was a life changer, a seemingly insignificant cannon fodder profession, which cost him the chance to enter the clergy academy. However, Qin Xiu knew Lin Jian's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary life changer. Lin Jian. At the doorway, Qin Xiu called out to him, "Let me take you back. I believe you can get into the clergy academy," she said seriously, though Lin Jian didn't really care. "You can take me, but I thought Miss Qin Xiu was here to settle our bet." At the mention of the bet, Qin Xiu's face turned red. She didn't clarify but gestured for Lin Jian to get in the car, her demeanor shy and stealing glances. In the car, Lin Jian teasingly looked at Qin Xiu. It was impossible for a man not to have thoughts about such a delicate beauty. "How do you want to settle the bet?" Qin Xiu couldn't look Lin Jian in the eye, initially intending to comfort him, fearing he was upset about the clergy academy, but she had forgotten about their bet. Seeing that Lin Jian was not bothered by the clergy academy made Qin Xiu curious. What to do? Well, a man should naturally. Before he could finish, his phone rang from his pocket. Lin Jian had to swallow his words and answer the call. "Lin Jian, your sister has been kidnapped. There are many people, and our neighbors couldn't stop them." The sudden call from the neighbor wiped away Lin Jian's playful mood. Seeing Lin Jian's face turn somber, even showing a fierce expression, Qin Xiu couldn't help but recall the scene when Lin Jian dealt with Xie Zixuan. "Lin Jian, what happened?" Qin Xiu asked worriedly. She was already concerned that Lin Jian felt unjustly treated, and now his suppressed emotions made her even more anxious. "My sister has been kidnapped." Lin Jian clenched his fists, looking at the car and then at Qin Xiu. "Please, take me there." Lin Jian and his sister had relied solely on each other. His sister was his everything. Despite any humiliation or scorn he faced growing up, Lin Jian never cared. He knew living at the bottom wasn't what he wanted, but if someone hurt his sister, that was a different matter entirely. Even if it meant turning the world upside down, he would do it. "Quick, driver, let's get going," shouted Qin Xiu, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Lin Jian, tell him the address." Despite her own pride, Qin Xiu was not a haughty princess who looked down on others. On the contrary, she was more inclined to engage with those who were talented, strong, and of good character. Although Lin Jian had minor frictions with her, neither of them were petty. During the trials, Lin Jian had earned the respect he deserved. A low-level life exchanger, a profession as mundane as a sewer Worker yet more powerful than a master of weapons. They arrived at a dilapidated neighborhood on the outskirts of Jianghai City, a place inhabited by the lower strata of the era, those who couldn't awaken to a divine profession nor stand firm among ordinary people. This was where Lin Jian and his sister lived. As soon as they arrived, Lin Jian dashed out with astonishing speed, startling even Qin Xiu, who was right beside him. A life exchanger with such speed, truly astonishing. Lin Jian, frantic, asked an old woman, "Auntie, where did they take my sister? Who were those people?" The room they entered was narrow and sparsely furnished, containing only a bed with bedding strewn on the floor. This was where the siblings lived. Due to his sister's illness, Lin Jian had to shoulder everything. "I'm not sure, Lin Jian," the old woman stammered, frightened by Lin Jian's fierce demeanor. "The people who left said you had offended someone you shouldn't have. They left you a note." Trembling, she handed over the note. As Lin Jian read the note, fury resurfaced in his eyes. "Xie Zishuan," he gritted his teeth. Qin Xiu immediately understood the situation. Seeing Lin Jian about to storm off to the Xie family, she quickly stopped him. "Are you crazy? They want you to come to them on your own. The Xie family has significant influence in Jianghai, with many who have changed professions. What do you have to fight them with?" Qin Xiu urgently spoke, realizing that if Lin Jian went to the Xie family now, he would be ruined. Despite winning the first place and receiving various awards, he was no match for the Xie family. The words that Xie Jinghua spoke to me earlier already had traces of this plot. Am I supposed to just watch them take my sister away? These fools! Lin Jian was furious, and although he understood Qin Xiu's point, he couldn't calm his heart. In a world where ordinary people held no status or voice, even the alliance government wouldn't trouble a wealthy and powerful family for a common person. Despite Lin Jian's awakening and becoming a professional changer, he was still not taken seriously. The results of the previous trials were proof enough. "I'll think of something. Lin Jian, you can go to the principal. After all, you are an SSSS grade divine professional. The alliance government has certain protective measures for divine professionals, especially for family members. Maybe they can help." At this critical moment, Qin Xiu had to think quickly on his feet. Although Lin Jian was reluctant to ask for help, he had no other choice. A direct confrontation with the Xie family would be the worst strategy. Just as life was starting to look up, Lin Jian did not want to end up leaving himself and his sister with no way out. "Thank you," Lin Jian responded. Observing his reaction and hearing the stiff thanks, Qin Xiu knew about Lin Jian's strong sense of pride. Quickly he said, "What's there to thank for? Consider it part of our bet. You better not make any excessive demands on me." Qin Xiu put on a pretentious, haughty expression which slightly stunned Lin Jian. However, before he could speak, Qin Xiu urged him to take action. "Let's split up and act. I'll inform you immediately once I have any news." After speaking, Qin Xiu and Lin Jian left together, with Lin Jian heading back to school. At that time, Jianghai First Middle School was bustling with activity. Since the trial had ended, the school had been busy because a few promising individuals had awakened to divine professions. This was a good thing for the school. Aside from Lin Jian, who had an SSSS level divine profession, Qin Xiu's SSS level weapon master profession was receiving considerable attention from higher-ups. Even representatives from the highest council of divine professions had arrived to discuss related matters. Additionally, there were 4 A-level divine professions, including Xie Zishuan, who was an A-level wind master. In the meeting room, Su Yun was negotiating with the representatives from the Divine Profession Academy. "Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Jian, who ranked first in this trial, has an unprecedented SSSS level divine profession. I believe he also deserves a place in the highest divine profession academy and should be treated with respect. Isn't your approach a bit too hasty?" Su Yun frowned. The representatives from the Divine Profession Academy had demanded several candidates at once, but surprisingly Lin Jian was not among them. This person may have an unprecedented divine profession level, but no one can prove that an SSSS level divine profession is necessarily powerful. Let's not forget, he's just a life swapper. Our academy will not waste resources nurturing cannon fodder, the representative firmly stated. Despite Lin Jian's unique divine profession level, his lower status was seen as a detriment. The meeting room was filled with ongoing debates. At that moment, Lin Jian had arrived at the door and the voices inside continued to reach him. "This person Lin Jian, we've investigated him too. There's nothing remarkable. Frankly, his profession as a life swapper makes his divine profession level irrelevant. It's worthless," they said dismissively. Just as Su Yun was about to speak again, the door opened. "Lin Jian, what are you doing here?" Su Yun was clearly startled by Lin Jian's unexpected appearance. Lin Jian's sudden arrival left Su Yun somewhat at a loss. She had been hoping to argue on Lin Jian's behalf, however, the attitude of the Divine Profession Academy was giving her a headache. Principal Su, I apologize for the trouble. Lin Jian sincerely thanked Su Yun. Originally he had come to seek help from Su Yun following Qin Xiu's advice. However, the conversation he overheard outside made it clear to Lin Jian that Su Yun as just a principal didn't have enough influence. Asking for her help would only cause her more trouble. I came here to ask for assistance, not for matters concerning the Divine Profession Academy. For the first time since his rebirth into this world, Lin Jian spoke words of entreaty. He had thought that awakening his divine role and receiving the trial rewards would cure his sister and provide him with some support in this new world. However, the harsh reality confronted him with his own vulnerability, thus Lin Jian had no choice but to proceed in his own way. May I ask for your help? Lin Jian suggested to Su Yun, let's talk outside. Su Yun quickly realized that if Lin Jian was resorting to such words, it might mean his sister's condition had worsened. Lin Jian had no connections or relationships. If it weren't for his divine awakening, Su Yun wouldn't have even noticed him, yet Lin Jian refused to be daunted. Principal Su, this matter is rather complicated. You are from the Divine Institute and I've heard that the Alliance offers protection to those who have transformed. My family has been kidnapped by Xie and I need your help to ensure their safe return. Without hesitation, Lin Jian laid out his request directly. However, upon hearing this, several members of the Divine Institute laughed, especially one man whose expression turned intriguing upon hearing Xie name. Xie, the Xie Family Corporation is a supporter stationed in Daxia for our Divine Institute, contributing significantly, though they are minor. You, a life changer, accusing others is a crime. At these words, Lin Jian's eyes twitched violently. He hadn't expected that. There were people within the Divine Institute connected to the Xie family. Whether I am slandering can be verified by you. Do you dismiss me just because I am a life changer with no influential background, thus of no value to you? Do you understand what a life changer is? Lin Jian's words were forceful, turning the questioning back on the people of the Divine Institute. Just as the previous man was about to burst out in reprimand, he was stopped by another. The Supreme Divine Institute was formed by the alliance of major powers in an era of universal transformation, and it was the most thorough in its research of divine roles. You, a newcomer who has just transformed, dare to speak such words, said an elderly man with piercing eyes staring intently at Lin Jian. To this, Lin Jian simply scoffed. He raised his hand and without hesitation tore a piece of flesh from his other arm, acting swiftly and ruthlessly, not even blinking as blood streamed down. The onlookers froze in shock, but the next second, their pupils contracted in astonishment as they watched the torn area rapidly heal. This is what a life changer is, an SSSS tier life changer, not like those D tier or C tier you're familiar with. Do you see the value now? Lin Jian knew that to get them to intervene and make the Xie family release his family, he had to show them his worth. This was the optimal solution. Despite potentially revealing his abilities, Lin Jian was prepared to explain himself. Furthermore, his own self-healing abilities could be controlled to some extent, making them appear less abnormal. Self-healing, a life swapper with the ability to heal himself. No wonder he holds an SSSS rank in priesthood. It turns out that a high rank does influence one's profession. Several elders from the Priesthood Academy were shocked. They had never imagined that the life swapper, whom they considered expendable and overlooked, possessed such capabilities. So that's it, they realized. No wonder this young man dared to confront the boss. Impressive indeed, the prowess of an SSSS-ranked priest. Gentlemen, now that you are aware of Lin Jian's demands, I ask that you intervene, as the persecution of a transmuter's family is not tolerated by the Union government. Su Yun quickly spoke up, understanding Lin Jian's reasons for coming only after learning about the actions of the Xie family. However, upon her finishing, the Academy's representatives began to hesitate. Though possessing self-healing abilities, they were after all limited. A transmuter in the later stages could easily eliminate a person. While somewhat valuable, he was still not considered enough. However, we might make an exception and accept you into the Priesthood Academy, they proposed. As for your family's issues, those are your own conflicts. We have investigated previously. You nearly killed an A-ranked Windmaster who was the son of Xie. The elder continued, his words loaded with clear implications. We can allow you into the Priesthood Academy, but going against the Xie family on your behalf is not worth it. Even though the Xie family is insignificant in the eyes of the Academy, it's still not worth the effort. Upon understanding their stance, Lin Jian laughed, but his laughter was cold. So this is the true nature of the Union government and the Priesthood Academy. Remember the words you spoke today, as for the Priesthood Academy, sorry, but I truly do not hold it in high regard. Lin Jian snorted coldly, realizing that relying on the so-called union government was futile. The people of the Priesthood Academy were no different, all of them looked down on others. At this moment Lin Jian understood more than ever the old saying, heaven and earth are not benevolent, they treat all beings as straw dogs. Lin Jian had thought that becoming a transmuter would change things, but it seemed that the only change was within himself, not the world. With these words Lin Jian turned and left. Seeing this, Su Yun's face showed concern as she quickly followed him out. Lin Jian, don't be rash, if not the union government there are other ways. Su Yun hurriedly intervened before recalling Lin Jian's previous ruthless and frenzied confrontation with Xie Zixuan, which she had witnessed firsthand. Even if his priesthood rank granted him self-healing powers, they were ultimately limited. For Lin Jian in his current state, the Xie family was like entering a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Principal Su, I've troubled you enough, I'll handle the rest myself. If this path is blocked, I've already decided to resolve it my way. Don't be impulsive, Su Yun continued urgently. The union government is formed by major powers worldwide, but this is Daxia, and there's also the Daxia government. I can make inquiries, there might still be a chance, despite the delicate relations between the Daxia government and the union government. As the world's powers shifted with the universal transmutation, some awkward situations had arisen. But Su Yun believed that Lin Jian's talents should not remain buried and unacknowledged. Hearing Su Yun's words, Lin Jian paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Forget it, I don't like to beg for favors. Principal Su, I appreciate your intentions. With those words, Lin Jian didn't linger any longer and left the school directly. With no one to help and no one to support him, Lin Jian relied solely on himself. No matter how powerful the forces against him, whether it was a dragon's lair or a fiery pit, if it meant protecting his sister's safety, he was prepared to fight 100 battles for one life. If he couldn't ensure his sister's safety, how could he survive in this dog-eat-dog world? After leaving the school, Lin Jian headed straight for the Xie family's location. However, halfway there he was stopped by Qin Xiao had rushed over, breathless from her haste. Seeing Lin Jian's expression, she quickly realized the situation. The principal, didn't it work? Qin Xiao struggled to catch her breath as she spoke. She had immediately contacted her family after returning, hoping to use their influence to help Lin Jian just this once. Unexpectedly, her family was firm in their stance, unwilling to make waves for the sake of a mere life-trading master. The Xie family might not be intimidating, but the Qin family had their considerations. No one would offend others for a minor figure, even if those offended were insignificant in their eyes. There's no need to trouble Principal Su, it's the people from the Divine Office. You haven't heard anything either, right? It looks like I've caused you trouble. Lin Jian expressed his dislike for owing favors. Despite Su Yun and Qin Xiao's intentions to help, they couldn't accomplish much. Even so, Lin Jian felt indebted to them. He guessed that Qin Xiao also had no good news. Seeing Lin Jian's question, Qin Xiao's face turned awkward. I couldn't persuade my family, but this was a bet between us. Tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to help, Qin Xiao said, perhaps the most she could offer and the greatest extent of her assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Jian chuckled lightly. That's enough. We don't owe each other anything. I'll handle the rest myself. Lin Jian had already made up his mind and didn't want to trouble anyone further. However, his words seemed to upset Qin Xiao. This delicate beauty now wore a look of anger. Hey, what do you mean by that? I wasn't convinced during our challenge and I lost the bet. Do I look like someone who can't accept defeat? Besides, I'm still waiting to have a rematch with you, Qin Xiao asserted strongly, her pride evident in her stance. Lin Jian was somewhat taken aback by her reaction. He hadn't expected her to take their casual bet so seriously. Haven't you already asked for me? Consider the bet settled. You should head back. Lin Jian still needed to confront the Xie family, so he didn't want to delay any further. No way, if you can't do it, it's not considered done. I know what you're trying to do. You want to go to the Xie family alone. Isn't that the same as sending yourself to death? Qin Xiao immediately objected, and her reasoning was solid. What is the difference between death and humiliation? Besides, who said I would definitely die? Lin Jian responded calmly, but the calmer he was, the more terrifying Qin Xiao found it. The Xie family only has influence in Jianghai, they are not truly a major clan. However, within the Xie family, there are over a dozen C-grade clerics, all around level 10. Xie Jinghua himself is a B-grade cleric, a wind master, and his level has already reached 16. Once he completes a job transfer, his cleric level could potentially rise to A grade. Do you think you have a chance? Qin Shou angrily spoke, but Lin Jin could tell that she was informing him about the Xie family's situation. With detailed information, it would be easier for Lin Jin to act, even without a chance. I must go. Lin Jin's response was decisive, as if he was prepared to die. In fact, with his incredible self-healing ability, even if he were blown to smithereens, as long as there was enough time, Lin Jin could remain unharmed. His extraordinary self-healing ability was his greatest trump card. What he had previously shown at the Cleric Academy was merely him deliberately suppressing his powers. Moreover, they all thought it was due to an SSSS-grade cleric. You're being unreasonable. Qin Shou huffed angrily, but seeing Lin Jin about to leave, she suddenly became anxious again. Wait a moment. Qin Shou grabbed Lin Jin's hand only to let go a second later. Her face turned slightly unnatural. Here, take this. This is an enhancement serum used by the military during job transfers, and it is strictly prohibited from leaking out of the countries. It can give you significantly stronger power in the short term. You could gain about 10 levels, but once the time is up, you will suffer terrible backlash and you might very well die. If you can survive it, you can also gain some benefits, like a level increase, Qin Shou said, handing Lin Jin a well-sealed enhancement serum. She had smuggled it out because her family refused, forcing Qin Shou to take this step. She had seen Lin Jin's madness and knew she couldn't stop him, thus she wanted to help as much as possible. This thing. Lin Jin looked at it, momentarily at a loss for words. He wanted to ask why Qin Shou was going all out to help him, but she was proudly reticent, clearly not going to tell. Remember, you only have 2 hours. If you can't get out of the Xie family in 2 hours, you better take it and I can still send you there. Qin Shou was helping Lin Jin one last time in her own way. With his status, he could not get close to the Xie family. Seeing Qin Shou like this, Lin Jin hesitated. After a moment of consideration, Lin Jin nodded. Consider this a favor I owe you. What favor? What are you talking about? I just think it'd be a pity if you died. We haven't settled who's better yet. Qin Shou stubbornly said, and Lin Jin laughed, opening the enhancement serum. This was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. But from Qin Shou's description, it was obviously a highly risky item. For others, the risks might be high, but not necessarily for Lin Jin. As the enhancement serum was injected, Lin Jin felt a surge of pain throughout his body as a wild force wreaked havoc within him and his level began to change. Ding! Forced injection of enhancement serum, level increase by 1 2 up to 10, name, Lin Jin. Occupation, life changer. Level 3, 10 out of 1000, temporary. Level 13, talent, God Chain, with increasing levels, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Current binding limit, 3, temporary. 13, undead warbody, triggering the undead soul after changing lives, permanently enhancing physical and mental strength. Skills, Hell's Whale, the pain suffered by the host will triple on the target, temporarily 13 times, pain multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration, can detect dangers within 100 meters, temporarily 1000 meters, outside the host's body, expands with level increase, skill, Gravity Imprisonment, control gravity within 10 meters around oneself. Gravity strength equals own strength, temporarily 10 times, can imprison enemies, multiplier range increases with level, physical strength, 0.1%, temporary increase to 1%. Mental strength, 0.1%, temporary increase to 1%. Warning, forced injection. Physical body facing collapse. Watching the changes on the attribute panel, each item now had the word temporary added to it. Lin Jin understood that this was the effect of the enhancement serum, and indeed bodily collapse was a side effect. However, Lin Jin believed that with his abilities he could withstand this risk. Seeing the changes taking place in Lin Jin, Qin Shou knew it was working. Get in the car. We're close to the Xie family, don't waste time. The enhancement serum had raised his level by 10. According to Qin Shou, the effects of the enhancement serum were strong, but the side effects were also significant. Within 2 hours, this energy would continuously damage Lin Jin's physical body until it subsided. If he couldn't endure it, Lin Jin would die. In the cart, Qin Shou turned into a top-notch female driver, speeding all the way, even causing a fish vendor stall to shift due to her speed. Soon they arrived at the Xie family. The Xie family owned a large tract of land in Jianghai, essentially a massive estate. As the leading wealthy conglomerate in Jianghai City, their financial power was top-notch locally, hence the Xie estate was guarded inside and out by professionals. Upon arrival, Lin Jin, be careful, Qin Shou said with a worried look. Lin Jin did not respond, just opened the car door and headed straight for the estate. At the entrance of the estate, Stop. As soon as he arrived, 2 guards blocked Lin Jian. Private estate, no entry. The 2 guards immediately obstructed him, their faces fierce. Seeing this, Lin Jian did not bother to argue. Life change, God chain bind. He bound both men at once. Life change, Hell's Whale. As the skill was deployed, Lin Jian no longer held back, raising his hand to strike not towards the 2 men but unhesitatingly piercing his own chest. Poochie. Blood splattered as 2 guards were about to mock, but their faces suddenly changed, turning instantly pale. Looking down, they didn't know when their chests had been pierced with gaping holes. It was the work of a life exchanger. Their voices halted abruptly as they fell to the ground one after another. Lin Jian stepped forward and blasted the iron gate open with a punch. Now, with the enhancement of his physical body, he could compare his strength with those of combat professions. As the gate burst open, alarms throughout the entire Xie family estate blared. In an instant, more than a dozen people rushed out. All of them were transclass professionals. Each one was a C-level deity, and their professional level was around level 10. Despite their numbers, Lin Jian was unfazed. Life exchange, chain binding. Life exchange, Hell's Whale. Life exchange, Night Eye exploration. He unleashed a series of skills, his cold eyes watching the dozen people charging at him. Facing their skill attacks, Lin Jian did not retreat. Boom! With consecutive attacks landing on him, Lin Jian appeared to be covered in scars, each one a mortal wound with blood continuously flowing out. However, beneath the cover of blood, his flesh rapidly repaired itself, leaving him unharmed. On the contrary, these transclass professionals couldn't hold on. The damage they inflicted on Lin Jian was returned directly through Hell's Whale, and the power was 13 times stronger. He is a life exchanger. In an instant, screams filled the estate as one transclass professional after another fell. At this moment, inside the estate, Xie Jingguo watched the scene in the courtyard, a smile spreading across his face. Beside him, Xie Zixuan, who had recovered, looked at Lin Jian with resentment. Dad, are we wasting so many people just to recruit him? His skills are bizarre. We might as well finish him off. Xie Zixuan held a deep grudge against Lin Jian, who had nearly killed him last time. Now, he was causing chaos in their home. What was more terrifying was that even the combined efforts of more than a dozen people couldn't subdue him. At this moment, Lin Jian, covered in blood, walked step by step like a demon from hell. What do you know? This kid is an SSSS level deity, and his life exchanger is different from others. If used well, it can be a lifesaver. Xie Jinghua obviously had a must-have attitude towards Lin Jian. Capturing him would provide the Xie family with a strong ally. Let's go meet this guy. Xie Jinghua had prepared for this confrontation, knowing Lin Jian's impulsive nature and that he would not back down easily. Approaching directly saved him from having to scheme. At that moment, in the courtyard, after annihilating more than a dozen people, Lin Jian felt no turmoil in his heart. These lives were nothing compared to his sister's. Lin Jian, you've got guts, daring to come to the Xie family. Next, Xie Zixuan's mad demeanor reappeared. Soon after, both Xie Jinghua and his son stepped out. Lin Jian, you brazenly killed more than a dozen of my Xie family members. This matter won't be so easily settled. Xie Jinghua looked at Lin Jian, his body full of injuries, but oddly vigorous and full of life. Moreover, there was no trace of pain visible on his face. Lin Jian watched coldly. Lin Jian was in no mood for idle chatter. Hand over my sister, or none of you will leave alive. He had no desire to waste words. This father and son deserved nothing less than death, and if anything had happened to his sister, Lin Jian was prepared to risk everything to not let them off the hook. As Lin Jian made his intentions clear, Xie Jinghua couldn't help but laugh. Since we're all intelligent here, things should be straightforward. Your sister is seriously ill, and to be honest, she's of no use to my Xie family, just a burden. But you are different. Your life trading skills are impressive. If you submit to the Xie family, not only will I provide resources, but I will also pay for your sister's treatment. Xie Jinghua spoke generously but with a condescending air, as if he was bestowing a great favor upon Lin Jian. To someone like Lin Jian, who belonged to the lower echelons of society, life was destined to be confined to grimy, dilapidated buildings. Even awakening a divine profession didn't compare to their status. Some people were born in Rome, others in hell, doomed to suffer throughout their lives. In Xie Jinghua's eyes, Lin Jian was clearly the latter. Two beasts, you think I would serve you? Lin Jian watched coldly. Xie Zixuan was not to be feared, but Xie Jinghua, already at level 16, meant he could change his profession. Once he did, his power would significantly increase along with his divine rank. Lin Jian himself, even after using a strength-enhancing serum, had only reached level 13. You're quite bold. It seems you really need a lesson to obediently sign the divine contract. the so-called divine contract was a master-servant agreement between those who had changed their professions. Embedded within the divine hierarchy, once violated, the violators' divine rank would dissipate and they would suffer severe punishment. Xie Jingwo planned to use Lin Jian's sister to force Lin Jian to sign this divine contract. Boy, even if you're the top newcomer, you're still no match for me. A life trader might exchange life for life, but the level gap matters. Xie Jingwo scoffed, ready to teach a lesson and earn some interest for his son. As Xie Jingwo was about to make his move, Lin Jian was quicker. Chains of hell, wailing of the damned. He activated the skill, simultaneously binding father and son together. Whoever attacked Lin Jian, they would receive 13 times the damage. Lin Jian didn't believe they could withstand it without some miraculous healing ability. Sensing the energy of the life trader enveloping him, Xie Jingwo was surprisingly calm, even pushing his son out of Lin Jian's range, thinking he had escaped the area of effect. But Lin Jian's life trading abilities, carried by an SSSS level divine profession, wouldn't fail due to distance. Once bound, any attack during the skill's duration would cause damage. Thus, at this moment, Xie Jingwo completely underestimated this critical difference, thinking his son was safe. Lin Jian watched coldly as Xie Jingwo smirked. Boy, although I'm only a C level in divine profession, I'm a combat type and my level is higher than yours. You're only at level 2 or 3, right? Xie Jingwo said with disdain. Although he was a Class C deity, his level was not low, reaching level 16. With such strength, even Qinxiu with her SSS class deity weapon master couldn't confront Xie Jingwo at this moment. After all, the gap in levels was too great, and currently Qinxiu was only at level 2. You think I'm scared? Lin Jian snorted coldly. Without hesitation, Xie Jingwo raised his hand and struck with a wind blade. Lin Jian did not show any intention of dodging. Boom! The wind blade hit, tearing open his shoulder in an instant, blood gushing out. Yet Lin Jian did not show any signs of pain. The pain inflicted by others was nowhere near as intense as the pain of removing one's own organs. Xie Jingwo, can you endure this? Lin Jian sneered coldly. Xie Jingwo's eyes hardened, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly discovered a new wound on his arm, easily splitting open a blood streak from his shoulder. In an instant, blood flowed, and the wound was even more severe than what Lin Jian had suffered, revealing the white bone. Ah, you little brat, I forgot about your life exchange ability. But this wound is nothing to me. Xie Jingwo seemed unconcerned and immediately took out a capsule, swallowing it. Kid, this is a healing elixir, something a lowlife like you could never afford in your lifetime. Such a small wound, it will heal in no time. I want to see what you can use to fight me. Xie Jingwo said, his face full of pride as the wound on his shoulder quickly healed after taking the capsule. Lin Jian, however, remained unfazed. Really, you think taking medicine will help? Lin Jian snorted coldly, and the next moment Xie Jingwo's son Xie Zishuan, who was standing far behind, suddenly screamed in agony. My hand, Dad, what's happening? Xie Zishuan shrieked, and Xie Jingwo turned around, his pupils shrinking in shock. One of Xie Zishuan's arms had been cleanly severed, and the wound was clearly caused by his own wind blade. You thought being far away would keep you safe? Lin Jian bellowed. Hand over my sister, Xie Jingwo, or your son will pay the price. Lin Jian yelled, not wanting to waste any time. Although Lin Jian possessed incredible self-healing abilities, due to the blood enhancer and injuries caused by others, the pain was still present, and thus Lin Jian was enduring. You little beast! I truly underestimated you. Rage showed in Xie Jingwo's eyes as he decided to teach Lin Jian a severe lesson. Son, take the medicine and hold on. I refuse to believe this fool can keep up. Xie Jingwo blurted out in a moment of anger, almost causing Xie Zishuan to faint from anger. His own hand was severed, and his father seemed not to care at all. Wind slaughter. The skill was activated, and in an instant a hurricane enveloped Lin Jian, with wind blades emerging like giant teeth, constantly attacking him. However, the more he attacked, the worse Xie Jingwo's expression became. He too bore similar wounds on his body, and they were even more severe than those on Lin Jian. As for Xie Zishuan, standing far away, he was now covered in wounds, lying in a pool of blood. Dad, I can't hold on much longer. Xie Zishuan kept wailing in agony. The excruciating pain and severe injuries were unbearable for him. Xie Jingwo clenched his teeth, unable to understand why, despite the distance, the effects were still potent. He was even more puzzled that Lin Jian, whose level was lower than his own, could inflict such severe damage even with a life exchange skill. Beast, disengage your skill immediately, otherwise I will have your sister killed. Seeing his son barely clinging to life, Xie Jingwo knew that launching an attack would mean certain death. At this moment Xie Jingwo panicked. However, Lin Jian was not one to submit. "I've already told you, release her. If you dare to make a move, I will definitely take your son's life." Lin Jian stepped out from the wind stranglehold with a cold gaze, his face grim and his eyes icy and mad, which greatly irritated Xie Jinghua. "Fool, first remove the skill from my son," Xie Jinghua shouted angrily, clearly not intending to back down, but Lin Jian was not accommodating. Raising his hand, streams of blood surged and gathered in his palm. At the same time he aimed at his own chest. "Forgot to tell you, the damage you're suffering now is 13 times magnified. Even if you can bear it, your son surely cannot." Threats were something Lin Jian was not afraid of. As a life exchange master, it was a life for a life, and he was not the one to fear. To deal with these types, one had to be more ruthless than they were, only then could he suppress them. "You dare." Seeing Lin Jian about to strike, Xie Jinghua immediately spoke up to stop him. This strike would not only injure himself, but his son would surely not survive. "You think I wouldn't dare?" Lin Jian snorted coldly, and then his palm like a dagger instantly pierced through his chest. Simultaneously, Xie Zishuan let out a scream, his face turning deathly pale. Xie Jinghua also had a bloody hole in his chest, the intense pain distorting his face. This fool, even as a life exchange master and despite being suppressed in level, could still hold on for so long. With so many injuries on him, yet he behaved as if nothing was amiss. What's more, this guy was ruthless. Lin Jian did not hesitate, grabbing his heart in a swift motion. In that instant, Xie Jinghua was terrified. You really want to die?" "Stop it, Lin Jian, I won't make it hard for you. Just leave." Xie Jinghua panicked, feeling his heart being held, knowing that with just a slight movement his heart would shatter and he would die. "I told you, return my sister to me." Lin Jian's cold gaze and blood-filled eyes, despite the blood flowing from his body, showed no sign of pain but rather a fierce determination. "Dad!" Suddenly, in the distance, Xie Zishuan let out a mournful howl as blood continuously spewed from his chest. Already gravely injured, even without Lin Jian crushing his heart, the 13-fold damage was too much for someone with only a level 2 profession to withstand. Watching Xie Zishuan die, Xie Jinghua's face twisted in rage and desperation, wishing to personally slay Lin Jian yet utterly powerless to do so. "Zishuan, my son." Xie Jinghua's face was a mix of pain and fury, but when he looked at Lin Jian, the madness in his eyes chilled him to the bone. A life swapper, such a terrifying being. Previous life swappers were mere minions, but Lin Jian was different. "Xie Jinghua, if you don't want to die, release my sister." Lin Jian spoke again, threatening to send Xie Jinghua to his death if he didn't comply. Seeing Lin Jian's ruthless demeanor, Xie Jinghua was frightened. Blood spurted from his mouth as he continuously endured 13-fold damage despite his level advantage. Your sister isn't with me." Xie Jinghua gritted his teeth, knowing he had to compromise if he wanted to survive and seek revenge against Lin Jian later. Otherwise, it would be the end for him and for the Xie family. "You kidnapped my sister and you dare say she's not with you?" Upon hearing Xie Jinghua's words, Lin Jian immediately burst out in anger. If anything happened to his sister, he would make every Xie pay with their lives. As his words fell, Lin Jian's grip tightened, causing a sharp pain in Xie Jinghua's heart and making him spit out a mouthful of blood. "Stop, please stop." Xie Jinghua staggered and fell to his knees, his face pale with fear that Lin Jian might crush his heart completely. "I'm not lying to you, it was my Xie family who captured her, but she was taken away by someone else," Xie Jinghua hurriedly explained, while Lin Jian looked on skeptically. Just as Lin Jian was about to continue his assault, suddenly he found himself unable to move. Not only that, he couldn't even blink, everything around seemed to have frozen in time. "Time has stopped," a voice announced, and the next moment several figures appeared walking into the estate from outside. Hearing the voice, Lin Jian's heart sank. It was those guys from the Divine Order. The members of the Divine Order stepped forward, surveying the estate littered with corpses, including Xie Zishuan lying dead in a pool of blood. Had they arrived a moment later, Xie Jinghua might have been dead as well. They had all underestimated Lin Jian's madness. "Enough, cancel your skill. You're still young, don't be impulsive. As for your sister, I've just checked and she truly isn't here." The leader of the group spoke, then waved his hand, instantly restoring normality. This scene shocked Lin Jian. A single skill that could stop time. What kind of strength did this old man from the Divine Order possess? What profession? To control time was simply too absurd. With such power, even as a life swapper, Lin Jian couldn't act in front of others. Thinking this, Lin Jian reluctantly released his grip while his injuries slowly began to heal, intentionally controlling the speed of his self-healing to avoid unnecessary trouble. Indeed, being an SSSS class divine professional, even a life swapper was endowed with such incredible abilities. Lin Jian, you've really caused a big disaster this time." As soon as the words were spoken, another man began to scold with a tone full of accusation. Xie Jingwa, supported by others, quickly got up and took a capsule for treatment. However, seeing Xie Zishuan lying in a pool of blood, Xie Jingwa's anger was unstoppable. "Professor Han, this man openly killed a transferer and even my son. He is a freshman from your Divine Institute." Xie Jingwa shouted furiously, obviously intending to use the Divine Institute to deal with Lin Jian, tortured nearly to death by Lin Jian. He did not have the courage to confront Lin Jian alone at this moment. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Professor Han, who was leading, immediately waved his hand. "This matter will be handled by our Divine Institute," Professor Han said. Then his gaze fell on Lin Jian. "You have killed dozens of transferers and even a new student from our Divine Institute. Lin Jian, do you realize you have violated the Alliance's laws? This is a capital offense. If you are willing to join the Divine Institute, I might consider pleading for your life," Professor Han offered, sensing the peculiar value of Lin Jian's role as a fate changer, an exceedingly rare SSSS-class divine profession. Considering the current situation where a newcomer single-handedly ventured into such a perilous place unscathed by a dozen transferers, there indeed seemed to be a value worth enticing. However, upon hearing Professor Han's words, Lin Jian laughed. "Hop, the Divine Institute really has a high opinion of itself. When I sought your help previously, you dismissed it as a personal vendetta. Now, when I handle my personal grievances on my own, you decide to step in." He was unyielding. "He kidnapped my sister, and even if everyone here dies, it has nothing to do with you." At that moment, the side effects of the strength-enhancing serum began to take effect and time was running out. Despite the excruciating pain Lin Jian endured, as the whereabouts of his sister were still unclear and he could not afford to be careless. "How dare you? The Divine Institute is established by the Alliance government and all transferers globally must abide by the regulations." Lin Jian's response was nothing short of provocation towards the Divine Institute. This infuriated the man who was allied with the Xie family, who immediately began to chastise Lin Jian. Listening to this, Lin Jian laughed again. Even after awakening his divine profession and becoming a transferer, his life had not changed. These despicable individuals still trampled on those of low birth and without power at their whim. How such a great Divine Institute, such a great alliance government. If anything happens to my sister, you all are implicated. As for the Xie family, if you touch my family, you can't protect yourselves. Lin Jian's eyes turned blood red. Facing power, facing those stronger than himself, he felt helpless. But if it came to a fight to the death, Lin Jian was not afraid. With that, Lin Jian raised his hand and in an instant he penetrated his recently healed chest. In just a moment, Xie Jingwa fell to the ground screaming non-stop as a bloody hole continuously appeared in his chest. Lin Jian's face twisted with ferocity as he muttered, "If I want him dead, he must die." Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed his own heart. Blood spurted from his mouth as he staggered backward, falling to the ground while Xie Jingwa was instantly killed, leaving behind a chest that kept bleeding and a face frozen in terror. As Lin Jian fell, he felt his life pause for a moment before his body's powerful self-healing ability instantly repaired his shattered heart. Thud, Lin Jian fell backwards but was caught before he hit the ground by Qin Xiu, who rushed to support him. "You madman, do you no longer wish to live? You could die from this," Qin Xiu exclaimed, looking at Lin Jian's terrifying wounds. Her gaze then shifted to the Xie family estate littered with corpses, including Xie Zishuan and Xie Jingguo, all drowned in pools of blood. Despite the horrifying scene, Qin Xiu's eyes remained fixed on Lin Jian. "Outrageous! How dare you commit murder right before us? Today I will strip you of your divine office and you will pay with your life." Upon Xie Jingguo's death, Professor Han was instantly enraged. He had originally planned to sway Lin Jian, even going so far as to owe him a favor. However, Lin Jian's disrespectful and ruthless action left no chance for a reaction. Professor Han thought Lin Jian had disabled his own abilities, but it turned out that he had only disabled others while keeping Xie Jingguo under his influence, a direct affront to the divine office. In his fury, Professor Han raised his hand to strike at Lin Jian. However, Qin Xiu quickly stepped in front of Lin Jian, shielding him and staring coldly at Professor Han. "Professor Han, do you really intend to kill a transfigurer? Think carefully. Attacking a newcomer with your status, especially within the Great Xia territory, won't reflect well on you. This isn't a place where the Alliance government can act recklessly." Qin Xiu spoke sternly, protecting Lin Jian, who stood behind her. Despite having crushed his heart in his miraculous recovery due to his regenerative abilities, Lin Jian was overwhelmed with immense pain due to the effects of the enhanced blood agent wearing off, rendering him unable to speak. Watching Qin Xiu's defiant stance, Professor Han's expression stiffened even more. Miss Qin, you wish to join the divine office? Are you willing to ruin your future for such trash? He couldn't believe that in a small city within Great Xia people dared to challenge the divine office repeatedly, which greatly irked him. As Professor Han became more agitated, Qin Xiu found herself at a loss for words. Joining the divine office was her family's hope, and she couldn't defy them. Facing Professor Han's words, Qin Xiu knew that even if she entered the divine office later, her journey wouldn't be easy. As she struggled with her situation, Lin Jian slowly stood up, suppressing the side effects of the blood agent, his gaze icy as he confronted Professor Han. The divine office is truly full of surprises. How dare you claim to be a place that transfigurers aspire to? Nothing but bullies hiding behind their power. Leave her out of this. If you want to fight, come at me. Even knowing that he stood no chance against these powerful individuals, Lin Jian was prepared to face whatever came. Lin Jian didn't want to be a burden to Qin Xiu. As Lin Jian spoke assertively, Professor Han couldn't help but laugh, ready to retort when suddenly a loud voice interrupted. The Clergy Academy really carries such authority to openly threaten a citizen of Great Xia within its own borders? With these words, Professor Han, who was about to flare up, immediately turned with a displeased expression to look behind him. A man was approaching, his steps light, his figure disappearing momentarily with each step, yet he drew closer with the blink of an eye. Ji Wuyo, what brings you here? Professor Han nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke, clearly resentful and wary of the newcomer. Ji Wuyo stepped forward, ignoring Professor Han, and instead focused his gaze on Lin Jian and then on Qin Xiu. An SSSS-ranked clergy indeed stands out. Such extraordinary self-healing abilities, impressive, Ji Wuyo remarked, leaving the members of the Clergy Academy aside. The young Miss Qin is commendable, quite spirited. Transferees are not exclusive to the Clergy Academy. Our Great Xia's National Academy is also an option. Whatever the Clergy Academy can offer, so can the National Academy of Great Xia. As Ji Wuyo spoke, both Qin Xiu and Lin Jian were stunned. Qin Xiu was aware of the National Academy, but Lin Jian was completely confused. Meanwhile, the members of the Clergy Academy were visibly infuriated. Ji Wuyo, you are quite out of line, Professor Han exclaimed in anger, but Ji Wuyo found it amusing. That old man, you think I would fear him? Just leave. Since the Clergy Academy has declared this a private matter, you have no reason to interfere. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Ji Wuyo's cold eyes and the murderous aura he exuded made Professor Han and his colleagues retreat, their faces alternating between shades of anger and fear, but they could only swallow their pride. The Clergy Academy will remember this. The alliance government will surely seek an explanation from the Great Xia government. With these harsh words, Professor Han and his group left in disgrace. The Clergy Academy had thoroughly lost face with this incident. It was only after they left that Principal Su Yun and Mayor Jianghai of Jianghai City arrived. Seeing the scene, both felt a chill. Lin Jian's audacity also genuinely shocked them. How could a newcomer, freshly awakened to his profession and only at levels 2 or 3, accomplish such a feat? A single Xia family, dozens of transferees, just wiped out like that. Su Yun, good timing, have someone clean up here. Also, you will accompany Lin Jian to the National Academy tomorrow. Ji Wuyo was arranging, and only then did Su Yun snap back to reality. Although her transfer to the National Academy was a promotion, what Lin Jian had done still left her heart trembling. Moreover, Lin Jian's sister was nowhere to be seen, and it was unclear how he had managed all this. Vice President Ji, where is Lin Jian's sister? Why haven't I seen her? Moreover, how did Lin Jian manage it? Did you help him, Vice Dean Ji? Su Yun couldn't help but ask. After all, such a thing was truly beyond belief. Not to mention Xie Zishuan, but the Xie family had many who had changed professions and were not of low level, with Xie Jinghua being level 16, Lin Jian, a newcomer just at the threshold, even if he had an SSSS grade divine profession, shouldn't have such incredible strength. Su Yun's words caused both Lin Jian and Ji Wuyo to show changes in their expressions. This trip was for his sister, but he learned from Xie Jinghua that she wasn't there. At this moment, Lin Jian regretted not keeping Xie Jinghua alive to press for details. Ji Wuyo looked helplessly at Qin Xiu, then back at Lin Jian, sighing as he said, his sister's situation is special. Indeed, a group took her away, and the Xie family is somewhat connected to these people. However, young man, you don't need to worry too much. Your sister won't die. this isn't the place to talk, let's leave first, besides, can your body even hold up? With these words, Lin Jian was shocked but also slightly reassured to know his sister wouldn't die. However, Ji Wuyo's next words clearly indicated that he knew Lin Jian had taken a strengthening serum. The group didn't linger and quickly returned to the school. Inside the school's medical office, after being bandaged by a grade D divine profession medic, only Qin Xiu, Su Yun, Mayor Jiang from Jianghaishi, and Ji Wuyo remained in the room. Observing Lin Jian lying on the bed, Ji Wuyo lamented, to take a strengthening serum at such a low level and still hold on, you're the first one. It seems the benefits of an SSSS grade divine profession really do stand out. However, the trouble lies right here, Ji Wuyo spoke, leaving everyone baffled. Qin Xiu and Su Yun were especially puzzled. Vice Dean Ji, if Lin Jian has held up, doesn't that mean he's alright, and could even turn a misfortune into a blessing by enhancing his strength? So what's the problem? Su Yun asked with a puzzled face. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo didn't hide it. The strengthening serum is explicitly forbidden. Banned by the Alliance government and universally recognized by trans professionals from all countries, the fact that this girl gave him the serum can't be hidden. The Divine Profession Academy, even the Alliance government would be involved. As Ji Wuyo finished, everyone understood. The Alliance government, a global authority formed by powerful nations especially for managing trans professionals, led by the Lighthouse and Eagle countries, has absolute authority. Since the universal trans-professional shift, there had only been one significant trans-professional world war globally. Even with wild beasts causing disruptions, human conflicts could not be stopped. It was me who asked Qin Xiu to help. It's not her fault. Lin Jian began to rise. The side effects of the strengthening serum still ongoing, but he could also feel his level rising. Along with his extraordinary self-healing ability, he was already able to speak. No, it's not that I acted on my own, it has nothing to do with Lin Jian. Before Lin Jian could finish, Qin Xiu interrupted. Her face was stubborn, yet her eyes carried a hint of guilt. If she could have stopped Lin Jian, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Alright, you two little ones, stop playing out your love drama in front of me. There's no time to delay, let's head to the National Professional Academy. Once you're in, the troubles won't seem so big. Ji Wuyo spoke, his reference to a love drama causing Lin Jian to feel embarrassed, while Qin Xiu shyly lowered her head. However, Qin Xiu then began to refuse. I'm sorry, Vice President Ji, I can't go to the National Professional Academy. You know my family's situation, I can only go to the Divine Professional Academy. Just let Lin Jian go. He's talented, and once he's strong enough, he will surely find his sister, Qin Xiu insisted, while Lin Jian was taken aback. Although he was unaware of Qin Xiu's family circumstances, he knew they weren't simple, and the vice president of the National Professional Academy before him was equally enigmatic. As they spoke, there were clear topics they avoided, which let Lin Jian know that his presence had indeed brought significant trouble to both of them. Qin girl, you've already offended the Divine Professional Academy. If you go there, the situation might not be good. Have you thought this through? Ji Wuyo frowned as he asked. Seeing Qin Xiu nod her head firmly, he felt helpless. Never mind then, get some good rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning and leave Jianghai. Qin Xiu's determination left Ji Wuyo with nothing more to say, since it was a matter concerning her family and he shouldn't intervene too much. Lin Jian watched this unfold, about to persuade Qin Xiu against her decision, but she beat him to it. Lin Jian, you get some rest. I'll be going ahead. And don't forget that we still have a fight pending, we haven't settled who's stronger yet. With a semblance of courage, Qin Xiu spoke these words and turned around to leave without looking back. Ignoring Lin Jian's calls, Lin Jian knew deep down that he and Qin Xiu were from different worlds. If it hadn't been for Qin Xiu's help, he wouldn't have been able to handle the Xie family, but now the repercussions of their impulsiveness were being shouldered by Qin Xiu alone. This left a sour taste in Lin Jian's heart. What started as a simple bet between the two had now resulted in a debt of gratitude he owed to many. Kid, let's talk about your matters instead. You can't handle hers. Ji Wuyo, seeing Lin Jian's concern, promptly interrupted him. Your sister was indeed captured by the Xie family, but she was taken away by someone else. My coming here was partly informed by Su Yun about your situation and also because of your sister. Ji Wuyo's words only confused Lin Jian more. In his memory, he and his sister had depended solely on each other since childhood. His sister had contracted a severe illness and he had resorted to selling blood and organs just to afford her medical expenses. In this world where everyone must switch professions to survive, he had never heard of his sister being involved in anything else. Elder, what's happened to my sister? Who took her away, and where is she now? Lin Jian urgently inquired. Not being able to find his sister and even implicating Qinxiu made him feel utterly defeated. Lacking power and strength, he felt utterly helpless. Even with a divine profession becoming a transferee, the result remains the same, the lower class. Can they only live at the bottom forever? Lin Jian couldn't accept this. Your sister fell seriously ill a few years ago, right? Her illness is not ordinary. To be precise, it's also a kind of awakening for a new profession. Such awakenings are prolonged and make one suffer as if gravely ill. That group took her away because of this reason. Ji Wuyo's words almost made Lin Jian's brain crash. Obviously he hadn't realized that his sister, whom he had taken care of for so long during her illness, was actually awakening. Moreover, the process of awakening wasn't supposed to be like this. Clearly what Ji Wuyo talked about was extraordinary. Senior, I don't quite understand what you mean. My sister is seriously ill. How could it be an awakening of a divine profession? Also, the awakening of a divine profession isn't supposed to be like this, right? Lin Jian asked, puzzled. Ji Wuyo only gave a brief reply. There is still much you do not know. Focus on improving your strength and in time you will understand. Your sister is not in danger for now, but that doesn't mean she won't be in the future. You should think more about yourself. Ji Wuyo didn't elaborate but left Lin Jian with a mystery. Seeing Ji Wuyo leave after finishing his words, Lin Jian couldn't ask more. He can only pray silently in his heart that his sister would be safe and sound. That night, lying on the hospital bed, Lin Jian's muscles were incredibly sore, feeling as if the torment of the strengthening serum was finally coming to an end, initiating the final release. Despite the pain, for Lin Jian, a life-exchanging master with a miraculous self-healing ability, this level of pain was nothing. Ding! Strengthening serum absorption successful. Ding! Level increased by 5, the physical strength 0.08%, mental strength 0.08%. Lin Jian breathed a sigh of relief. The strengthening serum was terrifyingly powerful, causing immense harm to the human body. If it weren't for his extraordinary self-healing, he might have exploded and died the moment he took it, let alone having the chance to survive it and even gain benefits. The strengthening serum allowed Lin Jian to level up by 10 in a short time. And after the effects wore off, Lin Jian gained a 5-level rebound, now reaching level 8 in his profession. Even with the help of the strengthening serum, not many could withstand it. Skills did not increase. According to the characteristics of transferee professions, one could acquire 3 skills before level 10, appearing randomly at different levels. After level 10 and before level 16, only 1 skill can be obtained. After level 16, divine profession skills appear. Lin Jian pondered, aiming to become a transferee, to bring change to his life, to restore his sister to her former self, to lead a better life. Lin Jian was thoroughly prepared for the transferee's various requirements. However, he had never anticipated that although his transfer was successful and he even obtained an SSSS grade divine profession, his profession was that of a life exchanger. In the eyes of others, Lin Jian's combination was like Lubu riding a dog, somewhat disgraceful. Hence he was looked down upon by those in the Divine Profession Institute. He must hurry and improve. Lin Jian was resolute in his heart. A person of Ji Wuyo's status would not take him lightly. As for his sister's matter, Lin Jian was even more vigilant. However, he was now worried that Qin Xiu was in a difficult situation because she had helped him. Thinking of this, Lin Jian planned to visit Qin Xiu early the next morning, no matter what. He intended to persuade her. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Lin Jian left the medical office. Just as he was about to check if Qin Xiu had arrived, he was intercepted by Su Yun. Principal, what are you up to? Has Qin Xiu arrived at the school? Seeing Su Yun, Lin Jian also started to ask questions. She went to the Clergy Institute last night. Lin Jian, we need to leave immediately, or else the alliance government's people will come and you'll be in trouble. As for her, you don't need to worry. A few words left Lin Jian speechless. The trouble was his own doing, yet Qin Xiu was the one bearing it. Moreover, regarding the issue of the enhanced blood potion, the alliance government would surely look for her. This made Lin Jian feel very uncomfortable. Hurry up, we're leaving immediately, Su Yun urged, and Lin Jian had no choice but to nod. He didn't have much luggage to pack. Living in such a place with such a life, what valuable possessions could he have? The only thing he had was the reward from being first in the previous trial, which he had put in a spatial ring given to Lin Jian along with the other rewards. Touching the ring on his hand, Lin Jian felt complex emotions. He had finally earned enough money, but his sister was gone, and even Qin Xiu was implicated. Despite his lamentations, Lin Jian did not become discouraged. As long as he became stronger with the ability of a life changer, there would be no more obstacles. Soon the car arrived. Under Suyun's urging, Ji Wuyo personally escorted them and they left Jianghai together. Watching Jianghai city gradually recede into the distance, Lin Jian remained silent all the way. It wasn't until Jianghai city disappeared from view that Lin Jian finally spoke up. Principal Su, what kind of place is the National Professional Academy? Is it comparable to the Clergy Institute? Lin Jian was still unclear about these matters. Suyun patiently explained, from now on you can just call me teacher, or if that's too formal even a sister will do. I'm not much older than you. The National Professional Academy is the academy for career changers in Daxia. Although it might not match the Clergy Institute in some aspects, it is still one of the top institutions. In Daxia, it also provides the best resources for career changers to help them grow. If one has exceptional talent and strength, Daxia will also give them important responsibilities. After Suyun's explanation, Lin Jian had a general understanding. To grow and increase his strength, he needed resources, many of which were not something an individual could possess. For someone of Lin Jian's status, without help, even if he was an SSSS class clergy, he would not be able to grow. 3 hours later, the car entered a large mountain range and soon a huge building complex appeared resembling a city. Inside, skyscrapers towered and crowds bustled. At the forefront, the words National Professional Academy were prominently displayed. Finally, they had arrived. Suyun got out of the car, stretched lazily, her graceful figure unfolding like a painting, a feast for the eyes. Lin Jian, however, was not in the mood to appreciate it. Instead, he began to survey his surroundings. Compared to Jianghai city, this place was more prosperous, but Lin Jian also noticed that here too there was a disparity in status. Let's go. As a specially recruited student, I'll first show you where you'll be staying, and then I need to head off for college registration, Suyun called out. Following her, Lin Jian left, but at this moment he still hadn't grasped what being a special recruit truly meant. Little did he expect that his assumption about the National Vocational Academy being different from the Divine Vocational Academy would soon be completely shattered. Wherever there are people, there exist complex social dynamics, and even a nationwide vocational shift only made these dynamics more intricate and mixed. Lin Jian was merely a small fry who had mistakenly wandered into this river and lake from a poor district. Upon entering the National Vocational Academy, a world of new things was everywhere, with reclassifiers and ordinary people visible at every turn. Lin Jian followed Suyun to the quarters allocated for specially recruited students. The academy was vast. The area for these students alone was as large as 1/3 of Jianghai city. However, stepping into it, Lin Jian saw a completely different scene. Initially, upon entering the academy, he saw prosperity and distinctiveness, but as soon as they entered the special recruit area, the buildings were disorderly and the streets were chaotic, showing stark contrast and desolation compared to the outside. When Suyun led Lin Jian in, the people who saw Lin Jian coming did not show any joy on their faces. Instead, they were indifferent, some even gave pitiful looks. It was abnormal, too abnormal. Lin Jian immediately noticed that this place for special recruits, compared to the entire academy, was essentially a slum. Moreover, not many people were here, and each looked emaciated and spiritless. As reclassifiers, they shouldn't look like this. After all, reclassifiers, no matter how poorly, are supposed to have a higher status than ordinary people. How could this be the case in the National Vocational Academy, which contends with the Divine Vocational Academy? Teacher Su, what exactly is a special recruit? Why is there such a big difference between the inside and outside? Lin Jian couldn't help but ask. He had thought that entering the National Vocational Academy would mean receiving fair treatment and a peaceful environment to enhance his abilities. However, the current situation was hard to believe. Suyun too seemed helpless. Special recruits were not admitted through normal channels but were selected from various places, generally those with ordinary professions or lower divine class reclassifiers. It was an unintentional move by the academy. Should someone stand out, they naturally qualified for further cultivation. Lin Jian, I know you have strong self-esteem, but I believe more in your talent. There's not much I can do to help. Suyun clearly understood Lin Jian's feelings at the moment, having relied on each other with his sister coming from a poor district and finally achieving first place in the trials, only to be met with this outcome. Anyone would feel unsettled. Don't worry, teacher. Lin Jian didn't voice his dissatisfaction directly. For Suyun, who had helped him, Lin Jian didn't want to cause any trouble. Your room is just ahead. I'm going to check in at the academy now, Suyun said before she turned and left. At that moment, in the special recruitment area, Lin Jian entered his new residence. As soon as he stepped inside, he was hit by a strong smell of blood. Looking around, there were 4 beds in the room with 2 people lying on them covered in blood. Some had even broken legs. Another person sat helplessly on the side. What's going on here? Lin Jian asked, looking around in shock. The man sitting by slowly lifted his head to meet Lin Jian's gaze before lowering it again. New here. Once you're in, don't think about leaving. Sit down and rest. We're just punching bags for the regular students from the National Academy. The man spoke with a tone of desolation and numbness which deepened Lin Jian's concern. Punching bags? Lin Jian queried, puzzled. I'm Lin Jian, also a new special recruit. Isn't this the National Academy? Why is there such a disparity? As Lin Jian inquired, the man struggled to stand, revealing his prosthetic leg. I'm Zhao Feng, an S-class knight, just a regular knight, hence a special recruit. I've been here at the National Academy for a year now, Zhao Feng explained, startling Lin Jian with his level of experience. He was already at level 16. Hearing Zhao Feng's story, Lin Jian was stunned. Zhao Feng at level 16 was in such a state. In Jianghai City, someone like Xie Jinghua with level 16 would be thriving. Yet here Zhao Feng seemed miserable. Level 16 senior Zhao, you're almost ready for a job transition. Why are you in this state? And what's different about special recruits? Lin Jian continued to probe. Zhao Feng, momentarily taken aback by being called senior, then replied, special recruits like us have high divine rankings but poor professions, so the academy keeps us here loosely managed. Whether it's dungeon raids, secret realms, or even when regular students need to spar or collaborate, we can't refuse. In other words, we're their whetstones, their cannon fodder. Do you understand? The academy is just taking a chance with us. Lin Jian fell silent after hearing it all. Was this moving from one hell to another? If his own situation was so dire, what about Qin Xiao at the Divine Academy? Could it be even worse? Who bullies who? It's all the same, Lin Jian muttered darkly, causing Zhao Feng to chuckle. Every special recruit who comes here says the same thing. But what about reality? Reality is cruel, and soon they all have to tuck their tails and keep a low profile. Suddenly, as they were talking, the door was kicked open. It was Lin Jian. The door burst open to reveal a burly man with a powerful aura and a voice like a gong, his eyes fiercely scanning the room. As the figure approached with a threatening aura, Zhao Feng immediately lowered his head, standing to the side with a face full of terror. Lin Jian's eyes gradually turned icy. Don't you know how to knock? He said coldly. Seeing the disdain they had for those like him, stuck at the bottom, mired in the mud, Lin Jian was determined to show them the true capabilities of a life exchanger whom they looked down upon. You're Lin Jian? The newcomer said, scrutinizing him, a stranger to his face. What, should I knock? Cut the nonsense, it's not your place to lecture me, the man berated, completely disregarding Lin Jian. Observing Zhao Feng's demeanor, Lin Jian understood that this man was a senior from the National Vocational Academy. Is this the kind of manners students from the National Vocational Academy have? Since no one taught you respect, I guess I will. Lin Jian's eyes flashed with a deadly intent as he faced the man about to make a move. But just then, the man's attributes were displayed and a crushing sense of oppression swept over him instantly. This was the second time Lin Jian felt such pressure from a career changer, the first being those from the Divine Academy. Although the oppression from this man was not as overwhelming as those from the Divine Academy, it was clear that his level and profession were not simple. Tuzin's attributes were revealed, a full 20 levels. In terms of level, he completely overshadowed Lin Jian. Currently Lin Jian was only at level 8, and excluding the divine profession levels, just the career level itself was a significant gap. Moreover, the life exchanger was considered the lowest of the low and professional tiers, mere cannon fodder, while a blast master was among the elite combat professions. They weren't even in the same league. Boy, stunned, aren't you? I heard you are an SSSS tier divine profession holder, but unfortunately you're just a life exchanger, quite suitable for a special recruit, Tuzin said with disdain. In his eyes, even an unseen SSSS tier divine profession was still trash. As Tuzin spoke, Zhao Feng, who had been silent, was also shocked. SSSS tier divine profession, life exchanger. Wasn't this the person who had been the talk of the great Xiao recently, a newcomer who dared to annihilate a local family on his own? Was this really what a life exchanger was capable of? You all seem to know quite a bit about me, Lin Jian said, narrowing his eyes as he sized up the situation in his mind. Already calculating his next move. It's a pity I don't have any enhancement elixirs left, or I'd be fully confident. But even without them, Lin Jian was not about to back down. Life for a life, no matter the profession. Enough with the nonsense, come with me to the fighting arena. Your life as a special recruit is meant to be our punching bag. I've heard that as a life exchanger you can take a beating, so I specifically leveled up before coming to find you. Boy, you should feel honored. Tuzin spoke with an air of superiority, his words commanding, as if being chosen by him was a privilege bestowed upon Lin Jian. Lin Jian had had enough of this attitude, this tone. During his time in Jianghai, Xie Jinghua had used his status and position to mistreat his own sister, and even the alliance government, which was supposed to protect the rights of career changers, sided with them. Just because he was alone without support and his profession was deemed inferior, he was treated as less than others. Upon arriving here, Lin Jian never expected that only the surroundings would change while everything else remained the same, yet Lin Jian was determined to carve out his own path using his identity as a life exchange master. Honor, how you so-called highborns, have you ever thought about the times you would kneel and beg for mercy? Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Jian's eyes were cold as he watched. Despite being 12 levels apart, Lin Jian showed no fear. Hearing Lin Jian's agreement, Zhao Feng beside him wanted to speak up and persuade him otherwise, but Lin Jian had already stepped forward. Helpless, Zhao Feng had no choice but to quickly follow. With the respect Lin Jian showed by addressing him as senior, Zhao Feng felt that even if he couldn't persuade him, he should at least be there to collect his body, especially since in the special recruitment area dying every now and then was the norm. The combat arena. This was a facility specially established by the National Professional Academy, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people to battle simultaneously. Of course, the arena was meant for sparring. However, this sparring was only among the regular students. For the specially recruited students, their lives were cheap. As soon as Lin Jian arrived at the arena, he saw 3 or 4 people being blasted from the field, hitting the ground hard, bleeding profusely. Even so, neither the assailants nor the spectators stepped forward to help. Lin Jian did not intervene either. At this moment, he was not about to concern himself with the plight of strangers. It wasn't that Lin Jian was indifferent, but rather one should only take on responsibilities as great as their abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, come take a look. This year's special recruitment zone has a newcomer, an SSSS grade Divine Life Exchange Master. Surely you've all heard of him. Before the fight even started, Tuzin began to shout loudly. With his words, a crowd quickly gathered. Clearly, they had heard of Lin Jian. Is this Lin Jian? This guy? Because of him the alliance government pressured us, causing our academy to lose a spot in this year's secret realm. Not just that, I heard the Great Xia government also had to step back. Damn, an SSSS grade divine role, and it's a life exchange master profession. Ridiculous, the crowd murmured incessantly, their words filled with criticism towards Lin Jian. From their voices, Lin Jian also learned some news. No wonder throughout his journey both the Alliance government and the Divine Profession Academy had not troubled him. It turned out that the Great Xia government and the National Professional Academy had already negotiated a resolution. Although Lin Jian owed them a favor was a favor, but it was not an excuse to trample on his own dignity. You talk too much, Lin Jian said coldly. Is this it? Even if your level was the same as mine, what can you do as a support role compared to me? Tuzin did not consider Lin Jian a threat at all. Moreover, the characteristic of a life exchange master was to trade life for life. This was their only means of attack. Just relying on this, Lin Jian didn't seem to have any chance of victory. Now let me show you the difference. Tuzin laughed loudly, then raised his hand, instantly condensing a mini cannon in his palm. Following that, the cannon quickly gathered an extraordinarily powerful cannonball. Boom! Sounds erupted and a projectile was launched, instantly heading directly towards Lin Jian's head. The attacker used a lethal move without any hesitation. Although the shell wasn't the most powerful at level 20, it was more than enough to severely injure someone at level 8. Everyone watched with anticipation, hoping the shell would damage Lin Jian. Some even wished for his demise. Tuzin acted quickly, and Lin Jian didn't even have a chance to use his skills in front of a life-swapping master. Such an attack was most effective. However, what the crowd didn't know was that Lin Jian possessed a miraculous self-healing ability, and after growing to level 8 his physical strength had significantly increased. Even though the level 20 blaster's damage was not insignificant, Lin Jian was no ordinary life-swapper. Boom! The shell hit and exploded in an instant. Brilliant sparks burst forth in front of Lin Jian. However, the scene everyone anticipated did not unfold. After the explosion, Lin Jian was seen with his arms in front of him. The explosion had indeed caused his arms to bleed profusely, yet, in a blink of an eye his wounds had healed. Worthy of an SSSS class divine position. No wonder the Academy made an exception for a mere life-swapper like you to enter. You can heal yourself? Great! Now I can really enjoy this. Tuzin grinned widely, confident in his devastating firepower, believing that Lin Jian's healing abilities couldn't keep up. an SSSS class divine position was indeed rare, but it was often paired with an unremarkable profession. This was the difference. You think you can compete with me? Lin Jian sneered, and in the next moment he held nothing back. Swap life, chain bind. Swap life, hell's whale gravity imprisonment. In an instant Lin Jian unleashed a series of skills targeting Tucson. Noticing the energy fluctuations of the life swapper, Tucson was not the least bit perturbed. Kid, you don't think I'm unaware of a life swapper's abilities, do you? I'm equipped, Tucson scoffed mockingly, then raised his hand to fire several more shells at high speed, which Lin Jian did not attempt to dodge. However, when the shell attack hit, Lin Jian's body was torn apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere, but Tucson was also unlucky. Believing in his defensive capabilities against a life swapper's skills, he still suffered consecutive powerful attacks. The attacks were terrifyingly strong. His casual attacks became devastating when turned against him. Pfft! Tucson spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face turning pitch black, and at that moment his armor shattered into pieces. Damn it, there really is something strange. Tucson cursed, and then he launched another skill. Targeted shell, the skill activated, instantly launching an even more terrifying shell at an extremely high speed, leaving only a blurred trail behind. This power was incomparable to what had been seen before. In everyone's heart, they felt this would be the end for Lin Jian. Even though he had locked onto Tucson with the life exchange skill, if he were to be killed instantly, the skill would lose its effect. The life exchange skill was apparent, its advantage being able to trade injury for injury, life for life. However, once broken, once killed instantly, the situation would be entirely different. Boom! In an instant the cannonball exploded. A tremendous noise brought forth endless flames, and the smoke formed a mushroom cloud looking particularly terrifying. Tucson and Lin Jian were both engulfed in it. It was truly frightening. Tucson, worthy of his S-class divine status, this master blaster was indeed terrifying. By now it seemed certain that Lin Jian was dead. With such terrifying power, it was impossible for him to survive. The onlookers discussed fervently, holding no hope for Lin Jian, rather wishing that he would just die like this. Quick, listen, whose scream is that? Could it be Lin Jian? He's not dead yet. If Lin Jian were not dead, even if barely alive, because of the life exchange skill, Tucson would suffer 8 times the damage, a full 8 times. Even a regular attack multiplied by 8 times the damage would be extremely terrifying. Not to mention, this was Tucson's skill. My hand, my leg. How could this be? The next moment, as the smoke cleared, the arena was covered in blood, resembling a blood pool. Moreover, limbs blasted to pieces were scattered everywhere, making everyone's scalp tingle. Some girls even vomited on the spot. The scene was more horrifying than a car accident. Tucson continued to scream in agony, whereas Lin Jian, despite being covered in blood, despite his arms being blown off, was healing rapidly. The speed of his recovery was truly chilling. Lin Jian walked towards Tucson step by step, his face not showing pain, only coldness. My God, when did life exchangers become so monstrous? This was a gap of 12 levels. Even an SSSS class divine status wouldn't be so terrifying, right? Lin Jian's healing ability was frightening. Such a high divine status brought such monstrous capabilities. Tucson was done for. The spectators were shocked by every move Lin Jian made, unable to believe this was what a life exchanger could achieve. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Jian hadn't used a single tool. He had only bound the skill, and the rest was all Tucson attacking himself. But Tucson's attacks were endured by Lin Jian, and Tucson himself, he couldn't withstand it. 8 times the damage, no matter the level difference, was fatal for Tucson. So even you, the so-called regular students, can scream in agony. Lin Jian's indifferent voice pierced the air, carrying a bone-chilling message to every regular student's ears, making them shudder with fear. Remember this, those who oppress others will always bring shame upon themselves. As he spoke, Tucson screamed in terror, his face deathly pale, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at Lin Jian. He never imagined that a mere life swapper could inflict such terrifying damage. Reflecting on his previous arrogance, Tucson wished he could slap himself. What do you think you're doing? I am a regular student, you wouldn't dare mess with me. Lin Jian advanced step by step, his face smeared with blood, moving as if the blood flowed with his steps, resembling a ghoul crawling out from a pool of blood. He was on a mission to claim a life. The sound of his laughter echoed, cold and demonic, chilling to the bone. Regular student? What does that matter? As his cold voice dropped, a fierce light burst from Lin Jian's eyes. In the next moment he raised his hand, swift as a blade, and it pierced through Tucson's chest. This time Lin Jian did not turn the violence upon himself. Instead, he thrust his hand through Tucson's chest, ending his life instantly. With a swift motion as sharp as a blade, Tuzin was dead before he could grasp the reversal of his fate. What was supposed to be a mere beating turned deadly against him. Moreover, he was killed directly by a life swapper. As Tuzin fell, the regular students around him widened their eyes in disbelief, while the specially recruited students, often treated as punching bags, were equally stunned. Mouths agape, Zhao Feng watched, his mind numb with shock. An 8th level life swapper had just solo killed a 20th level blast master. Such an impossibility was now a stark reality. A specially recruited student daring to kill a regular one, this was nothing short of a rebellion. Was Lin Jian really that fearsome? His attack was lethal, yet he survived. Suddenly panic fully set in among the regular students. For the first time in the history of the National Professional Academy, a specially recruited student had killed a regular one, a direct challenge to their status. With Tuzin's death, chaos erupted in the arena. Although shocked by Lin Jian's power, the regular students nonetheless converged around him, intent on revenge. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng, his brows furrowed, didn't hesitate for a second. He pushed through the crowd to reach Lin Jian's side. You really are fearless, aren't you, ready to die just like that? As Zhao Feng approached, his expression grave and wary of the surrounding regular students, Lin Jian simply grinned. And why did you come, senior? After a pause, Zhao Feng finally responded, better to die a swift death than live in disgrace. Hearing this, Lin Jian laughed, senior, we won't die. These regular students, mostly between levels 16 and 20, I may not be able to kill them all, but I can certainly cripple them. As the regular students pressed in, their menacing auras flared uncontrollably. Not only that, some even pulled out their professional weapons. It was clear they were out to kill Lin Jian. Get out of the way, everyone move. Just as the situation was becoming extremely tense, a scolding voice came from behind, quieting the entire fighting scene. 3 middle-aged men, each with an imposing demeanor, approached. The regular students stepped aside, fear evident on their faces. Teacher Qin, the special recruit, has killed Tuzin. He must pay with his life. As soon as the 3 men arrived, the regular students began to complain. Leading them, Teacher Qin glanced at Tuzin's body on the ground, his death a gruesome sight. A level 20 blasting master had been reduced to this by a life exchange master who wasn't even level 10. This Lin Jian was indeed no ordinary person. So you are Lin Jian, you do have some skills. We are from the enforcement department of the National Vocational Academy. Even though you are a specially recruited student, you shouldn't have killed your opponent even in a spar. Teacher Qin first greeted him, then his expression turned stern as he began to scold Lin Jian. The regular students watched intently, excitement flickering across their faces. With the enforcement department stepping in, wasn't this special recruit Lin Jian doomed? Daring to lethally strike a regular student was simply courting death. No one could help him now. Here, the lives of special recruits were worthless, absolutely inconsequential. Even if Lin Jian had previously demonstrated frightening strength, what of it? Professions only grow stronger over time. However, some professions become increasingly useless as they progress. Undoubtedly, the life exchange master was one such profession, yet there was not a trace of fear on Lin Jian's face. His eyes even radiated a bone-chilling coldness. Just a dog, dead is dead. When they kill special recruits under the guise of sparring, why don't you intervene? Is this what the National Vocational Academy is about? Only infighting? Lin Jian was unapologetic. He admitted that he had been grateful to Ji Wuyo before he arrived. As Ji had informed him about his sister's situation, Lin Jian had even harbored some fantasies about the academy, but the reality upon arrival dealt him a harsh blow. Lin Jian's rebuttal made the scene awkward. The special recruits watched, but their eyes held no expectation. So what? Teacher Qin looked at Lin Jian with a cold face, surprised that such a newcomer dared to speak to him in this manner. You special recruits should understand that bearing the name of the National Vocational Academy is already a great honor for you. The academy has given you a chance and you must abide by its rules. Teacher Qin continued his stern admonition, his presence overwhelming. It was clear that this whole mess was Lin Jian's fault. Although many regular students had also killed numerous special admission students, they only seemed to focus on this one incident. Rules? What if I don't follow the rules? Does the National Professional Academy plan to kill me too? Have you never considered that the ants you look down upon might one day shake the elephant? Lin Jian was not to be outdone. Things had already reached this point. Lin Jian didn't think there was anything wrong with killing Tuzin. On the contrary, Lin Jian only regretted not killing more arrogance. Teacher Qin was repeatedly lectured by Lin Jian, losing face in the process. With a thunderous rage his attributes were displayed, his terrifying aura overwhelming like a landslide. Qin Shoucheng's attributes were numerous, with various explosive properties and a dazzling level that shocked everyone present. Lin Jian watched, his expression growing more solemn. This Qin Shoucheng had reached level 50, although Lin Jian did not know the levels of Ji Wuyo and those at the Divine Professional Academy. The person in front of him was indeed the highest level he had ever encountered. Level 50, reaching level 50 in a profession could be said to be entering a whole new realm. With such oppressive power, Lin Jian had no room to resist. Moreover, Lin Jian had already tried to use his skills at the first chance, but it was futile. He simply couldn't apply them due to the vast difference in levels, a gap that was insurmountable unless Lin Jian was at a similar level. You mere life exchanger, does the National Professional Academy's rules allow you to question them? Qin Shoucheng's eyes narrowed coldly, and with a raise of his hand he threw a punch. Bang! The punch, with full force, nearly killed Lin Jian on the spot. If it weren't for Lin Jian's enhanced physical strength and his miraculous self-healing ability, that punch would have been impossible for an 8th-level professional to withstand. The sudden punch left Lin Jian's head buzzing, but the fiery pain on his face fueled his anger even more. It was clear that Qin Shoucheng was using him to establish authority. To strike a level 8 life exchanger with a level 50 inch, how could he even justify his actions? Unfortunately, even though Lin Jian was an SSSS level divine professional, he still did not receive any recognition. Winning first in the trial, Lin Jian relied on his fearless determination. Overlooked by the Divine Professional Academy, Lin Jian depended on his demonstrated strength and ruthlessness. Targeted by the Xie family, Lin Jian proved himself by using the entire Xie family to uphold his dignity. Lin Jian slowly raised his head, but the mark on his face had already disappeared. Though the punch from Qin Shoucheng was powerful, it seemed trivial before his miraculous healing power. Is that all the strength you have? Lin Jian looked up, defiantly staring at Qin Shoucheng. Even though it was a hopeless situation, Lin Jian showed no sign of backing down or fear. Zhao Feng was standing nearby, was completely stunned, unable to believe that Lin Jian was not even remotely afraid of a teacher from the National Professional Academy, even openly challenging him. Hearing Lin Jian's words, Qin Shoucheng's eyes twitched. Being challenged by a special admission student like this, where could he put his face as a teacher? Disrespectful, breaking the rules, even killing students of the National Professional Academy. No matter how you got here, today you must die. Qin Shoucheng snorted coldly, and in the next moment his hand formed into a fist, revealing the terrifying power intended to directly annihilate Lin Jian. A level 50 magic swordsman, inherently endowed with formidable physical strength, can deliver a punch so powerful that even without employing his magic sword it would be lethal to a level 20 adversary, instantly crushing them. As the fist was about to strike, a fierce determination surged in Lin Jian's eyes. He decided to risk it all. Depending on his self-healing abilities, he might not be able to kill his opponent, but he was determined to make him regret the assault. The regular students watched eagerly, their faces animated with excitement, almost wishing for Qin Shoucheng's fist to accelerate its descent. However, just as the punch was about to land, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire fighting arena. Everyone was immobilized, including Qin Shoucheng, who froze on the spot. Then they saw Ji Wuyo appear. Despite being hundreds of meters away, he approached in just a few strides. Between transfer students, life and death are predestined, and it seems the academy has relaxed its control over the regular students in recent years? Qin Shoucheng, you who are in charge, how have you managed this? As Ji Wuyo appeared, he waved his hand, and the oppressive atmosphere instantly dissipated. Qin Shoucheng's face turned sour, and he dared not retort against Ji Wuyo. Vice Principal Lin Jian killed a regular student during a spar. Shouldn't he be punished? Moreover, for slandering and disrespecting the National Professional Academy and not following the rules, the law enforcement has the right to deal with it, even under Ji Wuyo's pressure. Qin Shoucheng couldn't help but argue. Being publicly humiliated by a specially recruited student he thought would damage his reputation if left unchecked. As Qin Shoucheng spoke, Ji Wuyo simply glanced at him calmly, which immediately silenced him. Indeed, having power made a difference. The National Professional Academy was no exception. Lin Jian watched Qin Shoucheng's antics and couldn't help but laugh. Strength ruled supreme in this world of the survival of the fittest. Even reborn into this world, the rules remained the same. Strength was capital, and Lin Jian was still too weak, too rigid, could easily break. Special recruits, though not as privileged as regular students, if you consider external conditions unfair and expect respect from everyone, you would be limiting yourself, Ji Wuyo stated emphatically, his words striking deep into Lin Jian's heart. As Ji Wuyo had said, no matter the external environment, that was the reality outside. The only way to change one's situation was to become stronger. The outside world would not adapt to anyone. From now on, sparring would just be sparring, and any incidents causing injury or death would be severely punished. The National Professional Academy was a collective, not a stage for flaunting power. Everyone disperse, commanded Ji Wuyo, and the regular students, not daring to linger, scattered quickly. Qin Shoucheng watched resentfully as Lin Jian was now untouchable with Ji Wuyo's protection. The difference between Lin Jian and him was not just in strength but also in status. Qin Shoucheng, take care of yourself. With these words, Ji Wuyo disappeared in a flash, left with nothing but a face full of rage and no way to vent it. Qin Shoucheng stood coldly alongside a group of special admission students who hadn't yet recovered from the shock. They hadn't expected the vice dean to intervene. Lucky you, kid, Qin Shoucheng thought. But here at the National Professional Academy, my words are not taken lightly. Despite his anger, he restrained himself from taking further action against Lin Jian due to Ji Wuyo's presence. Facing Qin Shoucheng's blatant threats, Lin Jian was equally defiant. I will remember this slap, he declared. Given time, I will return it. With these harsh words, Lin Jian turned and left, ignoring Qin Shoucheng completely. Ji Wuyo's intervention had alleviated many of the thoughts and emotions that had been suppressed in Lin Jian's heart. In other words, Lin Jian, who had once been somewhat obstinate, now saw things much clearer. After Lin Jian's departure, the rest of the special admission students also left the combat arena. For years, these students had been oppressed by the regular students, subjected to bullying without the strength or courage to retaliate. Their situation was dire. Some had died, others had been maimed. But Lin Jian's arrival changed everything. Not only had he killed a regular student, but he had even dared to threaten a teacher of the National Professional Academy, prompting the vice dean to step in and resolve the situation. This gave the downtrodden special admission students a glimmer of hope. Back at the dormitory, Lin Jian and Zhao Feng returned to find a crowd of special admission students gathered outside. Seeing them, Lin Jian felt a sense of helplessness. Born in the slums, he knew all too well that some afflictions had no cure, like the disease of poverty. Yet here, even as transfer students in the same dire straits, they had some means to fight back, but they chose to endure. Cowed by authority, disperse, he told them. Go back and train hard, improve your strength, and don't depend on others when trouble comes. Lin Jian had no desire to be their leader, nor did he have any interest in it. Ji Wuyo's advice had made Lin Jian realize that caring too much about external factors was unwise. The only viable path was to enhance his own strength. In the world of transfer students, power was supreme. Ji Wuyo had shown up twice to make it clear. In this world, respect and self-esteem were insignificant compared to strength. With sufficient power, all problems could be easily solved. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Jian sat down and took a deep breath. With his extraordinary self-healing ability, he wasn't worried about his physical condition. However, Qin Shoucheng's slap was something he couldn't forget. It was a debt he intended to repay tenfold. Zhao Feng kept talking, never expecting Lin Jian to be so ferocious. To be able to kill a regular student despite the huge gap in levels was truly admirable for his courage. It doesn't matter, that kind of person will be killed sooner or later, Lin Jian responded casually, his words seemingly offhand yet filled with ruthless determination. Senior, let's talk about other matters. As special admissions students, what conveniences do we have for class advancement? Lin Jian changed the subject, knowing discussing it further was pointless. Just as Ji Wuyo had said, the only path Lin Jian could take was to strengthen his powers. About the class advancement, Zhao Feng explained, there are mainly two ways. First, go to dungeons and secret realms, kill wild beasts to gain experience. It's the fastest way but also very dangerous. Second, use materials. Some materials from wild beasts can also give experience, though not much. Plus, you have to buy these materials and they aren't cheap. As Zhao Feng finished, Lin Jian fell silent. Besides experience points, there was also the divine class level to consider. The higher the divine class level, the more experience absorbed and the faster the advancement. However, this could vary due to the influence of one's profession. Currently, Lin Jian was level 8, but that was only because he had previously injected a strength-enhancing serum which granted him his current power. Thinking of this, a hint of madness flashed in Lin Jian's eyes. Senior, is there a strength-enhancing serum here or something with a similar effect? Lin Jian asked directly, which took Zhao Feng by surprise. The serum was strictly prohibited. Even if it was available, it couldn't be used casually or it could be fatal. Lin Jian's audacity truly impressed Zhao Feng. Such a precious item, the National Vocational Academy should have it, but it wasn't accessible to them and definitely not available on the market. However, there was something similar to the strength-enhancing serum, though it was generally more dangerous, mostly used for crafting equipment. Hearing this, Lin Jian grew curious. His body possessed an extremely terrifying self-healing ability. Even if reduced to powder, as long as one cell remained, a fragment could come back to life. Although Lin Jian had never tried this, he trusted his self-healing ability immensely. To him, these dangerous items were merely supplements. As long as his body could handle it, he could disregard the risks. This item was called a magic crystal, found only in secret realms when encountering magical beasts. Originally used to enhance equipment quality, if consumed directly, it could increase one's level, but the risks involved were no less severe than those of the strength-enhancing serum. The worst case could result in losing control and becoming a killing machine. At best, it could lead to a decline in strength and damage to the divine class. After Zhao Feng finished explaining, Lin Jian had a clearer understanding. After briefly inquiring once more and getting a general idea of the National Vocational Academy, Lin Jian stood up and left. The true core of the entire academy was actually located in its deepest part, the area where the regular students resided, which also housed another school, the real heart of the National Vocational Academy. Regarding the special recruitment area where the special recruits are located, as well as other locations, they all belong to the outer city, which is not much different from ordinary cities. Everything one needs can be found there. Thus, ordinary people who have changed their professions are also present. Previously in Jianghai, during the first trial, Lin Jian received a substantial reward from the city's national government, which was a huge sum of money. Since he needed to enhance his strength, Lin Jian prepared thoroughly before venturing into dungeons and secret realms. In the outer city, there is a wholesale market. This place is a mixed bag, featuring both regular stalls and those set up by outsider families. But here only one thing is universally acknowledged: money. Money is the hard currency, the economy itself, and even the most powerful professionals must choose to rely on a power base. At that time in the wholesale market, Lin Jian stepped in and was immediately greeted by countless shouting voices. The market was packed with people almost shoulder to shoulder. Look around, fresh magic crystals, a guarantee against loss and deception, only 300,000 each. In the crowd, Lin Jian listened to the hawking and was shocked himself. A single magic crystal for 300,000. The price of these materials was astonishingly high. Previously, in order to gather money for his sister's treatment, he had sold his blood and organs, barely saving up a few $100,000. Now, a single magic crystal cost so much. After becoming a professional, the world he was in touch with was entirely different. Though everyone lived in the same world, many seemed to live in two different ones. Lin Jian did not dwell on this any longer. He went straight forward and bought 3 magic crystals in one go. Of course, they were ostensibly for making equipment. Professionals, no matter their job, all need equipment, including armor and weapons. Weapons are special, for example, Qin Xiu, a master of weapons for the SSS grade divine profession, doesn't need anything so complex. A master of weapons can make weapons, and even exclusive ones at that. Naturally, the required materials are also extraordinary. Most professions need equipment to some extent. The equipment is categorized by several colors indicating their quality and strength: white, blue, black, purple, and orange. The higher you go, the rarer the materials needed, and the professionals who can use them are inevitably powerful. However, for Lin Jian, a life-changer by profession, these items were not necessary. He could save a lot of money on his own. After all, defense would only affect Lin Jian's output. If he wasn't injured or attacked, how could he inflict damage on the opponent? These considerations were all related. After wandering around, Lin Jian left the wholesale market, his next destination being the Divine Realm Square in the outer city. The Divine Realm Steel is the essential path to dungeons and secret realms. Many places around the world have them, and they are numerous. The reason why the National Professional Academy is established is also because of the Divine Realm Steel. This is a product of the era of universal professionalization, not something that can be shaped by human hands. And in the Divine Realm Square in the outer city, there is a bounty task area. The bounty missions were specifically established by the State Vocational Academy not only to meet the material supply and demand of the market, but also to provide a training ground for those changing professions, thereby enhancing their strength. While the Divine Realm Steel leads to dungeon-like secret realms different from the original world, the universe-wide job change also brought about lurking dangers. Sometimes issues with some divine realm steals would cause wild beasts and monsters to disturb the cities. At that moment at the Divine Realm Square by the Bounty area, Lin Jian walked in and observed the large screen in front of the hall displaying a rolling list of various missions, including those involving the Divine Realm Steel's secret realms. To enter, one had to pay a certain insurance fee, as the materials required for the missions had to be handed over to the Bounty area at cost price after acquisition, serving as a way for the State Vocational Academy to accumulate wealth. What remained would belong to the individual. Lin Jian carefully examined the listings, reminiscing about his initial foray into the divine realm as a novice in Jianghai City. Given his current level, he could still only enter the novice realm. The differentiation within the divine realm was clear, divided into novice, spirit, ghost, and dragon levels. The latter three featured extremely high difficulty in their dungeons with formidable wild beasts. One needed to reach at least level 16 to enter the spirit level, therefore Lin Jian chose to enter the novice realm. Isn't that Lin Jian, the special enrollee? This guy is going to enter the dungeon alone, someone exclaimed. This kid really has guts, but he's also tough, even killing Tucson. He didn't even show respect to Teacher Chin. This year's special enrollees are really something else, a life exchanger profession, and so formidable. Suddenly, I feel like my profession is a bit weak. On the square, various job changers watched as Lin Jian walked toward the divine realm steel alone, and they immediately started discussing among themselves. The basic common sense for entering dungeons was to form teams. It was rare for someone to enter alone unless they were of an S-grade divine class with a very strong profession. The life exchanger was seen as a cannon fodder profession. It was impossible for one to survive alone in there. After Lin Jian entered, on the other side of the square on the balcony of a tall building, two figures appeared. One of them was Ji Wuyo. Old Ji, you seem to be quite concerned about this kid. There must be a reason, right? Because of him, the State Vocational Academy and the Dashe government have suffered losses. Even though he's an SSSS grade divine class, with his reckless and impulsive nature, I'm afraid there's not much hope. The man beside him spoke, puzzled by Ji Wuyo's recent actions. Lin Jian had slaughtered over a dozen job changers privately and even used the strictly prohibited enhanced blood potion. Such a person should have been executed, yet Ji Wuyo had vouched for him. Elder Chang, this young man Lin Jian is no ordinary individual. I have seen many who have changed their professions, and among them, some geniuses, yet none have shown his level of determination. Ji Wuyo spoke with a hint of admiration in his eyes for Lin Jian. However, he never showed this sentiment directly to Lin Jian. Instead, he always maintained an indifferent attitude towards him. Determination, I think it's more recklessness. Killing a regular player somewhat undermines the respect for other trainees. Moreover, venturing into a dungeon alone at just level 8, isn't that akin to seeking death? This entry into the beginner's realm is completely different from his first trial. Elder Chang, pausing in his critique, expressed that Lin Jian's actions were foolish. Really? How about we make a bet then? If he comes back safe and sound, he might even bring back a surprise. What do you say? Upon hearing the proposal of a wager, Elder Chang readily agreed. Here were two deputy deans, notable figures, now betting on an 8th level fate changer. If word got out, it would certainly be hard for others to believe. Yet, not just them, the job changers at the Divine Realm Square were also watching with attitudes of spectators at a play. As Lin Jian entered the dungeon alone, everyone stared at the Divine Realm stele displaying the dungeon information. Watching as Lin Jian entered the Misty Forest. This dungeon is one of the hardest for those under level 16 in the beginner's realm. The weakest monsters there are at least C-ranked, and the boss of the Misty Forest is extremely formidable. Lin Jian is surely doomed. The crowd was shocked when they saw Lin Jian choosing to enter the Misty Forest. A fate changer going solo into a dungeon, especially one so challenging for beginners, was like courting death. This kid really has guts. Elder Ji, do you still believe in him? Elder Chang, seeing the dungeon choice, was equally astonished. In his heart he believed it was impossible for Lin Jian to survive. In contrast, Ji Wuyo appeared calm, his composure sparking curiosity in Elder Chang, who now found himself even more intrigued by Lin Jian. Outside the Divine Realm, there was much commotion, but inside, Lin Jian had already stepped into the Misty Forest. Upon entering, the dense fog completely obscured his vision, making it impossible to see or discern direction, let alone complete any bounty tasks. This Misty Forest is indeed peculiar, but that's useless against me, Lin Jian muttered as he immediately used his skill, Fate Change, Night Eye's exploration. With this skill, even the fog could not hinder him. Although he was a fate changer, the skill needed a target to be effective after activation. if not for this ability Lin Jian would have been immobilized. Furthermore, with his extraordinary self-healing ability, even encountering danger wouldn't jeopardize his safety. At worst, he could let the monsters strike him a bit before using his skill, which was also a time-saving measure. Under the effect of Night Eye's exploration, Lin Jian soon detected the traces of a monster, cave dark spider rank, C talent, armor break. Every attack can cause armor break and inflict bleeding effects. Skills, spider spear penetration. With a strong and powerful spider spear, one can penetrate everything. When attacking, it comes with a paralyzing effect that lasts for 3 seconds. Skill, Death's Gaze, a deadly stare that can daze the target, causing a brief stupor for 5 seconds. Suddenly, a wild monster appeared and Lin Jian immediately locked onto the cave black spider. Life Exchange, Divine Chain Binding, Life Exchange, Hell's Whale. In an instant, the skills were bound and Lin Jian didn't even bother to exert gravity. After all, at level 8, releasing multiple skills at once consumes a lot. However, he hadn't anticipated that even in the novice realm, different dungeons would house such powerful wild monsters, stronger than the bosses he had encountered in the initial swampy woods. Just after binding his skills, the cave black spider launched an attack instantly. This spider did not have webs but was incredibly fast-moving, wielding a sharp and enormous spider spear. As the spider spear swung directly at Lin Jian under the effects of the life exchange skills, he initially did not plan to dodge, allowing the cave black spider to strike. Then, relying on the life exchange skills, it was supposed to suffer eightfold pain, but Lin Jian hadn't expected that the cave black spider would not play by the rules. Instead of piercing, the spider spear whipped towards him. That's not playing fair. Bang! The whip of the spider spear sent Lin Jian flying, and though there were no visible injuries, it was still very painful. Although Hell's Whale could return the damage eightfold to the cave black spider, it wasn't a fatal blow and the damage it sustained was minimal. Lin Jian steadied himself and saw the cave black spider preparing to repeat its attack, which infuriated him. You beast, you want to torture me to death? Lin Jian's eyebrows knitted together and his eyes flashed with madness. Playing with life and death? Then I shall play you to death. If you won't make a move, I will. Lin Jian didn't hold back, pulling out a short dagger he had prepared earlier, waving it in his hand. As the cave black spider approached, Lin Jian didn't hesitate and stabbed directly at a vital spot. In an instant, under the effect of Hell's Whale's eightfold damage, the cave black spider screamed in agony. However, the creature's speed did not decrease but increased even more. Seeing this, Lin Jian did not hesitate, his dagger moving swiftly over his own body. Like chopping vegetables, he turned himself into a cutting board. In contrast, terrifying wounds multiplied on the body of the cave black spider. Even if it was a wild monster with strong defenses, it couldn't withstand so much damage simultaneously. The damage Lin Jian received was minor, but the cave black spider had to endure 8 times that. Come on, let's see who can withstand this. The cave black spider, a grade C wild monster, already possessed some intelligence at this level and knew Lin Jian was a life exchanger. That's why it chose a method of torture, avoiding causing any injuries. The spider might have had a good plan, but Lin Jian was not about to waste time. His dagger attacked furiously with each strike, worsening the injuries. As the cave spider's injuries worsened, its agonizing screams echoed relentlessly. The attacks it launched were futile, merely adding to its own injuries. Then Lin Jian witnessed a peculiar scene. Instead of continuing its assault, the cave spider abruptly turned and darted into the mist. It had no intention of engaging with Lin Jian, focusing solely on escaping his range of skills to avoid further damage. Thinking of fleeing? No way. Exchange life. Night Eye's exploration. Seeing the cave spider attempting to escape, Lin Jian was not about to indulge it. He sprinted furiously, pursuing it closely. Outside the Divine Realm at the plaza, the crowd watched the map of the misty forest and Lin Jian's movements. Initially, everyone thought Lin Jian was in grave danger this time, but in the blink of an eye, the situation changed dramatically. What? Am I seeing this right? The wild cave spider is actually running away? And Lin Jian is chasing it. He's an exchange life master A class with hardly any offensive capabilities, and he's making a grade C wild beast flee? The regular students were completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere exchange life master, a support class, could alone enter the misty forest and make a grade C wild beast run. It was unheard of, unseen. This scene was truly an eye-opener. Absolutely bizarre. No wonder this special recruit could defeat Tuzin. He really does have the skills. Now at only level 8, what would happen if he changes his class? What is the class change for an exchange life master? The crowd buzzed. With discussions dazzled by Lin Jian's actions, yet no one could understand how he accomplished this. They just watched in awe as he chased the wild beast, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. Even combat-oriented classes might not be able to achieve what Lin Jian did. However, when someone mentioned the class change for an exchange life master, the crowd fell silent again. The exchange life master itself was considered a bottom-tier class to them, hardly garnering any attention. Moreover, most who change class from exchange life master end up as cannon fodder, with few continuing to advance. Reaching level 16 and changing class was indeed rare. Meanwhile, in the newbie area of the Divine Realm, the Misty Forest, Lin Jian relentlessly chased, stabbing with his dagger like a man powered by adrenaline. As if the dagger in his hand had become a stimulant, Lin Jian sprinted after the cave spider, which was now fighting for its life. After a relentless chase, the spider could not escape and ultimately died from its worsening injuries. Nice try, but you can't escape from an exchange life. Once I've set my sights on you, your life is mine. Lin Jian looked at the corpse of the cave spider, a smile spreading across his face. Ding, you have killed a grade C wild beast cave spider and gained 800 experience points. After absorbing the experience, Lin Jian collected the necessary materials and continued exploring the Misty Forest. The forest was vast and the fog dense, but for Lin Jian, who possessed the Night Eye's exploration skill, it was not an issue. Soon Lin Jian detected several dangerous presences. Out of the fog, 7 wolves suddenly leaped out. Each one was massive, 3 times the size of a normal wild wolf, with eyes as dark as ink, giving them a rather sinister appearance. Monster, Mist. Demon Wolf level, C-grade talent, Focus. Once a target is locked, all attributes increase by 10%. Skill, Wind Chasing Claw. Speed-based, with a 30% armor-piercing effect and a 5% bleeding effect when causing damage. Mist Demon Wolves, a C-grade monster, and there were 7 of them. Lin Jian looked on somewhat helplessly. Although he had entered the Divine Realm instance for a bounty task and to level up, thus strengthening his abilities, the Mist Forest really seemed to think highly of him. The monsters it presented were all starting from C-grade. 7 wolves, he thought. Too bad I didn't bring any iodine, or I'd torment you to death. Lin Jian twisted his neck, and in the next moment his eyes became sharp. As a life exchanger, he could bind up to 8 targets, and now with 7 wolves he even had a surplus. Thus, without further ado, he chose to make his move decisively, without any hesitation. With the activation of Hell's Wail, although the wolves' attacks were fierce, they couldn't withstand the 8-fold damage feedback, which literally killed the 7 wolves under their own onslaught. If it were any other life exchanger, they wouldn't have the capability to handle this alone. But Lin Jian, relying on his self-healing abilities, started on a path unique to him, from cannon fodder to a crazed warrior. In the Mist Forest, Lin Jian continuously engaged with monsters, while at the Divine Realm Square the number of spectators was growing. Half of the regular students from the National Academy were there. Lin Jian's previous defeat of Tuzin had already caused quite a stir, a special recruit challenging authority. Moreover, he was an SSSS-grade godly life exchanger, naturally drawing attention. This Lin Jian was simply too abnormal. This year's special recruit was indeed extraordinary, a life exchanger soloing instances facing so many C-grade monsters and yet unscathed. Not only unscathed, but he even made the monsters run around in fear. The regular students felt a tingling in their scalps. Among them were both freshmen and seniors, many of whom had godly levels above B-grade, with professions far surpassing Lin Jian's life exchanger. Yet even so, they couldn't match Lin Jian's capabilities. How much would his level increase once he came out? The Mist Forest only got more troublesome as one progressed, even having B-grade and A-grade monsters. Those monsters he couldn't handle, could he? The regular students began to discuss among themselves. The Mist Forest was just one of the novice instances, and for those of them who were level 10 or even had changed classes, it indeed wasn't worth mentioning. But for those new to changing classes, it was a nightmare. Although Lin Jian now displays remarkable strength, facing even stronger wild beasts is not so easy to handle. If he can survive and come out alive, no matter the outcome, the status of special recruits like him might change in the future. At some point, someone in the crowd unexpectedly spoke up, instantly silencing many. Lin Jian is a special recruit and not exactly considered a regular student at the National Academy. But now, the strength he has shown is truly stunning. If he really can make it out alive, his status at the Academy will surely rise. Rest assured that the boss of this Misty Forest is not easy to provoke, even for those in combat professions. This beast is known as the strongest defense in the novice realm. Regular students looked at the map, each harboring their own expectations. a rise in the status of special recruits means a shift in the old patterns and even more intense competition for resources. In the misty forest, these wild beasts are quite the nuisance, always making me chase after them. After Lin Jian dealt with a group of wild beasts, he smoothly collected the experience and materials needed for the bounty task. He could choose to leave the misty forest at any time now, yet he thought about the wild beast leopard he had chased earlier, which felt as frustrating as if he was asking it for a quick remedy for urgency. Annoyed, Lin Jian took drastic measures on himself, breaking one of his legs to finally kill the leopard. Since he was in the instance, Lin Jian had a simple principle: no clearing, no leaving. Aren't instances meant to be cleared? Lin Jian's eyes flickered as he immersed himself in battle, continuously engaging with wild beasts. Although it was always a life-for-life victory for Lin Jian, the combat experience was accumulating and his professional level was also rising. Ding! Congratulations on killing a Class C wild beast, gaining 800 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 12. Seeing his professional level increase, Lin Jian was thrilled. Level 12, although not yet enough for a job change, was quite good for Lin Jian. If he could clear this misty forest, the experience gained might even lift him further. With that thought, Lin Jian didn't delay. He chose the simplest and most brutal approach, directly pushing through. No matter what wild beast he encountered, he would activate his skills and then fiercely assault himself. For a while, people outside the Divine Realm Square were stunned, while Lin Jian was directly exhilarated. In the face of wild beasts that couldn't instantly kill him, Lin Jian, with his life exchange profession and abnormal self-healing ability, was almost invincible. Ding! Kill the wild beast, gain 800 experience points. Ding! Kill the wild beast, gain 800 experience points. The notifications of leveling up kept ringing, and Lin Jian's experience points were also continuously rising. Soon he reached level 14. Normally, those undergoing job transitions in their next instance could only level up 1 to 2 levels, and that's still considering the experience points they get from killing wild beasts. Generally, job transitioners are always in teams and the experience gain needs to be divided among them. Secondly, they are unable to act like Lin Jian, who can completely ignore his injuries and take immediate action. This is Lin Jian's advantage. At the Divine Realm Square, everyone was astounded by Lin Jian's prowess. Lin Jian is too monstrous. How many monsters has he killed already? And he's still pushing further inside. Someone exclaimed, "Look quick, he's reached the boss area of the Misty Forest." The boss of the Misty Forest is known as the absolute nemesis of soul swappers like him. Watching Lin Jian's path, everyone was shocked. No one expected that a soul swapper like Lin Jian could possess such terrifying strength. Even though he was only a novice, his power was indeed unparalleled. The Misty Forest's boss, the Misty Ice Bear, known for its strong defense, is an S-grade monster. Among S-grade monsters, its defense is top-notch, and most deadly of all, it has defensive capabilities even internally. At that moment, on the balcony of a high-rise building behind the square, Ji Wuyo and Vice Chancellor Chang were closely watching. "Well, Ji, I think you're too confident. He's just a soul swapper and not of a high level. Facing his true nemesis, this is a path to certain death," Vice Chancellor Chang remarked earnestly. "Looking at Lin Jian's performance so far, he's already worthy of being cultivated by our National Academy. There's no need to prove anything further." But observing Lin Jian's movements, it was clear he was heading straight for the Misty Ice Bear. This was undoubtedly a suicidal mission. "Don't worry, the fate of those who change their destiny is preordained. Even if he dies, it would be due to his arrogance," Ji Wuyo responded, silencing Vice Chancellor Chang. His words seemed to carry a ring of truth. While outsiders continued to speculate, Lin Jian had already confronted the Misty Ice Bear in the Misty Forest. In the dense fog of the Misty Forest, a massive figure emerged. With its sleek black fur, incredibly strong limbs, and blood-red eyes full of murderous intent, it bared its teeth menacingly. Just its thunderous roar was enough to make Lin Jian involuntarily step back. Is this the Misty Forest's boss? Truly terrifying, an S-grade monster, Lin Jian observed, shocked yet immensely excited. Defeating this S-grade monster would allow Lin Jian to level up once again as the boss of the Misty Forest. The S-grade Misty Ice Bear possessed formidable attributes. When Lin Jian realized this, the excitement on his face quickly turned somber and serious. Monster, Misty Ice Bear, level, S-grade, talent, absolute defense. Its physical body's external defense is massive, reducing 80% of physical and magical damage and automatically repairing 50% of injuries. Its internal organs also have extremely strong defensive capabilities. Skill, armor shock, defense instantaneously increases by 100%. Skill, armor burst, accumulate damage taken and release it actively. Observing the situation of the Misty Ice Bear, Lin Jian only then realized how terrifying the S-Class beast he encountered this time was. Compared to those he had encountered before, they were not even on the same level. Even though Lin Jian had leveled up and was stronger than before, he started to worry. Such abnormal defense, isn't this just a shield? Lin Jian was somewhat speechless. The Life Swapper's skill could make the target suffer damage multiple times over, but now the defense of this Misty Ice Bear was astonishing. Lin Jian's target multiplier under Hell's Whale was 14 times. With other beasts, any minor injury could be lethal, hence Lin Jian didn't always go all out to the point of breaking his head, but now Lin Jian was worried. Regardless, he decided to test how freakish this guy's defense really was. Lin Jian's eyes narrowed, unable to think of a suitable strategy since the Life Swapper profession was not combat-oriented by nature. This was the first time Lin Jian felt constricted by his profession. It indeed felt terrible, but retreating was obviously not an option. Life Swap, God Chain Bind, Life Swap, Hell's Whale. Without any hesitation, Lin Jian unleashed all his skills. It was all to test the defensive capabilities of this S-Class beast, the Misty Ice Bear. However, just as Lin Jian deployed his skills, the claw of the Misty Ice Bear struck fiercely. Not even giving Lin Jian time to react, a single swipe sent him crashing into the ground. In the deep pit, Lin Jian's body was twisted from the impact, but his freakish self-healing ability quickly restored him. Lin Jian eagerly looked toward the Misty Ice Bear. However, on the body of the Misty Ice Bear there was only a shallow scratch. Its fur wasn't even damaged. SSS, worthy of an S-Class boss, truly exceptional. This level of attack would have killed any other class changer early on. Moreover, under Hell's Whale, the Misty Ice Bear was supposed to take 14 times the damage, but even so its absolute defense completely blocked it. This made Lin Jian start to wonder if he had wandered into the wrong place. Could such a creature really appear in the newbie zone? Frustrated as he might be, Lin Jian hadn't given up yet. I refuse to believe you can't be hurt. As Lin Jian moved, he watched the Misty Ice Bear's attack approaching. Not bothering to defend, he simultaneously drew a dagger and slashed down on his own arm. As the massive claw fell, the dagger swung. Lin Jian was entirely bisected at the waist. In that instant his body split apart. Yet Lin Jian's consciousness remained crystal clear, and his self-healing ability demonstrated terrifying effectiveness, rapidly recovering. But when this 14-fold damage transferred to the Misty Ice Bear, Lin Jian's heart sank. What the hell is this thing? Even being bisected only left a scar. On the Misty Ice Bear there was only a scar at the waist, and it hadn't even breached the defense. This weighed heavily on Lin Jian's heart, even causing him to struggle with controlling his emotions. Suffering such a severe injury himself, yet completely unable to affect this beast, Lin Jian refused to back down. I don't believe it, he thought to himself. I'll bare my soul and you'll still stand unharmed? Clenching his teeth, Lin Jian began to dodge the attacks of the Misty Ice Bear, and at the same time he started his emotional reveal. He was well versed in this tactic, having sold himself out on numerous occasions. Thus he was unaffected by distractions. However, after Lin Jian bared his soul, organs littered the ground, and although the hellish howl dealt 14 times the damage, the Misty Ice Bear only roared in anger. Despite spitting out blood, the bear's terrifying strength remained undiminished. While this tactic did hurt the Misty Ice Bear, it didn't achieve the effect Lin Jian desired. It seemed he had to resort to more drastic measures. Gritting his teeth, Lin Jian realized that even these extreme measures weren't enough to kill the boss. He had no choice but to employ the most ruthless strategy he had ever considered. Though he possessed miraculous self-healing abilities that allowed him to recover from any injury, this time Lin Jian was genuinely worried. The strategy he intended to use was inducing brain death. If successful, no matter how powerful the boss, it would be defeated. The Misty Ice Bear might have had powerful defenses, but they couldn't withstand this attack. Still, Lin Jian wasn't sure if he could recover afterwards, yet no matter the risk, it was worth a try. With a furious roar, Lin Jian plunged his dagger into his own brain. The injury caused inside was returned 14-fold to the Misty Ice Bear. Lin Jian didn't believe the Misty Ice Bear could withstand it. However, as soon as he made this ruthless move, he also collapsed instantly, barely sustaining consciousness for a few seconds before losing awareness completely. At that moment, in the Divine Realm Square, the map marker representing Lin Jian dimmed suddenly. Look, the Misty Ice Bear's marker has disappeared. Did Lin Jian do it? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed, and everyone watched in shock. At the same time, someone else made a discovery. Lin Jian's marker had also disappeared. Did he perish along with the Misty Ice Bear? Even for a life exchanger, markers wouldn't completely vanish, they would at least leave a faint trace. How thoroughly must he have died? Someone remarked, bewildered. This guy is insane. Watching Lin Jian and a boss perish together, everyone felt a chill. They had never seen a job class so reckless. Recalling how he had fought against the regular creature Tussin, his actions had already seemed inconceivable. Now witnessing this scene, everyone was astounded. Even though they couldn't see the actual scene inside, they knew that Lin Jian must have engaged in a fierce battle with the Misty Ice Bear. Old Gu lost, remarked Vice Chancellor Chang, though he felt it was a pity. The kid was a life exchanger, and the advantages brought by the SSSS class deity were indeed impressive. What a shame to die like that. Despite winning the bet, Vice Chancellor Chang still felt a sense of loss. After all, if such a person could be nurtured, he would become a formidable weapon for the nation. Perhaps we made our judgments too soon. Ji Wuyo's eyes were fixed intently on the divine stone steel. Staring at the map where the Lin Jian marker had vanished, the words he blurted out left Vice Dean Shan completely stunned. Old Ji, you're at level 85, how can you not see what's happening and what the outcome will be? That kid is just a life exchange master with only one life. Even if he's an SSSS level divine cleric, there's no way he could have survived. Vice Dean Chang began to reassure him, feeling that Ji Wuyo was perhaps being a bit emotional. Damn it, what's going on? How did Lin Jian's marker appear again? He was supposed to be dead. As everyone was about to disperse, no longer paying attention, someone took another glance at the map and instantly became terrified. The marker, which had previously disappeared, had reappeared on the map. This scene shocked everyone, including Vice Dean Chang, who widened his eyes to confirm it. Repeatedly, Ji Wuyo was also staring, and the heaviness at the corners of his mouth eased in that moment. He had investigated beforehand and learned some details from Su Yun. He knew that Lin Jian had encountered a similar situation in a previous trial, just not as completely as this time. Now Ji Wuyo's gamble had paid off. What's going on, old Ji? Did you know about this beforehand? How could he have survived? He's a life exchange master, right? How could a life exchange master revive? Vice Dean Chang roared like a gorilla, unable to believe what he was seeing. Keep it down, old Chang, the students are watching. This time it was Ji Wuyo's turn to comfort him, which felt quite peculiar. An SSSS level divine cleric, the first ever globally. Naturally, there are many things we do not understand. With that one statement, all doubts were resolved. However, what Ji Wuyo didn't know was that this ability wasn't bestowed by the divine cleric position, but was a power Lin Jian had acquired after being reborn. At that moment, in the God's Realm newbie area, the Misty Forest, Lin Jian, whose brain had been pierced, gradually regained consciousness, and his terrifying self-healing ability began to kick in. Although it took slightly longer than it did to heal a severed hand previously, the difference wasn't substantial. Lin Jian suddenly opened his eyes, exhaled heavily as if he had been holding his breath, and after ensuring he was unharmed, even humorously reassured himself by concluding that 1 + 1 = 2 before finally feeling relieved. Thank goodness, my brain's recovery didn't affect my intelligence. Otherwise that would have been a huge loss. Ding, congratulations on killing the Misty Forest boss, the S-rank wild beast, Mist Ice Bear. For killing an S-rank wild beast you gain 2,000 experience points. As the announcement from God's Realm echoed, Lin Jian came to his senses, looked at the corpse of the Mist Ice Bear, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing the announcement, people outside the Divine Realm were in an uproar. Deputy Dean Chang was also visibly excited. Lin Jian was simply monstrous. That's right, he seemed to be an SSSS-ranked priest. My goodness, worthy of being the first SSSS-ranked priest. Even as a life swapper, he was so impressive. Although he was just a newcomer and had only entered a novice-level dungeon, the impact and sensation Lin Jian caused were truly astonishing and unforgettable. Old Ji, no matter what, he should be made an official student and enjoy the best resources. This kind of talent is far superior to those in other professions, Deputy Dean Chang said excitedly, while Ji Wuyo also showed a satisfied smile on his face. What he was curious about now was to what extent had Lin Jian's level reached. Such a terrifying speed of leveling up was truly enviable. Although it said that as shifters progress they need more experience, but Lin Jian's method of gaining experience was unheard of. Meanwhile, in the Misty Forest, ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up, current level 16, ding, host can now start the job transfer. Opening his attributes, Lin Jian took a deep breath. He had waited for this moment for a long time and had finally reached level 16. It wasn't in vain that he had been wholeheartedly battling monsters, even brainstorming strategies. Efforts do pay off. And Lin Jian quite liked this payoff. Name, Lin Jian, profession, life swapper, level 16, in the process of job transfer, talent, God chain. As the level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently, the binding number is 16, undead battle body. After swapping lives, it can trigger the undead spirit and permanently increase bodily strength and mental strength skills. Hellish Wail, the pain suffered by the body will be increased 16 times on the target. Pain multiplier increases with level. Skills, Night Eye Exploration, can explore dangers within 500 meters outside the body. Range increases with level promotion, skills, Gravity Imprisonment, control gravity within 50 meters around oneself. Gravity strength is 50 times that of oneself, can imprison enemies. Multiplication range increases with level, As he observed his attribute improvements, a smile spread across Lin Jian's face. All the hard work had not been wasted. Once his strength was sufficient, he could learn more about his sister from Ji Wuyo and bring her back. Thinking of this, Lin Jian felt very good, gathered his materials and left the misty forest directly. As Lin Jian emerged from the Divine Realm Steel, he was immediately greeted by a sea of faces. Many special recruit students had hurried over, with Zhao Feng being the first to rush up to him. Lin Jian, you're amazing, you cleared the misty forest all by yourself. Zhao Feng exclaimed excitedly. Despite knowing that Lin Jian might soon become a regular student, he was genuinely happy for him. After all, Lin Jian had helped the special recruits win some respect. Senior, it was just a mission, why are you all so excited? Lin Jian was still coming to terms with his feat, planning to turn in the mission and acquire some essentials he needed. More urgently, he intended to find out about the job transfer process. The crowd quieted down as Vice Chancellor Chang, unable to wait any longer, made his way through, saying with a smirk, missions the young ones today really know how to show off. Lin Jian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The man didn't seem particularly remarkable, but given his presence here, his status was undoubtedly not simple. Lin Jian thought to himself, how is completing a mission considered showing off? Lin Jian looked around at the gathered crowd and innocently said, I'm just a special recruit. Can't I take on missions? Moreover, I wasn't even showing off, was I? But as he spoke, all the students from the National Professional Academy rolled their eyes. If this isn't showing off, what is? They thought. Lin Jian, a soul changer, had taken on a bounty mission, one not even of the highest tier, and had fought back and forth in the misty forest known as the toughest dungeon for novices. He even killed the final boss. At this moment, Vice Chancellor Chang was taken aback by Lin Jian's words. He hadn't expected Lin Jian to be so humble. Lin Jian, what level are you now? You must have gained considerable experience from clearing the dungeon. Also, as a special recruit in the National Professional Academy, though just a soul changer, you are an SSSS grade divine professional with exceptional talent and remarkable strength. The Academy won't shortchange you. Although he had lost a bet with Ji Wuyo, Vice Chancellor Chang saw a prodigy in Lin Jian. Even if the profession was inferior, under an SSSS grade divine professional, Lin Jian was still an extraordinary existence. This kind of talent naturally needed to be nurtured well. I'm level 16 now, Lin Jian replied, looking at the old man. It seems like you're a teacher at the National Professional Academy, right? I actually have some questions to ask. Lin Jian was no fool. The emergence of the old man had even made the regular students behave. Clearly his identity was extraordinary. Just right. Although he had reached level 16, Lin Jian was clueless about the job transfer process for a soul changer and didn't know what to do. The treatment for special recruits here wasn't great, and it wasn't easy to figure things out on his own. Hearing Lin Jian's words, Vice Chancellor Chang laughed. All right, no problem. Level 16, clearing a dungeon from level 8 to 16. From now on you are a regular student of the National Professional Academy. Lin Jian was stunned. He had become a regular student. Despite his surprise, he was mostly pleased, aware that his newfound status was due to his SSSS grade divine profession and his self-healing abilities. Zhao Feng held a respectable position, though his profession, like Lin Jian's, was among the most ordinary. Unlike Lin Jian, he lacked exceptional abilities, which meant he didn't receive the same treatment. As Vice Dean Chang left, Zhao Feng quickly urged Lin Jian, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, that's the Vice Dean. Lin Jian, momentarily at a loss for words while looking at Zhao Feng, finally understood. Alright, don't just stand there, this is both your luck and your strength. Besides, you came from the special admissions. Without you, those of us from special admissions wouldn't have the treatment we have today. Zhao Feng's easygoing demeanor revealed his clear understanding. He also felt immense gratitude towards Lin Jian. Although Lin Jian had not been there long, he had accomplished many thrilling deeds transforming the mundane lives of the special admission students. Hearing Zhao's words, Lin Jian without any pretense followed him. However, Lin Jian hadn't anticipated that Ji Wuyo would take such good care of him, nor that another vice dean would also take interest in him. It seemed they all believed that the SSSS grade divine position endowed him with self-healing abilities, complicating the otherwise straightforward profession of a life exchanger. In reality, Lin Jian's grotesque self-healing ability was his own, unrelated to his divine position. At that moment within the National Professional Academy, having left the outer city and entering the inner city for the first time, Lin Jian discovered that the inner academy was much like any ordinary university in terms of facilities and architecture. The only difference was that everyone here was a career changer. "I am Vice Dean Chang Qingfeng of the National Professional Academy. You were brought here by old G, and indeed you are extraordinary. Normally, even being a special admission student wouldn't suffice for the life exchanger profession, but you are an SSSS grade divine position holder, which is unprecedented. Given your exceptional performance, you have been made a regular student as a special case. You will learn more about the affairs concerning regular students once you get to your dormitory, but first let me show you around the career change process," said Vice Dean Chang, leading Lin Jian straight to the library. Upon arriving, Lin Jian observed that the library was somewhat larger than those at previous schools he had attended. However, the books here were all related to career changes. Given the numerous professions and the clear division of divine ranks, the collection was vast and varied. "Vice Dean, how exactly does one undergo a career change?" Lin Jian couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Having reached level 16 was no small feat. It was the result of his heartfelt efforts in dungeons, risking his lifetime, and again, only by successfully changing careers could he continue to level up and enhance his strength, which Lin Jian needed desperately. The situation with his sister remained unclear, and he had no idea how Qin Xiu was doing at the Divine Academy. Career change was possible for every profession upon reaching level 16, allowing one to evolve from their original profession to attain greater heights. Of course, some low-level professions cannot switch to a different career path and must simply advance within their original occupation. "As for the fate changer, I haven't heard of it before," Chang Qingfeng said, "but you can look around here." Lin Jian roughly understood after listening. For instance, a swordsman when reaching level 16 would have several career choices like Ghost Swordsman or Berserk Swordsman, but a fate changer? Being a low-level cannon fodder profession, no one had ever switched to it before. Lin Jian didn't complain and began to search in the library. This search lasted an entire day. If it weren't for his abnormal self-healing ability, the physical exhaustion alone would have been unbearable for an ordinary person. After reviewing countless documents and learning more about the career changers, Lin Jian realized that for low-level professions, when there are no career options available, one needs a substantial amount of experience points and a special material to successfully change careers. Of course, after the career change, the profession does not alter. It remains the original one but becomes significantly strengthened. Blood Demon Essence, this was the essential material needed for breaking through the career change, yet this beginner realm had none. Thinking of this gave Lin Jian a headache. Now at level 16 he was supposed to have left the beginner's realm. What lay ahead was the spirit domain, a realm stronger than the beginner's realm and part of the divine domain. Dungeons. Despite the greater dangers, Lin Jian had no other choice. Even if it meant walking through a valley of blades or a sea of flames, he had to tread that path. Having found the method to change his profession, Lin Jian didn't delay. From the message left by Chang Qingfeng, he found his residence, living officially inside the National Job Academy. The dormitory was a standard 4-person suite, quite spacious with full facilities and equipment. As Lin Jian pushed the door and entered, he immediately saw 3 people staring at him. "This is dorm 201, right? I'm the freshman Lin Jian." Seeing the 3 of them staring blankly at him, Lin Jian didn't mind but greeted them first. After all, living under the same roof meant they would see each other frequently. There was no need to start off on the wrong foot. "Lin Jian, are you the one who advanced from being a special recruit? My goodness, how did you manage to clear the misty forest alone? Are you really a fate changer?" The 3 of them came around and even forgot to introduce themselves, simply circling Lin Jian and sizing him up. A fate changer able to enter the National Job Academy as an official student. This was unprecedented. Generally, the fate changer profession was considered to have no further educational or advancement value, but here was Lin Jian who had achieved it. It's me, it's really me." We're going to be roommates from now on and there's plenty of time to get to know each other. Can I come in first? Lin Jian looked at them speechlessly. One was as thin as a stick, another as round as a ball, and the last one was fairly normal except for his soft voice and his habit of holding his pinky finger up while speaking. Each one was more peculiar than the last. Hearing Lin Jian's words, they finally snapped out of it and hurriedly introduced themselves. Zhou Kai, known as the Skinny Man, is an S-class cleric with the profession of a black armor master. This profession is among the top defensive roles. However, his figure as thin as a bamboo pole made it somewhat comical to consider him a top defender. On the other hand, the fat man Su Dingwei is also an S-class cleric holding the profession of a knight assassin, a type belonging to assassins. Naturally, this also severely contradicts his physique. The remaining one, known for his effeminate mannerisms, is equally an S-class with the rare profession of a chess soul master, a role undeniably more powerful than that of a life exchanger, of course a life exchanger of other people, not his own. Lin Jian, you really are remarkable to utilize the life exchanger profession to such an extent. No wonder the vice dean took notice. However, you must be careful yourself. You have offended Qin Shoucheng and also killed Tuzin. In the official ranks, this could spell trouble. After the introductions, Zhou Kai began to caution everyone. Conflicts among those who change professions are common, even sanctioned implicitly by institutions like the National Job Academy, because after all, power is revered, and only through combat can true strength be developed. Qin Shoucheng is level 50. Surely he wouldn't personally make a move against me. Lin Jian remembered clearly about Qin Shoucheng. Once my strength has increased, I will definitely repay that punch from the past. As for Tuzin, Lin Jian wasn't very familiar with him. A level 20 being counter-killed by a level 8 didn't seem too formidable. Tuzin himself wasn't very strong, but it's hard to ignore that he was a member of the Tu Gang and the younger brother of the gang leader. Tu Gang is a somewhat famous group within the National Job Academy, and with your current situation, they will probably come looking for you soon, Zhou Kai continued, but Lin Jian didn't take it to heart. After returning from the Divine Realm, Lin Jian hadn't yet settled his bounty missions. The materials he had acquired were also yet to be sorted. He needed to prepare some magic crystals, items similar to strength-enhancing potions. For Lin Jian, these were valuable assets, certainly worth stocking up on. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Jian left the dormitory. As a regular student, he indeed enjoyed many conveniences. Wherever he went, no one would challenge him. Upon reaching the special recruitment area, everyone seemed to fear him. If they hadn't recognized that it was Lin Jian, none of the special recruits would dare approach him. At the bounty office, after completing the task handover and receiving his reward, Lin Jian managed to earn over 2 million in one go. However, thinking about the price of magic crystals, each costing 500,000, made him feel that the money wasn't that significant. Stocking up more would allow Lin Jian to return to the Divine Realm to seek the blood demon essence necessary for his profession change. Hey, isn't that Lin Jian? A life exchanger, thinking he's something special just because he stepped out of the novice realm. Lin Jian, a life exchange practitioner, had just acquired a magic crystal and planned to return home to plan his next steps, hoping to find a mission that would take him to the spirit realm dungeon. However, before he could get very far, several individuals blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as fellow regular students. Do I know you? Lin Jian asked, furrowing his brow at their unfriendly demeanor. At the moment, all he wanted was to level up and strengthen his abilities, not get entangled in other complicated matters, including dealing with them. Nonetheless, trouble seemed to find him whether he wanted it or not. You think killing Tucson means you're safe now that you're a regular student? Kid, even though you've leveled up quickly, you're only level 16. Let me tell you, you're dead today, the leader of the group declared aggressively. Realizing who they were, Lin Jian understood that these were members of the Tu Gang mentioned by Zhou Kai. Despite their intentions to cause trouble, Lin Jian was not about to back down. He knew that personal grievances among regular students could be settled among themselves, a rule he appreciated at the National Vocational College. Go ahead, I've given you a chance. Lin Jian gestured, ready to face them. He had reached level 16 but had yet to encounter any job changers in combat. The three before him were all higher level, around level 23, which was even higher than Tucson had been. Damn, what an uncultured brat, the leader exclaimed angrily as Lin Jian provocatively taunted them. The leader then summoned his skilled spirit called Blood Hook. A blood-red hook materialized, a weapon typical of the weapon spirit master profession, albeit a less potent version compared to a full weapon master. With a flick of his wrist, the leader hurled the blood hook at Lin Jian. Unflinching Lin Jian caught the hook with his hand, which instantly sprouted numerous barbs gripping his hand. Completely, looking at the peculiar blood hook, Lin Jian scoffed despite the injury it caused him. "Is this all you've got?" He laughed, feeling underwhelmed by the job changer's skills, which seemed no more thrilling than an attack from a wild beast. "This isn't even enough to tickle me. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore." Lin Jian then initiated his skilled life exchange, Divine Chain Binding. Realizing the danger, the leader reacted quickly, swinging the blood hook violently and tearing Lin Jian's hand apart. The flesh gruesomely mangled. However, it was too late. Lin Jian unleashed another skill, Life Exchange, Hell's Whale, followed by an attempt to use a third skill, Life Exchange, Gravity. But before he could complete it, other members of the two gang intervened. "Silence," a woman commanded, stopping Lin Jian. He raised an eyebrow, sensing that he could no longer use his gravity imprisonment skill, or any skill for that matter. Nevertheless, the effects of his previously used skills were still active, and he was content with that. As for the uncast neutral imprisonment, he wasn't concerned. "Ha ha ha, caught off guard, aren't you? Bet you didn't expect us to have an S-rank silencer among us," the leader shouted triumphantly. "We've studied your skills before coming for you. The profession of a silencer is quite rare and demanding. Most of the skills of a silencer involve controlling the opponent, and the most formidable among them is the silence skill. Once used, the enemy cannot deploy any active skills at all. It is said that if they silence Lin Jian before he can use his skills, then he indeed finds it difficult to handle these opponents." Unfortunately for them, Lin Jian was one step ahead and had already unleashed his skills. Lin Jian sneered coldly, waving his hand that was torn and bleeding profusely. "You didn't notice anything amiss?" Lin Jian's words made the leader of the group realize something was wrong. A severe pain shot through his own hand, the agony so intense that he couldn't bear it. "Ah!" the man cried out as he looked at his left hand, only to find that it had turned into a mushy pulp. "On my hand? Damn it, kill him, it must be his doing. It hurts so much." "Ji Yun, why are you so slow with your skills?" The silencer named Ji Yun also turned pale at this point, her forehead dripping with sweat, aware that her mistake had led to their current predicament. "You think this pain is bad?" Lin Jian watched them coldly, his tone filled with malice. "Then tell me, if I were to crush your hearts, would you feel even more pain?" The expressions of the group changed instantly, fear flickering in their eyes. Previously, they only knew that Tuzin had been killed by Lin Jian, but relying on their higher level, they thought Lin Jian's skills would be ineffective against them. Additionally, having a silencer made them overconfident. Do you think our group is so easy to provoke?" At this moment, a man wielding a staff from the group stepped forward. "You, a mere life exchanger, what else can you do but exchange lives?" Purification. A beam of azure light shone on the group, and they immediately felt the pain lessen considerably. Healing. Another wave of green light emerged, slowly healing the group's left hands. In just a moment, their hands were restored to their original state. "Ha ha ha, Lin Jian, you're out of moves now." The leader laughed, pointing at the man with the staff. "This is an SS class holy priest. His purification can cleanse all negative states. Your link to our skills has been cleansed." Lin Jian sneered coldly. "Is that so? Why don't you try again then?" Lin Jian's confident demeanor made the leader suddenly hesitant. The holy priest confidently spoke up. "What's there to fear? Don't you believe in my abilities? He's just a useless life exchanger. I can easily cleanse away his skills." The leader of the group suddenly felt a surge of confidence. "Everyone attack together, but leave him breathing. We can't kill him. There are still long days ahead, and we need to teach him a proper lesson." Holding a blood hook in his hand, he swung it directly at Lin Jian. At the same time, the other members of the group also launched their attacks. Eagle Spirit Wind Arrow. This is an S-class beast ranger skill that allows the summoning of various beast spirits to enhance the weapon's power. A semi-transparent eagle spirit merged with an arrow and shot towards Lin Jian. Slow Curse, Binding Blade Curse, Armor Break Curse. 3 dark beams of light hit Lin Jian, cast by an S-class curse sorcerer who could use various curses against enemies. The 3 curses applied to Lin Jian would weaken his speed, attack power, and armor respectively. Meanwhile, the leader's Bloodhook and the Beast Ranger's Eagle Spirit Wind Arrow hit Lin Jian simultaneously. The Eagle Spirit Wind Arrow pierced through Lin Jian's right arm, and the leader's Bloodhook stabbed deep into Lin Jian's chest. "Die!" the leader roared ferociously, the Bloodhook in his hand revealing numerous barbs that hooked into the flesh of Lin Jian's chest. With a forceful pull from the leader, the flesh on Lin Jian's chest was torn away, leaving his chest a gory mess where even the white of his bones could be faintly seen. Lin Jian nodded in approval. This attack is more powerful than the previous ones. The faces of the group members changed as they once again felt a familiar pain. All the Damage 16 times amplified was now returned to them. Although these individuals were 5 or 6 levels higher than Lin Jian, the return damage was more than they could bear. Ah, it hurts so much. Damn it, Wang Yi, didn't you say you had purified his skills? Wang Yi, heal us quickly. The group members covered their wounds in agony, their right arms dangling, the massive wounds nearly splitting their limbs. The chest wounds were horrific, some even able to see their internal organs through the gashes. If not for their divine professions, they might have already died here. Impossible, why didn't my purification work? Wang Yi shouted in anger. Lin Jian chuckled lightly, his face full of disdain as he responded to Wang Yi's confusion. You think your SS class divine skill can purify my SSSS class divine skill? Wouldn't that make my SSSS class too cheap? Wang Yi's lips trembled, wanting to say that the life-changer profession was worthless, just a waste, but remembering his failed purification he couldn't bring himself to speak. The painful moans of the group members and the pain coursing through their bodies made Wang Yi, a holy priest, realize this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He raised his staff, about to cast a healing spell when Lin Jian made his move. In the horrified gaze of Wang Yi, his arm and staff fell to the ground. Thinking about healing them, you'll need my approval for that, Lin Jian said, a smile playing on his lips as he held a dagger. It was he who had just swung his blade to sever his own arm, thus interrupting Wang Yi's spellcasting. Wang Yi was sweating profusely, but appealing to Lin Jian was out of the question. As a regular student, if he were to beg mercy from Lin Jian, a specially recruited student, how could he ever hold his head high among his peers again? Although his professional weapon had fallen from his arm, it didn't mean he was incapable of casting spells, just that the effects would be weaker. Just as Wang Yi was about to continue using a healing spell, a large foot came into view. Thump! Wang Yi was kicked away, his injuries worsening significantly. What, you thought you could use a healing spell in front of me? Lin Jian said with a smirk, retracting his leg that had just delivered the kick. Wang Yi looked at Lin Jian in despair, as well as the severely injured members of his group nearby. Without anyone to stop Lin Jian, he had no chance to use his skills. At this moment, the lives of his group members were entirely in Lin Jian's hands. Lin Jian, you can't kill us. Wang Yi swallowed hard, his face filled with urgency. Vice Dean Ji said that anyone causing disability will be severely punished. If you kill us, no one will protect you anymore. Yeah, Vice Dean Ji did say that. Lin Jian grinned devilishly. But these injuries on you, they weren't caused by me, they were your own attacks. Besides, even if killing you brings some punishment, what do you think? Are a bunch of dead people more important, or is one living person more important? Wang Yi's face turned even paler, and the other members of his group also looked terrified. They all remembered Tuzin, who had been dealt with by Lin Jian before. The leader of the group, now in tears, crawled over to Lin Jian. Lin Jian, no, Uncle Lin, please spare us. We only came after you because we were ordered by the leaders of our group. Lin Jian sneered, having just learned about the group from Zhou Kai. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to teach those people a lesson. However, the priority was to undergo a job transfer. As a society in the National Vocational College, the group surely had many high-level members. Only after changing his job and leveling up could he really take them on. I might spare you, Lin Jian said with a smile, looking at the fearful faces before him. Wang Yi and the others looked at Lin Jian eagerly, naturally preferring life over death. All of you kneel down and bark like dogs. After every 3 barks, shout, the people of our group are beasts. Keep it up for 3 minutes and I'll spare your lives. Wang Yi and the others exchanged looks, aware of the group's influence and naturally reluctant to comply. If they did this, their standing within the group would be untenable. With the injuries you bear, you will likely not last more than 5 minutes. Hesitate further and you might not get another chance. Wang Yi and the others had pale faces. At this moment, Lin Jian appeared as a demon in their eyes, and the members of Tu Bang were no better than beasts. Ji Yun, the S-class silent instructor, was the first to kneel on the ground, barking like a dog while shouting loudly. The pain in her body and the sensation of life slipping away made her afraid to think any further. With Ji Yun leading, the others couldn't care much either, and all started to follow suit. Lin Jian sheathed his dagger and walked towards the divine domain steel. Continue, I will be watching you all. If anyone does not last 3 minutes, you know the consequences. With these words, Lin Jian left. However, Wang Yi and the others dared not stop, knowing full well that with Lin Jian's life trading skills, as long as they were still connected to him, he could kill them from afar. Faced with the prospect of death, no one dared to gamble on whether Lin Jian was watching them from a distance. Soon, the people of Tu Bang learned about the situation here. A group hurried over, and by then Wang Yi and the others had just finished their 3-minute ordeal. Under Wang Yi's treatment, their injuries gradually healed. Can anyone tell what exactly happened here? Zhao Ji, the third in command of the Tu Bang Society, asked coldly as he looked at Wang Yi and the others. They all kept their heads down in silence, well aware that their recent actions had angered this key figure of Tu Bang. Zhao Ji scanned the crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle, so keen on watching the excitement. How about I take you all to Tu Bang to enjoy the show? His chilling voice made many in the crowd turn pale. Tu Bang had a bit of a reputation in the National Vocational College for being extremely domineering, and many had been bullied by its members. However, the college hosted more than just the Tu Bang Society. Oh, Zhao the Third, why don't you take me to see the excitement at Tu Bang? A cheeky man spoke up. I'd like to see just how many beasts there are in your Tu Bang. Zhao Ji's face darkened as he stared coldly at the cheeky man in the crowd. Fomi, does your Flying Bird Society really want to go to war with us? Fomi, with his carefree demeanor, appeared utterly disdainful of Zhao Ji's words. Zhao the Third, with your Tu Bang's meager capabilities, a few of us from Flying Bird could easily handle you. Although Fengyi's words were an exaggeration, Flying Bird was indeed stronger than Tu Bang, which was only somewhat famous. While Flying Bird was one of the top 5 societies at National Vocational College, under Zhao Ji's stern gaze, Wang Yi had no choice but to narrate the events that had transpired. Very well, Lin Jian. Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his heart, Lin Jian was already a dead man. Arriving at the divine domain steel, Lin Jian looked at the inaccessible novice realm and directly chose the spirit realm. Hey, isn't that Lin Jian? Yes, that's him. Why is he back here again? Damn, he's going into the spirit realm instance alone. What? He's going in by himself? Doesn't he know that the spirit realm is not like the novice realm? Can you believe it? Isn't this common knowledge? It seems he hasn't even changed his class yet, entering the spirit realm instance alone without a class change. That really takes guts. Those who were originally preparing to enter the instance next to the divine realm steel paused and turned their attention to Lin Jian's actions. Lin Jian, a well-known figure from the State Career Academy, had his exploits known by many. Now, seeing him enter the spirit realm without having changed his class sparked interest among the onlookers, who were eager to see how he would perform in the spirit realm instance. Lin Jian really is bold, choosing the Scarlet Castle instance. What? Did you say the Scarlet Castle, comparable to a Dragon Realm instance? The exclamations of 2 people immediately drew more attention. Among the numerous instances in the spirit realm, if one were to debate which was the hardest, the Scarlet Castle would undoubtedly be it. Unlike other instances that allow team formation, the Scarlet Castle does not permit teams. It is a very rare solo instance. Additionally, the Scarlet Castle is unique because it doesn't require the clerics to hunt for monsters, as all the monsters are located within one castle. The entire castle is filled with various monsters, and only by clearing all the monsters inside, including the 5 bosses within the castle, can one truly complete the instance. Its difficulty is such that it's not meant to be cleared by clerics who have only undergone one class change. The Scarlet Castle is therefore considered by many clerics to be an instance that should belong in the Dragon Realm. Has Lin Jian gone mad? It's one thing to rush into an instance alone, but choosing the Scarlet Castle, isn't that suicidal? Had probably thinks he's all that after clearing a beginner's realm instance. Someone snickered. Arrogant like him usually don't last more than 2 chapters in a novel. While people around the divine realm steel were busy discussing, a small team hurriedly arrived on the scene. Leading them was Zhao Ji, who scanned the crowd and, not finding Lin Jian, immediately understood that he must have entered the divine realm. Humph, let's wait for that guy Lin Jian to come out. Zhao Ji snorted coldly. I'll let him know. Our Tu clan is not to be trifled with. Each member of the group, wielding at least S-rank professional weapons, surrounded the divine realm steel. The moment Lin Jian emerged from the divine realm, they were ready to make their move. These must be the elites of the Tu clan. Why are they all gathered here? A passerby wondered aloud. A nearby insider chuckled and explained, you must be out of the loop. Just now, a group from the Tu clan went looking for trouble with Lin Jian, but they were no match for him at all, and Lin Jian beat them so badly. To save their lives, those from the Tu clan ended up barking like dogs while cursedly calling their own people beasts. The whispers of the bystanders quickly spread among the crowd, revealing why Zhao Ji had gathered his group from the Tu Bang around the divine steel. Laughter broke out among the crowd. Haha, Zhao Ji, has Tu Bang really become that weak? The source of the laughter was met with Zhao Ji's piercing gaze. The crowd, knowing better than to provoke Tu Bang, parted ways, almost instinctively, not wanting to get involved without reason. As the people stepped aside, a man with a scarred face came into view. He seemed utterly unconcerned with offending Tu Bang, his face mocking as he looked at Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji, it seems Tu Bang gets weaker by the day, can't even defeat a special recruit. Now you've gathered all your elites here. What's the plan to gang up on one recruit? Zhao Ji clenched his teeth. The scar-faced man's words were a direct hit to his pride, yet undeniably true. As for retaliating against the scarred man, Zhao Ji didn't dare make a move. Nyomu, the scarred man, nonchalantly picked his nose, showing his disregard. Unknown to others, he had a giant axe in his hand which he waved casually. So Zhao Ji, are you looking to spar with me? Or is it that guy from Tu Bang ranked 98 on the Tianjiao list who wants to try his luck against me ranked 32nd? Zhao Ji snorted coldly, not daring to respond. The Tianjiao list ranked the top 100 strongest people at the National Vocational Academy. Tu Li, the leader of Tu Bang, was ranked 98th, which brought some fame to Tu Bang. Nyomu, on the other hand, stood at 32nd place on the same list, a significant gap that suggested he could easily defeat Tu Li. Of course, if it were just Nyomu, Tu Bang might manage by overwhelming him with numbers. What truly concerned Zhao Ji was the backing Nyomu had from the Xingyi Club, one of the top 5 clubs, not something a small fame club like Tu Bang could afford to provoke. Seeing Zhao Ji fall silent, Nyomu sheathed his giant axe, feeling a mix of disdain and indifference towards Tu Bang. He wouldn't bother with Tu Bang over Lin Jian, whom he had never met. Suddenly figures began appearing around the divine stele, some from nearby houses, some hidden among the crowd, and some right in front of the stele. Old Nyo, always stirring trouble, aren't you? Nyomu turned in surprise towards the voice from behind. A man in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk and looking youthful, approached slowly. Goodness, what brought you out here? The Taoist-robed man chuckled, pointing towards the divine stele. It's not just me. People from the Fanio Club, Huohubo Club, Huihui Club and the Kongling Club have all arrived. Nyomu glanced around, quickly recognizing several familiar figures. Scratching his head in confusion, he asked Suyu, what's going on? Why have all 5 major clubs gathered here? Suyu sat down, his whisk explaining calmly. Lin Jian knew that the club had released their analysis report on him. Nyomu immediately became interested, especially since Lin Jian and Zhao Ji had been at odds recently. The club's analysis report was essentially an evaluation of the students at the National Vocational College from various perspectives, leading to a final assessment. Those who were highly rated were naturally recruited into the club. This was one of the reasons why the top 5 clubs at the college had remained unchanged, even though students graduated and new ones with high potential were continuously recruited. Nyomu, full of curiosity, asked, it seems that Lin Jian's report is highly favorable, right? Otherwise, why would so many people be mobilized? I remember the last time so many people were mobilized was for me, right? Suyu nodded slightly, his expression very serious. Not just high, it's extremely high. According to the club's analysis, Lin Jian has an extraordinarily strong recovery ability, and he even might have resurrection capabilities, coupled with the uniqueness of the life switching master skill. Ordinary people are no match for him. Our club rates Lin Jian at 95 points, and I estimate the other 4 clubs are similar. Nyomu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His own score had only been 86 points, and the top scorer on the genius list had only scored 93 points. Lin Jian's score was even higher than the first place on the genius list. In the spirit realm, under a blood moon, stood a blood-red castle. A light red mist spread around, making the visibility extremely poor. Lin Jian looked up at the castle before him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before entering the spirit realm, Lin Jian had specifically researched several well-known copies of the spirit realm. Among them, he had taken an immediate liking to the blood castle. The monsters were all gathered inside the castle, which to Lin Jian meant that he didn't have to painstakingly search for them one by one. He could directly confront them instead. Regarding the large number of monsters, Lin Jian needed exactly that. More monsters meant more magic crystals. Moreover, he had taken on a bounty mission upon entering, and this trip was set to be highly profitable. Lin Jian surveyed the castle before him, which was more of a massive manor than a castle. The manor was filled with monsters, with a small boss located at each of the north, southeast, and west sides, while the central castle housed the final boss of the copy. As Lin Jian stepped into the manor, more than 30 monsters appeared before him. No wonder many said that the Blood Castle should be a Dragon Realm copy. With so many monsters, hardly anyone could handle it alone. Moreover, since it was a solo copy, it was impossible for others to form teams. Upon entering the manor, Lin Jian was immediately confronted by over 30 monsters, indicating the high density of creatures in this dungeon. However, what others found daunting, Lin Jian faced without fear. The lead monster let out a howl, followed by the echoing cries of the 30 or so creatures behind it. These were the bloodthirsty demon wolves, classified as B-level with a level of 25. Their talent wolf pack meant that if the group was greater than 10 and included a wolf king, all attributes of the bloodthirsty demon wolves increased by 50%. Their skills included Dance with the Wolves, which allowed them to emit a howling sound that boosted their attributes and those of nearby wolves by up to 10%, and Bloodthirst, which healed them for a tenth of the damage they inflicted on their enemies. The 30 bloodthirsty demon wolves stared intensely at Lin Jian, with the A-level bloodthirsty wolf king leading them. This group alone would be enough to stop 90% of the students from the National Vocational Academy in their tracks, but to Lin Jian these wolves were still too weak. As the bloodthirsty wolf king howled, the wolves neatly charged at Lin Jian, who stood unwavering with a confident smile on his face. He quickly used 3 skills: Life Swap, Chain Binding, Life Swap, Hell's Wail, and Gravitational Constraint. Instantly, the wolves at the forefront were bound by Lin Jian's chains, while those at the back were slowed down by the gravitational constraints. Lin Jian's chain could only link 16 targets at a time, so he deliberately did not use gravitational constraint on the 16 foremost wolves. His strategy was to deal with these wolves first before handling the rest. The slowing of the wolves at the back created some panic in the ranks. Despite this, under the command of the Wolf King, the 16 forefront bloodthirsty demon wolves still managed to reach Lin Jian. They surrounded him, all growling deeply, ready to attack at any moment. Lin Jian merely lifted his hand and the wolves launched their assault. Sharp claws and ferocious bites targeted Lin Jian, aiming for his throat and other vital areas. Astonishing wounds appeared on his body, but after their initial attack, the wolves did not pursue further and retreated to their original positions, continuing to encircle him as they searched for another opportunity. At that moment, Lin Jian appeared gravely wounded, his body nearly covered in injuries inflicted by the bloodthirsty demon wolves. His carotid artery was severed and his heart was pierced by a wolf's claw. Yet facing the wolves, Lin Jian revealed a brilliant smile. Now it's your turn. This is 16 times the damage. Outside the realm and the square, members of the 5 major societies watched Lin Jian's position on the map of the Blood Castle, clicking their tongues in sympathy. This guy is really unlucky to have landed on the west side right at the start. If I remember correctly, the bloodthirsty wolf packs on the west are tough to handle. Tough to handle? At the same level, no one can take on a pack of bloodthirsty wolves alone. Indeed, those bloodthirsty demon wolves are like a well-trained army led by a wolf king. No, I think the most disgusting part is the wolves' healing ability. As long as they aren't killed, they can keep recovering. The people from the 5 major factions were all aflutter with discussions, their words filled with doubt about Lin Jian. They had seen the faction's analysis report and knew that Lin Jian's greatest strength lay in his extraordinary healing ability combined with the skill of a life exchange master. However, Lin Jian himself actually lacked any damaging skills, mainly relying on the enemy's attacks. To defeat the bloodthirsty demon wolves, one needed the ability to instantly kill them. Other than using his own death to exchange lives with the bloodthirsty demon wolves, Lin Jian had no other strategy. The members of the 5 factions doubted Lin Jian's ability to resurrect, but they did not believe he could resurrect indefinitely. Thus, no one thought that Lin Jian would use his precious resurrection ability on minor monsters. He's about to come out now. The Blood Castle is simply not a place for humans to pass through. Look, Lin Jian is surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. With over 30 of them, Lin Jian can only choose to exit the dungeon now. They said regretfully. If only he had bypassed the pack and directly confronted the boss, Lin Jian might have had a chance. Amidst the size of the crowd from the 5 factions, Lin Jian's marker disappeared from the map. Suddenly, Lin Jian's marker reappeared, and at the same time, the markers for 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves disappeared. Had Lin Jian used his resurrection ability, foolish, utterly foolish, to use the resurrection ability on minor monsters, how could he then handle the boss? They argued. Could it be that Lin Jian could resurrect more than once? How is that possible? Do you think resurrection is that easy? The crowd outside the divine realm was noisy with debates, but inside the divine realm, Lin Jian was all smiles. Bang, 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 wounds began to appear on the bodies of the bloodthirsty demon wolves attacking him, and in an instant all the wolves that attacked Lin Jian were howling in pain. Fatal wounds to their hearts and throats made it impossible for these bloodthirsty demon wolves to continue their assault or even flee. They staggered, barely keeping their bodies upright, but the 2 fatal injuries had already sealed their fate. In just a moment, 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves lay powerless and dead on the ground. Even the bloodthirsty wolf king nearby had not yet realized what had happened. Ding! killed a level 23 B-rank wild monster bloodthirsty demon wolf and gained 2000 experience points. 16 notifications popped up, making Lin Jian's smile even brighter. At this rate, the experience needed for my job transfer will be gathered soon. Indeed, places where monsters gather like this are best, allowing me to resolve 16 monsters at once. However, my level is still too low. If it were high enough, I could have wiped out all 30 plus monsters in one go. Lin Jian's gaze turned once again towards the direction of the bloodthirsty demon wolves, his body drenched in fresh blood. At that moment, he looked more like a monster than the creatures themselves. The bloodthirsty wolf king eyed Lin Jian warily, unable to comprehend the sudden death of those bloodthirsty demonic wolves with his limited intelligence. However, it knew that their deaths must be connected to Lin Jian. To Lin Jian's surprise, the bloodthirsty demonic wolf, along with the remaining pack, turned tail and fled. These monsters are so clever, fleeing when they can't win? Lin Jian felt somewhat helpless and pulled out his prepared weapon, a long sword. He had been chasing and stabbing himself to deal with these wild beasts, so he was well prepared. After dealing with 16 bloodthirsty demonic wolves, he had immediately connected the remaining 15 in the Wolf King. Now, as these bloodthirsty demonic wolves attempted to flee, they would have to check if Lin Jian was willing to let them go. While the bloodthirsty Wolf King sprinted, it glanced back at Lin Jian with the corner of its eye, staying alert for any sudden moves. If Lin Jian made a move, it would command the pack to dodge. Amidst the Wolf King's fearful gaze, Lin Jian, with one hand clutching his hair and the other gripping the long sword, chopped his own head off. The Wolf King, already not the brightest, was completely baffled. Did that human just kill himself? While the Wolf King was puzzled, his vision began to spin wildly. Once his sight stabilized, he saw a group of headless bloodthirsty demonic wolves running. As they ran, each of these headless wolves collapsed one by one. Were there other packs of bloodthirsty wolves around? Why were they headless? The one at the front, why did it seem so familiar? As the last doubt surfaced in the Wolf King's mind, he plunged into darkness. Ding! Killed a level 24A grade wild beast bloodthirsty Wolf King and gained 2500 experience points. Lin Jian, seeing the heads of the bloodthirsty wolf pack rolling around, breathed a sigh of relief. As for himself, his wound had already healed. The fangs, claws and pelts of the bloodthirsty demonic wolves were materials needed for bounty tasks and many vocational weapon forging processes. Moreover, since bloodthirsty demonic wolves were gregarious animals, encountering them meant dealing with an entire pack, hence the high price of their materials. Lin Jian happily collected the materials and magic crystals from the bodies. After packing up, Lin Jian continued towards the direction of the castle. He planned to clear all the wild beasts and mini-bosses in the 4 cardinal directions before tackling the final boss in the castle. After all, with a monster-dense instance like the Scarlet Castle, it was uncertain if he would encounter such an opportunity again. Outside the Divine Realm, members of the 5 major societies stared at the map where Lin Jian's marker flickered erratically as if there was a loose connection. Could the map be broken? Someone in the crowd weakly suggested. How did Lin Jian disappear several times and all the markers for the bloodthirsty wolf pack are gone? Could it be that Lin Jian has wiped out the entire pack? How is that possible? That's the bloodthirsty wolf pack, one of the toughest gregarious monsters to handle. Then how do you explain that all the markers for the bloodthirsty wolf pack are gone? The map can't be broken. This is the Divine Realm after all. Lin Jian must have died several times to have taken care of the entire bloodthirsty wolf pack. While Lin Jian even managed to vanquish the bloodthirsty wolves, does this mean he could possibly clear the Scarlet Castle? Impossible. The bloodthirsty wolves are just minor monsters, and the Scarlet Castle isn't that simple. The onlookers around were buzzing with discussions, but the people from the 5 major guilds were more concerned about the several times Lin Jian's marker had disappeared. Usually a marker only disappears upon death or exiting the instance. However, Lin Jian hadn't exited the instance, yet his marker disappeared several times, only to light up again shortly after. Everyone present seemed to have figured it out. Perhaps Lin Jian's ability to revive wasn't limited to just one use. The thought of this possibility sent a surge of intense excitement through the members of the 5 major guilds. They all knew how terrifying the potential of a life exchanger with multiple revival abilities and strong recovery powers could be. This complicates things. Suyu sighed helplessly. He had always disliked complications, and his attendance had been merely a whim. Who could have predicted that Lin Jian would show such high potential? Snatching Lin Jian from the other guilds would probably be a tough challenge, yet not trying to would likely bring its own set of problems upon returning. Oh, what a hassle indeed. Nyomu glanced at Suyu, whose face was scrunched up in frustration and almost couldn't suppress a laugh. He remembered how the 5 major guilds had almost come to blows over him back in the day when his rating was only 86. Now Lin Jian's rating was a staggering 95, plus he had the ability to revive multiple times. It was likely that this would drive the guilds mad. Look, Lin Jian has already cleared all the monsters in the west. No way is he planning to clear all the minions before tackling the boss. The little boss in the west is a werewolf, right? Yes, the werewolf, the one that nearly killed Li Chengfeng, who was ranked 18th on the champion list at the time. It looks grim for Lin Jian. Among the mini-bosses of Scarlet Castle, the werewolf has the strongest recovery ability. I heard that Li Chengfeng had even beheaded that werewolf and it didn't die. Really? That powerful? Why would I lie? It's what Li Chengfeng himself said. The surrounding reclassers were all abuzz with discussion. Despite Lin Jian having already cleared all the minions in the west, they were not optimistic about his chances against the western mini-boss. Scarlet Castle remained unconquered to this day, and besides the numerous minions, a major reason was the abnormal strength of its bosses. Nearly everyone on the champion list had entered the Scarlet Castle instance. They all thought their skills would suffice to pass through, but each and every one of them had ultimately fallen at the feet of a boss. Even the members of the 5 major factions didn't believe that Lin Jian could handle the werewolf. It's a pity. If Lin Jian had been in the east, there might have been a chance. The mini-bosses in the east are indeed easier to deal with, but the one in the castle is even tougher than the werewolf. Alas, who knows why the Blood Castle dungeon was classified as a spectral dungeon? It is said that it's because the level of the monsters inside is lower, which is why it was graded as a spectral dungeon. Inside the divine realm, Lin Jian's gaze had already fixed on his target. The creature's dark hair stood up like steel needles, its eyes were blood red, and its robust body all signaled the monster's formidable nature. Monster, bloodthirsty werewolf, level S, rank 28, talent, dark moon bloodline. Under the moonlight, the werewolf's recovery ability increases by 1000%, speed by 50%. Skills, demonic flesh. Defense increased by 80%, physical damage received reduced by 30%, can rapidly recover by consuming stamina when severely injured. Skills, bloodthirsty bite, grips its enemy tightly, continuously biting, attacking while healing itself. Skills, dark moon howl, absorbs the essence of the moon to emit a howling sound, causing mental damage and stunning the enemy. Lin Jian gasped sharply, feeling a sudden ache in his teeth. He had heard that the werewolf in the west side of the Blood Castle was the toughest among the mini-bosses, but only upon seeing it did he realize this was an understatement. Before Lin Jian could think further, the bloodthirsty werewolf had already spotted him. Accompanied by a howl, a figure instantly appeared beside Lin Jian. With a thunderous noise, Lin Jian's pupils shrank and he was sent flying like a cannonball. After crashing into several trees, he finally stopped against a wall. Coughing amidst a cloud of dust, Lin Jian stood up, his chest sporting a huge wound through which his beating heart could be seen. The werewolf's speed was unbelievably fast. Lin Jian watched the bloodthirsty werewolf, now standing where he had been, his eyes filled with caution. Although the hit was partly because he wasn't prepared, Lin Jian hadn't clearly seen the werewolf's attack. The bloodthirsty werewolf was 12 levels higher than Lin Jian, with far superior attributes augmented further by its skills. In front of the bloodthirsty werewolf, Lin Jian's speed seemed like it was in slow motion. My level is still too low, Lin Jian sighed. If only his level was the same as the bloodthirsty werewolf's, he wouldn't be so passive. Seeing that the bloodthirsty werewolf made no move, Lin Jian quickly used his skills. Life exchange, chain bind, life exchange, hell's wail. Life exchange, gravity restraint. In an instant, Lin Jian used all his skills, knowing that with the bloodthirsty werewolf's speed, if he didn't use them immediately, he would just end up being a punching bag. The werewolf's gaze suddenly turned towards Lin Jian, its blood-red eyes showing a hint of human-like perplexity. To the bloodthirsty werewolf, an enemy as weak as Lin Jian was hardly a novelty. Every time he was defeated with a single blow, and that was exactly why he hadn't pursued further attacks just now. With a swift motion, the bloodthirsty werewolf didn't think twice. If it didn't kill its target, it would simply strike again. A blur rushed towards Lin Jian, and due to the gravitational binding of 50 times the gravity, Lin Jian could barely make out the figure of the bloodthirsty werewolf. However, Lin Jian didn't defend against the werewolf's attack because he had already linked with the bloodthirsty werewolf. Any attack on him was essentially an attack on itself. The werewolf's blood-red claws brutally tore open Lin Jian's chest, one claw piercing into his body, crushing Lin Jian's heart. coughing uncontrollably. Lin Jian didn't get any respite from the bloodthirsty werewolf. Its blood-red claws, sharp as steel blades, cleaved Lin Jian's body in two. Seeing Lin Jian split in half on the ground, his heart crushed. The bloodthirsty werewolf finally felt at ease. Surely, this must have killed the human, but just as the werewolf relaxed, its own heart suddenly burst open and a deep wound appeared around its waist, cutting through 2/3 of it, almost bisecting the creature. The level difference was too great. Even 16-fold damage didn't inflict the same level of injury on the bloodthirsty werewolf as it did on itself. Lin Jian somewhat helplessly looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf. A 12-level difference, along with the skill enhancements, made the werewolf's defense incredibly formidable. Even though Lin Jian had linked with the bloodthirsty werewolf, the damage returned was only about 60 to 70%. The werewolf howled in pain, blood flowing from its wound like a stream. Meanwhile, Lin Jian's injuries rapidly healed, quickly returning to normal. He looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf in front of him. Initially severely injured, it was now nearly fully recovered. At its waist, new flesh bubbled at the wound, continuously healing. Although not as quick as Lin Jian's recovery, it was still impressively fast. The regenerative ability of the bloodthirsty werewolf was almost absurdly strong. Was it really going to recover that quickly? Lin Jian clicked his tongue, finally understanding the frustration the monsters must have felt facing him before. Strike while the iron is hot, for if you let it recover, the tables would turn against you. Without any hesitation, Lin Jian drew his long blade and slashed at his own waist. The werewolf's wound, which had almost healed, burst open once again, and a larger gash appeared on its waist, effectively slicing the bloodthirsty werewolf in half. Howling in agony, the werewolf's gaze instantly turned to Lin Jian. Even being simple-minded, it realized that its suffering was undoubtedly linked to Lin Jian. However, on Lin Jian's side, he was like an ancient executioner holding hair in one hand and a knife in the other, continually beheading himself. If it weren't for the worry that if he didn't hold onto the head it would roll all over the place, Lin Jian would have wanted to use both hands to take turns beheading. It was only after Lin Jian had beheaded himself for the second time that the bloodthirsty werewolf was finally decapitated. "Phew, you're definitely dead now," Lin Jian said, looking at the bloodthirsty werewolf, whose eyes were gradually losing their light, and finally he could breathe a sigh of relief. This kind of boss with high defensive power and strong recovery ability was the type he hated to deal with the most. Of course, this was also because the level difference between them was too great. If they were on the same level, the bloodthirsty werewolf would have been easy for Lin Jian to handle. Just as Lin Jian was about to put away his long sword, he suddenly realized something was wrong. If the bloodthirsty werewolf had been killed by him, why hadn't he heard the system message? Realizing that the bloodthirsty werewolf was not dead, Lin Jian didn't even look in the direction of the werewolf. Instead, he directly swung his sword at his own head. However, Lin Jian was a step too late. A deafening howl came from the direction of the bloodthirsty werewolf's body, and Lin Jian only felt a heavy blow to his head. With his head reeling, Lin Jian was completely unaware of his surroundings. At this moment, the head of the bloodthirsty werewolf swiftly reattached itself to its body. The bloodthirsty werewolf did not wait for its body to fully recover. It had just connected its body when it suddenly pounced on Lin Jian, knocking him to the ground. By this time, Lin Jian had finally recovered from the dizziness. It was the skill of the bloodthirsty werewolf. Dark Moon Howl. Lin Jian immediately thought of the bloodthirsty werewolf's skill, and now the werewolf that had knocked Lin Jian to the ground was undoubtedly using another skill, Bloodthirsty Bite. Chunks of flesh were torn from Lin Jian's body, and at the same time wounds burst open on the bloodthirsty werewolf's body. However, these wounds healed at an incredibly fast pace, which was exactly the effect of the bloodthirsty bite. Lin Jian's injuries could return 60 to 70% of the damage to the bloodthirsty werewolf, but the werewolf's healing speed from using Bloodthirsty Bite was faster than the rate at which it was injured. In just a moment, all the wounds on the bloodthirsty werewolf had healed, and it stopped biting. Lin Jian, however, now looked utterly ragged. Lin Jian cursed as he lay on the ground. He rarely swore because of the presence of his sister, but the perversity of the bloodthirsty werewolf made it impossible for him not to curse. Lin Jian just lay there with no intention of getting up. His body was like a rag, and getting up was of no use. He might as well lie down and wait to recover. As for the bloodthirsty werewolf standing nearby, Lin Jian didn't care. The opponent couldn't kill him anyway. The bloodthirsty werewolf seemed to realize that Lin Jian was hard to kill, and with a blood-red wolf claw it smacked Lin Jian's head into a mess. Bang! The head of the bloodthirsty werewolf also cracked open, revealing savage wounds on its head. Seeing Lin Jian's disfigured state, the bloodthirsty werewolf finally felt at ease. He walked over to a nearby clearing, absorbing the moonlight to heal his injuries. This guy really doesn't hold back. Lin Jian glanced at the bloodthirsty werewolf not far away, almost fully recovered, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. But I am more ruthless than you. With that, Lin Jian swung his blade at his own head, splitting it into two halves. The bloodthirsty werewolf let out a miserable howl. As a huge wound appeared on its head, which was almost healed, the wound stretched from the top of the werewolf's head to its nose, nearly splitting its skull in two. The werewolf knew that its injuries were definitely related to Lin Jian. It tried to use its bloodthirsty bite again to heal, but with its head severely damaged, its eyes blurred by blood, and its mind muddled like paste, it could hardly see its surroundings, let alone locate Lin Jian. Moments later, as its vision and the wound halfway recovered, it spotted Lin Jian, who was holding a long knife and grinning maliciously at the werewolf. I don't believe you won't die like this. In the terrified gaze of the werewolf, Lin Jian split his own head in two again with a swing of his blade. Crack! The wound on the werewolf's head instantly split open, and its entire head was divided into two halves. Phew, it should be dead now. Lin Jian recovered and looked towards the werewolf, only to see its head slowly regenerating. It's still not dead. Its brain is spilling out, and it's still alive. Isn't that too exaggerated? Frustrated, Lin Jian slashed himself a few more times until the werewolf's head was cut into 4 pieces, finally hearing the system notification, ding. Congratulations on defeating the Blood Castle boss, the level 28 S-rank bloodthirsty werewolf. For killing a level 28 S-rank beast, you have gained 10,000 experience points. The whole realm of Divine Realm broadcasted. SSSS Class Divine Profession Life Exchanger Lin Jian has killed the Blood Castle boss, setting a new record and earning an additional 2,000 experience points. Exhausted, Lin Jian sat on the ground gasping for breath. No wonder they say this guy is the toughest boss in the Blood Castle. Lin Jian had faced many enemies and monsters, from S-rank beasts to the S-class divine professionals of the Royal Academy, and he had handled them all with ease. But the bloodthirsty werewolf had given him unprecedented pressure with its super strong recovery ability and extremely high defense. Lin Jian, however, was relieved that the remaining bosses, though also strong, did not possess such formidable regenerative abilities as the bloodthirsty werewolf. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Realm, people who heard the broadcast were already boiling with excitement. What am I hearing this right? To Blood Castle bloodthirsty werewolves? That's brutal. To think someone actually managed to kill a bloodthirsty werewolf. Wasn't it said that to get through the Blood Castle one must bypass the bloodthirsty werewolf boss, yet someone actually killed it? The bloodthirsty werewolf is like a bug in existence. I seriously suspect that Lin Jian was cheating. Everyone was discussing the death of Lin Jian and the bloodthirsty werewolf. If Lin Jian passing the Misty Forest before was just surprising to them, then the killing of the bloodthirsty werewolf has shocked everyone. This werewolf was a nemesis that even the top talents on the Heavenly Pride list couldn't handle, known as the most twisted boss in the spirit realm, yet it was killed by a special admission student who was only level 16 and hadn't even changed classes. Before, when people heard the name Lin Jian, they might have found it somewhat familiar, but now they are deeply impressed by the name Lin Jian. At the location of the Divine Realm, steeled members of the top 5 clubs were looking at each other with fervent eyes, their gazes filled with hostility. In the National Vocational College, figures hurriedly left, heading towards the Divine Realm Steel. Among these people, there were top talents from the Heavenly Pride list, teachers from the college, and even Vice Dean Ji was among them. Suyu and Nyomu, follow me. Standing in the crowd, Suyu and Nyomu heard a familiar voice and looked up to see their club leader marching towards the direction of the Divine Realm Steel. The two quickly followed, with Nyomu asking in confusion, "Boss, why are you here? What do you think? If I didn't come, Lin Jian would have nothing to do with our club." Upon hearing this, Nyomu realized that the elites of the 5 major clubs of the National Vocational College were almost all present: the Star Instrument Club, the Bird Flying Club, the Tiger Leopard Club, the Flower Moon Club, and the Ethereal Club. All their leaders were gathered here. Are the special admission students all this fierce now? The leader of the Tiger Leopard Club, ranked 4th on the Heavenly Pride list, clicked his tongue in astonishment. That bloodthirsty werewolf, I was torn apart by him initially, and just when he bit me he recovered. Such a monster, and yet someone managed to kill it. This Lin Jian, he really has something. The leader of the Bird Flying Club, ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Pride list, Suhun, touched the wound on his shoulder left by the bloodthirsty werewolf. "Gentlemen, how about this? Lin Jian joins my club," said the leader of the Ethereal Club, ranked 6th on the Heavenly Pride list, Suefo, with a smile. previously all the good seedlings were snatched by you guys and we in the ethereal didn't get a single one. Isn't it fair to let us have this one? Old Sue Win did recruiting for our clubs. Become a matter of distribution, came a voice as Juga, the leader of the Star Instrument Club and ranked third on the list, walked over with Mu and Su Yu. Exactly, each club recruits based on their capabilities, right? Suhun said, clenching his professional weapon. Being the strongest among them, he was quite confident in his abilities. Let's not resort to fighting and killing for now, suggested the leader of the Flower Moon Club, ranked fifth on the Heavenly Pride list, Su Linger. With a smile. Have you all forgotten the battle 3 years ago where so many of our club members died? The members of the 5 major clubs fell silent, remembering the battle from 3 years ago that was also for the sake of recruiting a student. As the conflict escalated, the members of the 5 major societies began to grow angry, and what ensued was a chaotic battle between them. If it weren't for the intervention of the dean of the National Vocational College, these societies might have been completely destroyed. Xiaosu was right, said Vice Dean Ji, who appeared beside them at some point, his gaze lightly sweeping over everyone present. Fight over people if you must, but don't start brawling again. The last fight involving the 5 major societies nearly caused Dean Ji Wuyo and the other leaders of the college to faint from shock. Although the National Vocational College usually did not interfere with the students' fights, a massive brawl involving thousands of people, all of whom were the elite of the college, was a situation where significant casualties were likely. The senior management of the college could not just stand by and watch. Suhun, Dian Yu and the others looked at each other, all feeling a bit guilty. After all, in their hearts they were still pondering how to win should a fight break out again. Su Linger noticed their discomfort and smiled slightly. Gentlemen, instead of arguing here, why don't we wait for Lin Jian to come out and ask for his own opinion? The people present fell silent, evidently agreeing with Su Linger's suggestion. By now, the area around the Divine Realm Steel had almost been completely taken over by people from the 5 major societies, leaving others to only watch from a distance. This included Zhao Ji and his group from the 2 gang. Before the arrival of the 5 societies, they could still strut around a bit, but once the 5 societies arrived, they did not dare to even whisper and sheepishly vacated the spot. What's the situation now, third brother? Tuli came up to Zhao Ji, clearly displeased. You can't even deal with a newly special recruited student. Zhao Ji looked troubled, wishing the situation were as simple as Tuli described. Lin Jian had caught the attention of the 5 major societies, and Zhao Ji was already thinking about just taking his people and leaving, but remembering Tuli's vindictive nature, Zhao Ji decided to explain everything that had happened. Do you mean to say that Lin Jian is likely to join one of the 5 major societies? Tuli looked towards the direction of the Divine Realm Steel, somewhat convinced by Zhao Ji's words. He had also heard the divine announcement of Lin Jian killing the bloodthirsty werewolf, and he knew Lin Jian was quite capable. However, Tuli was confident he could kill Lin Jian regardless of his abilities. After all, Lin Jian was only level 16 and hadn't even undergone his first class change, whereas Tuli was already level 35 and had undergone 2 class changes. Boss, Zhao Ji looked at Tuli, hesitating for a moment before making up his mind to speak. Maybe we should just let it go, let Lin Jian off this time. Having said that, Zhao Ji bowed his head, not daring to speak further. He knew very well that his words might greatly displease Tuli. Saying they should let Lin Jian go was essentially admitting defeat. The 5 major guilds valued Lin Jian so highly that perhaps just a word from him would have them scrambling to resolve the situation with the 2 clan. This is why Zhao Ji dared to speak so boldly. Tuli stared coldly at Zhao Ji. Then my brother died for nothing, he said. Don't say more, I will handle Lin Jian myself. Zhao Ji opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he only sighed. He knew that with Tuli's personality no amount of persuasion could change his mind. Inside the Divine Realm, Lin Jian took a brief rest before getting up and heading towards the northern part of the Blood Castle. Unlike other adventurers who entered the Blood Castle, Lin Jian's goal was to clear out all the monsters within. He had already dealt with the bloodthirsty wolves, the toughest small monsters on the west side, and the most twisted boss, the bloodthirsty werewolf. The small monsters and mini-bosses in the other directions were also easily defeated by Lin Jian. Unfortunately, since these mini-bosses had been killed by other adventurers before, there were no first kill rewards or announcements in the Divine Realm. Outside the Divine Realm, the members of the 5 major guilds gathered around the Divine Realm Steel and burst into exclamations. While Lin Jian has cleared all the small monsters in the north, is he planning to clean up all the monsters in Blood Castle? That's outrageous. There are so many monsters in Blood Castle and he's cleared them all. Shoo, he's even taken down the other 3 mini-bosses. Isn't that normal? After all, he killed the bloodthirsty werewolf and the other 3 bosses are not as twisted as that werewolf. Here comes the final boss. The guild members chattered excitedly, their leaders also huddling together. Do you think Lin Jian can handle the final boss? Zhuge Yi scanned the crowd as he spoke. The final boss of Blood Castle might not have the twisted regeneration abilities of the bloodthirsty werewolf, but it's well-rounded in all other aspects. Su-hun, a veteran adventurer who had entered Blood Castle before, analyzed objectively. Lin Jian is strong, but his level is too low right now, only 16. If he were level 30 maybe he would stand a chance, but at level 16, there's hardly any hope. Inside the Divine Realm, Lin Jian arrived in front of Blood Castle and pushed open the great doors. As the doors swung open, the decorations inside caught his eye. The bright red carpets, the glittering golden decorations, luxurious furniture and crystal chandeliers on the ceiling, all these spoke of a castle owner who was a noble that enjoyed the finer things in life. Could the final boss of Blood Castle be a humanoid monster? Lin Jian wondered aloud as he entered the castle. The information about Blood Castle was vague about the final boss, so Lin Jian only knew that the boss was level 30 but nothing else. However, over the years countless adventurers had ventured into the Blood Castle instance. Although the bloodthirsty werewolf on the west side had remained undefeated, some prodigies had managed to overcome the challenges in the other directions. Lin Jian and his companions bypassed the boss they had just defeated and headed straight for the Scarlet Castle. Over the years, many have faced the ultimate boss of the Scarlet Castle, but all have been defeated without exception. Lin Jian searched the castle thoroughly, finding signs of habitation but not the ultimate boss himself. Where could the final boss be? Lin Jian wondered, puzzled as he stared at the empty castle. Not a single creature, not even the smallest monster, had crossed his path within the entire castle. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above Lin Jian. "Oh, respected sir, are you looking for me?" Lin Jian looked up to see a dark coffin floating at the highest point of the castle. In it, a handsome man, dressed in noble attire, holding a glass of red wine and with a very pale face, smiled and gestured a toast to him. The creature was a vampire count, a formidable SS-level adversary with a level of 30. His talent blood pool allowed the blood of enemies killed by the vampire count to merge into a pool from which he could heal when injured. However, the blood pool could not be too far from the vampire count and was extremely vulnerable to destruction. The vampire count possessed several skills. Blood Mercenary allowed him to inject his essence into an enemy's body using his fangs and then temporarily control their body. Another skill, Phantom Bat, enabled him to transform into countless bats, each possessing 1/10 of the vampire count's attributes. If all the bats were killed, the vampire count could not use this skill again for a short period. His Bewitch skill could temporarily seal an enemy's ability, although it could not seal abilities already in use. Seeing the vampire count's attribute panel, Lin Jian raised an eyebrow, feeling that this vampire count might be easier to handle than the bloodthirsty werewolf he had encountered earlier. Despite Lin Jian's inner belief that the vampire count was less formidable than the bloodthirsty werewolf, he immediately used all his skills. The vampire count's Bewitch was particularly nasty. If the vampire count had used Bewitch on Lin Jian right away and sealed his divine chain skill, Lin Jian would have been utterly helpless. Without the divine chain, Lin Jian would have had to rely solely on his weapon, and victory would have been nearly impossible. When using the divine chain, possibly due to the level difference between him and the vampire count, he nearly failed to connect, but once the connection was successful, Lin Jian breathed a sigh of relief. The vampire count, seated on his coffin, watched Lin Jian with interest, seemingly unconcerned by his actions. He raised his glass of red wine, leisurely sipping the blood-red liquid to the last drop. "Sir, it looks like you are ready," he said. The vampire count floated out of his coffin, hovering midair. "Now, it's my turn to attack," he declared. Before Lin Jian could react, a blood arrow pierced through his chest. Lin Jian was momentarily stunned, unaware of where the blood arrow had come from. Suddenly, the vampire count's chest burst open, mirroring the wound on Lin Jian exactly. The count touched his wound, a grin uncontrollably spreading across his face. "Interesting, very interesting," he exclaimed, his face breaking into a smile as he looked towards Lin Jian. "To transfer the damage onto me equally, this must be your skill. How fascinating." Lin Jian furrowed his brow, as the vampire count before him differed greatly from the monsters he knew. All the monsters he had encountered before lacked intelligence, at best being slightly smarter, like a bloodthirsty wolf pack, but not by much. However, a creature like the vampire count before him, possessing intelligence not inferior to humans, was something he had never seen before. Even though his skill was seen through, Lin Jian did not panic. "Oh sir, your wound has already healed," he noted. The vampire count surprised observed Lin Jian's healed wound while his own chest was enveloped in a mass of blood. "Such strong regenerative powers, you remind me of someone annoying," the count muttered to himself, seemingly unfazed whether Lin Jian responded or not. Then multiple blood arrows shot through Lin Jian's body in quick succession, covering him with wounds in moments. This time Lin Jian clearly saw how the blood arrows emerged from beneath his feet to strike him. Similarly, the vampire count suffered the same injuries. Lin Jian was excited to see that due to the count's lower defenses the damage he sustained seemed more severe than Lin Jian's own. "Oh, such severe injuries, and you can recover from them," the vampire count said, now his whole body except his head wrapped in blood. This was his blood pool skill at work healing his wounds. However, it was clear that the healing speed of his blood pool could not match Lin Jian's. Lin Jian had already fully recovered while the vampire count was only halfway there. "With such strong recovery powers, sir, would you be interested in taking on that werewolf to the west?" the vampire count asked leisurely, still not showing any signs of nervousness even knowing Lin Jian's life exchange ability and powerful healing. "A bloodthirsty werewolf," Lin Jian smiled innocently, looking completely harmless. "You'll be disappointed to know that I've already dealt with him." His words caused the vampire count to pause, then his face lit up with a brilliant smile. "Ah, well done, sir. That guy is finally dead." Lin Jian shrugged, showing no interest in the affairs between the vampire count and the bloodthirsty werewolves. What he cared about was how to kill the vampire count. He drew the long sword he had prepared, and under the astonished gaze of the vampire count Lin Jian began to skillfully behead him. Lin Jian's own head was severed but soon recovered. However, when Lin Jian turned to look in the direction of the vampire count, he was surprised to find that the vampire count was no longer there. In his place, there was a group of bats flying in the air. A bat's corpse fell in front of Lin Jian, its head separated from its body. Clearly, the injury Lin Jian had just received was borne by this bat. Lin Jian, feeling the target bound by the divine chain, turned his gaze to one of the many bats. He could clearly feel that the vampire count was inside that bat. Skillfully, Lin Jian cut himself and the bat he was watching fell down as a corpse, but at that moment his linked target suddenly changed to another bat. Lin Jian took a deep breath, realizing that the vampire count could move among these bats. To kill the vampire count he would have to kill all these bats first. With this thought, Lin Jian didn't hesitate at all and continuously attacked his own vital points. "Sir, you cannot kill me." Suddenly a bat spoke in human language, and it was the voice of the vampire count. "I won't make it difficult for you. How about you just leave?" Lin Jian sneered, his movements unpausing. Jokingly, his goal for entering was to clear the blood castle. How could he possibly leave just like that? Inside the castle, the scene was extremely eerie. Lin Jian kept committing suicide and the bats in the sky fell like rain. The bats, which originally filled the blood castle densely, now numbered less than a third of what they were before. Outside the divine realm, the leaders of the 5 major societies watched as Lin Jian's marker on the map kept flashing, feeling utterly speechless. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how many times can Lin Jian revive to use this way?" Nyomu muttered quietly, but everyone around him, being reclassers, naturally heard his words. "The vampire count must have turned into a bat, but it seems those bats won't last much longer," Suhan observed as he watched the dense red dots on the map keep disappearing. He shook his head. However, the vampire count might be about to use that move. It must be said that Count Vampire the boss is not very strong, but he does things that probably no other boss can do. Who could argue otherwise? If it came to a head-on fight, any one of us could easily kill him. Haha, I bet Lin Jian will be totally bewildered when he shows up. Speaking of which, weren't all of you bewildered when you first came out? Let's not talk about it anymore. You guys are too cunning, hiding information about Count Vampire. If it weren't for that, I definitely could have cleared the game. Just keep boasting that creature is unpredictable and unavoidable. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Lin Jian's expression will be like. At this moment, the elites of the 5 major societies all wore mischievous smiles. Nearly all of these members had attempted to pass through the Scarlet Castle. After all, to be an elite of the 5 major societies means being among the top contenders of their peers. They were all brimming with confidence, believing they could clear the game. However, the outcome was a harsh blow to them all. Inside the realm of the gods, as bats died one by one, Count Vampire began to grow anxious, but he also knew of Lin Jian's almost perverse regenerative abilities and life-exchanging power. Attacking Lin Jian was akin to attacking himself. It seemed he had no choice but to use that move. Lin Jian continued to skillfully suicide, now too lazy to even look for which bat Count Vampire was in. As long as he inflicted a cut on himself, a bat would surely die. Once all the bats were gone, Count Vampire would have nowhere to hide. Engrossed in his suicides, Lin Jian failed to notice a bat creeping up behind him. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his neck. With a casual grab he caught a bat in his hand. He had just been bitten by this bat. Lin Jian didn't take it to heart. It was just a bat bite and the wound would heal immediately. "Sir, you should leave," said the bat in Lin Jian's hand, speaking human words. Lin Jian raised an eyebrow, knowing that Count Vampire was currently inhabiting this bat. He did not kill the bat. After all, Count Vampire could switch to a crow anytime. Lin Jian was curious about Count Vampire's words. What did he mean by saying he should leave? Unless he showed himself, could Count Vampire kick him out of the instance? "Dream on, I'm not leaving." Lin Jian crushed the bat in his hand and said lightly, "Today you will die." "Sir, that's not for you to decide." Count Vampire summoned another bat. Confidently speaking, Lin Jian wanted to retort, but suddenly found his body uncontrollable. However, he didn't care. He had already seen Count Vampire's skills and knew that the other's blood mercenary skill could control him. As for when Count Vampire used the blood mercenary on him, Lin Jian figured it must have been related to the bat he just caught. Being controlled didn't bother Lin Jian because Count Vampire had no means to kill him, but the next moment Lin Jian was completely stunned. "I want to exit the instance," Lin Jian shouted, and as the words left his mouth he froze, suddenly understanding what Count Vampire intended to do. All reclassifiers who enter the Divine Domain instance face danger, but they can exit the instance at any moment if it becomes too perilous. However, if they choose to leave midway, they cannot take any items or rewards they have obtained within the instance with them. To some extent, this ensures the safety of the reclassifiers. Currently, the Vampire Count is attempting to manipulate Lin Jian, trying to coerce him into exiting the instance. A prompt from the Divine Domain suddenly sounds, asking, "Do you wish to exit the instance?" which causes Lin Jian's heart to panic instantly. If he were to exit halfway, all the materials, magic crystals and experience he gained from defeating those monsters and bosses would be lost. Yet despite the dire situation, a smile spreads across Lin Jian's face. When it comes to making the final decision to leave, Lin Jian remains silent. The Vampire Count is shocked. Although he still controls Lin Jian's body, Lin Jian's willpower prevents him from uttering that final decisive word. The Count becomes desperate, well aware of his own abilities. If he can't force Lin Jian to exit, he is certain to meet his end by Lin Jian's hands. Realizing this, the Count then relinquishes control over other parts of Lin Jian's body, focusing all his energy on making him speak that last word. Lin Jian, however, is equally frantic. The materials and magic crystals he could acquire from this instance could be sold for tens of millions, and exiting now would mean he wouldn't earn a single penny from them. Not to mention, the massive experience he has gained in the Blood Castle is nearly enough for his next class change. Exiting now would mean he'd have to start over and accumulating the necessary experience for the class change. Just then, feeling that he can control his own arm again, an idea strikes Lin Jian. "Finally," thinks the Vampire Count joyously, believing he can now manipulate Lin Jian to speak the final word. However, before the word leaves his mouth, Lin Jian's long sword cleaves his own head into two. Simultaneously, Lin Jian loses consciousness and the Vampire Count can no longer control his body. His skills are effective only on living beings, not corpses. Seeing Lin Jian's head split open, the Vampire Count can't help but wonder he must be dead now, right? Though Lin Jian's regenerative abilities are formidable, such an injury should be beyond recovery. Other than the bloodthirsty werewolves, the Count has never seen any creature survive a head being split open. However, to his horror, Lin Jian's wounds gradually start to heal. Realizing something is amiss, the Vampire Count controls a bat and attempts to swoop down on Lin Jian to use the blood bond. But Lin Jian is prepared. He swiftly slays the bat with a single stroke of his blade. "The same trick won't fool me twice," he thinks as he activates his skilled Night Eyes exploration. Lin Jian swiftly deployed his only support skill, causing streaks of red light to illuminate the surroundings. With this, the positions of all the bats became glaringly apparent to him, even those lurking behind him. Following the failure of the Blood Pact, the Vampire Count could no longer advance even a step closer to Lin Jian. Lin Jian relentlessly stabbed himself, and within moments, the Vampire Count reverted to his original form as the bats perished. The Vampire Count attempted to speak, but Lin Jian was in no mood for conversation, focusing solely on inflicting wounds upon himself. The Count's previous move had left Lin Jian shaken, and now his only desire was to quickly defeat the vampire count and leave the dungeon with his rewards. Facing the Lin Jian, the vampire count had no choice but to continuously draw blood from his reservoir to heal his injuries. However, the replenishment from the blood pool could not keep pace with the damage inflicted. After a desperate struggle, the vampire count eventually fell powerless. A chime sounded. Congratulations on defeating the Blood Castle boss, the level 30 S-class monster vampire count. Killing a level 30 S-class monster has awarded you 11,000 experience points, a global announcement across the Divine Realm. SSSS class God Profession Change Master Lin Jian has slain the Blood Castle boss, setting a new record and earning an additional 2,000 experience points. Upon hearing the announcement from the Divine Realm, Lin Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was evident why over the years many prodigies had failed to conquer the Blood Castle. Both the insanely difficult bloodthirsty werewolf and the vampire count, who could force players to exit the dungeon, were akin to bugs in their level of challenge. Each of these bosses could have served as the main boss in a Dragon Realm dungeon, yet here they were in a Spirit Realm dungeon. Outside the Divine Realm, the crowd around the Divine Steel was boiling with excitement. What? Am I hearing this right? Lin Jian actually cleared the Blood Castle? That's unreasonable, it's simply too unreasonable. That foolish vampire count, wasn't he supposed to be able to force players out of the dungeon? Why didn't Lin Jian get expelled? I'm completely convinced by Lin Jian now. The Blood Castle was no novice dungeon like the Misty Forest. It was renowned for being as challenging as a Dragon Realm dungeon and had thwarted countless prodigies. Back in the Blood Castle, Lin Jian was gathering his spoils of war when he stumbled upon a blood-red crystal. A thrilled smile spread across his face. This was the blood demon essence needed for his class change. He had thought that if the Blood Castle didn't drop it, he would have to search other dungeons. Luckily, it dropped right away. Moreover, the experience gained from the vampire count's death precisely filled the experience requirement needed for his class change. Ding! The host has gained full experience in blood magic essence. Would you like to proceed with job advancement? Yes/no. Yes, Lin Jian excitedly responded. Success in changing his job would allow him to continue leveling up and getting stronger. Job advancement successful. A surge of energy enveloped Lin Jian's body, which he absorbed completely. Lin Jian eagerly opened his attribute panel, curious to see the enhancements he gained from the successful job change. Name: Lin Jian. Occupation: Fate Changer. Level: 16. First transformation: Talent: Divine Chain. As the level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Current number of bindings: 16. Undead Warbody. Triggering the undead spirit after changing fate permanently increases physical and mental strength. It also has the ability to focus, concentrating all bound targets' damage onto one individual. Skills: Hell's Wail. The pain and damage suffered by the main body is increased by 16 times on the target. The multiplier of pain and damage increases with level. Skill: Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 500 meters outside of the main body. Range increases with level. Skill: Gravity Imprisonment. Control the gravity within a 50-meter radius of oneself, with gravity strength being 50 times that of oneself, capable of imprisoning enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Skill: Equivalent Exchange. Sacrifice a random part of the body to gain an hour of invincibility. This skill can be used when controlled. Physical Strength: 6.9%. Mental Strength: 6.9%. Lin Jian took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with light. He knew that his profession would become strong after the job change, but he had not anticipated it becoming this powerful. The first major addition was the skill equivalent exchange, which now meant he no longer had to worry about encountering monsters and enemies with control abilities. Just like the previous encounter in the prohibited lab, if the silencer had gotten the upper hand and silenced him first, Lin Jian, unable to use his divine chain skill, would have been an easy target. Additionally, there was the encounter with the vampire count's blood mercenary. If Lin Jian's will hadn't been strong enough and his reactions quick, he would have truly been doomed. Now, with equivalent exchange, Lin Jian no longer needed to fear such controlling skills threatening him. As for the cost of losing a part of his body using equivalent exchange, for someone like Lin Jian, who frequently risked his life as if it were as trivial as chopping a watermelon, such a price was hardly worth mentioning. Furthermore, both the Divine Chain and Hell's Wail skills received epic enhancements. Previously, Hell's Wail could only double the pain felt by enemies, but now it could double the actual damage inflicted. This meant that a single strike from Lin Jian was equivalent to inflicting 16 strikes on the enemy. The divine chain skill also acquired a focusing ability. This ability allowed all bound targets' damage to be concentrated on one individual. In simple terms, if Lin Jian bound 16 people and then struck himself once using the focusing ability, he could make one of them endure the damage of 16 people. Coupled with the damage doubling ability of Hell's Whale, by combining the two skills, the damage could be exponentially increased to 16 by 16 times. Even if the enemy had strong defenses, there would be no chance of surviving such an assault. Lin Jian could now confidently declare that even if a bloodthirsty werewolf stood before him, he could slay it in an instant. Outside the divine realm, as the members of the 5 major associations nearly strained their eyes from intense watching, the steel of the divine realm flickered slightly and a figure emerged from it. In an instant, several figures rushed to Lin Jian's side. Just as Lin Jian stepped out of the instance, he saw a crowd surging towards him with a desperate eagerness. Shocked, he didn't have time to think and instantly used his divine chain skill, linking everyone together. Meanwhile, the members of the 5 major associations, unaware they were linked, began pulling at Lin Jian, each making their pitches. Join our Tiger Leopard Association, Lin Jian. We are the strongest association in the National Vocational College. Don't listen to him. How about coming to our Flying Bird Association? I can make you the vice president. What's the point of being a vice president? Join our Star Instrument Association, Lin Jian, and I'll hand over the president's position to you when you reach the second transformation. Why bother being president? Lin Jian, you're still single, right? Our Moonflower Association has one beauty after another. Lin Jian, if you want to become stronger, you should come to our Spirit Void Association. We've produced many strong figures. As each person continued to talk, pulling on him, Lin Jian's head filled with chaos. It took him a while to understand what they were saying. These people were from the 5 major associations of the National Vocational College, all intent on recruiting him. Once he realized they meant no harm, Lin Jian finally retracted his divine chain skill. He had just come out and saw a crowd rushing at him. He thought they were from the 2 faction wanting to attack him. That's enough. At this moment, Ji Wuyo walked over, speaking helplessly. Why all this excitement? Let's hear what Lin Jian thinks before saying anything else. Hearing Ji Wuyo's words, the members of the 5 major associations gradually calmed down. They each looked at Lin Jian expectantly, eager to hear his response. Lin Jian frowned slightly and said lightly, "Everyone, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no plans to join any association." Lin Jian's words left the members of the 5 major associations slightly stunned. They had thought that Lin Jian would bargain or choose one of their associations, but they had never considered that he would reject them all. Just as they were preparing to persuade Lin Jian, a voice came from behind. "Lin Jian, do you dare to battle with me?" Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. Tu Li, holding a staff and filled with murderous intent, stared at Lin Jian. "Lin Jian, you killed my brother. Do you dare to fight to the death with me?" Lin Jian was momentarily taken aback, then realized this person must be the boss of the 2 faction. "Tu Li, you really have no shame." At this point, Nyomu stepped forward, speaking angrily. "As a level 35 frost mage, you're challenging a mere level 16 to a duel to the death. People wonder how someone like you even made it onto the prestigious list." "If you want to fight, I'll fight you," shouted Nyomu as the crowd around began to catch on to the absurdity of the situation. One after another, voices joined in. "Seriously, you want to fight a level 16? Why not challenge me instead? I'm ranked 83rd on the list, just a bit higher than you." "Pathetic, always bullying those weaker than yourself," a voice rang out disdainfully. "I'm ranked 15th, do you dare to face me instead?" The surrounding crowd, most of whom ranked much higher than you, scorned at your actions. They saw it as nothing short of bullying. As more people chimed in, even their professional weapons were drawn in anger. "You've crossed the line," Su-hun said calmly. "If you really want to duel Lin Jian, wait until he's at your level. Are you just interested in picking on the weaker?" Su Linger also scoffed coldly, her tone dripping with contempt. "Has the list fallen so low that any Tom or Harry can get on? What kind of trash is this?" Despite the barrage of criticisms, you kept a stoic face, looking directly at Lin Jian. "Lin Jian, do you dare?" Suddenly Lin Jian laughed, gripping his staff with newfound confidence. Before his recent job change, he would have been terrified given your higher level. But now he had successfully transitioned. He had even managed to use the chain of God on you, albeit with great difficulty, but it was a success nonetheless. You, as an S-tier divine frost mage, possess tremendous control and damage abilities. but Lin Jian with his new job abilities wasn't afraid of your control skills anymore. He was tired of your repeated provocations. Since you were so keen on this duel, why should he refuse? Tuli, I accept your challenge. Lin Jian's declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. With various frost attributes fundamentally designed for control, your confidence was evident, but Lin Jian had fully grasped his damage mechanisms. It was all about attrition. If he could use his frost skills to freeze, how could a level 16 like Lin Jian possibly outlast a level 35? Let's see what the murderer of my brother can do. Wait, Tushin is your brother. Yes, how about it? Are you afraid to take this on? Lin Jian shook his head. No, I want you all to understand that those who dare to confront me must be prepared to face death. Tuli sneered. Who are you trying to scare? A weakling at level 16, come at me. If you're not afraid of dying. As the situation escalated toward a matter of life and death, Ji Wuyo had no choice but to intervene. Haven't I said enough? Do you take my words for the idle wind? If every conflict results in death, wouldn't our academy suffer tremendously? Tuli, unconvinced, retorted. Principal Ji, he started it. Yes, I did, and first of all I killed your brother. We are enemies. If I don't kill you this time, there will be a next time. Who knows, maybe your entire family will come after me. I'm not afraid of you killing me, but it shouldn't interfere with my affairs. Lin Jian, with his experience of annihilating a clan, knew well that to cut the weeds you must remove the roots. If hatred cannot be resolved, then it's better to end it swiftly, kill as they come, resolve it cleanly. Otherwise, who knows when they might strike, and what if it threatens the people close to me? A painful lesson was learned through his sister. If hatred is not thoroughly dealt with, it will involve innocent bystanders. Lin Jian is not afraid of death, but what about the people around him? At this point, Ji Wuyo really couldn't continue. The deed is done, how could he advocate for a resolution? The grudge on Tu Li's side is about the murder of a brother. You think it's a joke? Even if he is the principal, he can't just ask someone to be magnanimous unless you surname Tu can control it. Lin Jian, there are rules in our academy. Principal Ji, do you know what my profession is? What else could it be but a life-for-life master, which everyone has witnessed? Talking about friendly spars and no harm to a life-for-life master, isn't that absurd? Principal Ji, if the rules are unfair to me, why should I follow them? You can bully me with your power, but I have the right to resist. Don't forget how I came here in the first place. My only goal was to find my sister. In the future, many will dislike me and want to strike at me. I understand a poor boy, why should he matter, right? But you should also know what my profession is. If I strike back without holding back, will it all be my fault? It's unfair. If you fight me, sign a life and death contract. Lin Jian has no way out, and his way of attacking isn't like others who might spar lightly. What if one day someone too arrogant for their own good provokes him? Can they endure Lin Jian targeting their vital parts? Not every profession has robust defenses, some are extremely fragile. Ji Wuyo narrowed his eyes, looking at Lin Jian. You're really not giving me any face. Lin Jian smirked lightly. I'm not asking for fairness anymore. Originally, when Tucson provoked me, he was 12 levels higher. You still wanted to restrict me. That was asking for my death. Why should I give you face? Giving you face, others would have lost their lives long ago. Are you kidding? With that said, Lin Jian was already prepared to leave the academy. Why should he tolerate it if everyone is against him? It's just Lin Jian himself, he's not alone. He has a sister too. What happened with the Xie family must not happen again. This kind of hatred, he must nip it in the bud, otherwise even if his sister is found, she would be bullied just the same. What does Ji Wuyo think? This individual Lin Jian is truly an SSSS grade talent, always surprising everyone with no one knowing the limits of his capabilities. Such a rare research specimen is indeed worth the full support of the National Academy. Lin Jian is right. If the murderous brothers cut off limbs, can such hatred be easily quelled? If Tu Li fails to deal with Lin Jian, would it be fair to say, you killed my brother so I'll kill your sister? This struck a nerve with Lin Jian, making the situation at the academy untenable. Therefore Ji Wuyo had two choices. One was to persuade Tu Li to let go of his vengeance and not to provoke further. The other option, well, add one more condition. Due to the unique nature of the life-changing profession, anyone challenging Lin Jian must sign a life and death agreement taking full responsibility for the consequences, with the academy only playing a persuasive role. Tu Li, are you sure you want to challenge him? Yes, I'll sign the life and death agreement. Lin Jian has often exceeded everyone's expectations. Do you still want to fight? Of course, why should I be afraid? I'm a level 35 ice mage. If I can't handle him, it's all been for nothing. Ji Wuyo had no choice but to let Tu Li sign the life and death agreement. This issue couldn't be suppressed. In his eyes, this challenge was full of uncertainties, far from the one-sided battle Thule imagined. An SSS-grade cleric, it's hard for anyone to predict what might happen next. Lin Jian had accomplished miraculous feats not just once or twice. Without these, he wouldn't have survived till now, a path where there was no room for error. Looking at it this way, it does seem a bit unfair. How could a life changer hold back? Young people fearless out of ignorance often only realize life's lessons in regret. Thule signed the life and death agreement with determination to win. Lin Jian also signed. Each of his battles was as if he had signed anyway. Ji Wuyo had already stepped aside. What more could he say? Everyone must abide by the bets they place. At this moment, Vice Dean Chang also approached. Old Ji, I can see you value this SSS grade talent, always challenging beyond his level. Aren't you worried what might happen if he slips up? He was right, it wasn't fair. Without this ability, the last time against Tu Sin would have been the end. At this point, Thule and Lin Jian were ready for battle. Formless cold ice freeze. Thule's skill was nearly instantaneous, his second-tier skill capable of freezing a person out of nowhere. The best approach for Lin Jian was to use control skills, and Thule wasn't just acting on a whim. No matter how powerful Lin Jian's recovery was, there was still a skill cost, and with his personal level falling behind Thule's, he'd use the level advantage to suppress him. What could Lin Jian do even if his life-changer skills had locked on? Thule had already prepared for the worst-case scenario where Lin Jian could indeed unleash all his abilities. However, Lin Jian's physical body was completely under Thule's control, a situation where he could simply outlast him until the end of his abilities. I'm at level 35, I can afford the wait, but how long can you last at level 16? The chilling cold was lethal to the human body, especially combined with control abilities. Thus, Thule often didn't even need to use his freezing skill to kill a large group of people outright. Unfortunately for Thule, he was up against Lin Jian, who had already launched his Divine Chains and Hell's Whale abilities. Divine Chains locked onto Thule, but that was all it achieved, as Thule had already completely frozen Lin Jian. Not bad, you released your skills quickly, but to what use? How long can you maintain them? Thule mocked. Oh, you can also increase the negative effects on me, amplified many times over, right? Too bad my attribute is Frost, I naturally have high resistance to ice. Did you think too highly of your ice damage? Thule was no fool, he had done his homework on Lin Jian. He knew exactly how his brother had died and had investigated the ways of the Life Swapper. Although the Life Swapper had some tricks, they weren't completely unbeatable. In a battle specifically tailored like this, a bit of intelligence was necessary. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 5 major societies and 2 deans watching from a distance could see everything. Thule came prepared, released his skills so quickly. Of course, he's no fool. Knowing the opponent is a Life Swapper, would he give him a chance to act? So, does that mean the Life Swapper has no chance? It's hard to say. After all, Thule is of a higher personal level, and the Life Swapper definitely can't maintain his skills as long. We're not here just to watch a show, are we? But personal level is also a form of strength. Talent is just talent after all, even if Lin Jian is at level 16. He's still at a disadvantage. The difference in levels is visibly clear, and everyone believes that those at higher levels have more means at their disposal. Old G, by signing a life and death agreement, it seems to be disadvantaging him, doesn't it? Life and death are predestined. You have no right to intervene. The level difference is too great. Thule has plenty of means to play the opponent to death. It's a pity, though. I wanted to know what being an SSS level cleric means, but it looks like he might not get past this. However, Lin Jian had always fought above his level with no exceptions in the past. Ji Wuyo still hoped to see a miracle, given that the battles of a Life Swapper were excessively bloody, usually a matter of life and death. Dean Chang sighed softly. Survivorship bias, you only see him winning. If he loses just once, that's the end. Just because he could do it before doesn't mean he can always do it. Always fighting desperately, it feels like he must fall at some point, right? And one failure could mean the end. Life Swapper, if you can't swap your opponent's life, you lose your own. They didn't know that Lin Jian was truly an undying being, but can an undying body truly never die? Even Lin Jian didn't know this. Thule had completely frozen his foe and slowly walked over. Feeling cold, aren't you? You can spread the negative effects, but my resistance to ice is over 100 times that of an ordinary person. Let's see who can withstand the freezing longer. A frost mage dying from frost, isn't that a joke? Thule burst out laughing. I don't even need to attack you, the difference in levels allows me to slowly wear you down. What can you do? How long can your body temperature last? No worries, I have all the patience to watch you freeze to death. Even if you don't freeze, turning Lin Jian into an ice sculpture and trapping him forever is also viable. Tu Li is fully capable of freezing Lin Jian, sinking him into the depths of the ocean, and he doesn't care whether you freeze to death in this lifetime. After all, this is a duel sign with a life and death agreement. It's not just about winning or losing, but also about life and death. Lin Jian, of course, is not willing to give in. He hasn't found his sister yet and cannot be controlled by others. Sacrifice organs for equivalent exchange. Lin Jian activated his new skill Life Swap with Divine Chains binding and focusing. He then used his focusing talent, directing the Divine Chains from 16 targets to just Tu Li. A kidney vanished from Lin Jian's body instantly, and simultaneously Tu Li felt weakened. The changes in Lin Jian's body would of course be reflected in Tu Li's body with an even stronger sense of weakness. Do you think this will work on me? What? You can still talk, not just talk, I can do anything. Is this immune to controlled tyrant body? Tu Li was stunned. Despite the level difference, Lin Jian had made his skills immune, and as for the frost damage, he simply didn't care. The enhancement from his undead battle body made him indifferent to the frost damage. Lin Jian reached out and grabbed Tu Li by the neck, holding him with one hand. You don't dare to hit me, but I can hit you. With his other hand, he smacked Tu Li twice. Lin Jian rarely attacks his enemies directly in combat because damaging his enemies isn't as effective as when the Divine Chains are bound to himself, but direct attacks serve to taunt. Attacks were not heavily damaging, but they were extremely insulting. After slapping him twice, Lin Jian then grabbed his own neck. Shall we continue this standoff? Let's see who runs out of breath first. What frost armor? The force Lin Jian used on his own neck was amplified 16 times by the Hell's Whale skill. No matter how strong the opponent's personal defense, focusing the Divine Chains from 16 targets onto one person still proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. And Tu Li's frost armor, not only did he apply one to himself, he also applied one to Lin Jian. If Lin Jian damaged himself now, Tu Li's frost armor on him would be useless. However, the ice armor on Tu Li's neck began to creak and crack, looking like it was about to break. Lin Jian didn't shatter the ice armor on his own neck, but still inflicted 256 times the damage to his opponent. Don't do this, hit me instead. Aren't you seeking revenge? Giving me frost armor, you really thought of that? Feeling weak now? This is what it feels like to have kidney deficiency, and your feeling far exceeds mine. So now, if it weren't for the power of your divine position, you couldn't even beat a child. No more tricks left. Ha, being polite for what? That's how life swappers are, they'd rather have the opponent attack them. Tu Li realized that playing like this would lead to his demise. How could he have known this guy had a domineering body? The intelligence was incomplete, but fortunately his preparation was also thorough, as he was dealing with an SSSS-level genius. Frost Blade. Tu Li finally made his move. His blade of ice, crafted from millennia-old frost, harder than steel and indestructible, drove straight into Lin Jian's body. He managed to break free from Lin Jian's hold, raised a hand and flashed the ring on his finger. See this? A disruption ring prepared just for you. This little thing can block any lock-on from you. Really? What level is this blocking skill of yours? Lin Jian asked in disbelief. Tu Li was stunned to find a gaping hole in his own chest. The disruption ring was a piece Tu Li had painstakingly prepared, spending a great deal of money, yet now it was utterly useless. Impossible. Why is this happening? This is an S-level defensive block. Did you forget? I am an SSSS-level divine officer. If your lower-level skills could block, then what's the point of having levels at all, right? But you must have spent a lot of money on this. Lin Jian reached over, twisted Tu Li's finger off and took the ring. This thing is a divine artifact, useless against me, but remember, anyone, even the weakest person, can wear this to block skill targeting. That's the advantage of equipment. After all, those above S level are rare, and this could counter most people. Then with a smile, Lin Jian looked at Tu Li. Your preparation is still insufficient. Now prepare to die by your own skills. Lin Jian, clenching the ice blade embedded in his chest, pushed it deeper. Wait, no, I don't want to die, I won't trouble you anymore. Tu Li knew the power of the frost blade he wielded better than anyone, and Lin Jian, devoid of any defense, seemed to fear not being hurt enough by others. The blade could sever all life forces. As a frost mage, Tu Li's ability to resist damage was not his strong suit. Lin Jian wasn't afraid of a werewolf's natural healing abilities, much less a frost mage. Lin Jian, wait. Vice-Chancellor Chang also shouted, that's enough, we should show mercy when we can. Lin Jian looked over. Chancellor, we signed a life and death agreement. Are you intending to intervene in the duel? That would be unacceptable. If word gets out, it might not matter for Tu Li, but the credibility of the National Professional Academy would be at stake. Your word would mean nothing, not even a formally agreed upon contract would hold any weight. Why should anyone listen to you? Then, the credibility of the academy is worth more than a few lives, but though the victor is clear, life and death are not yet decided. This is between him and me. Who among you will decide for him? Lin Jian looked around at the onlookers. Let's see who will stand up now. When he was about to kill me, none of you stopped him, but when it's my turn you appear. Who is it? Now even Vice President Chang found it difficult to speak up. Blocking was not the problem. Lin Jian was waiting for someone to try and stop him, but the loss of credibility was irreplaceable. Could the National Vocational College silence the whole world? If word got out, there would be many who'd seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Lin Jian was waiting for someone from the college to step forward. Could they really afford to lose face like this? He was prepared not to kill, but if you think you're the most powerful and others must obey regardless of your betrayal, then you should bear the consequences. Clearly, the National Vocational College couldn't afford it. If the Divine Vocational College found out about their actions, they would mock them worldwide. Other major forces would also lose trust in them. If they could easily betray others, wouldn't they do the same to me in the future? Look, no one can save you, not even the dean dares to. And what about your followers? Is anyone coming to rescue you? Challenging a life exchange master, do you find it amusing? Do you think you are superior while others are fighting for their lives? Lin Jian even mocked the vice president, but both were powerless. The members of the 5 major societies were watching. This young man was recklessly playing with human lives. My goodness, mocking the dean, isn't he the first one ever to do so? But he had them cornered. The 2 deans were unable to do anything. How terrifying! Is this what a life exchange master is? If your life is in his hands, not even the mightiest can take it back. Lin Jian was calm and composed. At this moment Tu Li was extremely weak, and any attack he made on Lin Jian would only be returned with double the force. His control skills were also ineffective within the time of domination. Lin Jian could do whatever he pleased. If anyone dared to intervene now, Lin Jian would simply stop, as he had nothing to lose. But the loss for those who stood up would be significant. If the National Vocational College allowed anyone to intervene, it would be a stain on their reputation. The Grand National Vocational College couldn't even ensure a fair duel. Saving the dean, he's saving. Tu Li was as arrogant as he is now wretched. He didn't even dare to attack. Lin Jian had sacrificed a kidney to obtain this dominating power, amplifying the feeling of weakness in Tu Li by 256 times, including the pain of his wounds, which made it difficult for him to even speak loudly. Yet his fear did not diminish. You're called Tu Li. Do you remember how your brother died? He wasn't killed by others. He was killed by his own arrogance. He thought others were just punching bags, that they must fight to the death while he could play without risk. Didn't he feel superior? I'm just the one who plays with lives, and it suits me. I only play for keeps. Lin Jian revealed a cruel smile. You'll find out that in the end you are just a life as well. Thus I am the fairest. Before life and death everyone is equal, you and everyone else. In the past you might have only needed to move your lips and others had to risk their lives. Now the game is on between me and you. Do you find it amusing that even at level 35 you can't save yourself? Holding the ice blade in his hand, Lin Jian deeply plunged it into his own heart. Till he just stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word as blood frothed and bubbled out. You 2 brothers should meet up. Maybe there will be others too, who knows? I assure you, I'll reunite you all, he said coldly. It was a slow and painful death. Lin Jian gradually pushing Tu Li closer to the brink of death. Even at level 35 one could not withstand the 256-fold negative effects. Tu Li's life slowly drained away amidst immense fear. Until he was thoroughly dead, Lin Jian didn't release him. Instead he turned to face the spectators. At that moment he resembled the Grim Reaper, his body marked with horrifying wounds. This guy, he's truly frightening. Only level 16, yet it seems this SSSS cleric level is beyond imagination. A life for a life, yet he did not die. Indeed he could endure. Lin Jian's image was absolutely shocking to the onlookers, as if a demon had crawled out of hell. Although this was a world where life and death battles were common, they had never felt something this profound before. Especially the members of the 5 major societies who had previously not taken these matters seriously, believing themselves to be invincible. Dean Ji, may I have a word? Lin Jian asked. With your injuries, don't you think you need some treatment? No need for that, I have something more important to ask. Lin Jian desired exactly this effect. All were watching, yet none could intervene. Everyone could feel Tu Li's despair. If anyone dared to step forward, Lin Jian would have ceased, but did they dare? The 2 vice deans were there, and the academy did not permit any deceitful behavior. Even the members of the 5 major societies and those associated with Thule chose silence. Life swappers, trading one life for another, letting you feel the cruelty of life hanging by a thread. Not all professions were so bloody, even many that involved direct physical attacks weren't as brutal as Lin Jian's method, which once again made them realize the weight of his words. You all have divine professions, do you think you are superior? And what I'm trading with you is just that, life, and you all have only one life too. Big brother, what do you say? Regarding this Lin Jian, we should take it slowly and think of a strategy, right? Let's go back first, this isn't the time to discuss matters, let's also leave, not to bother the deans any longer, we were just here to watch the spectacle. The major societies left one after another, no one wanted to be uncomfortable. At that moment, all hoping that such an SSSS-level genius would join them, as he represented at least a strategic deterrent force, because he really could trade lives. Anyone thinking of causing conflict would need to think it through. They didn't know where Lin Jian's limits lay, but one thing was certain, he could at least exchange one life, and to exchange across levels from 16 against 35 and still survive, that was indeed a strategic deterrent. If at a critical moment he could directly deter another's life, many conflicts could be prevented. The key point was that some people refused to give up. Although the representatives of the 5 major factions had temporarily left, they had not abandoned their intentions. They all hoped that Lin Jian would join their respective factions. After all, they had no personal grievances with Lin Jian, the issues were between Tuzan and Thule. However, it seemed that if they wanted Lin Jian to join, they would need to use a more roundabout method. You can't just threaten someone, especially not someone who trades lives. Besides risking their own lives, there would be no benefit to such threats. Zhao Ji and his group could only leave awkwardly. Brothers, say something. They are still reluctant. This can't be the end, right? Otherwise they would disperse. What could they do? Who is stronger than Thule? They asked themselves. Everyone remained silent, at least showing some self-awareness. After Thule had made what he thought were foolproof preparations, he still ended up trading a life and didn't even manage to kill Lin Jian. What could they possibly do? Now that Lin Jian had caught the attention of the dean wouldn't let them seek revenge freely. A duel. None of them could trade lives with that man, but he wasn't without weaknesses. Zhao Ji was also thoughtful. Everyone agreed that a life trader couldn't handle multiple targets at once, even if he could handle several, there would surely be a limit, and even the weakest target was still a life. This was an idea. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling that this might be a method. They couldn't let someone ride over their heads. It was bad enough with the 5 major factions, but this was a new student specially recruited at that. Now with their leader gone, where would they put their face? They would have to think of a solution slowly. This matter demanded caution from everyone. Lin Jian knew that this matter wouldn't end here, but after today's events at least it wouldn't happen so easily again. A level 35 hadn't been able to exhaust a life trader like him, and those below this level shouldn't even try, and those above this level wouldn't likely provoke a level 16 like him. The scene was left with just Lin Jian and Ji Wuyo, with Ji Wuyo feeling increasingly justified in choosing to align with Lin Jian. The primary forces of the National Vocational College had all shown up today, and at least they won't provoke you openly in the future, but would they still take covert actions? Sometimes you can't ask for too much. After all, everyone's talent here is combat, killing. So, is asking about my sister's whereabouts asking too much? Lin Jian asked directly. After all, he didn't care about anything else except for his sister's safety. If it wasn't for his sister, he wouldn't even care about these provocations. Because he had others to consider, Lin Jian had to think about so much more. He would rather have all the firepower focused on him, which didn't matter to him, but obviously that was impossible. When others feel they can't touch you, they will target your family. Absolutely, they would think of that. But when this question was raised, Ji Wuyo hesitated. This matter you are not suitable to know right now. Dean Ji, if your sister's fate was unknown, wouldn't you be desperate to find any news of her? You might not have the means to deal with this, so I'm merely asking. As for whether I have the ability, I'll decide that myself, but you know the inside story. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to rest easy. You'd be using this as leverage to coerce me into joining the National Academy. It was the first time Lin Jian had raised his concerns so sharply. Dean Ji, we both know why you sought me out. It's because of the SSSS value. Today has probably proved enough. If I were of no value to you, you wouldn't have involved me, and I have every right to know about my sister. If you won't tell me, I'll find other ways. My sister is my top priority. I would even risk my own life for her. These words carry weight when said by anyone, but coming from Lin Jian. When has he not risked his life for others? However, Dean Jiwoo also understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, to keep Lin Jian settled, he needed to assure him of his sister's safety. Without that assurance, Lin Jian might leave at any moment, regardless of any academy. If the only family he had was at risk, would he even care about anything else? Lin Jian's actions also demonstrated his worth, so you would have to provide information to keep me stable. It's only reasonable, right? Well, I can only be sure of a few things. I don't know everything clearly. The people who took your sister wouldn't threaten her life. They disdain such actions. They are from the clerical academy. They took your sister likely because of her talent. Moreover, taking her from the Xie family was to save her. Dean Jiwoo of course saw the value in an SSSS cleric and informed Lin Jian of the situation. To keep him at ease and stay here, he could now share the news. The clerical academy. If they wanted someone, they could have just recruited directly. Who wouldn't want to go? There are exceptions though. Your sister's situation doesn't meet the clerical academy's usual selection criteria. If someone recognized her talent, they might take matters into their own hands. And this isn't about abduction, it's about saving someone. Saving someone, Lin Jian thought sounded so awkward. As a family member, he didn't even know where his sister was taken. Although it was said to be a rescue from the Xie family, they should have at least informed Lin Jian. Didn't they consider his sister a person? You could argue it's fine to take something you find on the roadside that cannot speak, but this was a person. Lin Jian couldn't believe his sister wouldn't have wanted to come back to tell him herself. Dean Ji, is my sister really safe? Rest assured, I only know that those who saved her would never harm her. Nonsense, they are people from the clerical academy. They wouldn't bother with a young girl, their status wouldn't allow it. However, this manner of not informing is somewhat arrogant. Lin Jian didn't care about his own affairs, whether the clerical academy respected him or not, but taking his sister without consent, that's a grudge even if they had saved her. But who would dare challenge the clerical academy? I know you are worried, and it's not right for the seminary to act without informing us, but it is the seminary. I've kept it from you because I was afraid you would act recklessly. Here at the National Seminary you can access more resources such as qualifications for divine trials. However, you must strive for these yourself, and in doing so you can become stronger. This time Ji Wuyo had a convincing reason for his actions. Lin Jian forced him to reveal this information using his own strength. But knowing this doesn't change much. Now Lin Jian can't really demand anything from the seminary. The seminary doesn't care about who they save, they are only interested in his sister's talent, which means she isn't in any danger. However, if she had no talent, the seminary would discard her like a worn-out shoe. Don't bother discussing any grievances with the seminary, they hold themselves above all else. Lin Jian had no choice but to see for himself how superior they claim to be, despite it being a technique of manipulation. Being in the National Seminary currently benefits me. You informed me about my sister and I acknowledge this favor. At least you told me the truth, and now I know where to find her. Was it just for the news about your sister, not for you to enter the National Seminary? Dean Ji, I might be young, but I know you wouldn't do this if there wasn't something in it for you. If I had no value, you wouldn't have brought me here, so let's not pretend I owe you anything. Ji Wuyo gave a bitter smile. You're right, it seems we are not so different from the seminary after all. No, we at least don't mysteriously take people away like kidnappers. That's just how the world is. What warmth can you still speak of? Lin Jian wasn't going to get entangled in his words. I have value, and that's why you treat everyone as just an exchange. But telling him about his sister's whereabouts indeed helped Lin Jian, otherwise he wouldn't have known. And everything at the National Seminary wasn't at all achieved through Lin Jian's own efforts. I don't want to say much more. Now I'm a member of the National Seminary and don't want to waste time. I need to enter the new divine trial. Just reached level 16. Why the rush? Ji Wuyo said indifferently. You're right, once at the National Seminary, everything depends on your own efforts. You owe nothing to anyone and no one owes you anything. Entering the new divine trial, you need to earn that qualification yourself. How do I earn this qualification? The seminary will hold a selection process. Everyone knows that. You can ask around. Ji Wuyo finished speaking, turned and walked away, pausing briefly. Go back and get treated. It's not good to keep up appearances. Lin Jian didn't move, watching Ji Wuyo leave. He urgently needed to undergo the trials because his rate of improvement was inevitably much faster than others. No one in the divine realm pushed their limits like he did, so he needed to quickly elevate himself to a sufficiently strong level. The seminary, I will go there. To save is to owe a favor, but to do so without informing is to create an enemy. I am clear about my debts and grievances. He really didn't care about the revered status of the seminary. Isn't everyone entitled to their own life? Moreover, his life-exchanging skill does not improve at a regular step-by-step pace, rather its enhancement grows geometrically. Just the focusing ability alone allows him to increase his combat strength against individual targets by a multiplicative margin with each level he ascends. For instance, advancing from level 16 to 17, the skill intensity increases by more than just double. The combination of Divine Chainlock and Hell's Whale boosts it by 33 times. His talent will ultimately reach a supermodel level, thus each level he gains is of much greater value than for others, often allowing him to challenge many levels above his own. As Ji Wuyo disappeared, Lin Jian did not leave immediately. "Come out, you've been listening for quite some time." From not far away, a girl in tattered clothes emerged. Clutching a long rifle, she asked in surprise, "How did you find me?" Lin Jian had long used the Night Eye's exploration and knew someone else was nearby, though he was unsure if she was with the other group. Now that she had appeared, he still had doubts. "Who are you and why are you here?" "I'm also here for the trials and just happened to encounter you. Your talent is very special. Even the dean hasn't noticed you." "Yes, but my talent has no offensive power. I rely solely on this." She showed her rifle and then slung it over her back. It was indeed a lengthy gun, and Lin Jian knew that many people's awakened talents lacked direct offensive capabilities like the one who could impose silence but were crucial for support roles, often playing decisive roles in battles. "Is this a sniper rifle?" "It can snipe, but it's a combat rifle. This is my equipment, not a talent ability. However, I can use special bullets that allow me to attack clerics, especially in ambushes where they don't even have time to activate their skills," she added somewhat proudly. But Lin Jian was uninterested in these details. "What exactly are you?" "I really was just passing by, and I'm also a special admissions student." "I've heard about you, you're quite the idol among us special admits." Her ability indeed qualified her for special admission, with even the vice dean unaware of her presence, indicating her talent was related to stealth and concealment but lacked aggressiveness. However, Lin Jian had other concerns. He wanted to advance his own strength and then head to the clerical academy to inquire about his sister's situation. He couldn't settle until he knew more about her. As Lin Jian turned to leave, the girl became anxious. "Do you want to know more information? I have a lot even about the clerical academy." Lin Jian stopped. "What do you want in return?" "I want to enter the high-level divine trials. Could you take me with you if you have the chance?" Lin Jian was intrigued by the proposition but wondered, "How do you get your information and can you really provide whatever I need to know?" "Well, if you want to know some lesser-known, offbeat news, you first have to tell me and then wait a bit. After waiting a bit, will you be able to understand?" "Not necessarily. Who knows what excessive demands you might make. I can't guarantee anything. Indeed, if a special recruit claims to know everything, that's even less credible." The current issue is whether Lin Jian can bring her along as well and whether that would be feasible. After all, her condition is just that. If it's convenient, then it's fine, but if the cost for Lin Jian is too high, that's another story. "Can I just bring anyone in?" "Of course you can bring a squad of 5, don't you even know that? Entering as a team is the same as entering alone, and a 5-person team is the simplest team structure. Of course, any more wouldn't count as part of the quota." Lin Jian of course knows that many people can't train without forming a team. For example, some support professions, they have no attack power on their own and can't kill monsters alone. But many support professions are in high demand, like that silencer before, who made a deep impression on Lin Jian. If she successfully casts her spell, then the opponent's abilities would all be nullified. In such cases, the difference from ordinary people isn't too big. They might be tougher, but firearms and other firepower can still take them down. Ordinary people also use tools to attack divine professions. A single supporter can weaken the strength of a whole team. "What's your name?" "Call me Yuling the Yu from Leisure." The name is quite fitting, but she was still discovered by Lin Jian, which shows she can't completely hide. Lin Jian wanted to take a closer look at Yuling's face. Her head was covered with a piece of rag, hiding most of her face and making it difficult to see clearly. And it seemed not very clean, like a little beggar. "Do you want to see?" Yuling generously lifted her head cover, revealing a very eerie face. How should I put it? Originally very beautiful, but a shocking scar across her face and one eye covered with an eye patch, seemingly blind in that eye, which was quite a pity. Lin Jian didn't even know what to say with his high EQ. "Is it very scary?" "It's okay, I'm scarier when I cast my skills." "Haha, do you know why I look like this?" "Because I'm too beautiful." "What kind of reason is that?" Yuling sighed. "In this world, what you possess must match your strength, if not, disaster falls upon you. If I had a beauty that surpassed even the school beauty, it definitely wouldn't match." She was quite confident, daring to say she was more beautiful than the school beauty. but talking about this now is useless. Although Lin Jian felt, was it necessary to disfigure herself? Then you help me inquire about my sister's situation. I want to know everything related to her. Currently I only know she's in the Divine Profession Academy. Can you inquire about that? I knew this was the case. I can always find out a bit. Aren't you going to ask who I am, who my sister is? Asking too clearly makes it seem like I'm not capable. Just wait and see. Actually, the Vice Dean just did something. There will soon be a chance to go to the Divinity Institute because there's going to be an exchange between the two institutes, but your level doesn't seem high enough. It's hard to imagine that such exchanges could even happen. Lin Jian felt that both institutions didn't seem very friendly, although they both admitted divine professions. How high a level is enough? At least a second turn, which is impossible for you. This is an exchange among top students, and it's only a few days away. Besides, your role as a life changer doesn't seem suitable for exchanges. It's hard to control in a fight. A few days is not enough no matter how Lin Jian tries to level up. He levels up quickly, but he can't reach second turn in just a few days, and the school's approval is also needed. Just deciding who the school lets go could take a few days. Lin Jian felt a bit regretful. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be afraid having just defeated a second turn. That's because his talent bonuses are truly terrifying. Now, leveling up multiplies his strength by dozens of times, and it only increases as he progresses, with such bonuses breaking the divine profession limit. Isn't impossible. Do you seem disappointed? Can't I be disappointed? Fortunately, there's still one way to follow this rhythm and go to the Divinity Institute for an exchange, as they allow challenges from civilian groups. It's a small group challenge and they are very confident, believing their students are the best. Oh, anyone can participate. Lin Jian's eyes lit up. This was a way to get into the Divinity Institute where he could find out some information. The Divinity Institute took his sister away without any explanation. He wasn't trying to hinder his sister's future, but at least he wanted the Divinity Institute to know his stance. Nothing should be imposed, even if it's beneficial. Anyone can participate, but I think your divine profession might need some disguise. After all, the life changers method in combat could make others wary. Can you disguise? Isn't that breaking the rules? No, it's not against the rules as long as you don't explicitly say it. They won't check thoroughly because they are very confident. Indeed, the Divinity Institute believes it encompasses all the geniuses. They really are that confident. There's no rule saying that life changers participating in the competition is against the rules, because before Lin Jian there wasn't such a profession. In that case, it's worth a try. Lin Jian felt there was a chance. Yuling also felt the same. If you can take down Tuli, I actually think it's not excessive to select you as an elite student for the competition because Tuli is already one of the top students in the National Institute. If you participate in this challenge, the level should be even lower, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. The issue is how to form a team. Lin Jian shook his head. Do we still need to form a team? Can't I go alone? The rules of their challenge state that you must form a team because they are all geniuses. They don't want to bully anyone. They feel all the geniuses have entered the Divinity Institute and others might have a chance by figuring out some team tactics. If that's the case, who would want to join such a dangerous challenge? You're mistaken if you think no one wants to participate. Many are eager to join because a standout performance could attract the favor of the Clerical Institute or at the very least earn its substantial rewards. Lin Jian found himself in a bit of a predicament, wondering where he could find people willing to take such a risk. His gaze suddenly turned to Yuling. She was the only somewhat familiar face around, and they had a sort of business relationship. She seemed like a suitable choice. And she wouldn't need to do much, just make up the numbers. Yuling seemed to understand Lin Jian's thoughts as she remarked, that still leaves us 3 people short. With only a few days at hand, where could Lin Jian find others willing to form a team? He actually preferred to work alone, using the other 4 merely as placeholders who could surrender if the situation turned unfavorable. This was a civilian competition, and he guessed that his entire team combined wouldn't match a single opponent from the Institute. The true talents were already recruited by the Clerical Institute. Those left outside were the rejects not worthy of pitting their elites against. This was Lin Jian's opportunity to win a few matches and gain entry into the Clerical Institute to gather information about his sister, guessing that the Institute wouldn't care to check the identity of their challengers. The main issue was that the actions of a life changer were too conspicuous. The Clerical Institute would definitely recognize when Lin Jian truly made his move. By then, however, he could inquire about his sister. If you allow others to take someone away so casually, why can't I come to challenge? The problem was who would trust Lin Jian enough to join him in challenging the Clerical Institute. Yu Ling had seen him in action and had some confidence in him, but others only knew of Lin Jian through rumors, so Lin Jian planned if feasible to gather people last minute outside the Clerical Institute. The individuals not selected by the Clerical Institute were few and you couldn't just fill the numbers with ordinary people. Lin Jian went back and found Zhao Feng, hoping to persuade him to join. You don't need to fight much, if I lose you can just surrender. How about it? Challenging the Clerical Institute. It's my challenge, you're just helping to form a team. You don't need to say anything else. I'm in. Lin Jian was surprised. He didn't know Zhao Feng well enough to gauge his character and thought him sincere, but not to the extent of agreeing without much question. Usually, those challenging the Clerical Institute were not held in high regard. After all, the institute was a respected establishment. However, Zhao Feng readily agreed. Not only that, but he also added another member to the team. Do you have enough people? Can I bring someone? You have someone else who wants to join? Yes, a friend of mine who wasn't even considered for special recruitment by the Institute. It was like an answer to Lin Jian's prayers. Naturally, he agreed immediately. Sure, bring him along. Tell him there's no danger, just filling a spot. And yes, he'll share in the rewards too. But Zhao Feng said he doesn't need any rewards. He wants a chance to prove himself. Really? Yes, I was barely accepted as a special recruit and he wasn't chosen at all, so he's quite discontent. He believes those people lack vision and someday he'll shock them all. There's no need for this. It's just a formality anyway. Let him come. Lin Jian said dismissively, realizing they were still short of one more person. The challenge at the Divine Clergy Academy existed for a reason. There were surely many who wanted to participate, all believing they were the main character, a prodigy destined for greatness. Based on what actually happens, the academy always managed to convince everyone thoroughly. Lin Jian pondered for a moment, then asked again, do you know anyone else? Zhao Feng laughed awkwardly and replied, no, since coming to the National Clergy Academy no one has paid much attention to me except for you. Though I'm an S-class cleric, my role feels too cliched and not very practical in combat. I used to think your role was the least useful, but now it seems I'm the one who's truly dispensable. Zhao Feng, a knight by profession, should have been a well-balanced character, especially at the S level. It made no sense for him not to be an official student. Those stronger than Zhao Feng were considered super geniuses, with S levels being rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This puzzled Lin Jian, including about Yu Ling, whose abilities were so covert that even the deans couldn't detect them. Wasn't being an official student just a matter of lacking offensive skills? Aren't scouting abilities crucial on the battlefield? Is being a knight really that dispensable? Lin Jian questioned. Zhao Feng explained, not exactly, but the skills I awakened are quite underwhelming. Just being a knight isn't enough. There are holy knights who can negate negative effects and they're really in demand. Honestly, the offensive skills of a knight don't do much damage. Indeed, without support abilities, knights are pretty much dispensable. In terms of attack, mages have a much broader range, slicing through enemies much more efficiently than a knight chopping one at a time. Even if monsters have resistance, people prefer mages equipped with abilities to reduce resistance as they're much more efficient. Lin Jian nodded. All right, bring your friend over and we'll gather together. He thought of asking Yu Ling for help to find another person, given her connected nature. Finding a reliable person shouldn't be difficult. They didn't need someone with great strength, just someone to complete the team. Lin Jian then called Yu Ling and they arranged to meet. But before reaching the agreed place, Lin Jian encountered someone who seemed familiar. Lin Jian, we challenge you. Will you accept? Who are you? I'm Zhao Ji, a member of the Tu clan. Tu Li is our leader. Ah, it's you. But both brothers are gone and your gang is still around. Lin Jian wasn't harboring any other thoughts. He merely found this person's loyalty remarkable. The gang still hadn't disbanded and was even looking for a fight, so Lin Jian smiled. Just like this, you challenge me? No, I'm definitely not your match. The boss couldn't beat you and neither can I, so could you come outside with me to settle this grudge? Because challenging you in the National Clergy Academy requires signing a life and death contract, so going outside means we don't have to decide life or death? It's not necessary to go through so much trouble and I won't hide it from you. I've already arranged someone to deal with you. To declare this openly, isn't he afraid that Lin Jian will ignore him? He dares not make a move at the National Profession Academy, clearly indicating he doesn't want to follow the rules. Lin Jian roughly guessed their intentions. They must think he can come up with a solution, right? Well, if he doesn't dispel their illusions this time, there will always be a next time. Lin Jian can't always be at the academy. Who knows when this group might target him outside? Okay, let's set a time. You can go now. I'll be waiting for you outside the back door of the academy. I still have someone to meet. If you care, you might wait a bit. Alright, tonight we'll wait for you. Lin Jian didn't think this was a big deal, but these remnants definitely needed to be dealt with. As soon as Zhao Ji left, Yu Ling suddenly appeared. He surely set up a bunch of people to ambush you. How do you appear and disappear so mysteriously? This isn't the place we agreed to meet. It doesn't matter, I just wanted to test if you could detect me without using your skills. Indeed, I wouldn't have noticed you. You have such an ability and you're not even an official student. At this point Lin Jian couldn't help but ask. It would be easy for Yu Ling to kill someone. Really, you think I'm that impressive? There's no need to think so. If it were an assassination, you could potentially take down anyone, as not everyone has their skills activated at all times. You can approach anyone silently. No expert can always have their skills turned on. Yu Ling's ability is truly deadly. Who could withstand it? Although she lacks offensive power, she uses a gun and bullets would still harm a non-combat clergy. If that's not enough, she also has special bullets made from monster materials. Even without those, she could simply use a knife to instantly immobilize a clergy. At that moment, if someone else were to attack as well, the outcome would be fatal. Yu Ling smiled. So only you could detect me, and I won't hide it from you. My stealth and concealment skills are SSS grade, and I'm surprised you could detect me, but my publicly declared skill is that of a gunsmith. A gunsmith, that counts as a clergy position? It does, although the guns are man-made. Aiming must be done by oneself, and I never miss. So she became a specially recruited student because of her gunsmith clergy status. Wait, how do you have two professions? Lin Jian had never encountered someone like this before. He hadn't heard of anyone awakening two professions. Usually awakening is singular. If someone had such an ability, wouldn't that be widely known? Yu Ling smiled again, her one visible eye narrowing. Haven't you heard of a second awakening? There's a second awakening? Yes, such opportunities are rare but not non-existent. The Profession Academy can conduct a second awakening, but it often turns out to be futile. The cost of a second awakening is high, and it is rare for someone to awaken a second profession. But you've awakened, so why don't you want to be officially alive? Everyone has their own reasons, and these reasons have nothing to do with you. I don't want to talk about it. Lin Jian nodded, not asking further, but he began to feel that Yu Ling was becoming more mysterious. She had always been confident in her beauty, believing she outshone anyone else, even thinking she was too dazzling. Was the disfigurement on her face her own doing, or had someone else inflicted it? Seeing Lin Jian's gaze, Yu Ling said, I know what you're thinking. These blemishes on my face are just a disguise. No one knows my true face. That's all I can tell you for now. Are you still curious about me? I am, he replied, but if it's none of my business, I can restrain myself. Let's talk about you instead. Still, be cautious around those from the Tu Bang. They're not just a club in the National College, they have connections outside too. Do you want me to accompany you to check them out? No need, Lin Jian retorted. What could you do? Take out their core members? Lin Jian felt that even if there were gangs outside, they are merely underground figures. No underground figure could match the capabilities of formal academic institutions. If there were truly capable people among them, they wouldn't be wandering outside, they would enter institutions like Tu Sin and Tu Li. I think you have too little experience with the world. Have you always been in school? Do you have a lot of experience? Well, I'm here today to seek your help with a person. We're one short. Let's not talk about that now. You were invited out, so let's handle their matter. First, Yu Ling checked her gun and wrapped it in a cloth. I guess their strategy is to overwhelm you with numbers. How many can your life exchanger handle? Lin Jian was quite confident. Many know I've dealt with multiple targets before. Oh, how many? Dozens, hundreds, or even thousands? That would be too many. Could they really gather so many people? Lin Jian was skeptical, realizing that Tu Bang really must have mobilized external forces. If there are no actual masters, then the numbers could still be gathered. He could now bind 16-inch, and whether they are 16 clergy or 16 ordinary people, it made no difference. This indeed seemed like a strategy, but could ordinary people withstand the agony of the hellish whale? How long could they last? Let's go then, let's see if they truly have any method. The thought was right, but Lin Jian felt they clearly had no concept of an SSSS class clergy. Indeed, aside from Lin Jian himself, no one else had this concept because they had never seen it. Once they stepped outside the college, Yu Ling stopped. I'll just hide and support you from the shadows, keeping a backup plan. Are you really going to help me? Don't worry, I have my plans, and when needed we can communicate via earpieces. Yu Ling was not of much help appearing openly. She was better suited to hiding. Having someone at the back with a gun always felt more reassuring. Then Lin Jian saw a girl appear, the same silencer from the other day. I'm Ji-yun a silencer, they aren't. Expecting you to handle me, are they? No, actually, if I'm not effective for you, I'm useless, he said, as they had asked him to lead the way. Lin Jian looked at her and suddenly asked, the surname Ji is not common. You share the same surname as Dean Ji. Could you possibly be related to him? Why would you think that? No, that's not the case. So tell me, what exactly do you all want? Are you determined to avenge the two brothers? Not really, I'm just teamed up with them. As a mute master, I can't level up without a team. It should be like this. No matter how loyal the others in the two gang are, it's impossible for all to be so devoted. People like Zhao Ji are rare, and it's not necessarily out of loyalty. He's likely the third key figure in the two gang. If he can avenge the first two at this time, then he might just take the top spot. Sometimes a gang can't exist indefinitely without its sole figures. A gang isn't a fixed organization. You can't just fill a position when it becomes available. Why is it called the two gang? The two brothers are the soul of the gang. If something happens to them, the gang ceases to exist, not just waits for someone to take over as the boss. Speaking of forming teams, if the two gang is gone, would you team up with me? Huh? Do you need me? Ji-yun looked at Lin Jian in surprise. A life changer doesn't need a mute master like her. He probably thinks opponents don't fall fast enough, except when an opponent tries to use a skill to escape, then she might be of some use. Lin Jian explained, I just need to form a team with someone recently. It's just that we're short of people. You don't have to do much and there's no danger. Let's talk more about it tonight. But if you succeed tonight, will the two gangs still exist? I don't know. As long as there's a team trial, I'll join. She agreed by default, refusing no one as long as there was someone to level up with. The same went for Lin Jian and the two gang. Lin Jian was led to an abandoned district, and surprisingly, there was no one around at night. At that moment, a melodious voice came through the earpiece. You're in luck. They aren't very strong, but there are over 100 of them. How about it? Can you handle it? Just watch, he replied in astonishment. Are these 100 people not afraid of dying? Not necessarily. They probably think you can't handle so many people, and besides, the two gang is also a resource. Many would like to keep it going, especially those with prestige within. They've guessed quite right, a life changer indeed. Can't handle too many at once. Although the number of bindings in Lin Jian's divine chain increases with level, it is still limited. A full-scale attack really can't be handled all at once. What are you talking about? Ji-yun, hearing Lin Jian seemingly talking to someone, asked curiously. Nothing much, just checking if this is the place. Seems like they've cleared the area. They have some influence, huh? Yeah, they have many people. They'll block you up front, you being a life changer. If you run now, you might still make it. Telling me this, are you turning your elbow outwards? Lin Jian joked, then saw someone approaching from ahead. Zhao Ji finally appeared, speaking coldly. Ji-yun, you can leave now. Whatever happens here has nothing to do with you, and keep your mouth shut about it. Okay. Ji-yun timidly backed away and turned to leave, but Lin Jian did not move. Lin Jian smiled. You really do put on quite a show. Sorry, but Tuli and Tucson are my brothers. Shouldn't I be loyal? Zhao Ji retorted, you just want others to think you're loyal, and your loyalty benefits you, allowing you to take over the two gang. Regardless of what you say, will you accept our challenge? Even if Lin Jian ran away, Zhao Ji would still benefit from appearing loyal. At least he tried his best. He tried to avenge his elder brother, and his brothers all saw it. Even if Lin Jian escaped, Zhao Ji would actually become the leader of this gang. What a schemer Zhao Ji was. He even let Lin Jian know they had many people. But Lin Jian was not afraid. Let's go, show me how formidable you all are. Tu Sin and Tu Li are gone. Do you still have any experts? You are a life changer, and to an ordinary person, it's still a life, right? Yes, but whether ordinary lives are enough, you'll find out soon. So confident. Zhao Ji seemed a bit flustered. He was cunning, but definitely not as strong as Tu Li and Tu Sin. Such a person wouldn't be too brave. If he could scare Lin Jian away here, it would be the best outcome. No need to fight, and he would actually gain the gang's respect. But Lin Jian wouldn't have it. With his undying body, having faced many masters before, he wanted to see what difference it made with more people. So you are still accepting our challenge now? Yes, I'm learning from you. Learning what from me? No matter the outcome, I've set my resolve. Since I have an undying body, there's no reason for Lin Jian to shrink back. Many things can't be avoided just by retreating. Besides the actual outcome, Lin Jian also wanted to maintain his momentum. Now, even if his opponents ran away, Lin Jian would have gained the momentum, and they would never have the courage to face him again. It's better to strike a decisive blow to avoid endless troubles. Retreating too much will make others take advantage of you. This is easy to understand, right? Even if you can't win, you still need to show this spirit. People fear those who are reckless. Well, then don't blame us. Zhao Ji waved his hand, signaling the attack, and quickly dodged to the side. Lin Jian was surprised. He thought Zhao Ji would lead the charge, at least start fighting by my side, he thought. Indeed, Zhao Ji was an opportunist, smart and very cautious about his life. Ahead, Lin Jian saw dozens of people charging towards him in the night. They even had a reserve team. So many people, if they killed you, they even had the scapegoats all figured out. Yu Ling said coolly through the earpiece, "There's a sniper's calm, is that so? But there's one fatal flaw they haven't considered." "What is it? How should they kill me?" Lin Jian immediately sprang into action, first pulling out a dagger, not to stab others, but to stab himself. Life exchange, soul chain binding, life exchange, Hell's Whale, life exchange, Night Eyes exploration. Using his innate abilities in quick succession, Lin Jian was already very familiar with the process, smoothly locking onto the first 16 people in front of him. He didn't even use gravity imprisonment to slow their pace, curious to see if they could withstand the pain. With a single thrust, he stabbed his own right thigh, even twisting the blade. The pain amplified 16 times. Could they really withstand it like true men unafraid of pain? Among these people, there were none with particularly high divine ranks, and the 16 individuals immediately fell to the ground, their screams echoing far into the night. Their fall tripped up those behind them. Just one stab and they couldn't walk. Lin Jian was disappointed, quickly resetting his focus on another 16 people and stabbing the same leg again. The second stab to the wound was much more painful than the first, especially with the pain multiplied by 16. The screams were endless, and another dozen or so fell to the ground feeling as if they had lost a leg. Since these individuals had lower levels, they couldn't bear the pain, and soon dozens were lying on the ground. The remaining people were blocked and stared in astonishment at those who had fallen. "Isn't he a life exchanger? Why are so many down and he's still standing?" They realized that they couldn't exchange anything at this moment, and the logic had to change. The life of an ant is still a life, but they definitely can't exchange it for that of an elephant, not on a one-to-one basis at least. Do you think having more people is useful? With such low levels you could even be killed by the pain. Lin Jian looked over. Zhao Ji was also stunned. For a life exchanger, Lin Jian hadn't made much of an effort. Just 2 stabs and over half of his own people were down. Without proper levels, it seems this tactic of overwhelming numbers wasn't very effective. They didn't know that if Lin Jian focused on him, even a minor injury could cause excruciating pain. That would be pain 200 times over, no need for a fatal wound. Do you still think even the weakest life counts now? Oh, and there are those who want to run. This is what they feared. So much for loyalty. Everyone come back. Instead, Lin Jian chased after them, wanting to run. Was there such a cheap deal? When you decide to fight, but when to stop, it's not up to you. Lin Jian, dealing with these 100 or so people, didn't need much skill, just retargeting and stabbing himself again. Fearing they would scatter too widely, he even rebounded the initial 16 and, brandishing the knife at himself, threatened them. "Pull these people together or I'll show you what real heartache is." The 16 men dared not act rashly and hurried back to muster more people, dragging out those who were lying in ambush. Without exception, they were all struck by Lin Jian, writhing in agony on the ground. "Are you all comfortable now?" Lin Jian taunted as he squatted by the street corner, toying with his dagger. "Zhao Ji, come out. You should be the only one unscathed. Since that's the case, I'm going all out against you." Zhao Ji charged out, a knife also in his hand, rushing toward Lin Jian. He thought Lin Jian would target him and then stab him down, making him not stand out so much. Otherwise, how could he continue to lead so many people if he was unharmed while his brothers suffered? Would he have the face to take over the gang? But Lin Jian did not strike. He just watched as Zhao Ji charged closer. When Zhao Ji was still several steps away, he unexpectedly stopped, looking like a clown. "So you've finally shown your true colors, huh? Come on, attack me, I won't fight back." Lin Jian continued to provoke, but Zhao Ji, who played only mind games, lacked the courage to stab himself. Zhao Ji knew well that his strength was far inferior to those whom Lin Jian had already beaten, and if Lin Jian were to knock him down like the others, it would actually be his moment to shine. "I'm alone and still dared to confront, isn't that brave?" But now he was stuck, letting everyone see he didn't have the courage to make a move. "No, I didn't think it through well enough because it's rare to see a life exchange master. So you just let your brothers charge while you reap the benefits." All the brothers, struggling in pain, were watching. This was something Zhao Ji couldn't explain away. Lin Jian didn't wait for him to react. He directly attacked Zhao Ji. "Your level isn't low, over 20, so let's let you experience the pain you inflicted on others." "No, Lin Jian focused on Zhao Ji, a pain he couldn't bear. Although Lin Jian was only level 16, his talent skills grew exponentially. Moving forward, the intensity of his skills was equivalent to dozens of levels above others. Lin Jian merely stabbed towards the heart and Zhao Ji fainted from the pain right there on the spot. He could have been awakened from the pain again, but it wasn't necessary. This was Zhao Ji's most disgraceful defeat. After this, it was unlikely anyone would want him as a leader. A leisurely voice came through the earpiece. Aren't you going to kill them? They attacked you, you have an excuse. What's the use of killing? Killing ants doesn't benefit me. Ants, huh? It seems you do know how to control your strength. They are low level, so I can manage well, but I wouldn't say the same for higher levels. Low level, huh? Many here are on the same level as Lin Jian, even officially enrolled students from the National Academy. But even one against over 100, they still couldn't handle Lin Jian, which just speaks to the value of an SSSS rating. The talent boost is too great. Even if they put all their points into defense, they can't keep up with this increase in damage. Shall we continue? I'll still give you chances, but chances can't be given indefinitely, nor can this go on forever, right? This is the last chance I'm giving you. If you truly are loyal, I would greatly appreciate it. You attack me and I do not retaliate, but if anyone tries to run, there will be no way back for him, as I despise such behavior. These words once again stunned them. At this point, they were truly out of options. Attack me themselves. They had already tasted pain before. For Lin Jianji, it was a simple slash seemingly without effect on him, but for others, the pain intensified manifold, so who would dare provoke him further? It would only result in harming themselves. Even if they were at the same level as Lin Jianji without using any undead combat forms, they couldn't withstand the 16-fold pain damage. We were wrong, we won't dare again. Finally, someone conceded. They had thought that using a few people they could counter the Life Exchange Master's attacks, but the reality was that none of them could endure the unforgettable pain. That was the lesson. Why should people attempt things beyond their capabilities? As for Tully and Tunson, they were gone, and frankly, they were no good anyway. We won't dare anymore. From now on, we're out of the two gang. More people realized they were not going to get any benefits from this situation. What is the value of an SSSS grade? Even if it's considered as trivial as a Life Exchange Master, they could not afford to provoke him. Then Levi said, "You're letting us go?" "Yes, if you don't leave now, I might have to start again. Take your leader with you." At Lin Jianji's command, over 100 people ran off, leaving the place spotless. From somewhere, the ethereal voice of Yuling reached my ears. "This doesn't seem like you. Don't you always have them sign a life and death statement? You speak as if you know me well. You're not like this." "Of course not, it's just to reduce trouble for myself. Also, I know where you are, stop aiming at me." Soon after, Yuling appeared before Lin Jianji. Facing an SSSS-level divine skill, she had nowhere to hide unless she stayed even further away. The range of a sniper rifle is quite far. But Yuling was unsure of Lin Jianji's sensory range. "It seems you've matured quite a bit, sending Zhao Ji back like this, a fate worse than brief pain. To kill or not to kill, it was all the same to Lin Jianji. I don't care how much pain he suffers. He doesn't deserve my concern." Killing or not killing seemed like two opposite choices, but for Lin Jianji they were the same. Eliminating these minions would be a hassle for him. He didn't actually care about their lives. What mattered was the people close to him in the future. "At least your team has enough members now," Yuling shouted back, and Ji Yun ran out, timidly approaching. "You won't hurt me, right?" "No, I even invite you to join my team. I was with them before and you're still inviting me to team up. Why not? It's just forming a team, nothing more." She didn't yet realize that Lin Jian's team was just hastily assembled, its members' identities unimportant. Ji Yun, on the other hand, harbored deep wariness towards Yuling. When had this woman appeared? If she knew that Yuling was merely a specially recruited student, her surprise would only deepen. Even Lin Jian was surprised. Yuling surely harbored secrets. Given her second awakening, she couldn't possibly be ordinary. Typically, only the prodigies at the Divine Institute were eligible to attempt a second awakening, yet here she was at the National Institute, a mere special recruit. With the team assembled, Lin Jian began to plot their infiltration, participate in the Divine Institute's external challenges, but they were students from the National Institute. Wouldn't that be humiliating? Upon hearing this, Ji Yun immediately balked at the idea. Indeed, this challenge was intended for outsiders, as many who awakened to less useful divine roles or those of a lower tier were usually filtered out. It was easy to imagine these individuals growing weaker due to lack of resources. The Divine Institute had little interest in these people, considering it a waste to invest resources in them. But what if there was an overlooked gem among them? Simple, the Divine Institute would host such a challenge. Anyone dissatisfied could form a team and participate. For members of the National Institute, however, participating would be shameful. By entering such a challenge, was it implied that the National Institute was not sufficient? Not only would they lose face, but the deans of the Divine Institute would also take it to heart. No worries, you all can participate anonymously, but Yu Ling, with her unique profession and SSSS class life exchanger, a rarity worldwide, how could she remain anonymous? It was obvious that even the Divine Institute, despite considering the profession trivial, was aware of this famous role. Just conceal it and I'll handle it when we get to the Divine Institute. I'm doing this for my sister after all. It's not about pride. It's disgraceful that she was taken without notice. I believe G. Woyo can't really fault Lin Jin for this. Yu Ling nodded in agreement. But initially we need to keep a low profile, you're too well known. How do we do that? Just pretend to be a firearms master like me, Lin Jin suggested. This profession wasn't scrutinized much as it didn't seem to require innate talent. Anyone could fire a gun. The gun's power was independent of the individual, relying instead on the ammunition. In essence, with diligent training, any ordinary person could become a sharpshooter. Alright, I'll pose as that. Then try using my gun, Yu Ling said nonchalantly, passing it over. Precision was crucial for a firearms master. Truly skilled ones hit their target every time. You mean during the qualifying rounds you'll need to at least use the gun to take down some minor creatures? There are qualifying rounds? Of course, it's not as if anyone can just assemble a team and expect the Divine Institute to play along, right? That place was a gathering of geniuses. Outsiders hardly had a chance to meet even one. To face off against them, one must first pass a selection process. Awakening a divine profession is like becoming a big star. Do you think they'll just play along if you ask for a sparring session? Therefore, those who form teams to participate have to go through a preliminary selection, fighting minor monsters to earn points. This means that Lin Jian in this selection must not reveal his identity. If he does, the Divine Profession Academy is likely to bar him from participating. They won't check your identity, of course, but if it's exposed, they will still refuse to allow it because competing against the National Profession Academy in such a challenge would be overly oppressive. This could directly sour the relationship between the two academies. Simply put, these external challenges are a way to showcase superiority, and it would be quite embarrassing for students from the National Profession Academy to participate. Let me try. Lin Jian took a gun and fired at a trash can at the end of the street. The sound was minimal. Yu Ling had fitted a silencer and it was a small caliber. Surprisingly, Lin Jian missed. Didn't hit it? That's because your shooting skills are lacking. Seeing doesn't mean you can hit, Yu Ling retorted. Or maybe your gun's just too weak, Lin Jian suggested. What do you know? Though this gun is small in caliber, it has a long range and the recoil is minimal, making it easy to control. Shooting was indeed not easy, Lin Jian realized, especially since the shot he fired wasn't from a great distance. It felt like it did no damage and there was hardly any recoil, yet it wasn't as if he couldn't see. The gun isn't calibrated right. Who says it isn't? Watch this. Yu Ling took the gun, raised it, and with one shot she effortlessly pierced through the entire trash can. A small caliber with such power, Lin Jian wondered. That's because the bullets are special. How much force do you think is needed for a dagger to pierce a body? It seemed her bullets were indeed sharp. Lin Jian conceded, looks like I'm not cut out for this. Yu Ling then pulled out another handgun and handed it to Lin Jian. Just aim at the target and shoot, you should be able to hit it right. Yeah, this works. Lin Jian wasn't afraid of getting hurt. Shooting at close range was still feasible for him. Yu Ling nodded. We'll use that as an excuse, and I still need to get you a rifle to pretend a bit. Suddenly, Ji Yun spoke up. Actually, top-tier gunsmiths can compete with other professions, but it's extremely costly. Costly how? It's all about the equipment. If the power isn't enough, the equipment compensates. Many use monster materials for their bullets which have high lethality and can pierce the defenses of S-class divine professions. I've heard of a legendary gunsmith. Look at us, we don't look very wealthy, do we? Lin Jian laughed. Relying on expensive equipment was certainly one way, but it wasn't suitable for them. For now he was just masquerading as a gunsmith, which didn't matter. All he had to do was hold out until he could compete against the Divine Profession Academy's team. Ji Yun expressed another doubt. Can our team really compete against the regular team of the Divine Profession Academy? Don't worry about that, Yu Ling said with a smile, looking at Lin Jian confidently. He believed in himself, capable of taking on the Divine Profession Academy's team alone. After all, the Divine Profession Academy wouldn't assemble an elite team just to bully the weak, right? If Tuli could do it, Lin Jian believed he could too. The team dispatched should be the lower echelon of the clerical academy. If they can handle Tali, then Lin Jian really should feel no pressure. Rest assured, during the official competition you won't need to face them directly. And yes, if you defeat all the teams there's a special reward. You can propose a condition that the clerical academy would accept. Propose a condition, anything at all? I said it should be something the clerical academy can accept. You can't be too excessive. 4. Example, asking the clerical academy to accept you as a member. Such conditions have been proposed before, but of course, they weren't accepted. The academy only symbolically allowed a visit and then paid him off to leave. A tour of the clerical academy, that works. It might not seem valuable to others, but Lin Jian could accept that, or he could directly demand the clerical academy to explain the situation. Can they refuse to answer a public question? On the other hand, Lin Jian also hesitated. Would this ruin his sister's future? Although the clerical academy is arrogant, they were interested because of his sister's talent, at least that's what Ji Wuyo said. Lin Jian thought perhaps he could adopt a gentler approach. The next day, they started preparing. Yu Ling prepared a complete set of gunslinger attire for Lin Jian, including rifles and pistols. Since Lin Jian possessed the night vision exploration ability, now extending his senses up to 500 meters beyond the average person, he still tried using the guns but wasn't accurate. This proved that seeing and hitting are indeed two different things. Forget it, just do as Yu Ling said, shoot in the face. Zhao Feng also brought his friend, an S-ranked swordsman. This swordsman faced the same awkwardness as Zhao Feng, who was just a knight without any special awakened abilities. This swordsman named Wang Dong was just a swordsman, nothing else. If he were a magic swordsman, ghost swordsman or berserker, then he would be valuable, but he lacked such skills. Upgrading is indeed possible, but if chopping is all you could do, the value of the profession is very low, so these two were equally awkward. Really, are we participating in the Clerical Academy's challenge? Great, I've been waiting for this day. I'll surprise them. They underestimate me, don't they? Although I only chop, I chop more splendidly than most. Lin Jin thought this guy seemed a bit fierce. He wouldn't cause trouble, would he? After all, he only needed a few fillers. Once exposed at the Clerical Academy, they could disappear. It wouldn't be good if the others were exposed, but Lin Jian could handle it alone while Wang Dong. Lin Jian pulled Zhao Feng aside to ask, your friend won't go to any extremes, right? How could he? He loves life, so he's full of passion. Make sure you tell him that this time it's just for show. After all, if he really faces off against someone from the Clerical Academy, it could be dangerous. Okay, I'll make it clear to him. It's just a challenge. Ji Yun and Yu Ling are clear about their capabilities, but these two hot-headed guys from Zhao Feng's side could be problematic, no matter how much they resent the chosen talents of the Clerical Academy have guaranteed strength. They might not die, but they could get seriously hurt, and they aren't Lin Jian, who can afford to die. Zhao Feng confirmed all was well after checking. Alright, let's arrange the team. Yu Ling, do you have any news about the challenge? I can share about the preliminary competition. Every participating team must go through a trial in the Divine Realm. The content of this trial is the same for all teams. It's about how many points each team can score. The same trial content, but with scores. Yes, the top scorers are filtered out and only 3 teams are selected for the challenge. Lin Jian couldn't understand this, and neither could the others, as they had never looked into this challenge. It seems Yu Ling really has some insider information. I've heard that this time the challenge involves an S-class boss, the Red Spider Matriarch. Is it confirmed now? Then isn't this challenge quite simple, just targeting one, and as a team too? Lin Jian knew that not many people like himself challenged monsters beyond their level, especially boss-level ones, but with a team, the chances were substantial because if several divine professions coordinated well, they could deliver lethal damage. Is it hard to beat? Not really, because it's only level 20, a level many can handle easily. Lin Jian had fought such before and he knew firsthand that if it's just a level 20 wild beast, it indeed isn't tough, even if people team up. Outside, as long as there's a core member who's undergone the first transformation along with the right skill combinations, they can kill it. So does that mean all participating teams will pass? Yes, they definitely have the confidence to proceed. Some divine professions are so outstanding they might even solo it. Then how do we increase the score? By how fast we kill? No, the Red Spider Matriarch's ability lies in its astounding egg-laying ability. It's about who kills more of them. So the Red Spider Matriarch's S-class comes from its egg-laying ability. More spawn means more targets, which seems a bit troublesome for Lin Jian, because every little spider is a target. Are the little monsters hard to beat? Not really, even with guns, we could take them down with one shot each. The little monsters are a very low level. With this explanation from Yuling, everyone else understood too. Once inside, we shouldn't kill the matriarch first but focus on the little monsters until all are cleared, then attack the matriarch to boost the score. Otherwise, if you rush to kill the matriarch, you probably won't score high. Since it's a competition with many people, we must employ some strategy. The difficulty of this challenge isn't about whether we can kill it or not. Does this monster have a limit to how many eggs it can lay, creating a maximum score potential? Every year, the highest scores are born. Generally, the teams that pass are those who killed all the little monsters, leaving none behind, then killed the matriarch. Does the matriarch keep laying eggs? Yes, but not very rapidly, so with time constraints we can't wait too long. Lin Jian expressed his concern. Then our speed of killing the little monsters might be a bit slow, right? Lin Jian's Divine Chain Binding and Yuling's Sweeping Gunfire were among the few large-scale AoE abilities in the group. Yuling's firearm, although artificially made, lacked significant destructive power. However, they had a silencer in their team which could potentially speed up their progress. Yuling smiled, noting that the silencer skills were particularly effective against minor creatures. For instance, the small spiders had a defensive mechanism of molting which wasn't particularly strong, but was tedious to overcome. If they could silence the creature's abilities, even if they had to eliminate them one by one, they wouldn't necessarily be slower than others. Zhao Feng became invigorated by this strategy. Although his attack methods were monotonous, he was still an S-rank fighter. Similar to his genius swordsman brother, he merely lacked variety in his skills. Yuling nodded in agreement, adding that with their firearms they could potentially take out one enemy per shot. If the silencer successfully cast his spell, reducing the creature's defenses to nearly zero, only the boss would pose a challenge afterward. Lin Jian agreed and turned to Ji Yun, the silencer, indicating that much depended on his performance now. Unexpectedly, recruiting a silencer had significantly boosted their efficiency. Zhao Feng, a knight, and Wang Dong, a swordsman, could rapidly slash through enemies. Lin Jian and Yuling wouldn't lag behind either. If their bullets were effective, they could simply sweep through the adversaries. After finalizing their plan, Lin Jian led the team to register for the competition. The venue was bustling, filled with numerous participants eager to gain admission to the prestigious Divine Academy. Despite some being quite advanced in age, the prospect of being recognized by the Academy motivated them to compete. This dedication among the participants slightly complicated Lin Jian's team's chances, as many teams had already completed their trials with high scores before their arrival. Several teams have nearly achieved perfect scores. Lin Jian was astonished to see the scores of these teams. He questioned whether the selection even allowed perfect scores. The person tallying the scores, likely a staff member from the Divine Academy, confirmed that reaching a perfect score was possible. He explained that one participant had used a single spell to eliminate all minor creatures and then waited for the boss to spawn more, achieving the highest possible score. Not all teams achieved such scores, as the presence of minor creatures was capped. Eliminating them swiftly allowed the boss to spawn more quickly, but the scores were tightly contested. The scorer gave Lin Jian another look, suggesting that unless they had some unique capabilities, it might be futile to register, as several teams were already close to or had surpassed their score. This dampened Lin Jian's spirits, questioning how they could compete effectively. What spell can eliminate all minor creatures at once? He wondered. The spell Wildfire was powerful but low-level, only effective against minor creatures. Otherwise, it would be classified as a forbidden curse. However, those who could master such spells indeed had a shot at entering the Divine Academy, with subsequent teams needing only a few more spells to complete their trials. How could they compare? Lin Jian glanced at Yuling, who also shook her head. Even if Ji Yun's silencing spell works, we still can't shoot as fast as them. Within the limited time, the number of offspring spawned from the Matrix will definitely be fewer than theirs. We can't even do a sweep shot that fast, and Zhao Feng, wielding his sword, will definitely be slower. Let's register anyway. What, you still want to register despite this? Do you think there's a way to kill more, since we're here? It might as well be good to kill some monsters. I really don't understand, the monster levels aren't even high. Is it enough for all of you to share? The registrar muttered, but since Lin Jian and his team wanted to participate, he let them. Honestly speaking, all 5 of them were level 16, taking on a level 20 monster. They were really making a big fuss over nothing. Embracing the spirit of since we're here, Lin Jian, as the team captain, registered using his real identity. Yes, his real identity. Don't worry, the Clergy Academy isn't watching now. They disdain to. Wait until you defeat their Clergy Academy team, then we'll talk. these people seeing their names is just a waste of time. Alright, you can enter now. I mean, you guys with swords and guns think you can kill enough? The people at the registration laughed, knowing from their weapons that they lacked the skills to clear the monsters efficiently. By the time you kill them one by one, you won't even make it into the top 50. Lin Jian didn't care about their mockery and led his team into the trial realm. As soon as they entered, everyone felt disheartened because it was clear they couldn't win. Captain, do we really have to fight? Ji Yun was reluctant. My skills using them on these small fries is such a waste. It would be great if we could win, but such trials are much better in our national academy. Lin Jian was also somewhat discouraged, not expecting the competition to be so fierce even outside the academy. Looking around, the entire area was covered in spider webs. Within these webs were white eggs, none of which had hatched into monsters yet. They needed to disturb these eggs to hatch the monsters. Yuling explained that some people had large-scale fire skills that could burn them all out in one go and then kill them just as quickly. Zhao Feng also frowned. If I rush over to lure the monsters, wouldn't I get stuck in the spider webs? Yeah, if only you were a flame knight. Yuling's words were sharp, striking right at Zhao Feng's sore spot. His profession was indeed too mediocre, thick skin and high defense, but of no use. Look at this, you wouldn't get far before getting stuck. Captain, shall we fight? Let's first check the boss. Lin Jian shook his head. They could kill, but slowly, definitely not able to compete with those who were more efficient. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong led the way, slicing through the webs with their swords. This action woke some of the monsters, which hatched from the eggs and were then killed by them. The monsters are weak, we basically need 2 or 3 slashes to kill one. If there were a silencer. Forget it, your 2 or 3 slashes also just kill one. There are hundreds of eggs here and others can clear them with one skill. It seemed they wouldn't make the top 3, but suddenly Yuling said, actually, I have a way to lure the monsters. I can help you burn the webs. This is an armor-piercing incendiary bullet. One shot clears a path. Wait, isn't this bullet expensive? Lin Jian stopped her, but Yuling smiled. It's no big deal, it's made from small monster materials. Lin Jian didn't want Yuling to spend too much time here, as it was already clear they couldn't make the top 3. His participation was more about not giving up and wanting to take a look. Bang bang, Yuling continuously fired her gun, the bullets trailing flames and severing the spider webs in front. It feels so tough just walking, she complained. They just need one skill. Look out, the boss is right ahead. They hadn't gone much further when they arrived at the boss's lair, where the monster's level wasn't very high. Monster, red spider matriarch level. S abilities, rapid reproduction, can reproduce offspring at an astonishing rate. Skill, binding domain, covers a vast area with strong spider silk, trapping victims and commanding the offspring to swarm. An S level just for that? Zhao Feng looked disappointed. It's just a bit slow to kill, but if we weren't time limited, we could handle it. Lin Jian nodded in agreement. Yet, it's not a problem to kill it, it's just a bit tough. Wait, why is it changing color? Did my bullet hit it? Suddenly Yuling also paused. A hidden talent, it has a second form. Lin Jian realized creatures with a second form are rare. What could the capabilities of this second form be? Don't know, we have to wait until its rage level is full to see. Has anyone mentioned before that this thing has a second form? I haven't heard. Lin Jian thought suddenly, since hitting it increases its rage level, those before us must have known, but they never triggered the matriarch's second form. What does that tell us? It's an opportunity. Quick, clear the minions. Huh? What do you mean? Why are you so excited? Do we still have a chance? At this moment Yuling also realized, right, they probably couldn't induce the monster's second form. I guess it's because its rage didn't max out before it was killed, which must be hard to control. Are you confident? Lin Jian replied calmly, let's try. We don't know what the second form is, but it might just earn us extra points. Just make sure not to kill it. If it dies, all its minions die too. Zhao Feng was stunned. This is a delicate task. By now Wang Dong was getting impatient. Start killing quick. Let the silencer cast first. Make it a good fight. Outside the divine realm the registrars were starting to get bored. Looks like that's it for this year. The leading team is somewhat interesting, but note this is nothing the Divine Institute wouldn't consider it too ordinary. Just a big fire attack, not enough power, rather useless. They clearly didn't understand, thinking the monster's level was low, but in reality it was one of the toughest to score high on. The few of them chatted away. Though they were just menials in the Divine Institute, they were rather arrogant. There's an old saying, before the Prime Minister's gate all are third-grade officials. Although several teams felt they had performed well and pushed their scores to the limit, they were far from meeting the requirements. They had no idea that this bizarre test was about controlling skills. How could they possibly know about those high-end tricks? Even in the clergy academy, only a few could achieve it. Therefore, the question posed was exceptionally difficult, primarily because the creature was so peculiar. The most bizarre aspect of this red spider matriarch was that the speed at which it received damage was higher than the rate at which its rage accumulated. Thus, it was difficult for its rage to fill up before being annihilated. Often, an overly forceful attack would kill the creature before its rage even reached halfway. Previous teams had noticed this too. They seemed to understand, but they would kill the creature during their attacks. In the world of clergy masters, reaching such a level of control was extremely challenging, only achievable by the top elites. And now Lin Jian was figuring out a strategy: swap life, divine chain binding, swap life, hell's whale. First he locked a divine chain, then Lin Jian stabbed his own chest with a knife. He suddenly realized that the creature's condition was dropping too quickly. Was it really that weak? It was already at level 20. How could its attack desire be so low? Something was off. The rage was accumulating too slowly. If this continued torturing, it wouldn't fill the rage meter. It seemed there was another solution to this problem. He decided to try it out. At this time, the squad had already begun to eliminate the lesser monsters. Though slow under the influence of the silencer, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong each carved a bloody path, instantly killing the weak monsters who turned brittle. Under the silencing spell, Yuling was also killing. Of course, she was much faster than the two brutes. At this rate, the few hundred would soon be cleared, but Lin Jian had made no progress on his end. This wouldn't do. The damage was too severe. Lin Jian drew his dagger again. This time he couldn't aim for his chest. He needed to find another spot. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart, so what if there was no major damage, just stimulation of pain? No sooner said than done. Lin Jian actually stabbed his own fingertips right there on the spot. Roar! The red spider matriarch began to scream in pain, raising its front legs. It had found Lin Jian and was about to pounce towards him. But Lin Jian couldn't let it get close. If it did, wouldn't the matriarch die first if it injured him? Swap life, gravity imprisonment. Just as the matriarch was about to reach Lin Jian, it was pressed to the ground by a 50-fold increase in gravity. The creature, originally not very aggressive and sluggish, now seemed even less like a level 20s rank monster. It was even more cumbersome, unable to move at all, and even the spider silk it spat couldn't reach Lin Jian. Another layer: swap life, divine chain binding. Seeing the effectiveness, Lin Jian quickly added another layer and continued to stab his own fingers, using only pain to double the effect, stimulating nerves without causing too much actual damage to the body. But at the same time, considering that humans have a limit to pain tolerance, did this spider have 1 inch, and if so, where was the limit? Lin Jian had to keep increasing the tests because he was running out of time and he couldn't afford to let the spider die in the process. It was uncertain how much pain the spider could actually feel and which part of its body was most sensitive to pain. Nevertheless, guided by the spider's struggling responses, Lin Jian continued to search for the most sensitive parts. It was evident that the 8 legs had tactile sensation. The most excruciating pain was not from a swift cut but from the continuous torment of the pain receptors. Using the tip of his dagger, Lin Jian scraped back and forth across his own fingertips. Meanwhile, the pinned-down mother creature struggled desperately. Lin Jian only pricked his fingers to ensure that the creature would not die. It had 8 legs after all. If one was damaged, he would simply switch to another. As long as the core body was unharmed, there wouldn't be significant damage. By this time, the squad had already eliminated hundreds of smaller monsters and the spider webs were mostly cleared. There were still a few scattered minor monsters that needed to be dealt with, which actually required more time. Zhao Feng was enjoying the battle. We're actually not doing too bad, huh? What's happening? Why has the big one turned red? Everyone's attention shifted, and the previously black-purple mother creature had turned bright red. Don't bother with the minor monsters anymore, it's a waste of time, Yuling immediately instructed. Gather around the mother creature, only kill the small ones that come close. Why not kill them? There were only a few minors left. They had already killed most, and the turning point was now with this big boss. Scattering forces was a waste of time. Their only chance was to hold off its second form. Yuling was more clear-headed than the rest. The remaining few dozen minors, if not concentrated, would be a time sink. Ignoring these few, their score was also close to the front runners. Whether they could surpass the others depended on the effectiveness of the second form. If it didn't add points, then chasing scattered minors was pointless. At this moment, Lin Jian's chain of pain had already focused over 100 times the pain damage. He dared not increase it further, fearing that the creature couldn't withstand it and might collapse, roar. As the mother creature's red warmth ended, it finally reached its full rage value and its second form appeared. With a flash of red light, the mother creature, enduring 50 times the gravity, stood up again, revealing the true strength of an S-tier monster. Red Spider Mother Tier S, second form, level 20 talent. Extreme reproduction, much faster reproduction speed than before. Summoning minions, skill, restraining domain. Capable of limiting any object entering the spider web, absolute control over anything of a lower level. Zhao Feng exclaimed in surprise, "It's laying eggs again so fast." Yu Ling was the quickest to react. "Quick, kill the miners, they're worth points." Hearing this, the two melee fighters immediately moved forward to strike, but Ji Yun stopped them. "Wait, that spider web is a restraining domain, absolute control over anything of a lower level. You can't move if you go in because your level is lower than it." What about Lin Jian? At this moment Lin Jian was the closest to the mother creature, but he wasn't worried. "You find opportunities to kill the miners, I'll be fine." It made sense since Lin Jian was a life swapper. If the creature dared to attack him, the damage it would suffer would be dozens to hundreds of times greater. This was the most formidable aspect of a life swapper. The opponent might even prefer him to attack directly. Yu Ling had already started firing while shouting orders to the two close combat teammates. "Stay outside the web." Ji Yun is silence, "Not on the boss but the minions. Now is our time to score." The staff outside the divine realm also noticed the changes happening within. "What if? This can't be the second form. Am I seeing this right? Did the Dean go inside? Why would that trigger the second form? It's impossible. Those outside couldn't possibly trigger the second form. That's enough to earn a title in the Sacred Academy." They clearly sensed that the entity inside had entered its second form. During its first form, even at level 20, it was quite weak. That was why they chose this creature for the test. But once it entered the second form, it became considerably dangerous, even posing a threat to the elite students from the Sacred Academy. The spider silk was an absolute restraint, extremely sturdy. You couldn't move at all if your level wasn't high enough. No matter how extraordinary your skills were, as long as you were bound, you couldn't move unless the creature died. At this point, the creature's defense would receive an astonishing boost, making it truly an S-class monster. Is there a possibility that the creature went berserk on its own? Should we go in and save them? The rules stated they could only wait outside. Intervening wouldn't be fair to the others. But those inside might not be able to handle the creature. None of them were level 20 yet. The level cap was strict, a definitive restriction of S-class. Although Lin Jian was of SSSS class, his abilities were not suited to break free from this entrapment. His advantage was that the creatures dared not attack him. If they attacked Lin Jian, the mother creature would realize he was not to be trifled with. "I guess let's just wait and see. After all, there's a death quota every year and I can't be responsible for ruining the trial." The people outside decided not to intervene, and at that moment Lin Jian was completely immobilized. He was trapped by the spider web, unable to move his arms and legs, unable to kill himself by biting his tongue. "Captain, are you alright?" Ji Yun had never witnessed such a scene and was utterly panicked. "Don't worry about me, focus on killing the minions." "I'm fine." "Really? But they're level 20, that's a really high level. My sacred rank is higher than theirs." "Don't worry, just kill the minions for points." Meanwhile, Yu Ling had already taken down quite a few minions, and the ones that ran out were being chopped down one by Zhao Feng and Wang Dong outside. Ji Yun was also helpless at level 16, unable to break through the spider web, so she did her best to cast silence spells on the minions to lower their defenses, allowing her teammates to kill them faster. The giant spider was already crawling along the web towards them, and this one was unlike any they had faced before. An absolute boss-level monster was the first to strike, lashing out with a claw, aiming to ensnare Lin Jian into a tight spot. However, as its claw pierced into Lin Jian's body, the creature recoiled as if electrocuted, retreating back. After a moment of agonizing howls, it began to realize that this human was peculiar. Harming him seemed to bring more pain upon itself. In an instant, the creature was at a standstill. The others were outside its web, and while it circled Lin Jian, it dared not strike again. It also hesitated to pursue those outside, fearing that this formidable human might escape. Zhao Feng, covered in sticky fluid from his relentless assault, showed no signs of slowing down. He and Wang Dong, both S-rank clerics, might have been a notch below Lin Jian, but their rare strength as S-ranks meant they were still in excellent form. Yet seeing Lin Jian being circled by the monster made Zhao Feng anxious. They were unsure whether the monster was genuinely frightened of Lin Jian or if it was performing some sort of ritual. Thus Xiaofeng shouted, "Have you killed enough? Let me calculate the score, seems about right, higher than the first place. Let's take down the boss then since we have enough points. How do we kill it? Scoring is the hardest part, but killing the boss, that's easy." Lin Jian, estimating that time was almost up, then yelled, "I'm not in a good spot here, Yuling, just kill me." "Me kill you?" Yuling replied, "Yes, however painful it is. Do you have a way?" "I have. I've got a fragmentation bullet here, it can kill anything with low defense in one shot." But a simple kill wasn't what Lin Jian wanted. He sought to return his pain to the monster 100-fold. Since the score was sufficient and they were already bound, he decided to go all out. Exchange life, bind with the god chain, focus. Let's drop the tough act, I can still draw the monster's attention here. No need for me to use another skill, just let Yuling do it. "Should I really shoot?" Yuling asked. "Go ahead, shoot. We don't have much time left, we need to get out." Bang! Yuling fired the fragmentation bullet, hitting Lin Jian, who, unguarded, let the bullet penetrate him, creating a hole that exploded within, tearing a larger gap as it burst. Miraculously, almost simultaneously, a massive hole burst through the creature, significantly larger than the one on Lin Jian, given the effect had multiplied over 200 times. Obviously, this S-rank creature in its second phase was formidable, its shell probably tougher than many level 30 monsters. But it was futile. The creature lacked the regenerative abilities of werewolves or vampires, and its skills were not of that nature. So while Lin Jian could withstand a shot, the creature could not. Seeing the situation, Yuling fired another shot. Bang! Another bullet tore through Lin Jian, and while not necessarily effective against the creature, it wreaked havoc on Lin Jian himself, and consequently blew another massive hole in the monster. Finally, the creature could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed with a thunderous fall. "It's down, Lin Jian, are you alright?" Yuling quickly stowed her gun as the creature fell, nullifying the web's effect and freeing Lin Jian. As he stood up, his wounds rapidly healed, all under Yuling's watchful eyes. "What are you waiting for? Let's move, now is not the time to daydream." "It's alright, we have plenty of time," he reassured me briefly. Then I saw Lin Jian's astonishment as Yuling went over and astonishingly gathered up the enormous matrix. She possessed a storage space on her, and it wasn't small. Typically those who have such capabilities are either wealthy or noble. Recalling how Yuling had used incendiary bombs as if money was no object, she seemed not as poor as she appeared, despite her ragged clothes and the ghastly mask she wore. Could this be a disguise? Ordinary people wouldn't endure such hardship without reason. She must be facing a greater danger. With this thought, Lin Jian didn't ask further and simply nodded. "Let's go, we should hurry." "Are the bullets in you?" "Okay, no worries, see, the bullets will fall out on their own." With a shake, the fragmented bullets fell from his body. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Academy, an exchange was also taking place between two institutions. The Secular Academy was led by two vice-chancellors and the Sacred Academy was similarly represented by two vice-chancellors, ensuring a level of equivalent hospitality. "You show me your rank and I'll match it," ensuring no side could complain. In terms of the students each brought, there was a balance as well. Roughly in two groups, one consisted of each academy's finest students, those who had mastered the essence of their fields, and the other group was made up of the best among the newly recruited students. The older students demonstrated each academy's training capabilities, boasting, "Look how well I teach." "You mislead the youth." The new students, on the other hand, represented each institution's appeal. "See, the best prospects come to us, not you." This exchange seemed to favor the Sacred Academy, as it was indeed the more coveted destination for all clerical personnel. Yet the Secular Academy could still contend by showcasing a few exceptional talents. "Your top students look the same as last year, haven't they graduated yet?" taunted the vice-chancellor from the Sacred Academy, because once graduated they couldn't participate. Thus he mocked the Secular Academy for always bringing the same few people for exchanges, while the Sacred Academy refreshed its representatives annually. However, Vice-Chancellor Chang and Vice-Chancellor Ji from the Secular Academy were not easily provoked. "A few people don't represent everyone, and a brief moment doesn't define eternity, right?" What does Vice-Chancellor Chang mean by this? "It means you have always been the top academy, but who knows about the future?" Vice-Chancellor Chang seemed confident. "Everyone aspires to join our Sacred Academy. What can you possibly offer in the future?" At the National Professional Academy, there was a slightly awkward atmosphere, but what they could truly boast about were their freshmen. Vice Chancellor Chang glanced at Ji Wuyo, who smiled faintly and said, "Apologies, but among our new students this year we have two SS-tier priests. Of course, we couldn't bring both, so we only brought one." "Oh, you managed to recruit SS-tier freshmen as well?" chuckled Vice-Chancellor Chang. "This isn't just any simple SS-tier. you'll see what I mean soon. I know you have an SSS tier weapon master, but our candidate is quite special too. Sometimes you can't just compare by priestly ranks. Ji Wuyo still played his cards close to the chest as this was their capital for bragging. It was also a way to showcase the strength of the National Professional Academy, showing that such outstanding students were willing to join them. However, at the Divine Professional Academy, Dean Gu seemed even more amused. That I must congratulate you, but what we have gathered is not just a weapon master. Upon seeing their calm demeanor, Ji Wuyo felt a bit uneasy. He knew about Qin Xiu, the SSS tier weapon master, and the Divine Professional Academy was also aware of Lin Jian. Thus, they wouldn't bring their life switch master, as everyone thought that despite its high rank, it was somewhat ineffective. So, in terms of uniqueness, the National Professional Academy indeed recruited a remarkable person. But the Divine Professional Academy is the Divine Professional Academy, a place teeming with countless witness talents. Just as Ji Wuyo wanted to inquire further, someone came to report to Dean Gu, whispering a few words in his ear. Dean Gu's eyes widened in shock. What? Someone managed to trigger the second form of the Red Spider Matriarch? It's not confirmed yet, as it was said to be accidentally triggered. Is it luck? How can it be? Keep a close eye on that team. After the reporter left, Ji Wuyo asked what was so important. Dean Gu, with an unfazed expression, replied nothing much, just a high-level test triggered accidentally in our academy. On Lin Jian's side, everyone had already completed their tasks within the time limit and their scores were valid. The crowd outside began to stir, creating a lively scene as their scores were outrageously high. Impossible, someone must have cheated. How could their scores be so high? We've already shortened every segment. No one could score that much higher than us. They must have used cheating methods, or maybe this is a scandal. They couldn't believe the scores were that high, and the team ranked first was particularly indignant. According to this test, they had achieved the best possible solution. It was impossible to double their score. Lin Jian, however, remained calm. How to explain that was the staff's job. He looked at his team members and asked, "Is everyone all right?" The other 4 team members all indicated they were in good condition, so Lin Jian felt relieved. "Next, you don't need to do anything. Just accompany me in one round, I'll handle the rest." "Captain, are you planning to take on the Divine Professional Academy team by yourself?" Zhao Feng shook his head. "I don't mind, maybe I can also give it a try. After all, we are also freshmen of the National Professional Academy." "No need. If we reveal your identities from the National Professional Academy, it might not be good when we return." It didn't matter if Lin Jian was exposed, but it was problematic for others. He just wanted to try it himself. There was no need to involve others, not knowing how the National Professional Academy would handle it upon their return. Yu Ling said lightly, "If we can keep hiding our real professions, passing the first round easily shouldn't be a problem." "How many rounds are there still?" Of course, they are proud. Initially, they always send out the newcomers to face opposition. For you ordinary newcomers shouldn't pose any real threat, but if you win, they will bring out their elite in the second round. What's this about 2 rounds? If you win the first round, it's as if you have conquered the Clerical Academy, but the second round is their chance to save face. You see, Yu Ling shared this likely scenario with Lin Jian. Winning against the Clerical Academy comes with rewards. That's what makes this challenge so captivating. But if the Clerical Academy loses, they definitely won't accept it easily, so they will arrange a match to thoroughly defeat you, retrieve their honor, and then grant you your rewards. It means they must reclaim their prestige. Can they afford to lose? Of course not. This is the Clerical Academy, and they aim to be thoroughly convincing in their victory. However, hearing Yu Ling's explanation, Lin Jian couldn't help but smile. "It would be great if I could finish it in the first round." "What, you're looking forward to defeating them in the second round?" Surely, the elite who come in the second round are there to salvage the Clerical Academy's dignity, but from another perspective, only by defeating this second team can Lin Jian really escalate the matter. He's after information about his sister, right? Only with more people paying attention will the Clerical Academy feel pressured. It's useless for an ordinary person to just shout loudly. Others won't listen to what you have to say. It absolutely has to be on a stage that captivates everyone's attention, putting the Clerical Academy in the spotlight so Lin Jian can force them to take the issue seriously. Otherwise, they simply won't bother with you. To expose an issue, people must first notice you. The problem is historically no one has ever won the second round. "You have a plan, I'll help you." Yu Ling dared to say this, surprising Lin Jian. "Why?" "Because you are an SSSS level professional, and I think that's very worth supporting, right?" Her displayed combat ability was actually built up with equipment. Essentially, it's just stacking money. such a fierce battle could potentially consume the savings of an average person's entire life. A lifetime's earnings might not even satisfy one battle. Seeing her in tattered clothes yet still so confident, Yuling also looked to the others. What's your stance, will you help him? Zhao Feng immediately said. I'll help, I'm also a specially recruited student, and if I don't do something significant I won't become a formal student. Why not seize this opportunity and make a lasting impression on the clerical academy? You need to think this through. If everything is out in the open, it's equivalent to smashing up the clerical academy, making it awkward for both schools. If this disruption succeeds, it's fine, but if it fails, there will certainly be consequences when we return. Lin Jian clearly explained the stakes to them, urging them to choose wisely. At that moment, Wang Dong laughed. I'm not affiliated with either academy, just a common swordsman. I'm not afraid. Good. Lastly, it was Ji Yun's turn. She looked timidly at everyone, but her answer was without hesitation. I'll help too. Ji Yun, you need to think this through. The consequences might be more than you can handle. I'll be fine, she said, her voice gentle but her demeanor anything but. No wonder she dared to join a group like Tu Bang. Perhaps she really does have something up her sleeve. From what it seems, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong are just two drifters with nothing to lose. Alright, just help me get through the first round, I'll handle the second on my own. The preliminary selection ended amidst loud clamor and Lin Jian's team advanced as the top contender. No matter the uproar, they couldn't do much against the clerical academy. They could only go around publicizing how unfairly they had been treated. Ironically, this attracted even more spectators and significantly increased public interest. Moving into the real competition, each team actually only faced one match against the students of the clerical academy. This competition was broadcast live, adding to its role as an entertainment event. Consequently, interest surged even though people had grown somewhat weary of the annual event. But after all, it was the premier academy's public competition which many aspiring youths enjoyed watching. Hello everyone, we are live at the Clerical Academy's open competition. After a day of rest and preparation, the competition truly began. The event was also streamed live, a long-standing popular program. This time, the competition took place in an empty divine realm with no monsters involved. The opponents targeted each other in attack and defense. The Clerical Academy also deployed numerous clerical healers for safety, ensuring that any injured could be rescued promptly. The live event was bustling, a lucrative entertainment venture. However, viewership had been declining over the years due to a lack of suspense. There were very few who could win a match, and the outcome of the second round was utterly predictable, leading to waning enthusiasm among many viewers. Old Wang, the broadcast has started, come watch. What's there to watch? Occasionally a team beats the Clerical Academy once and then they send their elite to crush them. They can't afford to lose. Hey, this is just giving ordinary people a chance outside. Everyone thinks they're the overlooked talent. I'm not watching. I participated once a few years ago. There's no comparison with a formal academy. People outside are just the leftovers, of course they can't compare, and even if there are occasional overlooks, they really can't win. The academy has better resources and gradually widens the gap. Ordinary people just don't have those resources. Meanwhile, Lin Jian and his team were also preparing to enter the battlefield. In reality, they didn't need much preparation. They didn't seem very capable. Lin Jian strategized for them. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong could act freely without raising too much suspicion, even if they were S-level, because they didn't have many skills. Ji Yun was a bit sensitive though. Her status as a prohibitionist matched that of an elite student. As for Yuling, her mere shooting wouldn't attract much attention. Lin Jian himself was a gunsmith serving as cover, though he needed to be confrontational with his shooting. Ji Yun, it's hardest to hide your abilities. Save them for when it really matters. I understand. Ji Yun was visibly more spirited, seemingly more excited than before, a stark change from her previously reserved demeanor. It must be some demonic trait that has awakened. Their actions are equivalent to the National Vocational College coming to wreak havoc, playing this way. If they lose, what awaits them upon their return is surely disciplinary action. Alright, it's not too complicated, I've got your back, Yuling said in the end. The other two teams start first. We'll watch their battles first. 3 teams were selected to compete against the teams from the Divine Vocational College. Lin Jian's team, having the highest score, was naturally the finale. The first 2 teams had already begun their matches. The team that ranked third went first, after a warm-up interview session. They ignited the crowd's emotions. However, the match had not even lasted 5 minutes before the third-ranked team was quickly defeated. Lin Jian and his team were astounded by the sight. Setting aside the individual qualities, the team from the Divine Vocational College had much better coordination. After a round of skills, the third-ranked team already saw no hope of victory. In the end, their healers rushed forward to save their lives. Their team coordination was meticulously selected, not as random as ours. Yes, they have damage-resistant frontliners, ranged mages, and sneaky assassins. Ji-Yun, you need to hide well, don't get caught by their assassins. Lin Jian wasn't worried about Yuling. Her stealth skills were so advanced that even the vice dean couldn't detect them, so Lin Jian's priority was to protect Ji-Yun, who looked like a proper mage with her demure appearance. Ji-Yun, you don't need to hide, let Zhao Feng and Wang Dong protect you. Zhao Feng, can you handle it? Don't worry, I will defend with my life, they'll have to step over my body to get past. For an class knight, his vitality was indeed substantial and his personality matched his profession. Lin Jian then said to Yuling, you take command. Before you reveal yourself, their hidden classes probably won't make a move, but I've never commanded a team battle, neither have I, but you have the clearest view from the shadows, so you should lead. They all lacked experience, hence, their only hope was someone who could oversee the entire situation. Yuling was the best choice. Yuling wasn't flustered, merely stating, this is your battle. I'm just here to oversee and provide information, you make the decisions. Lin Jian always felt that Yuling had more experience than any of them, especially since she was also very well informed. Let's go, it's our turn. As Lin Jian and his team were preparing to enter the arena, the second-ranked team had already begun their match. The second-ranked team lasted much longer, so Lin Jian and his team had to wait quite a while. This second-ranked team, which had the highest score before the selection process began, indeed came prepared, it seemed. There were awakened divine professions in the team that the academy had overlooked. So they were unwilling to be overlooked and determined to prove themselves. This brought considerable trouble to the team from the clerical academy as the competition became fiercely contested, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. When news of the contest reached the inter-academy exchange, the four vice-chancellors stopped to watch the match. Ji Wuyo was also watching the live broadcast. This was the annual challenge match of the clerical academy, something the other national academies did not have. This team that came in second really has something special. Principal Gu, your people are being pushed hard, Ji Wuyo noted with a chuckle. They seem to be losing momentum, but it must be said, there's a standout player in that team, a real hidden gem. After this competition, we'll definitely recruit him into the clerical academy, though it's a pity he won't win this time. This sparked Ji Wuyo's curiosity about the team that had dominated the qualifiers. What was so special about them? Everyone was curious. This team already performing on par with clerical academy students, and yet there was another team that had outscored them significantly. Principal Chang, watching alongside other heads of the clerical academy, felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Look at them. They select a batch now and then use this competition to pick another, ensuring all talents are in their fold. Ji Wuyo just shook his head, saying nothing. It was clear that the national academies couldn't quite match up to the clerical academy. On site, Lin Jian's team was finalizing their preparations. They weren't focusing on equipment, but instead each member was making efforts to conceal their identity. Yuling applied makeup to Lin Jian and Ji Yun covered himself with a large cloak. This was to prevent them from being recognized too early and having the match disrupted. You're the team ranked first in the qualifiers, right? I'm the live broadcaster's reporter, can I ask? No comment. Lin Jian coldly dropped the remark and led his team into the preparation area. The reporter stood stunned before the live broadcast continued, forcing a sheepish smile. What a team with character. This unexpected response surprised many, as most teams would want to showcase themselves before a live audience. Why else would there be a challenge match if not to draw attention and make the clerical academy realize they had overlooked some talents? With Lin Jian's team shrouded in mystery, what exactly were they planning? Ji Wuyo saw this moment in the live broadcast and paused. Huh? What's up, old Ji? Unsure if he was mistaken, he dismissed it. Never mind. Vice-Chancellor Chang didn't notice anything, but Ji Wuyo felt a hint of familiarity. Could it be? No, that would mean the National Academy was intentionally causing a scene, something officially not allowed. Worse than a provocation was a provocation you couldn't win. If it was as he suspected, then perhaps he should just lead his team away quietly and prepare to apologize later. Despite their efforts, the second challenging team also lost, much to the regret of the audience watching the live broadcast. Such a pity, they could have won. I don't think so. Compared to the formal teams of the clerical academy, they still lack coherence, someone joked. Well, they do have strong individual players. Now, I'm really looking forward to the top-ranked team. Their score was significantly higher than the second. Amidst the anticipation, the broadcast interviewed a few members of the second-place team. Some were already receiving emergency medical attention with therapists on site to ensure no lives were lost. Meanwhile, Lin Jian led his mysterious team onto the battlefield except for Wang Dong, his swordsman who didn't need to hide his identity and appeared openly and honorably. Everyone seemed to be concealing themselves to some extent, donning large robes and covering their heads. The final battle was set and both sides had entered the arena still in preparation time. Our strategy was straightforward. Ji Yun was definitely their target for a surprise attack, thus Ji Yun would act as our bait with Zhao Feng and Wang Dong guarding her. I would roam nearby ready to counter their stealth assassins waiting for the moment all their positions were revealed to launch our attack. Yu Ling didn't need specific instructions, she could freely choose her position deemed advantageous for herself. On the opposing side, they had figured out the general roles of the few people they had chosen. Surprisingly, they had 3 assassins. A basic team consists of 5 people, but the academy adjusts according to the number of challengers. With us having 5 members, the Divine Institute would also arrange for 5, ensuring no undue advantage, but the configuration was up to them. Besides the 3 assassins, there was 1 healer to prolong endurance and 1 S-rank true sight. Yu Ling, will they discover you? S-rank, I'll be cautious. Yu Ling didn't say whether she could evade detection or not. True sight was a skill that rendered everyone on the battlefield visible. Typically, no side would initiate combat before discovering all opponents, as the hidden member could often turn the tide of battle. Thus, until Yu Ling was exposed, they would likely be cautious. The cleanup work from the second match was completed and the third officially began. Lin Jian led his team in a rapid advance towards the enemy's territory, his range of movement broader, while Zhao Feng and Wang Dong stayed close to Ji Yun, slowly advancing in a straightforward tactic that seemed to just dive in and start fighting. Now let's observe the third match, where they were guarding a mage and advancing forward, which was a peculiar formation. It seemed like a trap to me, as they had hidden one person who was not found by the live broadcast yet. The hidden one was a gunner. Were they planning to use the mage as bait for a sniper attack? This tactic was even guessed by the live broadcast journalists, but was it that simple? The healer and true sight were positioned at the back, likely out of range, while the 3 assassins hid in the front area, daring to move forward. Just as everyone was speculating how the fight would begin, a gunshot startled everyone. Bang! Yu Ling not only didn't use a silencer but also opted for a large caliber, making the gun noise audible to all. Logically, neither side had closed into firing range. Yet, it shouldn't be possible to hit the rear ranks of the opponents, yet the Divine Institute's healer suddenly fell. What? Their gunner had rushed to the front? Was this unnoticed? Everyone thought their knight and swordsman were at the front, but it turned out the gunner was leading. This was truly a shock, and as the on-site healer began emergency aid, one member from the Divine Institute was out of the fight. The match had barely started, and already a member was stealthily taken out, revitalizing the spirits of all spectators watching the contest. What was happening? The S-rank true sight, unable to detect someone approaching stealthily. During the exchange between the 2 academies, the Ancient Academy's dean jumped up from his seat as he watched the livestream. Vice Dean Chang and Ji Wuyo appeared calm, yet they couldn't conceal the smiles tugging at their lips. It was another Vice Dean who held back. Vice Dean Gu, stay calm. Perhaps it went unnoticed. After all, the range of a sniper rifle is far. Yes, Vice Dean Gu, it's quite normal for a sniper rifle to have a range greater than your true sight, Ji Wuyo said earnestly, although this was completely nonsensical, because who could spot the true sight first? This was a skill meant to illuminate the whole area. If you saw him first, it means you were even more formidable than true sight. Dean Gu, with nothing much to say, sat down grumpily. This person should also stay. We still can't locate the gunsmith in the livestream. He's talented. It seems we can only rely on 3 assassins now. An all-assassin ambush is quite an extreme tactic. Your gunsmith can hide, but all 3 on my side can hide as well, Dean Gu added. There was no need for the Divine Academy to worry. Their students were all geniuses, and turning the tables single-handedly was not impossible. Are they all heading to your side now? Can you spot them? Yu Ling reminded Lin Jian, who confidently replied, no problem, right? If I can find you, there's no reason I can't find them. I'll handle the true sight, you take care of the rest. Many were unaware of the formidable nature of the SSSS rank, but Yu Ling knew it all too well. Her own stealth level was very high, and Lin Jian was the only one who could spot her. Life exchange, Night Eyes exploration. Lin Jian activated his skill, and even without swapping lives, his skill had multiple uses. Within a 500-meter radius, nothing could escape Lin Jian's surveillance. He spotted 3 gazes rushing towards him. The 3 targets from different angles were indeed well trained. "Captain, can you detect them? I'm feeling uneasy right now, it's too quiet around here," Zhao Feng voiced, holding his great sword hesitantly. Invisible enemies were hard to deal with, and Wang Dong also felt uneasy. "I feel like there are people all around us. The Divine Academy really has some tricks up its sleeve. It couldn't possibly be this quiet." Lin Jian had already figured it out. "You are all S rank, you should at least be able to handle it, right?" Then he raised his gun and fired a barrage of bullets in one direction. "See that? Hit him, go fast." One of the assassins was very close and got hit by a bullet from Lin Jian, immediately revealing his position. Seeing this, Zhao Feng charged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks. He wasn't a knight with many powerful skills, but being S rank meant that if someone could restrain the enemy, Zhao Feng's relentless hacking was still very formidable. The only tactic he knew, the assassin, also an S rank but with more skills, was unfortunately already wounded and in the most disadvantageous position facing a knight. At any time, a knight always has thicker defenses than an assassin, and when it comes to trading blows, the knight harbors no fear. The assassin's value lies in hit-and-run tactics, but once discovered and wounded by Lin Jian, he can no longer fulfill his role. Zhao Feng has already entangled one, and another is approaching from a different direction. Lin Jian picks up his gun and fires a burst. Wang Dong sees blood spurt in the distance, and with his sword drawn, he charges forward. Lin Jian's shots may miss from afar, but at close range, the likelihood of hitting is significantly high. The second assassin, caught by Wang Dong, hastily sends a warning. "Be careful, they can spot us. They're quite skilled, but can they match my speed? Hold on." The third assassin has already made his move, appearing behind Ji Yun with Ji Yun as his primary target. At this moment, the 4 deans watching the battle are dumbfounded. Dean Gu, particularly frustrated, exclaims, "How could this be? What's the use of attacking that mage? She hasn't even played her part yet and you're nearly wiped out. You should be maneuvering." Clearly, the figure resembling a mage is merely a decoy. She doesn't even need to act and she's already on the verge of winning. There must be some skill like the Eye of Truth on their side. Dean Gu, now closer, thinks that mage and the gunner, surely they can be taken down, right? Yes, Lin Jian, who claims to be a gunner, probably fears close combat. That's the last consolation. On the battlefield, Ji Yun feels a chill run down her spine. She can even sense the assassin's blade. "Captain, don't worry, I'm here, get ready," she reassures. Lin Jian, well aware that they would engage closely, wonders if it's time to trade lives. No need for that, his skill goes beyond mere life trading. Life trade, gravitational bind. Suddenly the space around seems to warp, gravity increasing 50-fold, and as the assassin dashes forward at top speed, his final leap is thwarted by this immense gravitational force, crushing him to the ground with a thud. Lin Jian then presses his gun to the assassin's face, unleashing a barrage, rat-tat-tat. Even the skilled fighters from the Divine Institute can't withstand such firepower, especially the defensively weak assassin, so Lin Jian's bullets, while not lethal, inflict significant damage, and with the 50-fold gravity still in effect, the severely wounded assassin can barely move. My God, what are we witnessing? All 3 assassins are in dire straits, 2 tangled by warriors and the third seemingly immobilized, just receiving a barrage from the gunner. Aren't assassins supposed to be agile? Mother of mercy, the Eye of Truth is hit again. Healers rush to intervene. The involvement of healers indicates this person is out of the fight. Now, the Divine Institute team sees no hope for a comeback. Each member is under attack. The best scenario is trading blows with Wang Dong the swordsman, but can the assassins really afford such trades? Wang Dong, an S-rank swordsman with competent defense, merely lacks certain skills. Cease the fight. At this moment, the system's voice announces halting the match, instructing both sides to stop immediately, declaring the challengers victorious. The spectators, of course, are astounded. Everyone watching the live broadcast exclaims in excitement, "Fantastic, the challengers have won again." Such a rare sight. I remember the last victory. Was it 2 years ago? The challengers won easily this time with no injuries, only the warriors struggled a bit, but I believe they could still win. Forget it. Next up, the Divine Institute will shamelessly send their best, and that will be the end of it. Longtime viewers are familiar with the true nature of this program. Certainly, the Clerical Academy must reclaim the stage. They cannot afford to tarnish their image, whether just or not. Their image must remain invincible. Lin Jian also signaled to his teammates to retreat back to the resting area. The Clerical Academy had indeed been a bit careless, but this was hardly significant. After muttering for a while, Dean Gu calmed down. this wasn't the first time such an event had occurred. After all, as long as there were excellent talents, the clerical academy would recruit them, turning even challengers into their own. This wasn't a disgrace, it was merely a method of selecting overlooked gems. The final second round was an opportunity for the audience to witness the overwhelming strength of the clerical academy. Of course, if the challengers won, it could lead to higher viewership ratings, which was also a benefit. It seemed there were no losers here. Next, the challenge was to make the challengers lose a match. Congratulations, challengers, you may choose your desired prize. The whole world had witnessed their success, and the clerical academy admired their courage. Their prize could be an item or money, and the clerical academy could even select some among them to further their training, an honor for them and a sign of the clerical academy's openness and inclusiveness to the world. Even as these words were spoken with such arrogance, team members exchanged glances. This scene must have been broadcast live. What would they ask from the clerical academy? Certainly they couldn't be fobbed off with just anything ordinary. Lin Jian first asked Wang Dong, "What do you want?" Being the only one not from the clerical academy, it was only right that he decided first. "I don't know, even if I choose someone, the clerical academy probably wouldn't pick me, right?" It was true, his skills as a swordsman were too ordinary. The clerical academy sought only geniuses. Suddenly Lin Jian remembered something. "I heard there's a chance for a second awakening. You should ask about that." "Really?" Wang Dong was excited. "Can I choose a second awakening opportunity?" "Please don't be presumptuous. Even in the clerical academy, the number of people who can undergo a second awakening is very limited. It's not included in the rewards, and unlike the first awakening, a second one requires a significant amount of resources." Indeed, Wang Dong was disheartened, feeling that nothing else would really enhance him. "Then the most practical choice is to take the money, but that would mean giving up any chance for further opportunities." At that moment Lin Jian asked, "If we win the second round, could we choose this?" Silence fell over the system. This was indeed a monumental query, one that seemed to come out of nowhere. Has he lost his mind, thinking you can win the second round? No chance. The Clerical Institute will definitely send a genius this time. That's right, just like last time, a single genius overturned the entire challenge team. Be realistic, young man, you're better off taking the money than harboring these impractical ideas. Amidst this exchange, Ji Wuyo thought the voice sounded familiar. Lin Jian was already speaking in a pinched voice, but Ji Wuyo felt like he had heard it somewhere before. It was hard to be sure, and at this moment Elder Gu also laughed in frustration. "Well, these people think too much. Don't they know that in the second round they will face a genius who has been at the Clerical Institute for at least a year? What a joke, a second awakening. How many people in the world have such a precious opportunity?" However, Lin Jian had no concept of this. He guessed that Yuling had also undergone a second awakening. If even this beggar-like girl had a chance, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? At this point the system informed Lin Jian, "There is no option for the second round." "No option for the second round either. Your Clerical Institute isn't very generous. These are the consistent rules of the Clerical Institute." The system suddenly paused, then resumed. "According to the latest decision of the Clerical Institute, if you win the second round you can choose an awakening opportunity, but if you lose, your victory in the first round will not count." This was a forced choice. Could a young man be spoiled like this, threatening with the rewards they had already earned? This didn't seem very generous, but Lin Jian didn't make the decision himself. He turned back and asked his teammates, "Those in favor, raise your hands." Everyone raised their hands. "Good, since you've decided to play this way, then we all agree. If we don't win the second round, we'll forfeit everything. If we do win, you must give at least one of us a chance for a second awakening." It was unexpected. Even Ji Yun had a temper. Did they think the rewards were charity handouts? How could there be such a gamble? Even the audience outside felt the Clerical Institute was looking bad. What was this? Weren't the rewards supposed to be fixed? Could they really withhold them? This seemed petty. Perhaps the Clerical Institute thought they would lose. It seemed like a temper tantrum, always needing to suppress the challengers. How childish. Now I support the challengers. Even if they lose, I think they are heroes. The opportunity for a second awakening is indeed too precious, and the Clerical Institute might refuse it, but there was no need to gamble with what they had already won. That seemed a bit ungenerous. In the eyes of the Clerical Institute, this was also a means to suppress the arrogance of these troublemakers. In their view, some of these people qualified to enter the Clerical Institute, and maybe they could pick one or two. The system listed the information for the second round of challenges. Your next opponents also arranged for 5 people. Wait, why is someone still in the second transformation? Zhao Feng immediately saw through the cunning plan of the clerical academy. A second tier can defeat 100 of me, how is this fair? It was indeed the rule that all who won in the first round must face an apprentice from the clerical academy who had studied there for a year in the second round. Can you reach the second tier in just 1 year? Yes, this person was the genius student of the previous year, leveling up much faster than the average person. For ordinary people outside, such resources to reach the second tier are unattainable, possibly throughout their entire life. Zhao Feng found it unbelievable. Even if you have the resources, can you really slay that many monsters and gain so much experience in just 1 year? As Lin Jian stepped forward to speak, he said, "Alright, we accept the challenge, Captain. Although it's the clerical academy, reaching the second tier in 1 year is too fast, isn't it? Can it really be that quick?" Well, I think there are exceptions, because Lin Jian himself didn't find such rapid progress surprising, feeling he could achieve it too. Mainly because his innate skill bonuses were high. Tackling high-level monsters was not an issue for him. He thought, if he could do it, why couldn't others? Yu Ling smiled and said, "Zhao Feng, there are always those who are quite special, hence they are geniuses. No worries, this time it's mainly up to the captain himself." Captain, be careful, those termed as geniuses are never simple. Lin Jian at level 16 could confront level 35 monsters in the map. If he could do it, why couldn't others? Therefore, both Lin Jian and Yu Ling took it for granted, and they also knew not to underestimate the genius from the clerical academy, who might be even tougher than those in the map. I'll be cautious, and in this battle my identity might not remain hidden any longer. The oft-overlooked soul exchanger was about to take the stage. They were definitely overthinking it. There was no way to win like this. How could they all at level 16 fight against a second-tier master? The good rewards were gone and their previous battle was in vain. What do you think? Do they still stand a chance? If they have hidden strengths, how could they possibly win? Everyone's focus, however, shifted to Yu Ling because she made a strong impression in the first match. As an elusive sniper, she was hard to defend against, but now she faced a second-tier profession. The most outrageous part was that the opponents had prepared 2 healers. This setup made everyone think there was no spectacle to see, as Yu Ling was adapted to firearms, which inherently lack in firepower. Firearms don't get stronger with your level unless you invest money to upgrade the bullets, and seeing Yu Ling's ragged appearance, nobody believed she had the money for such upgrades. When Lin Jian and his team entered the battlefield, they indeed faced this tough challenge. They're targeting me with 2 healers. I can't kill anyone instantly. Healing is manageable, I can silence them. Ji Yun had a new tactic, but how could she protect herself? Aside from the healers, there were also 2 swordsmen awakened with special magic swordsman skills, not just any ordinary swordsman like Wang Dong who only knew how to slash. Lastly, there was the second-tier mage, yes, a mage who wielded both ice and fire powers. With dual elemental skills, he was indeed much more powerful than those depicted in the maps, even if his level was lower. Can you guys handle the other second tier? Originally, when you reached this point, you could have stayed out of it since it was indeed inconvenient for you to expose yourselves. However, we had agreed on a bet, so winning this round would mean true victory. After Lin Jian finished his analysis, he suggested, "How about this? You guys don't get involved at first. If I can't handle their numbers, then you can join in." "Alright." Ji Yun was somewhat dissatisfied. "I haven't even used my skills yet and it's ending like this?" Her skills, once utilized, would make her identity easy to guess. No academy would not want a silencer, so she must be a student from some academy. Lin Jian still hoped their identities wouldn't be exposed, and it would suffice to highlight himself alone, as revealing themselves wouldn't be a good thing. Wang Dong and Zhao Feng were very straightforward. "We want a reward. There's no chance for a second awakening anyway, so you might as well wait and see." "Yes, I think the same. Let's first see how the captain and that second-tier clash pans out." Yu Ling supported Lin Jian, adding, "If he can't beat them, then us joining won't make a difference. If he can handle them alone, then we have a chance, so we must conserve our strength." Zhao Feng looked at Lin Jian and asked, "Are you really okay?" "Nonsense, I'm the one who challenged them. Of course I'll go first. You guys stay back and protect Ji Yun. I'll make contact first." "Can't be harder than the diagram, right? If we win, the prize is all yours." Lin Jian wasn't there for the prize. He instructed Yu Ling to hide with the 3 of them while he moved forward. His actions left the audience puzzled. What's going on with this guy? Is he really going for a one-on-one? Does he look down on second-tier mages that much? Even if someone were to lead, it should be the knight, right? Does this gunner have that much health? The first match had shown this man had some tricks up his sleeve, capable of spotting hidden assassins, but now he seemed useless, lacking in attack power. The opponents had brought 2 healers, and his spray damage might not suffice. Meanwhile, at the venue of the Inter-Academy exchange, Ji Wuyu, who was watching the livestream, fell into deep thought. Based on the confrontation he had seen, he believed this team wasn't stupid, so why choose such a risky play? Winning or losing was normal, but making a foolish move was disappointing. Dean G, what do you think he's going to do? I'm not sure, but he must have some tricks he hasn't shown yet. I noticed that too. He must have some special skills which greatly limited the earlier assassin, remarked the deans, who could somewhat recognize and even gauge the strength of Lin Jin's skills. They recognized that Lin Jin's value wasn't less than anyone else on the team, so why take such a risk? This time, the Divine Office team didn't hide. 2 swordsmen charged directly at them. The mage, after his second transformation, waited in the back, ready with his long-range skills to confront Yuling. If he couldn't find them, he might just set the whole area ablaze. As it happened, 2 swordsmen came face to face with Lin Jian, and honestly, both were taken aback for a moment. Why only you? Where's your teammate? Hiding? They wondered if their opponents thought they could truly hide. With a second transformation mage on their side, they felt almost secure against any surprise attacks. Lin Jian responded earnestly, "No, I'm not aware of your capabilities this round, so the others are holding back for now. I'll test your strength first, and if necessary they'll join in." "What, you're taking us on alone?" The 2 swordsmen were astounded. The Clerical Academy had faced many challenges before, but such audacity was unprecedented. Students from the Clerical Academy were the cream of the crop, formidable even in fair combat. These 2, though freshmen, were talents picked from various places, and such insolence was hard for them to swallow. "I'll handle him, you stay alert for his teammates," one swordsman declared, stepping forward. A gunner, after all, was useless. At this distance, unlike the assassins from the previous match, swordsmen boasted robust defenses and had healers backing them. "I alone will test your mettle." Bloodlust berserk. His sword swung fiercely as his eyes turned a bloody red in an instant. Oh, he was a berserk swordsman, a particularly dangerous foe because this class could defeat higher-level opponents by leaping ranks, especially when berserk, enhancing his strength, speed and defense manifold. His blood seemed to burn a self-destructive form that boosted his combat abilities, akin to doping. Meanwhile, Lin Jian saw a mist of water enveloping him. A healer was casting spells. One goes berserk, another heals. He dares to say he's alone. Lin Jian surveyed the surroundings, then activated his skills, Exchange Life, Night Eye's exploration. He discovered that within 500 meters their other teammates were already in position, the locations of the 2 healers crystal clear, along with the second transformation mage ready to assist from not too far away. Exchange Life, Divine Chain Binding, Exchange Life, Hell's Wail. With these skills, Lin Jian had already locked down the 2 men. Once locked, both opponents felt it immediately. What's this? They hadn't encountered such tactics before. The first swordsman, inexperienced, attacked without much thought. Direct attacks were usually right. In such a situation, preventing the enemy from casting was the best strategy. Thus he attacked, and with the berserk swordsman's insane speed, his sword instantly pierced Lin Jian. The audience was confused. Why would a gunner engage at close range? Regardless of his actual strength, was he out of his mind? This had a true berserker's touch, a strike that even someone a few levels higher could not have dodged. It looked like the gunner was in trouble and might have to retreat. This team, equipped with healers, seemed to have the upper hand. But wait, the sword hit the gunner, yet why did it seem to hurt the opponent more? Everyone saw it. The blade pierced through Lin Jian's chest, and yet he positioned himself to make it easier for his opponent to strike. It was a move that defied common sense. Why wouldn't he dodge? Was there something wrong with his mind? Not only did Lin Jian not avoid the attack, but he also moved closer into the blade's path. The result, both swordsmen on the opposing side were curled up in agony. It's a joke, really. The pain was enhanced 16-fold. For every stab at Lin Jian, it was as if each swordsman endured the pain of 16 strikes themselves. So why would Lin Jian bother dodging? He wouldn't even need to attack his opponents directly. Attacking himself was far more efficient. To these novice level 16 fighters, Lin Jian was a formidable giant. Counting the bonuses from his talent skills, they would need at least 16 times their strength to match him. But at the same time, Lin Jian had a focusing ability, making it not too difficult to face second-level swordsmen. What a life exchange master! Amid their pain, the 2 swordsmen stared wide-eyed at Lin Jian. After stabbing an opponent, their wounds seemed even more horrific than before. Yes, that's right, it was me. Lin Jian no longer hid his identity. After all, by the second round, whether he could be defeated would be apparent. He simply took off his hat, fully revealing his face. I might as well amuse you all. I can't hit others effectively, so why not hit myself? Am I not merciful? Then he turned the gun on himself and fired. The shot that penetrated his body inflicted the equivalent of 16 shots on each of the two swordsmen. Healers quick heal. The two healers behind started to exert their power, trying to recover the damage Lin Jian inflicted before it was too late. However, the burst of 16-fold damage was not something healers could resolve with their skills entering cooldown after a mere touch. They couldn't keep up with such a rate of injury. Meanwhile, Lin Jian was still standing while the two swordsmen lay on the ground, barely alive. At this moment, high-level healers on the battlefield took over the care of the two men. Accepting healing from off-field healers meant conceding the match. Lin Jian, seeing the two successfully revived by the healers, glanced sideways. Remember not to apply any healing spells on me, otherwise your unsolicited intervention in the match would also be considered cheating. The healers stationed off-field were stunned. Right, how should this be judged? As a life exchange master, he inflicted damage on his opponents by attacking himself. If he attacked while you healed, wouldn't that impede the fight? Of course I said it and everyone saw it. Lin Jian wouldn't need a healer. His own recovery abilities were faster. Any healing act was a hindrance in his eyes, a stumbling block preventing him from inflicting further damage. The crowd off-field was now in an uproar, this unexpected turn of events baffling everyone. What's going on, a life exchange master? I remember some time ago I came across a news piece about a life exchange master. Yes, I laughed then, wondering how such a ludicrous profession could exist, exchanging lives with others. Now, it seems like this individual doesn't have major issues himself. Despite the numerous injuries, he doesn't die. Everyone saw the wounds on Lin Jian. Although his opponent received damage 16 times greater than his, Lin Jian's own injuries were not minor, and yet he withstood them. This is about two swordsmen after all. Swordsmen are frontline warriors, typically heavily armored. During an exchange between two academies, Dean Gu stood up in surprise and exclaimed, "What a life exchange master!" After saying this, he turned to look at the two vice deans from the National Professional Academy. Vice Dean Chang and Vice Dean Ji Wuyo were also surprised. They didn't know why Lin Jian was there. Dean Ji, if I recall correctly, you admitted an SSSS grade life exchange master, didn't you? Yes, that's him. Ji Wuyo didn't hide the fact, but he made it clear we were unaware of this matter, which doesn't represent the attitude of our academy. Moreover, your challenge didn't forbid him from registering, right? Plus he was a special admission to our academy. So does this count as a provocation from your students at National Professional Academy? The response would depend on Dean Gu's attitude. If you insist on calling it a provocation, I will stop him. No, don't stop him, let him fight. Ji Wuyo's response was impeccably timed and utterly natural. First, he clarified that this wasn't their official stance since they were not informed, so it couldn't be a provocation. Student behavior shouldn't be so tightly controlled, and after all, the opportunity was given by them. The key aspect was the subtle mockery of the Divine Academy, a taunt hidden very deep. Are you saying you can't defeat him? If not, we apologize and will quickly stop our student. Under such circumstances, could Dean Gu concede? Since the provocation had come their way, he decided to let it continue. Interesting, a life exchange master. It's a pity this profession didn't enter our Divine Academy. He must be feeling discontent. Meanwhile, Lin Jian didn't care about not entering the Divine Academy. His presence there wasn't for himself, which led to a misunderstanding by Dean Gu. Vice Dean Ji and Vice Dean Chang exchanged a glance, both seemingly helpless. Through their eyes they shared the opinion that Lin Jian was likely to win. The contender from Divine Academy wasn't significantly stronger than the one from the picture, and although this dual system mage was stronger than the depicted one to others, to Lin Jian the number of attack methods was irrelevant. What mattered was whether one could withstand the attacks. No matter the variety, it all boiled down to offensive and defensive capabilities, and against Lin Jian only defense mattered. You had to withstand dozens if not hundreds of times the damage to barely counter Lin Jian. As soon as Lin Jian made his move, the two talented swordsmen had already left the field. Moreover, the other swordsman didn't even need to use his full capabilities, nor did he need to. Lin Jian didn't care how strong his opponent's attack was. It didn't matter what kind of swordsman you were. The stronger your attack, the quicker your defeat. The healers outside the arena took the two swordsmen away, and Lin Jian continued to wait in his original spot. Come out, what are you all hiding behind for? The only one left with any attacking power is this dual system mage, but he's a genius from last year's clerical academy with a training speed that's second to none and also an SS grade professional, truly one of the favored by the heavens. For him, he surely believes he can single-handedly overturn the entire opposing team. Are you kidding me? They are all just teens who have completed their first transformation, and he being his second transformation, isn't he just playing around? Now that the opponent has easily taken down 2 people, if he doesn't show up it would seem like he is afraid of him. Who do I think it is? Oh, it's the Life Exchange Master. I've seen this news before. I even felt pity for you then. Pity? You think you can defeat me? Haha, the Clerical Academy not wanting you says a lot. And what does that have to do with you not being able to defeat me? Lin Jian was outright taunting. Could anyone endure such provocation without reacting? Reacting was just right. In Lin Jian's profession, he couldn't wait for someone to hit him. The dual system mage was actually a bit nervous inside. Such life-exchanging acts could confuse anyone, but he didn't understand Lin Jian enough. He also taunted, you've exchanged with 2 opponents of the same level as yourself and now you're wounded like this, can you still fight? No need for nonsense, just come at me. Is that so? Then I won't be polite, I must respect an SSS's great opponent. The dual system mage really wasn't polite, immediately casting an instant ice spell blizzard, freezing everything. His choice was basically the same as in the diagram. He didn't use any fire skills but started with freezing the opponent. If he could restrict Lin Jian's movements, he believed he would be invincible. Thus, he released a high-level spell right from the start, instantly freezing an entire area. All the spectators gasped at this moment. They all thought Lin Jian had lost his vitality. The key was at this time Lin Jian hadn't yet activated his skills, while the opponent had frozen a large area with his first move. During this exchange between the 2 academies, ancient academies, Dean showed a smile. Not enough experience, this is an ice sealing spell, a control skill. Your academy's people didn't even have time to use their skills. It seems there's no chance left. The remaining 4 might as well surrender. What a pity. Ji Wuyo didn't speak. He and Vice Dean Chang exchanged glances. They both knew this move was useless against Lin Jian because it had already been tried in the diagrams. Although the freezing range in the diagram wasn't as large, the actual effect on Lin Jian was the same. Vice Dean Chang still wanted to salvage the situation a bit. Dean Gu, actually this student is also a troublemaker at our place and those who challenge him have to sign a life and death agreement. Could this be a bit dangerous to continue this way? What danger? His profession is such that if you don't risk life and death you're taking advantage of him. Dean Gu spoke in defense of Lin Jian, suggesting that there should be no restrictions on his battles. Are you afraid? He challenged. An SSSS-ranked cleric, if he were to fall at our cleric academy, that would indeed be embarrassing. He was actually proud, yet Vice Dean Chang was only looking out for him. Dean Gu, what I mean is, if he injures your people we would be very embarrassed. You needn't worry about that, replied the dean. How many years have we been doing this challenge? When has the cleric academy ever been at a disadvantage? Dean Gu still felt that the opposition was showing weakness and continued to advocate for his student. Since that's the case, someone get in touch with the site. I want to talk to the people there and ask them to show mercy. Soon as someone connected Dean Gu's call to the battlefield. I am Gudith, the Challenger's Life Exchange Master. You must be from the State Academy, right? As the Vice Dean of the Cleric Academy, I pity you. Such a waste of your profession. But since you've joined the challenge, it shows you're ambitious. I can only ask our people to hold back. Just spare his life, that would be best. How wonderful it turned out, not only reclaiming face but also appearing magnanimously generous. The live broadcast was on and the audience could see that the Cleric Academy had gained a significant advantage. At this point, both deans from the State Academy remained silent, seemingly conceding that it was time to teach the Cleric Academy a lesson. Their concern now was how to wrap this up and ensure their own people were safely returned. If Lin Jian won later, the Cleric Academy would surely be furious and intervention from the State Academy would be necessary. Meanwhile, Lin Jian sacrificed one of his kidneys to obtain a powerful body shield. Are you the dean? Breaking free from control, Lin Jian quickly took over the conversation, seizing his chance. What, you weren't controlled? Let me ask you, my sister, was she kidnapped by you? Who is your sister? What do you mean by kidnapped? We are the Cleric Academy. We don't engage in such acts, really. Or do you, as the Vice Dean, know about everything that happens here? Lin Jian pressed, putting Dean Gu in a difficult position to give a precise answer. He couldn't claim to know everything, clearly bluffing. In the Cleric Academy, there were many capable individuals, each with their own temperaments, secretly engaging in activities unknown to others, some even crossing lines, but the Academy covered for them to save face. Because the face of the Cleric Academy cannot be lost, its authority is immense. Of course, I don't know everything, but the Cleric Academy would never do such a thing. Listen to what you're saying, don't you find it amusing? The Vice Dean was mocked, which angered Dean Gu. Young man, don't overstep your bounds. I heard that when you accept challenges at the State Academy you have to sign a life and death agreement, right? Lin Jian also realized what he had said. Yes, it's the same here, we can agree verbally since everyone can hear us. Alright, then I will have all the healers withdraw from the battlefield. This battle will be fought regardless of life or death. It seems fair, but now Lin Jian is restrained and the healers, there are still 2 of them on their team. 2 healers supporting a second-tier mage. It seems like even an army wouldn't be enough to take them down. However, at this moment Lin Jian breaks the ice with a declaration. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Exchange life, divine chain binding focus. Exchange life, Hell's Whale. During his invincibility phase Lin Jian uses his innate abilities to bind the second-tier mage. The old Academy Dean never saw this coming. What, there's invincibility too? Who could have expected that? The deans from 2 national vocational academies thought of it, both shaking their heads. Lin Jian realized that as long as he provoked the enemy, they would deliver everything he desired right to him. This feeling was exhilarating. This was exactly what he needed. Otherwise, if the off-field healer who was clearly of a higher level than the 2 novice healers on the field were to intervene, the outcome would be uncertain. How could he have known that accepting a challenge at the National Vocational Academy required signing a life and death agreement? No matter, Lin Jian now had the upper hand and approached the second-tier mage. He wondered how this mage's damage endurance compared to that of Tuli. Tuli might be somewhat lacking in skill talent, but his defense was solid, unlike this mage who had rapidly leveled up. Come on, hit me, you have to beat me to win, you're only level 16. So what if I'm level 16? That doesn't stop the reality of what's happening. These people are amusing, thinking shouting this might help. It's utterly useless. Real-world occurrences need to be countered with real strength. At least Tuli was prepared and even had a blocking ring. This mage, on the other hand, was utterly unprepared. He didn't even know how Exchange Life Masters fought before. Wildfire Rampage, truly a genius. This wide-range spell is difficult for others to cast, but this mage cast it instantaneously, unaware that the faster he attacked the worse it would be for him. It nearly happened instantly. Lin Jian stood amidst the flames erupting from the ground, utterly unfazed. Meanwhile, the mage was already rolling on the ground, his body charged, screaming in agony. What pain hurts the most? Of course, it's the pain where all your nerves are stimulated at once. Like severe burns, Lin Jian on this side could still endure while the pain inflicted on him was transmitted over 200 times to his opponent. Don't be afraid, we'll heal you. The 2 healers behind him sprang into action, rapidly healing the mage. The mage's wildfire was fierce, but with 2 healers acting together, their efforts were effective. Lin Jian was still in the fire, only able to heal his injuries but not alleviate the pain. Amidst the flames he groaned in agony. Although someone was helping him recover from the physical wounds, the pain was relentless. Shaking his head, Lin Jian thought to himself that this couldn't go on forever. The pain might actually kill him before the fire did. As the healing continued alongside the burning, the pain repeated itself over and over. Suddenly an energy fluctuation caught everyone off guard. The spells of the 2 healers ceased to work. They were silenced by Ji Yun. Lin Jian surprised asked Ji Yun, "Is that you? Did I cause you any trouble? Oh, and is your headset still intact?" Ji Yun replied, "No worries, I've been keeping it safe." Lin Jian managed to smile, realizing that without Ji Yun's intervention the dual-element mage might have indeed been tortured to death by his own earth fire. Now, with the healers incapacitated, the situation was surprisingly more manageable. Lin Jian stepped out of the fire, his severe burns healing rapidly, and crouched beside the mage on the ground. How does it feel to experience the power of your own spells for the first time? Still want more? The mage, in no condition to retaliate, begged. "No, get away from me." Lin Jian calmly responded, "Don't panic, I won't attack you. I only attack myself." With that said, Lin Jian pulled out his dagger and stabbed himself in each thigh. The mage, lacking the resilience depicted in the pictures, couldn't stand up and rolled around on the ground in agony. Meanwhile, at the dean's meeting point, the head of the ancient school fell silent. Ji Wuyo heard the vice dean's whisper, "That silencer is also from our school." Ji Wuyo nodded in understanding. The current problem was keeping their attention away from others. they were all focused on Lin Jian, who had come for his sister. With these two distractions, they wouldn't notice anyone else, the vice dean agreed, nodding sullenly. At this moment, the ancient school's dean noticed their whispering. Dean Chang, it is inappropriate to condone students provoking like this, isn't it? He questioned. Dean Shang replied, oh Dean Gu, what are you talking about? We tried to stop it, but you didn't let us. Dean Gu retorted, that's different. What about now? Your student is already here. That's when Ji Wuyo spoke up righteously, drawing all attention to Lin Jian. You've abducted his sister to the Divine Position School, as far as I know. So this isn't about our school's rivalry, nor is it provocation from us. It's about a student whose sister you've captured. Such a despicable act has nothing to do with his status as a student. It's a matter of basic human decency. I believe everyone watching the live stream understands that it was you who took her, yet you claim we are provoking you. Dean Gu was left speechless. Indeed, the live broadcast had heard everything. Lin Jian was here for personal reasons, purely related to your personal grievances. You're the head of a school, yet you play these games, treating onlookers as fools. Faced with undeniable truth, Dean Gu's face turned green. Someone check immediately who took his sister. At his command, people scrambled to investigate. But this time it was different, as it was said publicly during a live broadcast. Normally, when some people disagreed, you wouldn't bother with them since their voices couldn't spread far and you still held the power. Now Lin Jian's words genuinely reached everyone's ears, and it was impossible to shamelessly deny the truth. With the attitude of President Gu, he knew this was real. There was a way to hide the truth. Sure, internal communications could align everyone to deny it, and actually, Lin Jian couldn't prove anything. But with two deans from the National Professional College present at the scene, could they just watch and say nothing? Moreover, Ji Wuyo seemed to know about this, and the Divine Professional College couldn't completely ignore it at this moment. Ji Wuyo was even leading the charge on this issue. Your Divine Professional College really lacking in manners, aren't you? Although your divine warriors are powerful, they all come from the public and you can't afford to offend the general populace, right? This wasn't just a hint. Ji Wuyo was openly mocking. Everyone knew this principle, and yet Ji Wuyo still deliberately spoke it out. You could afford to be arrogant before, but for matters this significant you can't mess around. In the future you might not be able to recruit anyone. They'd all go to the National Professional College, and that's something the Divine Professional College can't afford. Indeed, some people are solely profit-driven, but others uphold justice. In the future, do you hope to attract only those driven by profit? This would significantly impact the moral climate. Meanwhile, the second-level mage had already stopped his wailing on the field but had become much weaker. He was utterly powerless against Lin Jian. He had once thought the career of a life swapper was too trivial, but now he found himself completely outmatched by Lin Jian. The skills he had practiced and the career he was proud of were useless at this moment. Unable to confront Lin Jian, was he not destined to lose? He saw Lin Jian walk out of the earth fire seemingly without feeling the immense pain. However, the pain was there. It was just that the undead war body helped Lin Jian endure it. Moreover, Lin Jian's powerful regenerative abilities ensured he wouldn't die in the earth fire. It's time to decide the winner, Lin Jian declared. Remember what your dean said, life or death, it doesn't matter. Now let's see, under my blade, who lives and who dies. It could be me, especially since your two healer teammates can't perform. In front of Lin Jian, this genius mage was the first to panic. Literally wetting himself, he thought it was just a friendly match. Who would have guessed it would cost him his life? Lin Jian then placed a dagger right at his heart. With one thrust, his ice fire mage skills, which didn't specialize in bodily regeneration, wouldn't heal well. Death was certain and all healers were prohibited. But wait, there's no need for this, brother, we were just sparring. Sparring, huh? Then you should have backed out when your dean made those remarks, but you didn't. You obviously thought you had me under control, that you could do whatever you wanted, Lin Jian mocked. It's funny how some logic feels great when applied to others but becomes awkward when it's your turn. Amidst the conversation, Lin Jian swiftly plunged his blade into the chest of the genius mage, who let out a scream of agony. My God, is he that ruthless? Still a genius, just a turn by a talented individual and he's reduced to this state. Is this what the clerical academy amounts to? To be honest, even I wouldn't know what to do in this situation. It's simply indecipherable, right? Whether you fight or not, it's a dilemma. Life swapping is truly unsolvable, but if it's about swapping lives, why does he still look so spirited himself? Everyone saw that at this moment Lin Jian showed absolutely no signs of the pain that the other was suffering. Isn't it supposed to be that you can only transfer as much pain to your opponent as you endure yourself? It seems this life swapper has a secret, and that's the key to life swapping. Naturally, a mage's defense and resistance can't compare to a warrior's, and advancing to the second level doesn't help much either. Thus at this point the genius mage was already clutching his chest, begging for mercy. Wait a minute, do you really intend to kill someone, not even leaving any room for face? The system then echoed the voice of Vice Chancellor Gu, who was trying to intimidate by leveraging the authority of the Clerical Academy. Lin Jian couldn't help but laugh. Why should I give you face? What's in it for me? You took my sister away without a word. If it were you, what would you think? What face do you still expect? Everyone heard it, and of course they thought the same as Lin Jian. A normal person's reaction: when a family member is missing, of course they would be anxious. A normal person would at least say something before leaving home. If there's no news at all, they must have been taken away and the family would definitely be worried. Therefore Lin Jian still doesn't believe his sister is safe. If she is safe as normal people do, why couldn't she come back and say a word? Even if she had sent a message through someone, it would have eased the situation somewhat. Can a normal person's heart be so big that they don't seek news and still feel at ease? If Lin Jian didn't inquire about his sister's whereabouts, it would only mean one thing: he doesn't really care about his sister. Whether there's any news or not doesn't matter, alive or dead, it's all the same. If he cared even slightly about his family, how could he not seek any information? Alright, we agree to let you see your sister. I don't understand this. Was my sister really captured by your clerical academy? According to my information, my sister was captured, but it was our people from the clerical academy who rescued her. You should be thanking the clerical academy. According to you, if you save someone, does their life belong to you then? What's the difference from being dead? Vice Chancellor Gu found it difficult to respond too harshly, especially since the heads of the National Academy were still present. Moreover, with so many people listening, we usually think that saving a life means they owe their life in return. But obviously, this notion is incorrect. It should be based on their willingness. Obviously, Lin Jian's sister didn't even have the chance to report back. Is this what she wanted? This is clearly using favor to exploit, which is bullying. Vice Chancellor Gu found it hard to answer, and at this moment Lin Jian said to the genius mage lying breathlessly on the ground, according to your Chancellor's logic, if I spare you, your life belongs to me. From now on, whatever I ask you to do, you must do without resistance. Even if I made you act like a dog, you would have to learn how to bark properly, because I spared your life, and the fact that you are alive is all because of me, right? This obviously isn't correct, and President Gu knew that such a claim wouldn't hold up if it got out. Although Lin Jian's argument was more of a shirk, President Gu's explanation wasn't much better. Lin Jian, that's your name, isn't it? Your sister staying at the Divine Institute could lead to a better future for her. I said, that is if she wants it. Otherwise you have no right to define a better future for someone else. Lin Jian's words greatly impressed Ji Wuyo, who couldn't help but say to President Gu, perhaps our National Institute can better utilize talents. Look, this life exchange master studied at our institute. President Gu glared at Ji Wuyo, which made it even harder to deal with Lin Jian. Students from the National Institute shouldn't have provoked the Divine Institute in such a contest. It should have been embarrassing for Ji Wuyo's side, but the clear facts were due to Lin Jian's sister's situation. The National Institute not only held the moral high ground but could also mock them. The renowned Divine Institute was known for abducting people without notifying their families. Meanwhile, the National Institute, which the Divine Institute deemed to produce nothing but rejects, managed to restore its reputation today. No matter how you look at it, the National Institute had the upper hand. Ji Wuyo was very adept at seizing the moment and shook his head, saying, maybe we should stop interacting. Why, it has been our tradition all along, Vice President Chang added, clearly letting Ji Wuyo deliver the sarcastic remark. What if people start seeing our National Institute as the same kind of bully? President Gu's face turned green. Even if they had acted like bullies outside thousands of times, they did so without batting an eyelid. But this time it was different. The impact was too significant, especially with the National Institute stirring things up. The deans of the National Institute are also present, and I won't bully you over this matter. Can we end this battle now? It's over, my friend, you can surrender now, and don't forget our reward. Because of the exposure of the silencer, the National Institute couldn't ignore this matter. Lin Jian's goal to magnify his impact was achieved, and the effect was even better than he expected, especially since the National Institute's two deans were right there. If it had been just Lin Jian, perhaps they wouldn't have been so enthusiastic, but with the appearance of the silencer they realized this team was no ordinary group. a hot career like the silencer couldn't possibly have been overlooked. There must be more students from the National Institute in this team. Therefore, Ji Wuyo immediately sided with Lin Jian's team, indicating he would monitor the Divine Institute to keep their promise. The contest had just paused when Ji Wuyo went to meet Lin Jian's squad. So how many members from our institute do we have here? 4, right Dean Ji. If it's inappropriate I can handle it alone. Can you handle this alone? Is our National Professional College the type of place that doesn't care about its students? Ji Wuyo pretended for a moment and Lin Jian was skeptical. He wondered if Ji Wuyo would act the same if it were only him. Even though he won the contest, many still consider the life exchange master to be of little use, because unless you face Lin Jian as an opponent you can never truly understand how terrifying it is to be in that situation. In this competition Lin Jian held on while the opponent did not, but this only means that Lin Jian's defense is stronger, and the fact that the opponent's 2 healers were silenced doesn't prove the prowess of a life exchange master. If healers were assisting, people would still prefer dual system mages, who are generally seen as more effective and versatile. What's the point of being a life exchange master if you're just dealing with minor creatures and still risking your life? Many experts find this frustrating as it doesn't reflect the true style of a master. Did they agree to let me see my sister? Don't worry, this was disclosed in a live broadcast, they can't deny it now. Plus, this is an internal matter for their Divine Professional College, let them handle it. Although they are all from the Divine Professional College, they are not a unified body. Lin Jian understood this reasoning, which meant that the Divine Professional College would likely pass the blame. If the National Professional College uses this issue to criticize them, they could simply claim that it was the actions of an individual not representative of the college as a whole. That's already quite good. Usually, the Divine Professional College wouldn't even spare you a glance. That's good, I thought I had to fight a 3rd round. What, do you think you can make it to a 3rd round? Ji Wuyo was stunned. This kid really dares to dream. If the Divine Professional College has to fight a 3rd round, it means they are truly desperate. Under such circumstances, even the presence of National Professional College personnel might not earn any respect. When people are desperate, they listen to no one. The key figure in this match isn't much stronger than in the simulations, so I believe there is still a chance in the next match, especially under the watchful eyes of many. Facing a level 16 like me, how shameless can they get? Indeed, if the Vice Dean is also desperate, then it should be time for the Dean to step in. Can Lin Jian really provoke the Divine Professional College to completely lose their composure? Ji Wuyo then looked at the others. Who are all of you? I'm a specially recruited student Zhao Feng, special recruit Yu Ling, official student Ji Yun. I'm not from your school, haha. Wang Dong was the most straightforward, unencumbered by the identity of a student from the National Professional College. He was a pure challenger, but now the focus is no longer on identity issues but rather on Lin Jian's sister. On this matter, the Divine Professional College was indeed ungenerous. Though Ji Wuyo was somewhat annoyed that these students were a bit reckless, the outcome was favorable. Exchange isn't about fighting and killing but about human interactions. Doesn't this just prove that the National Professional College has a slight edge? Alright, then there's no need for further exchanges this time. In a public setting, our students from the National Professional College have already beaten yours. There's no need for further interaction between the 2 colleges. Ji Wuyo can take the student representatives back. Even if he said no more competition, we are weaker than you, it would still sound sarcastic to the ears of the Clerical Academy. Lin Jian's team has indeed brought honor to the National Professional Academy. Encouragement is necessary. Zhao Feng, Yu Ling, you two are officially students now, and everything you all did today the National Professional Academy will remember, but we cannot publicize it yet, because after all it was unorganized and undisciplined, violating the principles of exchange between the 2 academies and should not set a precedent. Ji Wuyo's statement was a promise that they would be rewarded later, but he couldn't say it now because secretly sending people to participate in such external challenges violated the tacit agreement between the 2 academies. Therefore Ji Wuyo in principle does not encourage it, but they deserve rewards. Dean Ji, about that. Wang Dong is my brother, he's actually very capable. How about this, he goes with you to the National Professional Academy to handle his reporting and stays with you. Ji Wuyo also agreed to let Wang Dong join the National Professional Academy, making him the biggest gainer among them. Wang Dong immediately grinned broadly. Dean Ji is great. Ji Wuyo shook his head. Do any of you have injuries? I'll arrange for someone to treat you. No need, we're in good condition. Lin Jian, you're about to see your sister, don't you want to change into better clothes? Oh, they really agreed just like that. Lin Jian felt that there might still be some tests to pass. Was the clerical academy so easy to persuade? But in reality, with the National Professional Academy watching over them, the clerical academy wouldn't be stubborn about this matter. Soon Ji Wuyo led them to the exchange point between the two academies. The deputy dean of the National Professional Academy was waiting there. They had actually brought two teams of students, but it seemed they weren't needed anymore. They had agreed that this was now the best situation for the National Professional Academy. Further exchanges might not be beneficial. Seeing the group, the deputy dean was somewhat surprised, but he didn't show it. Well done, you few have represented the National Professional Academy in the exchange, good job. The group looked at each other and Lin Jian couldn't help asking, isn't there more to the exchange? The deputy dean gave him a complex look. With these two sessions you've had, no other exchanges are needed. This was a case of quit while you're ahead, though of course he didn't put it so bluntly. Moreover, by defining Lin Jian's two sessions as exchange, there was no question of any provocative behavior. Otherwise, how could they explain Lin Jian's team's provocative actions? It would seriously affect the relationship between the two academies. It seems your National Professional Academy has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. Dean Gu appeared, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction, clearly feeling that the National Professional College was being unreasonable. The serious exchange was disrupted by this unexpected challenge, but what else could be done? It was treated as a form of communication. If the National Professional College agreed, then that's what the Divine Professional College would also proclaim publicly. After all, losing to the National Professional College wasn't too surprising since it was also a formal institution. Brother, before anyone else could speak, a person appeared behind Dean Gu and upon seeing Lin Jian joyously shouted. This was Lin Jian's sister Linya. She had become quite well known now because Lin Jian had blown up the issue using public opinion to bind the Divine Professional College, making many aware of the situation. The first time people saw Linya, they were struck by her beauty. However, Linya was seriously ill, her sickly appearance evident. Despite being severely ill for many years, she was still strikingly radiant. Linya rushed over and hugged her brother. Before Lin Jian could even ask, she began, I've wanted to visit you every day, but they wouldn't allow it. It's okay, I've found you now. They haven't mistreated you, have they? No, they said they want to help me awaken, but I refused. I just wanted to see you, brother. Indeed, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but the Divine Professional College's overbearing nature was intolerable, treating people as less than human. Even their student recruitment seemed like slave raiding, devoid of any freedom. Linya had been clamoring to see her brother daily, and their disregard was excessive. You call this a good thing? How can it be good when they don't even let the family know, leaving us to fear the worst in these times? Such actions can cast a deep psychological shadow over any family. At this point, Dean Gu spoke up. This matter was mismanaged by one of our professors, and it's unrelated to the Divine Professional College. But you should see she's unharmed and the Divine Professional College hasn't mistreated her. Additionally, if she embraces the education here, not only could her illness be cured, but she could also awaken her divine profession. Isn't that a good thing? His words made Lin Jian and his group seem unreasonable. Look, we're treating your sister well and even helping her awaken. Isn't your uproar quite unwarranted? How can one say this, Dean Gu? People naturally have emotions, don't they? At this stage, Ji Wuyo, the vice dean of the National Professional College, had to defend Lin Jian. Taking someone away without inquiry is akin to banditry. Not informing the family is extremely reprehensible and does not befit the status of your Divine Professional College. As for her illness and awakening, we at the National Professional College may not compare to the Divine Professional College, but we are not without means either. See, your little sister is eager to see her family every day. Doesn't that tell you something? Before Lin Jian escalated the issue, Ji Wuyo would not have spoken like this. Offending the Divine Professional College was something he, as the vice dean of the National Professional College, couldn't afford. But now the issue had escalated, and the Divine Professional College was likely to seek a peaceful resolution, allowing him to lend a hand smoothly. If Lin Jian hadn't blown the matter up, the National Professional College's words would have been futile. This was why Ji Wuyo had hesitated to bring up the issue before. The National Professional College's influence was far less than that of the Divine Professional College, and if the matter hadn't been made public, the Divine Professional College would have treated Ji Wuyo with the same disregard. Thus Dean Gu was also displeased, but in this matter he could no longer say much. Lin Jian, your divine profession is highly regarded and the Divine Professional College doesn't underestimate you, but don't you think you should reconsider your sister's situation? Staying at the Divine Professional College offers her a better future than anywhere else. If you talk things through, there's nothing left to argue about. The Divine Professional College has tolerated this, but the person must remain. As a professor has taken an interest in Linya, Lin Jian was not one to feel guilty about such matters. Indeed, everyone longs to be a part of the clerical academy, but you can't make such decisions for someone else, nor can I. We must respect the individual's own choice. With that, he left the decision to his sister. It was clear, if Linya wanted to stay at the clerical academy for the sake of her future, it had to be her own decision. Brother, I don't want to stay here. They're not good. I want to follow you. Are you sure? This is the clerical academy, a place everyone dreams of. I've made up my mind, brother. That professor, that woman is a bit perverse. Linya whispered the last part. Every time I see her I feel uncomfortable. Lin Jian nodded in agreement. Alright Dean Gu, my sister does not wish to stay and I will take her with me. Lin Jian chuckled. Dean Gu, you all understand what kind of opportunity she's missing out on, right? Dean Gu, this is my sister and I will make her happy for a lifetime. If she can't be happy, what future is there? Nice words, but where else can you get such an opportunity? Without strength, how can she be happy? I will use all my strength to ensure her happiness, and if not, that's my own concern. Lin Jian was filled with confidence. He understood well what life was about. Having money and power was not the ultimate goal. What is money for and what is power for, if not to be happy? If Linya felt frightened here, then forcing her to stay would be missing the point. Vice Dean Chang, overhearing this, was quite displeased. Does the National Clerical Academy not exist then? Dean Gu, her condition is indeed caused by her innate talent and our academy is not completely helpless. Is that so? Then you better not come begging to my clerical academy anymore. Dean Gu scoffed, clearly displeased. He had brought Linya from that professor's hands, which had been an unpleasant experience, and that professor's strength was formidable, even comparable to a dean. This indeed made it difficult for the clerical academy. To attract talent, they had to tolerate some eccentric characters. Talent, of course, comes with its quirks, which the clerical academy could afford to accommodate, but this matter had too great an impact. As a vice dean, he could not let a sickly girl ruin their reputation. Let's not harm the harmony here. Let this matter end. Ji Wuyo intervened, smoothing things over. Everyone, let's calm down. We should also conclude our visit. Oh, and you need to fulfill their rewards. We can discuss other matters slowly later. Dean Gu was in agony, still needing to give out rewards. Not giving them was not an option, as what would people think if Lin Jin's team, who won the challenge, was not rewarded? Afterwards there should be no more such events. It could bring adverse effects to all the clergy institutes in the alliance, and the headquarters would punish them. Of course, there will be a reward. Each of you can choose one piece of equipment or opt for a cash equivalent. Moreover, since you fought a second battle, you can also make a request to the Clergy Institute. But let me tell you, don't be too excessive, or the Clergy Institute will set the terms for you. There will definitely be benefits, but don't be too greedy. Lin Jian, of course, knows the status of the Clergy Institute. Achieving this much today is already not easy. The rest of the team stayed silent, looking at Lin Jian, their captain. Hence, it was Lin Jian who made the request on their behalf. Could we strive for a second awakening? No? Well, then I need to ask my teammates, what do you want to request? At that moment Yu Ling suddenly spoke up. How about we ask for a chance at a trial? Lin Jian knew that Yu Ling was a person with ideas. She was well informed and knew what to ask for. Following her lead was never wrong. Zhao Feng, puzzled, asked, what trial? Is it formidable? Yes, it's a fairly ordinary divine realm of the Clergy Institute known as the Blind Zone. Blind Zone? That doesn't sound like a place for leveling up. Contrary to your intuition, that place is actually an excellent leveling ground for students of the Clergy Institute. When Yu Ling mentioned this, it even shocked the few institute heads nearby. This place was not commonly known. Indeed, it was a secret training ground of the Clergy Institute, used to cultivate their elite students. Even many of the Clergy Institute's own students didn't know the name of this divine realm. The Blind Zone, as its name suggests, seems like a place that many often forget. Yet here, it is a sacred leveling ground for many elite students, where only the most talented among the talented can enter. Yu Ling's request was very precise, and it was key that she even knew about this. Dean Gu was taken aback. Aren't you choosing something else, like staying at the Clergy Institute? Surprisingly, no one wanted to make that request. they could refuse, but you're not even aspiring to join their top-tier institution, which honestly seems a bit dismissive. Isn't it somewhat offensive not to ask to join them in front of the clergy institute? If they had asked, Dean Gu's mood might have been good, although he wouldn't have accepted anyone other than Linya. But as long as Dean Gu was in a good mood, he could offer other generous terms, and the blind zone was indeed a key divine realm of the clergy institute. So you won't agree to this either, Yu Ling asked indifferently, her condition perfectly striking the sore spot. The clergy institute wouldn't agree to anything more excessive than this, and she would disdain anything less. What's the point of joining the institute? Isn't it for the resources, specifically those of the divine realms and secret realms, not only for leveling resources but also for materials from the monsters, which are a key target for acquisition? Divine realm resources, unlike real-world dangers, are controllable because the levels are manageable. When you enter a special divine secret realm, the monsters inside won't exceed your expectations, and it's rare to encounter monsters that pose an unforeseeable threat, so there's little risk to life, allowing one to train and grow. If the monsters are too strong, you'd simply be wiped out and there would be no chance for growth. Agree, this is also what you deserve. You are quite knowledgeable, young lady. Dean Gu finally agreed, not wanting to fuss too much over this matter. After all, it was just a matter of leveling up. There was nothing unacceptable about it. This also demonstrated the magnanimity of the Clerical Institute. Otherwise, appearing too petty would seem unseemly. Prepare yourselves, I will have a team from the Clerical Institute accompany you, but let me make it clear, any accidents that happen inside you can't blame on us. This place is a sacred leveling ground for our elite students. If you get greedy, you could face immense dangers. Dean Gu was not one to make idle threats. Safety is always relative. There certainly wouldn't be any uncontrollable monsters inside, but the monsters that were there would be very strong. No worries, our two vice deans will also be watching and they will intervene if there's a crisis, continued Ji Wuyo, taking over the conversation. He knew well that this was a prime location. The bottleneck in leveling often occurs at an intermediate stage, such as after a first transformation. If your personal level is high, then you can possess many powerful skills. If it's low, the monsters wouldn't choose to be strong. The most uncomfortable state is being neither here nor there. Too weak to fight high-level monsters, yet low-level ones don't offer much experience. Thus, this was where the Clerical Institute had an edge, accelerating progress at this stage. Ji Wuyo also felt it was a pity that their elite students didn't have this opportunity. The conditions for leveling were something Lin Jian and his team had fought for themselves, and other envious students couldn't do much about it. Out of the 5 people apart from Ji Yun, most were specially recruited students. Wang Dong had it even worse than a special recruit, not being specially recruited at all. Take a day to rest and then you'll follow several deans to the entrance of the divine realm, Lin Jian announced as he led the team accompanied by the deans. This place was a blind spot, a special divine realm of the Clerical Institute. I hope you make the most of this opportunity, which is also the greatest leniency granted by the Clerical Institute. Remember, if you can't handle it, you can send a signal for help. Dean Gu handed over a stone sealed with power, meant for summoning help. Breaking the seal would release the power within, which could be sensed by the outside world, allowing for a rescue mission. However, at the same time, the trial would end and the opportunity would be lost. Lin Jian accepted the stone and responded with a faint smile, perhaps we won't need it. Youthful arrogance, retorted the dean. If you're reckless with your life, you'll have nothing left. Trials need to be approached scientifically. If the intensity is too overwhelming, it could be fatal. But Dean Gu said no more and opened the gate to the divine realm. It's up to you how you choose to proceed. I've also arranged a team inside to meet you. Another team from the Clerical Institute? What's there to worry about? They're freshmen too, just like you all at the first transformation stage, Lin Jian said, shaking his head without hesitation and leading his team into the divine realm. Outside the divine realm, the 4 vice deans were left feeling somewhat awkward. What were they here for? If there were some prodigious students, the presence of the 4 deans might be justified. Yet Lin Jian's team was mostly made up of specially recruited students, and they were from the National Vocational Academy no less. The elite prepared for this exchange wasn't even present. Ji Wuyo suddenly asked Dean Gu, do you still look down on life changers? Dean Ji, if you respect them, why didn't you allow him to become an official student at the beginning? There was always some doubt, it depended on his own performance, and Dean Gu was known for his competitive spirit. What do you mean by that? You also arranged a team of your own students inside, isn't that still a competition? Ji Wuyo immediately saw through Dean Gu's competitive psyche, and indeed Dean Gu had placed prodigious students inside. Although they were also freshmen, they were certainly the best of the best. They needed to win back some momentum, and the area inside was fraught with dangers. What could one life changer do? This was why life changers were considered as mere accessories. Do you think real combat is about one-on-one exchanges? And you talk about fairness, Dean G. You are misunderstanding me. Everything is for the sake of safety. Dean Gu was still stubborn in his response. Of course, the prodigies from our Divine Vocational Academy are also being tested here, so it's only reasonable that they are inside, right? Those who enter both academies are carefully selected, and who among those who enter the Divine Vocational Academy isn't stronger than those from the National Vocational Academy? Every year, the National Vocational Academy can barely pick a few for exchanges, the rest are useless. Upon entering the Divine Realm, Lin Jian first asked everyone, "What equipment did you all choose? Let me see what enhancements we have so I can plan our strategy against the monsters." "I chose a holy spear," said Wang Dong, and Wang Dong chose a sword, which is said to be very powerful. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong both chose weapons as their efficiency was quite low and the weapon enhancements might help them. Yu Ling said, "I picked a scroll mainly for life-saving moments, a life-saving scroll." Lin Jian didn't ask further but looked toward Ji Yun. Ji Yun raised her hand. "This is a protective ring, it gives me a level 3 shield when used." Indeed, as a silencer she needed life-saving equipment, which made sense. Lin Jian nodded. "Alright Zhao Feng, let's test the strength of your weapons first." Just then Yu Ling suddenly cautioned, "Someone's here." Not only was her stealth skill commendable, but her perception was also constant, unlike Lin Jian who needed to activate his skill. Everyone looked forward and indeed 5 individuals appeared. "You are the team from the National Vocational Academy, right?" A voice drifted over. "We are the freshman team from the Divine Vocational Academy here to lead your trial." Zhao Feng was not convinced. "We are all freshmen, what gives you the right to lead us?" But Lin Jian recognized the voice. He seemed to realize who it was. "Qin Xiu, Lin Jian, so we meet again." Sure enough, as the 5 approached, one of them was Qin Xiu. Her gaze swept over the 5-inch, lingering a bit longer on Ji Yun, though it was unclear why, but she didn't pay much attention to Yu Ling, probably thinking she wasn't significant. Then she added to Lin Jian, "You are not simple, even shocking the Divine Vocational Academy, just a casual challenge. Are you joining us?" The dean's intention was clear. He wanted us to compete again as we were all at level 16 to see whose efficiency was higher. "So your dean is quite competitive." Lin Jian realized that those who are not content always seek to challenge others. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dean Gu wouldn't behave too outrageously, but he was certainly thinking about regaining his lost pride. Qin Xiu was a formidable opponent. She didn't need to lift a finger to make others feel inferior. As an SSS level weapon master, if it weren't for Lin Jian's SSS level, she would have been the highest rank. Moreover, as a weapon master, she was physically omnipotent, surpassing others like Zhao Feng and Wang Dong by far. "Captain, do you know her?" Yu Ling asked curiously. Lin Jian nodded. "Qin Xiu, an SSS level weapon master." He then heard Zhao Feng and Wang Dong gasp. Both her level and divine position were enough to make them drool with envy. If such an opponent had appeared in previous challenges, they wouldn't have needed to compete, they would have died of jealousy. What they lacked, she had in spades. "Is she your girlfriend?" This Yu Ling asked another question that was difficult to answer. To say yes wasn't exactly right, but to outright deny it was also too harsh, especially since Qin Xiu seemed quite annoyed by the hesitation, as if saying, "I'm so outstanding and you're still unsatisfied." Lin Jian decided to let Qin Xiu handle this awkward question, so he turned to look at her. However, this wasn't a question that Qin Xiu could answer straightforwardly either, as it seemed to put her in a bind. "Do you need to pry into the relationship between Lin Jian and me? Who are you?" she replied, showing some dominance, but this also made people wonder if she was implicitly confirming their relationship. Yu Ling responded coolly, "I'm not well known, just a firearms master, an especially recruited student at the National Professional Academy, not even a regular student. I can't compare to you chosen ones, so I'd be embarrassed to say it out loud, and besides you wouldn't remember it." This conversation was getting a bit heated, understandable since both were freshmen. Qin Xiu's team was originally planning to engage in an inter-academy exchange. Lin Jian's team was in a challenge match, and the Divine Profession Academy thought they could handle it by sending just any ordinary student. However, everything changed with Lin Jian, who even defeated a second-tier mage. This was shocking, as virtually no one could achieve such a cross-level victory. If anyone could do it, it would be Yu Ling, the firearms master, but to win she would need to risk a vast family fortune if she had one. To defeat a second-tier divine profession out of nowhere would exhaust the wealth of a tycoon. Hence, no one was foolish enough to just throw money at it, they grew their divine warriors instead. Well, now that we're all in the divine realm, we don't need to be overtly confrontational on the surface. At that moment, a young man stepped forward from Qin Shou's team, smiling broadly. At first glance, he seemed radiant with positivity, but a closer look revealed an indescribable oddity in his demeanor. Zhao Feng asked, "Are you?" "I've seen your list, you're Zhao Feng, right? The S-Class Lone Knight." "Actually, our professions are quite similar. I'm an SS-Class priest. If I had been in that battle with you, the outcome might not have been the same." Despite his sunny exterior, there was something off-putting about his arrogance, yet if his skills as a priest were strong enough, perhaps it wasn't arrogance after all. Priests possess healing powers, and he was an SS class, just one level below the highest SSS. That was the highest rank before Lin Jian appeared, raising the standard even further. "How should I address you?" he continued. "My name is Yang Chong, remember it, as I am the captain here. Lin Jian, do you think you could defeat our team?" His challenge was now directed at Lin Jian, who responded curiously, "I haven't fought against you, so I'm not sure." Qin Shou was dissatisfied. "Yang Chong, the dean asked us to guide you, not to battle with them. I know you're fond of your childhood friend." "He's not my childhood friend." "Well, we are here to guide you, to show you where the monsters are, and also would you like to have a friendly competition with us to see who has the highest efficiency? This is a great place to level up." Clearly, the provocation was intentional. Lin Jian didn't care much, as it was evident the other party was discontent. It made sense. Lin Jian's team wouldn't be very efficient. With two novice lone knights of S-Class, they could only fight one monster at a time, relying on Yu Ling's bullets and money to make an impact, while Ji Yun the Silencer lacked direct offensive power. Any mage could simply cast a spell and completely outpace their efficiency. As for Lin Jian, to level up fast, he had to find higher-level monsters for over-leveled kills. With the quantity, Lin Jian's efficiency was indeed not high, making their team quite awkward. "Let's compete then, whatever you think is fair. This isn't an official competition anyway." Yu Ling's light words diffused the challenge, her impact making them seem almost childish. "Just a bet, what would you gain by winning?" Upon hearing Yu Ling's retort, Yang Chong quickly responded, "Then do you dare to bet?" "What can you bet?" "Money." "Do you dare to take the bet?" "Oh, you talk like this in the divine realm. Who knows if you'll honor the bet if you lose?" Yu Ling's sarcastic tone truly infuriated Yang Chong. "You freak, looking at how you're dressed, should I be the one doubting whether you can afford it? So here's the deal, I bet 500,000. Can you match that? If not, tell me how much you have and we'll make it official." "Then let's make it official, I'll personally take your bet." "You freak, dress like that, you have money? Then what is this?" Yu Ling suddenly pulled out a card surrounded by a special yellow frame, while the card itself was black. Yang Chong was stunned. Black dragon card? Impossible, that can't be yours. Are you joking? Who in the world would dare to impersonate the owner of a black dragon card? Who exactly are you? You needn't worry about it. Just know that I can afford this 500,000. Lin Jian was quite puzzled by the whole affair. Was this card really that impressive? He knew Yu Ling might not be short of money, but that was just a guess. He had never really considered how wealthy she actually was. The two of them had quickly signed the agreement, but Lin Jian was somewhat uneasy. "Yu Ling, do you really not care about this 500,000? No, how can you be so sure we will lose? In terms of efficiency in killing monsters, we are indeed slightly inferior. Even if you use special bullets to enhance your attack, they're worth more than 500,000. You need to have confidence in yourself, Captain. You can't let me lose." Lin Jian shook his head, wondering how he had gotten himself into this situation. To tell the truth, their team was indeed not as efficient as the other team, which consisted of mages continuously casting spells. They didn't even need a mage. Their team included a weapon master, and their killing speed, especially with bosses, was faster. Lin Jian was not afraid of the competition, but he still lacked confidence in their monster-killing efficiency. Seeing the smile in Yu Ling's eyes, he wondered if she had a plan. Anyway, she had agreed to it, so Lin Jian figured she must be confident. "Since you guys are here to lead the way, let's get started. Where do we begin? Do you see those two canyons ahead, one on each side? Those canyons are suitable for leveling up." Yang Chong pointed ahead. "Pick one and we'll take the other. Let's see who's faster." Lin Jian looked up and saw the two canyons. It was actually one canyon split into two sides, and they could enter from the middle. "So how do we compare?" "By the number of monsters killed, obviously. The strength of the monsters here is the same, except for the boss. The number says it all." Lin Jian didn't know how to choose. He was unfamiliar with the area, but then he saw Qin Shou hinting at the right side. With her eyes, that must mean the right side is easier. The divine realm would have a kill record. Of course, the easier the monsters, the bigger the advantage. Some monsters are easier to kill and offer more experience, so naturally, they should prioritize such monsters. Lin Jian knew Qin Shou wouldn't set him up, they still had some camaraderie, but just as he was about to choose, Yu Ling spoke up. Choose the left side. Ha, Yu Ling, are you familiar with this place? Not familiar, just a feeling that it should be the left side. As she said this, she looked towards Qin Shou. Could this be a rivalry between the two women? Lin Jian didn't know what to choose, but at least he couldn't allow internal strife in his team. Then let's go left. It didn't matter, as long as everyone worked together. Lin Jian didn't think there would be any problem. He was always so confident. If they couldn't handle the small monsters, they would go straight for the boss where his efficiency was higher. Qin Shou, seeing Lin Jian not taking her advice, was a bit angry. You'll regret this. It's okay, Weapon Master, it's my money at stake anyway. It's not about the money, you came here to level up, right? You're influencing your teammates. Oh, so my teammates don't care, right? Yu Ling seemed to really start arguing with Qin Shou, turning around to look at her teammates. Zhao Feng and the others nodded indifferently as they had come here to profit anyway. Captain, it seems like Yu Ling likes you, fighting with you like childhood sweethearts, Huang Dong whispered to Lin Jian, who couldn't help but laugh and cry, denying it was so. What childhood sweethearts? Don't talk nonsense. Still pretending, huh? The way that weapon master protects you, they must be jealous of each other. Forget it, no more explanations. Lin Jian isn't that naive and Yu Ling isn't that simple a person. There's a feeling that Yu Ling actually has higher standards than anyone else. She's definitely not a vain woman. Once she said she couldn't be too beautiful, so she made herself look this way. Could such a person be highly vain? The conclusion is Yu Ling intentionally created the impression that they were fighting out of jealousy to cover up her real intentions. Also, she's very well informed. Perhaps she's very familiar with this place, so the left side might just be her initial choice. Well, you chose this yourselves, don't blame us, it's not too late to regret it now. Yang Zhong even allowed them to choose again to show he was so strong that he didn't need luck, but Lin Jian insisted, we choose the left side. Lin Jian's Qin Shou was so angry he didn't expect Lin Jian to be so unappreciative. Yang Zhong sneered, then let's go over there, you guys. Better hurry up, we'll come find you after the fight. After saying this, he led his team of clergy slowly away, not in a hurry at all. Lin Jian quietly asked Yu Ling, now can you tell what's inside? Nothing much, just a group of cold poison bees, indeed very difficult to deal with. What, cold poison bees? Zhao Feng and the others were stunned. This was much more difficult to deal with than other monsters small and poisonous. It's actually easier to deal with larger monsters. If it's poisonous bees, that would be tough, they're too small and very poisonous. This kind of cold poison might not be much in a single attack, but if attacked by a swarm, even a second-turn clergy would struggle to cope. The key is, dealing with such numbers is not our team's strong suit. What, now you think I'm a competitive woman? Regretting it? Zhao Feng also felt the difficulty, wondering why they had to compete like this. Lin Jian thought differently, you're not a competitive woman, just now he called you an ugly monster and you didn't react. Any woman with a bit of vanity would not ignore Yang Zhong's comment. Attacking a woman's appearance is the most lethal, even if it's true. The problem came as Lin Jian's team entered the canyon, truly feeling the difficulty. Just entering the canyon, they already saw the poisonous bees flying, a sight of despair. This monster is a bit too small, huh? Do you all think I can hit one with a single sword strike? Wang Dong held his new equipment, gesturing through the air. Other people were also stunned. No matter how big the poisonous bees were, they were smaller than ordinary wild monsters. Fighting these kinds of creatures was at a loss, because they were hard to hit, and even if each provided good experience, it actually wasn't as profitable as fighting bigger monsters. Hitting mosquitoes is as difficult as Zhao Feng would rather they turned into rabbits, easier to target. Even if hitting a rabbit only grants the experience of a single mosquito, he'd still prefer rabbits. Lin Jian couldn't help but laugh. Don't be silly, rabbits can run. The captain was still chuckling when he added, how are we supposed to win against them? Even if Ji Yun can disable the wasp stingers, it's still a tough fight. The stingers can't be disabled, one teammate noted, it's like their natural talent, a passive ability. Ji Yun quickly clarified, not everything can be silenced, the wasps don't speak. Their poison isn't a skill. It's a natural talent which would be absurd to disable. Lin Jian continued calmly, we don't necessarily have to win. Aren't we here just to level up? These poison wasps might be small, but they offer a lot of experience. I think Yu Ling definitely has a way to help us all level up together. everyone turned to Yuling. Right, she chose this challenge and it was her money on the line. Yes, I have a plan, Yuling admitted, dropping the pretense. Since poison wasps provide experience based on their numbers, leveling up here is cost effective, but the poison is too fierce, usually deterring people. Now that we're a team, leave it to me. Oh, and any stingers you collect can be sold to me. Her goal wasn't just to level up, she also wanted the stinger materials, seemingly to use them as bullet components. That's quite poisonous, isn't it? You don't lack money, do you? When did I ever say I was short on money? Yuling retorted, leaving Lin Jian speechless. Her clothes were so tattered she looked impoverished, which everyone assumed was obvious, yet it turned out she was feigning it, a wealthy heiress? Then you take the lead, Lin Jian conceded, letting Yuling command since she was familiar with the area and had her own plans. After all, it was she who chose this location unknown to Lin Jian and the others. Their team had also built a certain level of trust, having no conflicts of interest and having faced challenges together. They were indeed a united squad. Yuling nodded. Then I'll take charge. I'll buy your collected stingers at a high price and we'll split the experience evenly. Don't worry, every wasp here offers a great deal of experience. That's the advantage of the blind zone realm where monsters provide substantial experience. The problem is, people usually don't choose to fight poison wasps. Killing one is equivalent to other minor monsters, though wasps appear smaller. However, they are tougher to kill, which is understandable given their size. Plus, they're highly poisonous. If all the wasps in the canyon attacked together, nobody could withstand it. Even top experts like those 4 deputy deans wouldn't endure. Of course, they wouldn't just take the damage, they'd actively kill the wasps. Yuling had a plan: to set a fire and gather the venomous bees. She would attract their aggression, clustering them together where their resistance to fire was weak. Aren't you afraid of the poison? She assured them. Don't worry, if the bees can't find me, I'll hide in time, then you'll set the fire. This is why others wouldn't dare come here. Venomous bees aren't usually lured in groups because even if you can teach a cleric a lesson, Yuling was confident. Gathering most of the bees by herself was no small feat, as it required attracting a high level of hostility. Just like how Lin Jian previously drew the aggression from the queen bee, managing the intensity of damage was crucial. Too much damage could kill the opponent, while too little would mean enduring unbearable attacks requiring one to lure the bees for an extended period. How could one ensure they wouldn't be stung during this? Lin Jian knew Yuling was the most experienced in the team, so he wasn't worried for her. With your skills, you could go after the queen bee. It's a boss creature, but not very high level. The queen bee, aren't they usually chubby and not very aggressive? The venomous queen bee is different, Yuling remarked about her physical resilience, wondering aloud how it would fare against poison. Lin Jian decided to give it a try, as the queen bee represented a significant amount of experience. Since it was low level but offered lots of experience, it seemed a waste not to fight it. He had heard it offered more experience than the higher level creatures he had faced before. The only question was whether Lin Jian could resist the poison. He knew about his near immortality, but poison damage differed from physical harm. Typically, fire damage is considered magical, but it causes physical destruction. Unlike poison, which deteriorates the body from within, the venomous bee's poison was especially mystical, being one of the famed deadly poisons. After discussing their strategy, Lin Jian found a place to hide while Zhao Feng, Wang Dong and Ji Yin took their positions, each holding a fire scroll given by Yuling. They set up a fire formation equivalent to the power of an S-class fire mage. The critical issue was whether Yuling could lead all the venomous bees into the fire formation. Normal fire mages wouldn't stand a chance here, as they could only burn a few bees before being overwhelmed and evaded, exhausting their skills without killing many. Yuling took action, firing incendiary rounds in the valley, which immediately attracted several venomous bees. Surprisingly, the bees showed significant intelligence, not swarming her all at once but sending only a few at a time. Yuling fired her gun, efficiently taking down those few bees. Her accuracy was impeccable. However, this triggered a larger, more exploratory attack from the bees, this time dozens of them. Not only that, but the entire valley's wasps were stirred into action yet. They refrained from swarming all at once. Like dark clouds, the massive swarms of venomous wasps hovered densely above the canyon. How intelligent they were, knowing that clustering together could lead to being incinerated en masse. Captain, you should search for the queen wasp, that's the crucial part, Lin Jian said, no longer concerned about his own safety. He marveled at the wasp's cunning before heading deeper into the valley. At this moment, all the wasp's attention was on Yuling, providing Lin Jian with a perfect opportunity to delve further. It seemed these wasps had learned from past battles. They knew that a direct assault could lead to devastation by fire. although formidable in other respects, their resistance to fire was notably weak. Evidently, they had been targeted before. Gradually, the venomous wasps had developed a tactical system to minimize losses. Sacrificing a few was inconsequential. They employed their numbers to exhaust their opponents, never launching a full assault, which greatly frustrated the challengers. It felt wasteful to use powerful abilities against them. Yuling's strategy involved using a stealth skill to attract most of the wasps. With the canyon filled with a pressing swarm, Lin Jian could only bypass them by skirting the edges. Where would the queen wasp be? Meanwhile, before Deans were monitoring their location. Why have they ventured into the valley of venomous wasps? Dean Gu asked in confusion. Ji Wuyo was stunned. This place is the valley of venomous wasps. Yes, the wasps are experienced and tricky to fight. They've been burned before and have become very cunning. Your student isn't very wise. Can a life-exchanging master really handle millions of venomous wasps? The sheer number of wasps was overwhelming. Beyond what Lin Jian could handle alone, Dean Gu felt since their core was a life-exchanging master, they should be targeting a boss. A single target, though formidable, could be overcome by an SSSS-level life-exchanging master. But with such numbers, the real terror of the wasps lay in their quantity and venomous nature. Perhaps they had their plan to lure and then kill the queen wasp? However, Dean Gu chuckled. Dealing with a swarm of venomous wasps isn't so simple. Killing the queen doesn't mean they'll stop attacking. They won't just disappear. If the queen dies, another wasp will immediately evolve into the new queen. Facing the swarm directly is inevitable. There are no shortcuts. Vice Dean Chang also shook his head, indicating that Lin Jian and his team had chosen a foolish path. Apart from using fire, dealing with the venomous wasp swarm was a daunting task. Each strike would exhaust them to death. Lin Jian on his part ignored Yuling and focused on what he could do himself. Stealthily moving and checking the swarm, he used the bushes for cover and advanced deeper into the canyon. The wasps were truly cunning, flying up into the canyon's airspace ready for combat. Even if there were large-scale fire spells incinerating the entire canyon, the wasps wouldn't suffer much loss. But this also made things easier for Lin Jian, who would no longer encounter any wasps on his path. Ahead, where the wasps continuously took off, was undoubtedly the main nest of the queen wasp. Lin Jian waited nearby for a long time, observing wave after wave of wasps taking flight unceasingly. Lingyu, can you still hold on? I'm fine. The more I draw them away, the emptier the hide becomes, giving you a better chance. Judging by the sounds, you're handling it with ease. As Lin Jian focused on his own situation, a venomous bee suddenly appeared around him. To prevent the bee from raising the alarm, Lin Jian quickly grabbed it and crushed it completely. This was just a venomous bee, but its stinger had already pricked Lin Jian's hand. He sat down to slowly feel the strange poison seep through. The wound was incredibly painful, and if it weren't for Lin Jian's tolerance to pain, a normal person would have cried out in agony. Not only was there intense pain, but Lin Jian also felt his whole arm stiffen up. Cold poison, it was formidable. Just a tiny stinger could cause such damage. Although he was immortal, the pain was still exaggeratedly severe, even more than if his entire arm had been chopped off, as the venom continued to erode his body. The icy power was contending with his immortality. If a few more bees appeared now, Lin Jian wasn't sure what would happen. Before long, the cold poison had spread from his arm to his entire body. However, a powerful vitality burst forth within him, combating the newfound cold poison. The venom had reached his heart, but at that moment Lin Jian's innate abilities kicked in, pushing the poison outward back to his arm, and then it gradually dissipated. The severe pain lingered, but he began to recover. Just one sting had such an effect. Truly a venom of legendary status. However, it was said that no one could collect this venom. Could Lingyu manage it? Lin Jian looked up again, peering through the bushes at the dark swarm of bees over the canyon. There were so many. Even for an immortal, enduring this might be more than one could handle. He wouldn't die from the pain, but he could turn into an ice sculpture. Indeed, it was a bit terrifying. The resistance to fire was low, but the toxicity was immense. Poisonous bees could rely on their numbers, but humans could not. This was their survival strategy. Lin Jian waited for his body to adapt to the venom. Human bodies can evolve resistance to toxins if exposed frequently enough, and more so for Lin Jian with his immortal body, so it was beneficial for him to adapt now. Soon, he located another resting place of a venomous bee. As all the bees flew up, he caught the last one and was stung again. Sure enough, he had developed resistance. The second sting was not as painful as the first. Lin Jian felt confident. He was beginning to adapt to the strange poison, and now the venom no longer affected him much. Before, it could erode his body, but now he managed to keep the venom contained within his arm until it was finally neutralized. Then came the third bee and his resistance seemed to be increasing even more. Lin Jian was relieved that he could use a few bees to adapt. If several had attacked him at once, it would have been extremely painful, and it was uncertain whether it could challenge his immortality. He would definitely have been bedridden for a long time. This venom could also prevent his body from recovering. Many toxins could cause the body to dissolve, making recovery extremely difficult. Seeing that his resistance was almost up to par, Lin Jian refocused his spirit. Now he could withstand more attacks from the venomous bees and could go after the queen bee. However, with the sky darkened by a vast swarm, it was probably best not to provoke them. The entrance to the hive was a cave from which venomous bees had been steadily flying out. As their numbers dwindled, Lin Jian seized the opportunity to strike decisively. He blocked the entrance himself, crushing each bee that tried to escape with his bare hands. Meanwhile, his team members were starting to see the benefits as Lin Jian's experience points from killing the bees were quite substantial. "Captain, have you started attacking? You're gaining a lot of experience, huh?" "Yes, each one gives about 10 points of experience. If we could just burn all of these in the air." Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were thrilled at the prospect, knowing that burning them could yield massive amounts of experience. Meanwhile, the 4 deputy deans outside were flabbergasted. "How is this possible? The cold poison of these bees is among the deadliest. Isn't he afraid? And he's attacking up close. Can he really ensure the bee poison doesn't touch him?" Even Dean Gu wouldn't dare to venture in as Lin Jian did, once again defying his expectations. Even the strongest warriors, when at a high level, couldn't withstand 3 strikes from these toxic needles. Dean Ji Wuyo shook his head. "I don't know, we can't see the specifics from here." The deans couldn't see the details, but the situation was more horrifying than they imagined. Every bee Lin Jian killed meant he endured a bout of intense poison. If any other first-tier cleric had been there, just one sting would have been enough to bring them down, signaling a certain death. However, Lin Jian's arms were now numb, devoid of any pain, indicating his increasing resistance to the poison. His seemingly immortal body was like a super immune system, fiercely boosting his resistance to the toxins. Finally, no more bees flew out of the cave. It seemed that all the adult bees had emerged. The few remaining were also crushed by Lin Jian, leaving likely only larvae and the queen bee inside. Ahead was a vast chamber, and indeed there was a giant bee inside. Contrary to Lin Jian's initial assumption, this queen bee wasn't soft and defenseless. Instead, although large, its body seemed to be covered with layers of shell-like plates resembling those of a beetle but layered rather than a single shell. The monster was identified as a cold poison queen bee with an SS level rating and level 25. Its talents included soul-devouring cold poison, which could corrode all life forms and add a freezing effect. Its skills included poison needle projection and rapid flight. Honestly, this level wasn't very high compared to the bloodthirsty werewolves Lin Jian had previously encountered. However, the terror of its toxicity was beyond what any werewolf could inflict, truly unbearable even for someone with a constitution as robust as Lin Jian's. Indeed, its SS rating was well-deserved, although its resistance to fire was admittedly low. Moreover, this queen bee also possessed wings, surprisingly capable of flight despite its massive size. Looking down, Lin Jian saw a dense cluster of eggs. This creature could lay many at once. Fortunately, these eggs wouldn't hatch immediately and the survival rate would eliminate some of them. Buzz! The queen bee sensed danger and her wings began to vibrate intensely within the burrow. Exchange life, divine chain binding focuses, exchange life, hellish howl, exchange life, gravity imprisonment. In an instant, Lin Jian unleashed his innate abilities, not only binding but also deploying gravity imprisonment. This caused the queen bee's wings to flutter no more, as her body was too massive. Lin Jian breathed a sigh of relief. A larger body was not necessarily better. Now it seemed it wouldn't be difficult to kill her. For smaller bodies, this 50 times gravity wasn't much of an impact. Ants could easily carry objects 50 times their own weight, but this only applied to smaller sizes. Once they increased in size, they lost this ability because they had to support their own weight. Just as Lin Jian was about to activate exchange life again, suddenly it seemed to darken around him. He sensed a strange energy fluctuation. It was weird, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was odd about it. This was a power unlike any typical divine force, and it certainly didn't come from the queen bee. There was another force at play. "Ha ha ha, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Who are you and why do you know me?" Lin Jian carefully surveyed his surroundings. At this moment the queen bee was immobilized and there were no other creatures around. However, a dark aura was emanating from the queen bee which wasn't there before. Simultaneously Lin Jian realized that he was completely isolated from his team, meaning his teammates could no longer sense him. He was essentially out of the team and even communication devices failed to work. The area was completely cut off. Strange, isn't it? You should know why this place is called the blind zone. The blind zone, where the god's blind spot, is a secret known by very few. Human, you have angered me. Die here. Lin Jian wasn't in a hurry though. His opponent was still unknown and he needed to clarify things. Was the queen bee under control or was there someone else? If it was that dark aura, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Who exactly are you and do we have any grievances? Grievances? You humans are not worthy of having grievances with us. It's just that you have angered me too much. Where are you? Show yourself if you dare. Hee, I am right in front of you. So big, can't you see? Was it the queen bee? No, the queen bee was no longer herself. It seemed she was under control. The voice sounded strange, distorted, and it was even impossible to tell if it was male or female. Are you a demon? Lin Jian suddenly thought of something, but that was just a legend. Not confirmed officially. Oh, you know about the demons? Correct, since you've guessed it, I won't let you die without understanding. I am a demon and I have status among your humans. You did not deserve my attention, but you've provoked me and I will make sure you die painfully. Now that the problem was clarified, but how to kill? Lin Jian seemed to have guessed who this was. He thought about who he had recently provoked and it all made sense. He hadn't expected it, but the tales of demons were true and there were surely many secrets within. Lin Jian wasn't sure if he could kill the creature before him, but he had no choice but to try. Before making his move, he attempted to extract some information. What exactly are you demons? Can you tell me? Hoping to pry some information, he was met with derision. Trying to get information from me? Ha, I don't have the leisure for that. But such a simple thing, can't you figure it out yourself? You weak humans ever wonder why you possess such great power? Meanwhile, Lin Jian's sudden disappearance from the team did not go unnoticed by his teammates. Hey, it looks like the captain has left the group. What's happening? Yu Ling inquired, feeling the absence of their leader. The team members grew anxious, fearing something adverse had befallen Lin Jian. It's so sudden, how could he just vanish like that? Confusion reigned, but Yu Ling quickly took charge of the team. He disappeared in the hive. We can't stop now. Stopping won't save him. We must continue luring the poison bees or they'll return to the hive, making things even harder for Lin Jian. The situation was indeed bizarre. No communication had come from Lin Jian, which only added to the team's panic. What do we do now? There are so many poison bees, we can't possibly burn all of them, can we? Trusting in their captain's resilience, Yu Ling decided to continue the plan. We must trust the captain. I'll keep luring the poison bees. He's not someone who dies easily, don't worry. Although Yu Ling voiced this confidence, she harbored concerns, yet she had witnessed Lin Jian's vitality firsthand. It was highly unlikely he had been instantly killed, so what exactly had happened? Yu Ling, though more experienced than the students, still found herself at a loss for a clear judgment given her similar age. For now all they could do was trust. We'll try to burn more poison bees and set the canyon ablaze to drive the remaining ones away. Only then can we go in to find the captain. We must not rush. At this very moment, the 4 deans outside the divine realm also noticed Lin Jian's disappearance. What's going on? How could someone disappear instantly? Unsure, the deans from the National Vocational College were the first to question, concern for their student. Dean Gu had his thoughts. What's wrong? Isn't it just the life exchanger dying in exchange for fighting the monster? I've said before, life exchanging is not a superior profession. Even if it's SSSS grade, you treat it too preciously. In their traditional view, it was not unusual for a life exchanger to lose their life. Blaming the divine realm for faults seemed misplaced. However, Dean Ji Wuyo shook his head in disagreement. Impossible. You've all seen Lin Jian's survival skills. He couldn't just disappear instantly. Do you think the cold poison is so simple? Even if we entered the hive without good luck, we wouldn't return, not to mention enduring its toxicity unless we actively attack and eradicate the swarm. Besides Lin Jian, nobody is immortal, unable to withstand much damage. Even those with high defenses have their limits, especially since most professions can't have both high attack and high defense. Moreover, we're dealing with cold poison. It's easy to kill poison bees because they have low resistance to fire, just like humans can fight snakes with a simple stick but cannot afford to get bitten. However, Ji Wuyo doesn't believe Lin Jian could die so quickly. It doesn't fit with his previous impression of him. Even if it was a deadly poison, Lin Jian wouldn't just vanish instantly. Could it be that even the divine realm can't detect his presence? Stop thinking about it, Dean Ji. Our divine realm, though great for leveling up, is not without its dangers, he pondered. For instance, Poison Bee Valley has claimed the lives of several second-tier elites in the past, which isn't surprising. If a person lacks even a bit of vigilance, they only have themselves to blame. Dean Gu started to speak in a sardonic tone, as Lin Jian had been causing him trouble these past few days, including an unpleasant incident with Professor Wang, who had brought back Linya. Professor Wang holds a high position, one not easily offended even by a dean. If it weren't for the reputation of the Theological Academy, Dean Gu wouldn't dare provoke Professor Wang, but now he had forcefully taken Linya back, turning hostile against Professor Wang. If Lin Jian were to die here, Dean Gu would undoubtedly be the happiest person. Ji Wuyo had little to say, exchanging glances with Vice Dean Chang, who remarked, "We need to go in and look for him." "But that's not easy. They've already entered and the Divine Realm has activated a level restriction. We can't get in now, so there's nothing we can do." "There is something. We could burn the entire valley down, drive away the bee swarm first." Using this method seemed unfeasible, as if Lin Jian really were dead inside. Setting a fire would just destroy the evidence. Meanwhile, Lin Jian's team was still figuring out how to burn the bee swarm. Ji Wuyo spoke calmly, "Let's wait and see. Lin Jian has to rely on his own efforts now." Truthfully, Lin Jian never really counted on Ji Wuyo to do anything. At this very moment, he was dealing with a dark shadow. Demons, supposedly another form of life, shouldn't just be a shadow. After withdrawing the divine chain, Lin Jian felt it was no longer useful after binding the queen bee. The queen bee's body had been occupied by a demon, which indeed had the power to bewitch, but right now demons were merely a rumor involving secrets from long ago. Legends say that humans didn't originally possess such powers. Somehow they came to awaken to divine professions, with all related information controlled by the Theological Academy, unknown to the common folk. "Do all demons lack a physical form like you?" Lin Jian asked. "Young man, how could demons not have bodies? They just aren't limited to a specific form like you," the shadow retorted, dismissing his queries. "You're nearing death. Knowing more won't help you. Since you're a professor at the Theological Academy, teaching a bit more wouldn't hurt, right? You've guessed my identity." Quite clever indeed, but unfortunately, it seemed the opponent's intent to kill was fixed and there was no chance of escape. Lin Jian had to think of a way to fight back. In an unfamiliar situation, he had no choice but to attempt a daring maneuver: exchange lives. Bind of the divine chain focuses exchange lives. Hell's Whale. He unleashed his skills once more towards the dark aura, only to find himself still bound to the queen bee's body. Had he taken over the queen bee's form? It seemed the dark aura wasn't a demonic form, but rather demons could only inhabit the bodies of other creatures to exert their influence. And indeed they had physical forms, if this tactic were used on humans. "What, you can lock onto me with your skills?" The demon, surprised, quickly manipulated the queen bee's body to attack. The stinger shot forth. Whoosh, a poison stinger much larger than those of ordinary bees and nearly the size of a dagger shot towards him at high speed. Lin Jian couldn't dodge, but he didn't intend to either. The stinger pierced straight through Lin Jian's body, yet he showed little reaction, calmly observing the queen bee. What's happening? You, so attacking you causes pain too? That's good to know." He had been concerned that attacking the host might be futile. Now, knowing it was effective, he could attack with full force. Lin Jian's method involved harming himself first. He pulled out the stinger and plunged it repeatedly into his own flesh. Why aren't you affected by such damage while this body can't handle it? Isn't it strange?" The damage Lin Jian received was rebounded back more than 200 times. It was clearly noticeable. Despite the queen bee's massive size, its defenses were low, making this place a training ground. Because it was easy to kill, many students from the Divine Academy used to train here, although the toxicity made them keep their distance. Once Lin Jian struck, he didn't give his opponent any chance. He stabbed himself again with the stinger, chillingly thorough as the queen bee's enormous body twisted in agony. "You won't escape with such tactics. I don't believe that. Attacking this body will leave you unscathed." Lin Jian then took it further, pulling out a bottle of flammable oil and pouring it on the ground. This was pre-prepared. No scrolls needed. Lin Jian simply ignited it. After lighting the fire, Lin Jian stood in it, roasting himself. Knowing that the poison bee's resistance to fire was low, this was the best way to combat it, and besides, it wasn't Lin Jian's first time burning himself. Although lacking the damage of magical fire spells, ordinary fire damage was multiplied by over 200 times in Lin Jian's case. Lin Jian's skin charred and his flesh sizzled, but the queen bee fared even worse, bursting into flames with loud crackles. "How can this be your ability?" He heard the dark aura's screams of agony, further confirming the effectiveness of his divine chain binding. The scent of charred flesh permeated the beehive. Lin Jian sensed the disappearance of his foe, the binding of the divine chain also breaking. But was it a kill? It might have been just an injury, as the demon's true body wasn't here. No matter how severely injured the opponent was, Lin Jian was curious as to why the demon clan could control this queen bee. It was indeed a powerful boss creature. Putting its combat strength aside, the fact that its consciousness was completely controlled was bizarre. This control couldn't possibly extend to all targets. Otherwise, why wouldn't they just control Lin Jian directly? Driven by curiosity, Lin Jian stepped forward and began searching for any spoils of battle. The queen bee's resistance to fire was indeed low, but it was also due to Lin Jian's high damage bonus, so now its shell was mostly scorched. At its tail, Lin Jian extracted about a dozen long stingers, as long as javelins. He decided to keep them. They might be useful later. Lin Jian noticed that these projectile stingers were different from those of the smaller venomous bees. The stingers of the small venomous bees could only produce venom while they were alive, as their venom glands ceased to function upon death. However, these javelin-like stingers still contained intact venom inside. Aside from the stingers, Lin Jian couldn't find anything else usable on the queen bee's body. What's this? Suddenly he found a small crystal-like object inside the queen bee. It looked like black crystal. Had the queen bee ingested it, or was it something that naturally grew inside its body? Lin Jian couldn't figure it out, but perhaps it was related to the demon clan's possession. Without further ado, he stored it in his spatial ring. Oh right, when he was getting equipment from the divine institution, Lin Jian had obtained a spatial ring. This item didn't seem to enhance combat ability, but it was very expensive. With it, Lin Jian could carry more items. His style of combat was quite harsh on his clothing. His clothes had burned off earlier, so Lin Jian took out another set to wear. Then he opened his panel to check his experience gain from this battle. Name: Lin Jian. Profession: Life Exchanger. Level: 18. First transformation: what? Leveling up twice from one boss kill? Lin Jian was shocked. He remembered clearly that last time he killed a level 25 monster he only received 2,000 experience points, and this time, the system hadn't alerted him to any kill information or experience gained, as if he was isolated from the divine system. Was it a trick by the demon clan? It seemed like a domain skill, completely isolating Lin Jian from the divine realm. Therefore, he wasn't considered to be in the blind spots of the divine realm when he killed the queen bee, and the divine realm had no reaction at all. To gain enough experience to level up twice was outrageous. Lin Jian knew that the monsters in this divine realm usually provided a lot of experience, but it couldn't possibly be to this extent. Now, even a level 1 monster required tens of thousands of experience points. Could a level 25 monster offer so much, or was it the demon clan's doing? Talent: God Chain. As the level increases, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Current binding capacity: 18. Undead War Body. After exchanging life, it can trigger the undead soul and permanently increase physical strength and mental strength. It also has a focusing ability which can concentrate all bound targets' damage onto one person. Life and death together. Reverse binding can bind a teammate completely, assuming the damage that the teammate would suffer. Skill: Hell's Wail. The pain and damage suffered by the body will increase 18 times on the target. Pain and damage multiplier increases with level. Skills: Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 600 meters outside the body. Range increases with level, Skill: Gravity Imprisonment. Control gravity within 60 meters of oneself with gravity intensity 50 times that of oneself, capable of imprisoning enemies. Multiplier range increases with level, Skill: Equivalent Exchange. Sacrifice a part of the body to gain 1 hour of invincibility. This skill can be used when controlled. Physical Strength: 7.2% Mental Strength: 7.2%. Lin Jian carefully examined the changes in the panel, noting some attributes improved with level. Besides the range, the intensity of gravity imprisonment remained unchanged at 50 times, while the range of Night Eyes Exploration also extended. Wait, there was an added feature: reverse binding. This meant Lin Jian could take on damage for a teammate fully absorbing it. Upon reflection, this was quite valuable. Lin Jian could now act as a support. For instance, teammates who charge forward usually sustain more damage. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were fighting on the front lines, but their abilities weren't the best. If Lin Jian, who was most capable of bearing damage, could share their burden, their performance could significantly improve. Besides dealing damage, drawing enemy skill fire was also a crucial element. those charging ahead didn't necessarily need to inflict high damage, sometimes just drawing fire was enough. The long-range classes in the back could then attack, and once the skills were absorbed, our side would enter a period of advantage. Alternatively, Lin Jian could also protect a relatively fragile teammate like a mage. These classes do not grow in physical strength and defense like warriors do. With Lin Jian's help, these so-called glass cannons could even withstand trading blows with the enemy at the front lines. This was very useful. With this ability, the focus fire threat from the enemy could be mitigated. After all, Lin Jian was immortal and bearing damage was no issue for him. If it were a battle between teams of the same level, Lin Jian could even withstand all the damage from the opposing side, though it was a pity that he could only bind with one teammate at a time. Binding multiple teammates would be too overpowered, akin to cloning Lin Jian into many. If multiple bindings were possible, one would see a team of immortal mages firing together. This was clearly Lin Jian's most potent skill for area of effect enhancement, depending of course on teammates having large area attack skills. "Captain, are you alright?" Suddenly Lin Jian heard the ethereal call from his teammate. In the realm of gods, teams had special communication links. "Oh, I'm fine, how about you? We thought you had disappeared from the team just now." "We're fine too, and we've burned down most of the swarm. The rest were driven away by the fireworks. They dare not enter the canyon again." "Good, I'm coming to join you soon." Yuling managed to deal with a swarm of bees on her own, which is quite impressive. Her ability to appear and disappear mysteriously seems to even elude the bees. Her skill is extraordinary. She must continuously lure enemies without getting overwhelmed by them. Lin Jian suspects that her clerical rank might be higher than she reveals. With such abilities, there's no need for her to have great offensive power. She could be a formidable support. Like Ji Yun's silencer profession, the team doesn't rely on her for damage. Her mere presence in the team playing her part essentially weakens the enemy's assault. Lin Jian quickly left the beehive, which no longer contained any adult venomous bees, though many larvae remained. Upon closer inspection, Lin Jian noticed a single larva still wriggling. Was it about to metamorphose? He decided to take it with him. During this venture into the beehive, Lin Jian collected a handful of stingers and even a young bee larva, planning to study these venomous bees, particularly why they could be possessed by demons, a dangerous entity indeed. There was also a mysterious black crystal whose purpose he still hadn't figured out. This item must be related to the demons, and he planned to check if it would form inside the young bee's body. Clearly these venomous bees were different from the usual beasts encountered. Were the demons another powerful race and one not friendly towards humans? Lin Jian decided to keep this matter to himself for now, especially within the clerical institute, which might already be infiltrated by demons. After reuniting with his teammates, Lin Jian saw the scorched canyon. "Did you burn all this? Yuling, how powerful is that scroll of yours? Anyway, it must be expensive. Now we should be ahead of the other team's progress in the next canyon. If we managed to burn most of the venomous bees, the other team definitely couldn't compare. The number of bees was just too overwhelming." Lin Jian then asked Zhao Feng and the others, "Any injuries among you?" "No worries, we just burned them. These bees are pretty dumb. We're still half a level away from level 17. Who would have thought that a single fire could level us up so much? No wonder this place is a secret realm of the Clerical Institute. We gave all the collected poison needles to Yuling, and she actually paid us. We're all rich now, huh?" Zhao Feng and Wang Dong, both straightforward and easygoing individuals, chuckled. Lin Jian turned to Yuling. "Can these poison needles be used even after the bees are dead?" "Yes, the poison glands are gone, but the residual poison is still potent. Given the quantity, if made into bullets, each could at least paralyze an enemy, deadly even to those of lower levels. The residual poison could indeed be turned into lethal weapons, and Lin Jian had several complete venom sacs among his collected stingers. He pondered this but chose not to share it out loud. The matter of the queen bee was too eerie to discuss within the bounds of the Clerical Institute. "Hey Captain, what level are you now?" "I reached level 18. "What? How's that possible? You disappeared for just a moment and gained 2 levels." Everyone was stunned, having never seen such an absurd event before. Yuling was puzzled. "The venomous bees aren't of a high level, they're just poisonous. Once you get the hang of their pattern, they're easy to kill. The queen bee's level couldn't possibly be above 30". "Where did you get so much experience from?" "Well, the queen bee was level 25, but I really don't know how it got so much experience." Lin Jian wasn't lying. He truly had no idea where all that extra experience had come from, as there were no system notifications. Yuling thought about it and nodded. "Since you killed it alone, it counts for us all." We don't have the skills to do that. Now, let's go and claim our bet winnings. I'll treat everyone with the money we win. How can we accept that? You just spent money to buy those poison needles from us. Fair is fair. We all won this together. Zhao Feng really admired Yu Ling's character, despite her disheveled appearance and fierce expression, which actually helped her blend in with the team better. If she were as pretty as she claimed, it might have created a distance between her and the rest. It's not about targeting anyone, but that kind of lofty fairy-like image just creates barriers. Like Ji Yun, who could feel the male team members keeping their distance, Yu Ling didn't have that issue. She was also very perceptive, knowing when Lin Jian had something difficult to say and she would cover for him. The team regrouped. They had to wait for the smoke to clear in the canyon before the swarm would return to recuperate. Lin Jian led the team to the entrance of the right canyon and sent out a signal. The battle inside was not yet over. They waited a while longer before the team from the Clerical Institute emerged. What, you guys solved the poison bee problem that quickly? Yang Chong came out with his team and found that Lin Jian's side had already finished and even had higher experience points. This was not what he had expected. Weren't poison bees harder to deal with? How did you do it so quickly? I thought it was pretty easy. Let's compete again to avoid any claims of us having an unfair advantage. What did you say? Poison bees are easy? Yes, just burn them with fire. Haven't you thought of that? How could it be? Have the poison bees become that dumb? He remembered poison bees being cunning, and no matter how powerful a fire mage was, they couldn't wipe them out in one go. For years, members of the Clerical Institute trained here, and the poison bees learned too. Don't think small animals are dumb, they know how to survive, to the point where even a fire professor couldn't burn many at once. Otherwise, who wouldn't want to train here for 10 points of experience each, burning a whole swarm at once? Yu Ling even let quite a few escape this time. Her efficiency in luring the beasts had reached unprecedented levels, gaining half a level in one go. Everyone could advance twice in one term, which was a bit terrifying. Stop with the nonsense, the system wouldn't help us cheat. Have you admitted defeat? Yu Ling didn't care much about the details, the wager had to be honored. Yang Chong admitted defeat, and without further ado he wrote a check and handed over the money. This guy was rich. Giving away 500,000 just like that. Lin Jian never knew he could make that much in his lifetime. Are we getting a level up for going in here? Yu Ling asked, her face contorted into a look of mock horror that Yang Zhong couldn't bear to see. Reluctantly he replied, let's go, you guys are getting a real bargain here. With it, the two teams resumed their journey. Xin Xiu, acquainted with Lin Jian from before, walked beside him making conversation. How have things been since you went to the National Professional Academy? Is everything okay over there? Lin Jian responded, it's pretty much the same, not much choice for many people. By the way, is there anything special about this blind spot mystery zone? I wouldn't know, he confessed, I only joined this year. Oh, you need to be careful at the Divine Professional Academy, Lin Jian advised, his voice tinged with concern. Something feels off about them. The demons I encountered must be a secret of the Divine Professional Academy. It's not clear how many of them know about this, but the demons' attitude is definitely wrong. They certainly don't see humans as friends. Moreover, their strength is formidable. We have to be wary. Xin Xiu had helped Lin Jian before, so he felt obliged to warn her, this place might be tricky. The demon I met is likely the one who took my sister, but we don't have much more information. The only certainty is their ill intentions, and I'm sure now that taking my sister away was the right move. Although everyone aspires to be part of the Divine Professional Academy, celebrated for its strength, Lin Jian knew better than to think of it as a benevolent place. He dared not reveal too much, aware of his own limited strength. Xin Xiu, kind-hearted as she was, knew what mattered most to Lin Jian, his sister. I didn't know about your sister's situation, but there indeed are many peculiar professors in the Divine Professional Academy, Xin Xiu shared. I've heard other students discuss it, but I never imagined they would abduct someone. They should have at least informed you. It's not your concern, but I'm telling you to be cautious for a reason, Lin Jian replied. Me, surely they wouldn't harm their own students, no matter how odd they are. Lin Jian sighed, that's debatable. Power itself isn't inherently good or evil, it's all about how people use it. To the common eye, having money or strength equates to justice, but that's conditional. These so-called justices must not exceed human moral boundaries. Those not of our kind surely have a different heart. I still remember my conversation with that demon. He paused before adding, by the way, do you know the name of the professor who took my sister? The incident has spread around the Divine Professional Academy. I heard she's a woman named Wang, a professor there for many years, not very well known, and her students are carefully selected. There are quite a few professors like her in the academy. Do many students encounter them? Lin Jian asked, already growing worried for Qin Xiu, whose talents and high clerical rank distinguished her. Not if they're not outstanding, he replied, feeling the gravity of their situation. We should keep in touch more often. Sure, it's a pity you're not at the Divine Professional Academy. They'll regret it. Qin Xiu smiled faintly, though Lin Jian felt the shadows in his heart deepening. In this unpredictable world, nothing could be deemed wholly good or bad. Just yet, at this moment, Captain Yang Chong could no longer bear to just watch. What are you all talking about? Lin Jian ignored him, but Lin Jian could understand his attitude. After all, Qin Xiu was the most dazzling girl here, not only immensely talented but also the most beautiful. If the new school beauty kept talking to Lin Jian, anyone in Yang Chong's position would feel uncomfortable. We're about to face dangers ahead, Miss Qin Xiu. You need to stay with the team. Qin Xiu didn't understand what was wrong with chatting a bit along the way. They were old acquaintances, and yet others were meddling. This remark didn't sit well with her, and she felt a strong aversion. Who wasn't a genius here anyway? Although they were in a team, she reminded them, I'm not your subordinate, you have no right to command me. Fine, why don't you join their team and see if anyone will still want to lead you? What's that? Then I'll leave the team. In a fit of anger, Qin Xiu left the team and then requested to join Lin Jian's side. Joking, who here isn't a genius? Do you dare to raise your voice in front of an SSS-level weapon master? No one willing to lead. Just the title of a weapon master is enough for countless people to scramble to lead. Not bad. Lin Jian was taken aback but agreed to Qin Xiu's request. You don't need to be so unhappy with your teammates. No worries, we're teammates now. That priest thinks too highly of himself. His dad is the dean of the year. This was exactly the local bully situation, but with Qin Xiu's talent, they obviously didn't dare to be too overt in targeting her. It was the same situation as with Lin Jin's sister. Following them meant having food to eat, but they were not begging. If you want us to kneel and fetch, then we won't mix with you. Is a future something to kneel for? I'd rather not have it. Qin Xiu was a proud person by nature. How could she accept this? Yang Chong was immediately furious. Come here right now. Are you openly rebelling, daring to stand with the enemies of the Divine College? What are you doing? Seeing the Divine College team of 4 approaching aggressively, Yu Ling aimed her gun at Yang Chong. Suddenly, the air was thick with tension and Lin Jian stepped forward to shield them. This student from the Divine College, what do you mean? Have you declared the National College as your enemy? If we are enemies, then we shouldn't just be standing here talking. Is anyone going to take responsibility for your words? Do you really want to fight us? At this moment, Lin Jian still held a significant deterrence as he had previously dominated a second-tier mage in a challenge match. Yang Chang's team was full of talented geniuses, but they were all only level 16, faced with Lin Jian, a freak capable of taking on second-tier challenges. They backed down. Although Yang Chong had said before that with him a priest, Lin Jian couldn't win that challenge, but that was just talk. Without skills impacting him directly, he could say whatever he wanted. At that time, the level 2 mage was backed by 2 healers. Although healing was provided, the pain endured did not diminish. Instead, it increased. The pain repeated over and over, enough to drive one mad. What are you trying to do? This is the territory of our clerical institute, one healer protested. It wasn't about wanting to start a fight. As everyone knew, I was merely a life exchanger, never one to initiate attacks directly as it was too inefficient. Lin Jian laughed, his cruel smile sending shivers down the spines of the 4 people facing him. They had seen Lin Jian's prowess in the challenge arena. The level 2 mage was in agony under his hands, caught in a dilemma of whether to fight or not. Let's go. Yang Zhong, leading his teammates, turned to leave with a formidable air that his teammates couldn't help but follow, fearing the repercussions of disobeying someone of his standing in the clerical institute. As they left, Lin Jian watched them go, making no move to stop them. He then turned to Qin Xiu and asked, "Are you really all right? What do I have to fear? This year's top new student at the Clerical Institute. Is there anything they dare do to me? Right, and remember, if anything comes up, you can always turn to me." Qin Xiu, who would have scoffed at such a promise in the past, felt differently now and nodded. She had once looked down upon the profession of a life exchanger and had even challenged Lin Jian to a contest. Though proud, she had acknowledged her defeat and recognized that Lin Jian was a decent person. Well, now that they're gone, what do we do? Zhao Feng was at a loss. Qin Xiu shook her head. This is my first time here too, only that Yang Zhong is familiar with this place. He isn't naturally talented and had to train here to reach level 16, so he knows this place well. I see. No matter, then we'll just have to find our way slowly. I've heard this place is a leveling paradise, meaning there aren't many dangerous monsters around, Qin Xiu added. At that moment Yu Ling chimed in, ahead is the grassland where herds of barbarous wild bulls roam. Did you know? I've gathered information that these bulls provide a lot of experience and generally have a low desire to attack unless provoked. If that's true, then this indeed is a great spot for leveling. Lin Jian was surprised at how well informed Yu Ling was. Even the Clerical Institute didn't know much about this secret realm, yet Yu Ling had managed to gather information about it. So, what's the plan then? Asked Lin Jian, intrigued by Yu Ling's insights. Basically, like how we dealt with the poison bees before, we draw the wild bulls over and take them down. These wild beasts are peculiar. If you don't bother them, they won't attack. That's why this secret realm is perfect for leveling, but if provoked. Zhao Feng wondered, are they that powerful? Yes, when enraged, these bulls become one of the most fearsome creatures capable of killing beyond their level. Mad bulls have always been terrifying creatures, and as wild beasts, they're no different. So this secret realm requires careful handling, much like with the poison bees earlier. If you have a strategy to defeat them, leveling up here can be quite easy, but if you confront them head-on, all the wild beasts here can kill beyond their level. Cold poison is effective against any level of clerical warrior, and you can use tactics to avoid it. Wild oxen, when enraged, fear no creature, yet if you understand their temperament, they won't even attack you. So how do we kill them? I proposed that I would lure them in and everyone could then join in for the attack one by one. It's believed that they have a lot of experience, but be mindful, once a wild ox goes berserk, it jumps from level 20 directly to level 30. Does the experience increase too? Yes, hence driving them mad before killing them yields more experience. Everyone looked at each other. None had prior experience in slaying such high-level beasts. In this group, only Lin Jian had done such a feat before. However, they weren't without team fighting experience. For example, the silencer would play a crucial role this time. The group sat down to plan. They decided that Yu Ling would tease the oxen into madness and then use silence. With that, not only would they gain experience, but they could also block the oxen's abilities, leaving only their brute strength to contend with. If executed well, taking them down as a team would pose no problem, treating it as a boss fight, especially since the wild oxen weren't of S grade. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lacking offensive means they would simply endure a longer fight. This is truly a treasure trove of experience. Even Yu Ling can snipe from a hidden spot and take them down one by one. Lin Jian had heard of people exploiting bugs to level up. He hadn't expected it to be feasible here. Do you plan to venture into the midst of the oxen? Those are level 20 beasts. Xin Xiu had never seen Yu Ling's capabilities and thought it too dangerous, especially since she was only level 16 herself. Once the oxen went mad, they would be facing a herd of level 30 wild oxen. It would take someone of Dean's level to subdue them. No worries, I won't draw the wild oxen's attention. You all wait here by the valley. They found a valley with just one entrance. Once Yu Ling lured the oxen into this entrance, everyone would then join in for the attack. It sounded smooth. Slaughtering the oxen in the valley would not alert those outside, or else they would face thousands of bosses. Zhao Feng was excited by the plan. Then why go anywhere else? We can just stay here and level up enough. Wang Dong couldn't help but remark, this Divine Profession Institute really guards a great spot. Just a bit of strategy and you can level up easily. Isn't it a great place? They quickly made their arrangements and Yu Ling went out to lure the beasts. Lin Jian and Xin Xiu stood at the valley's entrance watching Yu Ling approach the edge of the herd. These teammates of yours are quite exceptional. Yes, and those who lack talent need to think more for themselves. This gunner gives me a strange feeling. Is she really a special recruit from your National Professional Institute? Probably has some enemies, that's my guess. Lin Jian could only think so. Given Yu Ling's talents, she was unlikely to be just a special recruit. Her demeanor was more about not wanting too much attention. Otherwise, just from her generous actions, she wasn't any ordinary person. But often the more extraordinary one's identity, the bigger the troubles, so Lin Jian preferred not to inquire further. Before long, they saw Yu Ling leading an ox towards them. The herd of cattle barely acknowledged her presence, only the provoked one chasing her all the way here. Once they were led into the valley, Yu Ling escalated her provocation. She drew her pistol and fired shot after shot at the cow, deliberately avoiding vital areas. The silencer was ready, instructed not to let the beast unleash its brutal charge. With the silencing spell in effect, the infuriated bull was unable to use its skills, which only angered it further. Moo. Eventually, the bull erupted into a mad frenzy, a rare occurrence since it wasn't a boss creature nor was it transforming into a second form, making it a favorite target for those looking to gain experience. However, caution was advised as an uncontrolled mad bull could be terrifying. Now in its frenzied state, the bull chased after Yuling, with Zhao Feng and Wang Dong also closing in. The two of them took the opportunity to flank the creature, bleeding it with consecutive strikes. A level 30 mad bull was formidable enough to scare off boss monsters, but with the right strategy it was not invincible. Lin Jian and Qin Xiu also leapt down to join the fray. Yuling quickly cautioned, "Watch out, Captain, save your skills for emergencies, besides we have many bulls to deal with. It would be too troublesome to keep swapping lives. Let's kill them slowly, even if it tires us out, there's no need for you to intervene." Her strategy was clear. Drawing the bull in was meant to wear it down. Now bereft of its intellect, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong simply needed to keep bleeding it. Unable to resist joining in, Qin Xiu, hailed as the top talent of the Clergy Academy, could not just stand by. She grabbed a long spear and pursued the bull, stabbing at its belly. The pained bull attempted to retaliate, but Qin Xiu easily dodged, allowing the others to continue drawing its aggression. The group strategy seemed to work effortlessly, though Wang Dong seemed puzzled. "You're a weapons master, right? Shouldn't you be aiming for the rear? You know the anal extraction, Wang Dong. Focus on your task and don't spout nonsense. It's easier to reach the heart and lungs from the side with a spear," Yuling interjected, cutting off further inappropriate suggestions about tactics. "Moreover, girls shouldn't be doing that. Also, everyone conserve your skills, save your energy for a prolonged fight. We have many more to deal with." They took turns drawing the bull's attention, with Yuling primarily orchestrating their moves. Soon they brought down one bull, its strength indeed formidable but futile in hitting anyone. The battle was monotonous as both sides traded blows, eventually downing a level 30 wild creature. The experience gained was substantial. Yuling nearly reached level 17. "Quick, lure more creatures, let's take the time to exhaust a few more. This is a great opportunity." Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were full of energy and high spirits, both being S-rank clergy. Lin Jian, on the other hand, had a more relaxed role, not needing to engage directly, but the experience from the mad bull was impressively high. "I've leveled up." "Huh? What level are you now?" "I've reached level 19. Just now he was at level 18, almost reaching 19, but the others in the team hadn't even leveled up once." This clearly showed how much extra experience the demonic race provided. They truly are mysterious. But the others didn't know about this, and Qin Xiu was especially dumbfounded. "How much? Wait, what level were you when you entered?" "I was the same level as them when I came in." Everyone was speechless. There really was no way to explain this properly. No matter what you encountered, it couldn't be that fast. Qin Xiu stared blankly at Lin Jian and said, "In the Clergy Academy, recognized as the greatest talent, entering a blind zone mystery realm only levels you up by a third, and that too starting from level 16. What exactly did you consume? He hasn't even completed one trial yet." Yuling, however, wasn't too surprised. "I'll go lure the bulls again. Let's also step it up, since opportunities to come here are rare." The bull horns and bones could be left for the others, it didn't matter. "Alright, we need to make good use of our time." Zhao Feng didn't show much reaction either. He was used to it. After all, people are different. Some can level up very quickly, and how fast exactly isn't really his concern. Yuling reached the canyon exit and suddenly stopped. "Wait, something's not right." She seemed to sense something, and the next moment hid behind the rocks at the entrance of the canyon. Lin Jian followed her, inquiring, "What's the matter? Do you see that? The herd is getting restless. Once this whole group goes mad, I can't think of anyone who could stop them. It's very abnormal. Someone is influencing the mood of the herd, making them agitated." "How did you sense that?" "I sense their emotions. It's an intuition." "Isn't that a skill?" "Well," Lin Jian lay behind the rocks looking out onto the plains. He himself couldn't make out anything significant, and his night eyes couldn't see that far either. Zhao Feng and the others came over too, asking what's going on. "The herd is going to go mad. I don't know what's causing it." "Ah, we've been killing one of them for a long time, even with our abilities restricted. If this group goes mad, could it be someone deliberately causing trouble, like that team from the Clergy Academy earlier? They might want to cause harm. As all the herds started going mad, they certainly wouldn't dare to go out, but to say someone was deliberately causing trouble," Yuling shook her head. "They don't have the capability to make the entire herd go mad. Requires strength, and ants biting them won't bother them. Plus, how would they escape themselves?" Meanwhile, the herd really went mad. One bellow after another rang out. "Moo moo." This sound echoed across the plains, and upon hearing this, no creature dared to show up. Even the stronger wild beasts had to shrink back. The sight of a large-scale mad bull rush was indeed a thrilling scene. They hadn't even started running yet, and it felt like the plains were already shaking. "Everyone hide well, don't make any noise." Meanwhile, the four deans watching from outside were at a loss. What was happening? The herd of wild bulls inside seemed to have undergone some sort of change. Ji Wuyo was puzzled and asked the old dean, "Has this kind of situation ever occurred before?" Shaking his head, the dean replied, "Generally, the wild bulls are quite docile creatures. Even when students go in to lure and kill them, at most only one or two would go mad, but there has never been a frenzy on such a large scale." "What do we do then? Every mad bull is fighting for its life." They could only hide well and wait for the bull's madness to subside. Fortunately, young Chang's team had not approached the grasslands, but they still needed to be informed to stay away immediately. "Even if we could get in, we couldn't stop them," lamented the dean. "Mad bulls are more demonic than any demon clan, and this is a whole herd. Moreover, when they go mad, each one reaches level 30, and they can't be killed instantly. Who else can defeat a level 30 beast with such tough flesh?" Meanwhile, Lin Jian and the others were hiding in the valley, taking refuge on a nearby hillside. A few of the mad bulls had charged in as well, rampaging around, their eyes red, searching for any target to attack. Interestingly, the mad bulls did not attack each other, which seemed quite puzzling. How long will they be mad? I don't know, because I've never heard of this happening before. Even the knowledgeable Yu Ling didn't know about this, which made Lin Jian feel that the situation was far from simple. He pulled Yu Ling aside to ask her about it. He took out a black crystal core. "Do you recognize this? This is a magic crystal." Yu Ling was stunned, staring at Lin Jian. "Where did you get this? From the queen bee? What else did you encounter?" Lin Jian was sure she knew something. "So you know what's going on?" "Yes, creatures with this magic crystal are controlled by the demon clan." "You've heard of the demon clan, right?" "I thought it was just a story that was widely circulated among the people." "No, it's real. You having this means you've encountered them." Lin Jin nodded, admitting that even he didn't fully understand what was happening. The demon clan had targeted him, but his abilities had exceeded their expectations. However, what kind of beings were the demon clan? At that moment, Yu Ling looked at the raging herd outside. "Do you think the herd is also under this influence?" "Yes, although it's not possible that every bull has one inside, but driving them mad wouldn't be too difficult. If that's the case, things are a bit tricky. It means the demon clan is still after you, and hiding like this isn't a solution. What do we do then? Even together, we can't handle even one mad bull." Actually, Lin Jian could handle them, but not many, and there were hundreds of mad bulls outside. These bulls so frenzied, ignoring pain and injury. Lin Jian's damage boost didn't have much effect on them. "We must be clever. There must be a way to stop this madness." "Wait, there's one way, harder for us, but possibly the easiest for you." "What is it?" "There's a bull king among the herd. The extensive frenzy is likely driven by the bull king. If we can subdue the bull king, the rest of the mad bulls might start to calm down. But the problem is, the bull king is harder to deal with than a herd of mad bulls." Lin Jian found it unbelievable that there could be anything more difficult to deal with than a herd of mad bulls. If such a creature existed, wouldn't the bull king be above level 50? It seemed that they would indeed face it soon. If the demons were behind this, they surely wouldn't let them off easily. Hiding was not an option. If not resolved now, the issue would recur, always waiting to surprise them. However, the situation didn't seem as tough as Lin Jian had thought. The bull king was estimated to be around level 40, which they couldn't handle. It was all up to him now. "What, only level 40? Someone questioned. "What do you mean by that? Is level 40 considered low?" It wasn't that really. He had heard that the bull king could handle a herd of mad bulls. Surely, being just level 40, it couldn't possibly manage that. There were thousands of mad bulls, each at level 30. How could it fight 1,000 at once? Yu Ling shook her head. "It's not what you think. The bull king has a bloodline suppression over the other bulls, so it definitely doesn't just brute force its way through. But at level 40, it's still a challenge we face in entering this divine realm." If it was indeed just level 40, Lin Jian might have a way to deal with it. With his current enhancements, handling level 40 or even slightly more was possible. Though Lin Jian's own level wasn't very high, his talent enhancements were significant. Leveraged through these talents, it wasn't hard for him to fight classes above his own. Even higher levels weren't out of the question. "That should be no problem then. I'll think of something." The current issue is whether it's really the demons causing trouble. "It's most likely," they concluded, considering a plan to probe further. "Can the demons not detect your stealth? As long as I maintain the distance, it shouldn't be hard." The real problem seems to be with the bull king. Yu Ling planned to test the waters herself. They couldn't just sit and wait. It was crucial to understand the situation. If it was just ordinary bulls that had gone mad, it would be manageable, as they would eventually calm down. But if the demons were involved, it wouldn't end so easily, since they had a specific agenda. Lin Jian returned to the group to explain the situation. Yu Ling and I are going out to investigate. Keep yourselves hidden and wait for us to bring back news. Be careful not to be detected by the mad bulls. Is it necessary to risk it? Because we don't know if the herd has just gone mad or if there's another intent behind it. Lin Jian's words left Zhao Feng a bit confused, but he said no more. Xin Shou came over. I'll go with you. You don't need to, we aren't going to confront the herd head on. Note this is the Divine Academy and I'm a student here, I have no reason to stay behind. Lin Jian looked at Yu Ling then nodded. Alright, but the Mad Bull's perception isn't very good, so as long as you keep hidden there shouldn't be any problems. The real question is whether the Bull King will notice us. The perception of the Mad Bulls was severely diminished once enraged, as had been evident before. Xin Xiu, a master of weapons, possessed innate talent and agile movements, which were crucial parts of his combat strength. So she should be able to avoid the attention of the mad cows without much trouble, but Lin Jian thought that their target, the Bull King, was not mad and was a high-level boss monster. If they were discovered, it could potentially control the herd to attack them. We are not here to fight. How useful would your skills as a weapon master be? He questioned. What if you are discovered? I can help you all escape more effectively. Without waiting for a response, Qin Xiu declared, let's go. Hiding like this isn't a solution. We need to understand what's really going on. Lin Jian could only nod in agreement. Then stay close and don't wander off. Yu Ling took the lead, skillfully navigating through a herd of rampaging mad cows, finding a safe path. Lin Jian followed closely behind her with Qin Shou by his side. The sight of thousands of mad cows running across the plains was truly spectacular. The sound alone of their hooves thundering against the ground was enough to unsettle one's heart, reminiscent of war drums pounding rhythmically across the field. These level 30 mad cows possess strength beyond their level, a natural advantage amplified by their skills enough to overpower a whole team. Previously, they had managed to exhaust one thanks to Yu Ling drawing its attention while also blocking the beast's charging attacks. The noise was overwhelming, and up ahead Yu Ling could only gesture to communicate. Suddenly, she stopped and signaled them not to proceed any further, turning back toward them. You take out that stone. Yu Ling gestured and spoke urgently, making her intentions clear to Lin Jian, who then retrieved the magic crystal. Then Lin Jian also noticed something unusual about the crystal. Within the black crystal, it seemed as if a flame had lit up. Realizing this, Lin Jian understood that the Bull King was also under the control of the demonic forces. He looked at Yu Ling, who nodded in confirmation. What are you talking about? Xin Xiu asked, puzzled by their exchange, but it wasn't the time for explanations. The trio ducked into a ditch to avoid outside disturbances and began planning their strategy. It's just level 40, though difficult, it's not impossible to defeat, Lin Jian mused. Lin Jian, when you fought the bees earlier, did you use your life-swapping talent? Of course I did. You know I don't have many other skills. What if it happens again? The Bull King now possesses demonic consciousness. It won't attack you in the same way it did before. It will flee, letting the mad cow herd wear us down first. How will you handle that? Indeed, if the Bull King learned from its past mistakes, it wouldn't confront Lin Jian directly. It would first let the herd deplete their strength, which wouldn't take long for Lin Jian's side. That's definitely the plan. The Bull King, having learned from the encounter with the bees, will surely turn tail at the sight of Lin Jian. Lin Jian's abilities, if unable to lock onto the Bull King, would be meaningless against ordinary mad cows. Despite each mad cow being level 30 inches tough as any boss he had previously faced, there were simply too many. Lin Jian couldn't possibly handle so many mad cows no matter how powerful the Bull King was. Starting with the leader was essential. What exactly are you talking about? You see, Qin Xiu, I'm not sure if you can understand this. Yu Ling explained the matters concerning the demon race to Qin Xiu. In fact, many have heard stories about the demon race, but these stories are often regarded as mere legends. Once such tales are widely told without any visible proof, they tend to be ignored. It's like hearing ghost stories. Everyone talks about them, but no one can prove their existence. Thus it's generally accepted that ghosts don't exist in this world. The existence of the demon race is treated similarly. They aren't afraid of you spreading this story. The more it's spread, the less believable it becomes. But who truly knows? These stories might all be real. You're saying that the Bull King has been demonized and is targeting us specifically. Yes, this isn't just any wild bull anymore. We can't leave unless we deal with it, but we're all only at level 16, how can we possibly defeat a level 40 Bull King? Lin Jian has also been pondering this, and he's considering giving it a try, but the Bull King will definitely avoid him. For the others it would be too dangerous. They don't have immortality. It's not that there's no way, Qin Shou. If I asked you to face the Bull King alone, would you dare? I would dare, but what's the use? I can ensure it won't hurt you, and while you distract it, I can circle around. What Qin Shou needs to do is to attract the Bull King's attention, giving Lin Jian a chance to get close. Lin Jian is also using his new reverse binding skill for the first time, which actually is the most significant boost to his combat capabilities. The skill, Life Link, life and death together. As soon as the skill is deployed, Qin Shou immediately feels that special connection. According to the description, this skill can transfer any damage Qin Shou suffers to Lin Jian. Let's test it out and see how it works. Why are you blushing? Oh. It's nothing. Qin Shou didn't know why her cheeks suddenly grew hot, because she had never felt this way about a man before. It was the connection formed between a man and a woman, almost as if they were one. Honestly, they had fought together before, and if Qin Shou had been a man, they would have sworn brotherhood. She quickly suppressed her strange emotions, pulled out the dagger from her waist, and slashed her arm. Amazingly, the same wound appeared on Lin Jian's arm. Then Qin Shou's wound healed at an incredibly fast rate, and so did Lin Jian's. This healing ability was Lin Jian's inherent skill, and because of this skill, Qin Shou now had it as well. I feel as if the cut wasn't made on my body at all. That's good. When we face the Bull King, you can be fearless. Remember, don't be afraid. I can't die, really. I'm not worried about myself. Did you see how fast the healing was? That's my ability. Lin Jian still had to encourage Qin Shou, because once a person can no longer feel pain or harm, they might enter a unique state of fear. Everyone is the same. You can imagine what it would be like to not feel any pain. Pain is a protective mechanism. Feeling pain is how the body notifies you that you have been injured. If one cannot sense it, panic is the natural response. Lin Jian urged Qin Shou to overcome this panic. Lin Jian himself was accustomed to fighting in this manner, but Qin Shou was not. If she remained restrained, she clearly wouldn't be able to function effectively. Don't worry, I am a warrior. I know what I must do, she reassured him. With that, Lin Jian felt relieved. Prepare yourself, I'll set up an ambush and you provoke the Bull King. Saying so, Lin Jian moved towards the distance and hid in the bushes. Lin Jian had a rough estimation of his own abilities. Having previously defeated Tuli, his strength was now sufficient to effectively counter a second-tier professional. Having advanced to level 19, even against a special boss level 40 or thereabouts should be no problem. This was thanks to the superabundance of talent bonuses he received, which did not sync with his level. Previously at level 16 he could deal 256 times the damage, but now at level 19 the increase in damage was far more significant than just 3 levels. The counter damage at level 19 was 361 times. Any damage Lin Jian received could, after being focused, rebound 361 times onto his opponent. He hadn't yet tested the upper limit of this damage, but level 40 should be feasible. This was still within the scope of his capabilities. If the level was higher, it would be less certain. After Lin Jian concealed himself, Qin Shou began to draw the Bull King's attention. Of course, Yuling assisted her in bypassing the bull herd's blockade, directly entering the domain of the Bull King where other wild bulls could not enter. Thus, the Bull King was not worried about the herd going berserk and even ramming into him. The Bull King did not need the rational acknowledgement of the wild bull herd. This was suppression by bloodline. For Lin Jian to enter this area, someone needed to draw the Bull King's attention, and this person had to at least withstand the Bull King's presence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to distract him and Lin Jian would not be able to approach. The final tactic to use was Lin Jian's 361 times counter damage. Qin Shou had already reached the edge of the Bull King's domain, and for some reason a faint black mist seemed to emanate from within. Don't worry if you can't hold on, we are all in danger, she said, understanding the stakes. I understand, take care of yourself, replied Yuling, aiming to dispel Qin Shou's concerns. Qin Shou knew that any injuries she received would be wholly borne by Lin Jian, so she was inevitably cautious during the fight. This was similar to the trolley problem. If she hesitated and couldn't withstand it, everyone would be doomed. Yet, she worried that Lin Jian might not be able to bear the injuries received. Yuling nodded. I'll keep watch around here. Only you can go in now. Saying this, Yuling vanished from sight, beginning to stealthily patrol the surroundings. Qin Shou brandished her long spear and walked straight into the domain. The moment she stepped in, the Bull King noticed her, and from a distance its massive form began to move towards her as if the ground itself was trembling. The first thing she saw were its enormous horns standing tall like a crown. Monster, Wild Bull Chief, level. Level, 40-inch talent, strength amplification enhances strength and defense, skills, Bull Charge can instantly burst out 10 times the strength. Berserk can ignore any pain and attack savagely. It was evident that such a formidable beast was only rated as A-class. This wasn't because the bull lacked in strength, but rather in its attack skills and awareness. In terms of combat, the bull's innate abilities and skills were not as highly rated as those of fierce beasts. The typical bull, a gentle creature, only showcased its strength when retaliating. For an ordinary bull, its strength might surpass that of tigers and leopards, but no one would consider it highly combative when faced with human intelligence. The bull lacked cunning, relying solely on brute force. Qin Xiu gripped her silver spear and charged forward, astonishingly making it directly in front of the Bull King. Oh, a student of the Divine Academy, brave indeed, the Bull King spoke, its intelligence clearly surpassing that of lesser creatures. Qin Xiu pointed her spear coldly at the Bull King. Was it you who incited the herd's frenzy? She demanded. The Bull King, amused, responded, Ah, you are talented indeed, but far too confident. Even with your excellent level 16 abilities, you are no match for me. Though dismissive, the Bull King's attention was captured by Qin Xiu. It was curious, how could a level 16 newcomer dare to stand there? Talent was just that, talent. It wasn't something you could wield in battle. Perhaps this girl lacked intelligence. Didn't she know she was marching to her doom? Not just the Bull King thought so. Placed amidst an ordinary herd, Qin Xiu could easily be trampled to death. Do you know I am a student from the Divine Academy? Qin Xiu retorted, yet her focus differed. She was intrigued by the Bull King's high intelligence and its awareness of the Divine Academy. How was this possible? She was indeed famous among the freshmen at the Academy, proclaimed as the top talent. Yet, how did all these creatures in the Divine Realm know of her? This was no longer the consciousness of the Bull King. The dark aura emanating from it was a clear indicator, possessed by a demonic entity. Qin Xiu realized it was the consciousness of the professor who had abducted her sister, not even a human in their true form. Enough talk, let me teach you a lesson. The Bull King snorted and launched an attack with a powerful charge. Qin Xiu, alert, managed to dodge. Surprised, the Bull King remarked, a weapon master? What formidable talent! Weapon masters had the highest combat talent rated at SSS level. Those skilled in weaponry were also masters of physical techniques, their bodies aiding their weapon use. So Qin Xiu dodged swiftly, but as the Bull King finished speaking, it charged again. Thud. This time Qin Xiu was sent flying. She couldn't have imagined the Bull King capable of launching continuous attacks, catching her off guard. After all, being only level 16, she couldn't match many of the hard indicators against her opponent. Qin Xiu was flung far away, crashing to the ground. The Bull King sneered, level 16 and still dared to enter here. Have you learned your lesson yet? Now scram. But in the next moment Qin Xiu stood up again. You don't want to kill but incite the herd. What are you trying to do? Kill them? Then why not kill me because I'm a student of the Divine Academy? No, that can't be right. Creatures in the Divine Realm shouldn't have such consciousness. She approached again and the Bull King was stunned. How can she be unharmed? Impossible, she's only level 16, a first ascension. She couldn't possibly withstand the damage. She should at least have internal injuries, seriously wounded. The Bull King, whose level was more than twice that of Qin Xiu, believed the battle would be without suspense. How did you manage to remain unharmed? Did you use some medicine? Anyway, one of us must die today. Qin Xiu, undeterred, pointed her silver spear at the Bull King once more, launching her attack. Secret technique, 100 battles flame spear. The silver spear, trailing a fiery dragon, thrust directly at the Bull King, and Qin Xiu's speed was astonishingly fast. The Bull King, not the quickest in reaction but heavily armored, managed to withstand the flame spear's attack. Qin Xiu's spear thrust was repelled by the tough bull hide. Ha ha ha. Now, do you see the difference in our levels? Even though you are called the top genius, a low-level genius is useless. Continue this fight and you will surely die. The Bull King, without any attempt to dodge due to his high defense, which was one of the bull's two ultra attributes, the other being brute strength, was not worried. Other creatures even higher in level than the Bull King could not withstand its power, let alone its defense, which was tough and resistant to damage. Qin Xiu's confidence nearly faltered as her spear, despite penetrating, could not breach the defense. Moreover, this strike had greatly depleted her strength. She was an SSS level Divine Academy student, the highest level before Lin Jian appeared. It wasn't her fault. The level difference was simply too great, and even the most talented child could be easily overpowered by an adult. It's time to teach you a lesson for your arrogance, the Bull King coldly stated, then launched his attack, the Wild Bull Charge. This attack was not a single instance but a continuous barrage, instantly closing the distance within a specific range. Qin Xiu was immediately sent flying, but before she could land, the Bull King charged again. Another collision. She floated helplessly in the air, feeling as though every bone in her body was broken, yet she felt no pain. Because she was bound by Lin Jian's skill, the pain she should have felt was transferred to Lin Jian. They shared life and death, meaning Lin Jian first endured the pain. To kill Qin Xiu, Lin Jian must die first. Oh, you can still withstand this. It seems you have some extra talent. The Bull King was surprised, sensing Qin Xiu's physical condition and failing to bring her down. A mere weapons master could not achieve this. It seemed not to be a talent for defense but rather for recovery. This recovery was to the extreme, something unprecedented and as if endowed with a formidable vitality. Just as Bull King was puzzled, an unexpected situation suddenly erupted. Exchange life, divine chain binding focuses, exchange life, hell's whale, exchange life, gravity imprisonment. A series of skill locks dramatically slowed down Bull King. The immense power tightly restricted his movements. Despite his strength, his massive body and its significant weight were easily countered even with a tenfold strength enhancement during his frenzy. What person? Bull King abandoned his pursuit of Qin Xiu, turned around and saw Lin Jian. Lin Jian had felt it the moment Qin Xiu was attacked. Had Qin Xiu not been able to transfer damage, he might have been half dead by now. Such severe attacks would rob anyone of all capacity to resist. This had nothing to do with levels. A broken bone is broken regardless. Unless one was a creature like a werewolf or vampire with regenerative abilities, it would mean certain death. However, Bull King knew Lin Jian was an exception. By then Lin Jian also appeared covered in scars, all transferred from Qin Xiu, yet he still stood tall and had completed his lock-on. Addressing Bull King, "Should I not call you Bull King? Are you Professor Wang? What are you talking about? Don't be nervous, I know who you are. You are a demon. You must be very eager to kill me, to silence me, right?" The existence of demons was a secret, yet an open one, as rumors had been circulating for countless years. When people hear the same thing over and over, they develop a strange resistance and lose interest in such matters. Thus, Bull King was not panicked at all. Go ahead, try saying it out loud, see who believes you. Right, it's useless. People might be shocked briefly but will soon forget about it. It's like someone claiming to have seen a ghost. Whether others believe it or not, they will only be briefly startled and then quickly put it behind them, becoming gradually immune to such tales. Moreover, Lin Jian was pointing at a Divine Academy professor, making people suspect that he was smearing the Divine Academy. Alright, I indeed can't do anything about that, so let's fight then. Lin Jian began to close in. I enjoyed our previous fight, now it's my turn. You are over twice my level, dare to give it a try? This was Bull King, possessed by a demon who had already tested Lin Jian's strength at the Queen Bee's place. Clearly, in a head-on fight, Lin Jian was fearless, his unusual tenacity and vitality shining through. So, to everyone's surprise, the Bull King turned tail and ran. With previous experience, the demonic forces knew better than to confront Lin Jian head-on. Given Lin Jian's innate talent, anyone who faced him directly would immediately enter into a clash of raw power. It was a simple contest of endurance. Generally, aside from legendary creatures like werewolves and vampires, very few monsters could compete in terms of recovery abilities. The Bull King might have had high defense, but it couldn't withstand the added boost from Lin Jian's talent. The demonic forces had already witnessed Lin Jian's 256-fold damage reflection during their encounter with the Bee Queen. Realizing that even the Bull King's sturdy body couldn't endure it, since Lin Jian's attacks targeted not the physical form of the Bull King but Lin Jian himself. It was irrelevant to levels. If he lost a leg, the Bull King would lose one too. Sure enough, the Bull King hadn't gotten far before stumbling and crashing heavily to the ground. Its massive body piled up on the earth like a mound, all because one of its legs had broken. Lin Jian had sacrificed his own leg, catching his opponent unprepared. As the Bull King struggled to rise and flee, Lin Jian severed another of his own legs. With a 361-fold damage reflection, he was certain the opponent's legs would break. Lin Jian then held a bloody dagger to its neck. Fortunately, this damage was sufficient, far surpassing the previous 256-fold. However, it's important to note that the 256-fold reflection was at level 16 and now he was at level 19. Why run? You are the Bull King, Lin Jian said calmly. There are many things I don't understand. If you can explain them, I might let you go. But the Bull King sneered in response. I don't need your mercy. However, you are indeed full of surprises. It hadn't used the Bull King's frenzy skill because it was useless. Lin Jian's dagger inflicted damage not just to the skin but also to muscles and bones. Frenzy only numbed the pain, but the actual physical damage remained. Now, the Bull King couldn't escape. It was left with only 2 legs. Really, let's see if you can run as fast this time, Lin Jian remarked, then plunged a knife into his own throat, even slashing around a few times. The dark mist decisively chose to leave the Bull King flying off into the distance. The Bull King couldn't move, but the dark mist, though targeted by Lin Jian, could still rapidly escape. Lin Jian fell to the ground, reflecting on the binding sensation of the divine chains. The dark mist had been injured before, and now it was wounded again. The conclusion was that even if it possessed a body, Lin Jian's attacks could still harm the demonic entity inside. If the dark mist hadn't fled, the damage would have transferred, likely leaving it no better off than the Bull King. The hundreds of times damage reflection was indeed formidable. No matter how tough the exterior, could the bones and muscles withstand it? By now, the Bull King's body was immobile. Surprisingly, its outward appearance showed little damage, but inside its tendons and ligaments were torn. Coupled with Lin Jian's final throat slash, the Bull King lay on the ground bleeding profusely. This shouldn't have been the true vitality of a legitimate Bull King. It was merely controlled by the demonic forces who were unwilling to engage in a bloodbath with Lin Jian to the end, leading to an abruptly concluded battle. She still got a way in. The end. Lin Jian awaited his body's recovery when Qin Xiu rushed over. Are you alright? How did you end up like this? Can you be okay? Let me help you change your clothes. Lin Jian took out a set of clothes from his space. Although his body could recover, his clothes could not. Due to his unique fighting method, Lin Jian had prepared several sets in advance. After lying on the ground for a while, Lin Jian finally regained his senses, which was quite astonishing. Qin Xiu had helped him change his clothes, and she was sitting beside him with her cheeks flushed red, turning her head away. Lin Jian sat up abruptly, took a deep breath, and then Qin Xiu turned back to him and asked, "Are you okay? I thought it was nothing serious just now. You saw it, right? Was it big, huh?" Qin Xiu blushed again and turned away, which was understandable as it was her first time seeing such a thing. Lin Jian was indifferent. His body's capital was sufficient. Don't misunderstand, he meant his recovery ability. To others it appeared as a phenomenon, but Lin Jian could feel it himself, a majestic vitality circulating within his body, seemingly inexhaustible. As long as this vitality remained, no matter how injured his body was, it would recover. What was this life force? Lin Jian couldn't clearly explain this strange power. After all, it was of SSSS grade, and even Ji Wuyo couldn't clarify it. By the way, did you notice anything unusual during your fight with the Bull King? Qin Xiu asked. I'm too weak. It's not about strength. You're 24 levels lower, you couldn't possibly touch the Bull King. If you ask me what's strange, I think this doesn't seem like the Bull King, but more like talking to a person. Indeed, Qin Xiu also sensed it, but she couldn't articulate it clearly. The details gave a weird impression. Had it been the real Bull King, it definitely wouldn't speak like that. Lin Jian nodded. Right, it's not the Bull King, but a demon clan member. If it had been the real Bull King fighting him, might have been tough, but this demon I've encountered before, it's Professor Wang who kidnapped my sister. How can you be sure? Because only she has such a big grudge against me and such capabilities. You also need to be careful in the future. From the way it looks, in this divine institute, anyone could guess that if the demons were real, they were definitely still hiding among humans, and not just one. Thinking further was even more terrifying. Their motives were unknown. Lin Jian specifically reminded her, you should understand some things yourself. You need to be careful in the divine institute and don't act rashly until everything is clear. We need to think long-term about this. Aren't we going to expose them? Don't be naive. No one would believe it if you just go out and say it. Let's go back. Lin Jian wouldn't be so naive as to just tell everyone the tales of the demon clan had been around for many years, and now if you went out and said this, people would think you were crazy and wouldn't even give you a second glance. At least you need proof, right? And the demons are so powerful, what proof could you find? Don't worry, Lin Jian felt that Professor Wang would still target him. He stood up, testing his body's recovery. Are you recovered already? Do you need my help? Yes please. Lin Jian did not refuse Qin Xiu's support and they walked back together. Just moments before, Qin Xiu had helped Lin Jian change his clothes, a scene that was still vivid in her mind. Now, as their bodies touched again, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, causing her face to flush red as if she had lost all her strength. What's wrong? Did you exert too much force earlier? No, I'm fine, Qin Xiu said, taking a deep breath as she looked at Lin Jian's arm and continued to guide him. As a young girl experiencing the first stirrings of affection, it was impossible not to react. Although Lin Jian was blissfully unaware of it, Lin Jian for his part found the contact quite comfortable. Upon their return to the valley, the place had calmed down. Their teammates sighed in relief upon seeing them. "Are you guys okay?" "Yes, it was just Niu Wang charging at us. His innate talent is just SOSO," Lin Jian casually remarked, a statement only he could make. In Lin Jian's view, the greater the attack strength one faced, the greater the harm one inflicted upon oneself. Zhao Feng puzzled glanced at Qin Xiu. "What exactly did you two go through? Why are your faces so red?" It's nothing, just feeling a bit tired." "If you're tired, take a rest. We've all leveled up and are quite satisfied," Zhao Feng said, even taking the initiative to assist Lin Jian, who was too distracted to notice. Indeed, leveling up had excited them all. Entering the divine realm once and leveling up was the pace of true talents. If you enter once per semester, then everyone is a genius. And everyone could advance 2 tiers in a year. This made the Blind Zone secret realm truly a rewarding experience. Lin Jian also checked his own status and realized he had reached level 20, indeed a substantial achievement. The experience points were shared among the team, but due to the demonic creatures, Lin Jian himself had gained 4 levels. He didn't specifically mention this, but Yu Ling, who was beside him, asked, "What about Niu Wang's body?" "It's too big. My storage ring doesn't have the space." "Then you guys rest, I'll go handle it." Yu Ling went to collect the corpse. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, she took even the ordinary wild bull's corpse, let alone Niu Wang's, whose horns were highly valuable materials and the bones and sinews were also excellent. The team took a temporary break waiting for Yu Ling to return. Lin Jian felt that Yu Ling wasn't just here to level up, but also to gather materials. The creatures in this divine realm were indeed special. Their levels might not seem impressive, but they provided a lot of experience, and each had their unique abilities, like the poison bee's stinger, which was exceptionally powerful beyond its level. When Yu Ling returned, it was almost time for the team to leave the secret realm. Due to uneven strengths, while Lin Jian had strong recovery abilities, the others were utterly exhausted. Excessive training could be harmful rather than beneficial. When Yu Ling came back, she also brought back the magical crystal from Niu Wang's body, secretly showing it to Lin Jian. Surprised, Lin Jian asked, "What's the use of this?" "It needs to be studied, but it's definitely useful. If this thing can allow demons to possess it, could it also be used to imprison them?" "Good thinking. Are you also conducting such research?" Many professions are unrelated to combat, such as crafting equipment, refining potions and enchanting gear, among others. It appears that Yu Ling is also very knowledgeable in this area. It makes sense, as she claims to be a gunsmith, so she would need to craft her own specialized bullets. Lin Jian has witnessed the variety of bullets Yu Ling employs. Her guns never chase after caliber kinetic energy. Seeking high power would only bring recoil burden and even affect accuracy, rendering a missed shot useless. Instead, the damage can be enhanced by designing the bullet itself. A gun doesn't need to be overly powerful. Consider a knife, for instance. How much force does it take to penetrate the body? Thus, Yu Ling tinkers with many types of strange bullets, some even enchanted. Creating equipment is a sought-after profession, isn't it? Indeed, because gear is an essential component in any arsenal. No matter how formidable a person may be, there will always be moments in actual combat when they can't unleash their skills. If someone plots against you, they will definitely create such opportunities. Yu Ling mentioned casually that gear is a necessity, as it could sometimes save your life. Lin Jian agrees with this sentiment, having experienced it himself during his confrontation with Tu Li. Tu Li was not unprepared. He had put considerable thought into countering Lin Jian, with the disrupting ring being a clever tactic. However, SSSS level skills are hard to counter, and no higher level has been found in the world yet. But if the disruption had been successful, Lin Jian would have been unable to use his skills, putting him at a disadvantage. At such times, when one falls into an enemy's trap, they must rely on their equipment to hold up. Even the most invincible individuals have moments when they cannot use their skills, whether due to the need for sleep or exhaustion of mental energy. If someone plots against you, they will likely account for this. At such times, having the right equipment can be life-saving, even if it's just for one-time use. "So, you've come here for equipment materials?" Lin Jian inquired, realizing the value. "All these cost money. Where do you think I get all my money from?" Yu Ling explained, which seemed reasonable. Noticing Lin Jian's barrage of questions, she nudged him with her shoulder and teased, "Hey, why not go over and talk to your girlfriend? She keeps looking this way, she might be jealous." Lin Jian also turned to look. "She's not my weight." "Did she recognize that you're actually a beauty?" Yu Ling's disguise was perfect, virtually impossible to see through. Lin Jian hadn't noticed at first. but later realized even the scar on her face must have been part of the disguise. No wonder he thought she was so ruthless to disfigure herself. Although I'm no longer a beauty, I am still a woman and your girlfriend would still feel uncomfortable. She didn't say it, but who decided that she's my girlfriend? Seeing Yuling stubbornly arguing, Lin Jian didn't continue the subject. After all, who wouldn't want a girlfriend like Qin Xiu? At the seminary she was considered a campus belle with top-tier talent. If she acknowledged it, Lin Jian would be more than willing a million times over. But the key issue was that there was quite a gap between them, not to mention family backgrounds Lin Jian couldn't possibly compare with hers, and even in terms of divine positions Lin Jian's role was considered rather insignificant. He himself didn't know the limit of his own recovery powers, let alone others. In the divine realm a team of 6 had rested overnight before setting out. The teammates needed rest, but Lin Jian didn't. The vitality within him was too strong. His endurance was much longer than others. If it were just him, he could train inside for a very long time. As long as he didn't push to his limits, Lin Jian felt he could keep training indefinitely. The next day he led his team out of the divine realm, and this time everyone in the team had significant gains. Advancing a level with each entry was a speed many dreamed of, but unfortunately this wasn't the National Academy's divine realm. Advancing in position within a year wasn't a dream here, where everyone was a talent though. Resources were limited. As they just emerged, 4 deans were already waiting outside the divine realm. Lin Jian looked around and noticed that a group of freshmen from the seminary was also nearby. They had come out as well. Ji Wuyo and Vice Dean Chang stood by expressionless, but anyone could see the smugness in their demeanor. These were the talented freshmen of the seminary, and even the special admissions students from their national academy hadn't fallen behind. Lin Jian's team had indeed made the National Academy very proud. Human emotions are not interconnected. Where some rejoiced, others were displeased. Dean Gu was particularly upset. Although Ji Wuyo showed no expression, his lack of expression was itself a taunt. In front of the seminary, who wasn't humble, but he couldn't criticize such performances by the students. Then seeing Qin Xiu emerge with Lin Jian and the others, Dean Gu grew angry. Qin Xiu, you are the top talent among the freshmen, even among all students from previous years. Why are you with these special admission students? This isn't right, is it? Of course it's not. You need to understand the relations properly. Doesn't our seminary have its own teams? Qin Xiu glanced at Yang Zhong and others not far away. If she must find a reason, she pointed at Lin Jian and said, he is my boyfriend. Can't I be with him in this capacity? What? Both Dean Gu and Lin Jian exclaimed, but their meanings were different. They were both taken aback, but Lin Jian sensed the tension between them, though nothing was explicitly stated before. But now Qin Xiu had just admitted it outright. True to her nature as a noble lady, bold in love and hate, Dean Gu was dumbfounded. What could he say now? His previous reasons were nullified. She came to your seminary not to sell herself, right? She can choose her own boyfriend, can't she? The others were stunned, speechless, just staring at Qin Xiu and Lin Jian. Because those in the team knew initially Qin Xiu and Lin Jian were not in such a relationship. If it had been like this from the beginning, their encounter wouldn't have been spoken in such terms. Dean Gu, speechless, thought, so this is how you play it? If he kept speaking, he might just push his talent away. He turned to Ji Wuyo. You can take your people from the National Academy back. We owe nothing to each other. Just hold on a moment. Since this is meant to be a friendly exchange, may I make another request? Lin Jian spoke, invoking the guise of friendly dialogue. But is this really friendly? When Ji Wuyo and his group initially arrived, there was at least a semblance of a congenial atmosphere and everyone was on their best behavior. But ever since Lin Jian appeared, starting from the challenge match till now, the atmosphere has been anything but friendly. And you still have requests? Alright, let's hear what you have to say. It's not an unreasonable request. In fact, I too want to do something for the relations between the two academies. I intend to take my sister away and I need to meet with the professor who brought her here to clear the air so there are no misunderstandings. Lin Jian seems to be making excuses, and it's almost certain that Professor Wang is from the demon clan, thus Lin Jian wouldn't mind meeting her outside the divine realm. If he's not afraid within it, he's certainly not outside of it. This feud won't be easily resolved, so a meeting might reveal more. Unfortunately, you're going to be disappointed because we can't facilitate this meeting. Dean Gu firmly refused without stating why. However, there wasn't any notable emotion in his eyes, only annoyance. It seems the refusal wasn't due to the truth about the demon clan, but rather because Lin Jian's actions had soured his relationship with Professor Wang, leading to a conflict. That's the end of it then. Lin Jian was regretful. He still wanted to know how many members of the demon clan were hiding in the clerical academy, and also what parts of the outside world still harbored them, what their aims were, and what they ultimately wanted to do to humanity. According to the demon clan, these clerical powers were all interconnected. Dean Gu snorted, "You'll regret this. I've asked about your sister's illness. Her condition, if not awakened, will consume her with her own power, but if she does awaken, she can't withstand the energy required for it." This indeed was a predicament. Lin Jian was puzzled. Really? There's no need for me to lie, and even Dean Ji can see this. Lin Jian looked towards Ji Wuyo, who nodded yes, because the trials of awakening are beyond what your sister can endure. Her body can't handle it, so the awakening ceremony can't proceed, but at the same time not awakening means her powers continue to torment her. It's a situation not hard to understand. It's like when someone is sick and the doctor says there is a straightforward cure available, but the patient's body can't handle the medication. That's a real dilemma. Without the medication, she'll die from the disease. With it, she might also die. So this is the tricky part with Linya's condition. The usual approach would be to strengthen her body first. She at least needs to withstand the medication. Only when conditions are met can the illness be treated, but without medication her body will never recover. This creates a vicious cycle that seems unbreakable. Lin Jian purposefully asked, "So does the clerical academy have a solution?" You want your sister to come back now? It's too late. What do you think the clerical academy is? No, I just want to know if the clerical academy has a solution, or is it just boasting? Provoking won't work. Everyone knows if the clerical academy doesn't have a solution, no one else will. It appears at least that Dean Gu doesn't have a definite solution. Professor Wang probably doesn't either. If she did, she would have already helped Linya awaken, because only through awakening can Linya's illness be cured, and delaying it will only make things worse. If there was any way to do it, it would be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, what was the point? The clergy academy didn't have time to waste. They were not entirely sure yet, but Lin Jian had a solution. It was his newly awakened talent. He could at least ensure his sister wouldn't be harmed during her awakening. Then I have no problems, he thought. President Gu was quite angry. This exchange with the clergy academy felt like a loss. Ji Wuyo and Deputy President Chang, however, were spirited, leading Lin Jian's team out. Unexpectedly, in the end, you brought honor to the National Academy. Deputy President Chang was extremely happy, no longer holding back. Even though we brought the elites from the National Academy, the outcome was uncertain. But you guys. Thankfully, the result was good. Zhao Feng asked, "Besides the earlier promotion reward, are there any other rewards?" "Alright, the divine domain of the National Academy also grants you more privileges. Since you've earned honor, these are all deserved." Deputy President Chung promptly agreed. Ji Wuyo shared this sentiment. "If we don't increase the rewards, how can we motivate future students?" Lin Jian, about your sister's illness, I have also looked into it carefully, and it's exactly as the clergy academy described. President Ji, I understand. Could you grant a special approval for my sister's awakening ceremony? You dare to do this? Her body is weak. What if something happens? I can assure you no accidents will occur. Lin Jian was very certain of this. It was his talent. He could transfer all the pain and harm his sister would endure to himself. They had just left the clergy academy when Qin Xiu followed them out. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo said to the others, "Then we'll go ahead." Lin Jian probably still has things to say. Quite tactful, Lin Jian also appeared slightly awkward, as Qin Xiu had just declared their relationship in front of many people. Whether it was true or not, others didn't know. Lin Jian didn't deny it, so it was taken as truth. "You didn't mind what I said earlier, did you?" "Hard to say. I don't know if I should mind." "What do you mean?" "If what you said was a lie, it only benefits you because you use it as an excuse, so the clergy academy won't have any particular view on you, but for me there's no benefit, just being used." Indeed, if Qin Xiu hadn't said that the clergy academy might have opinions about him, "You're bending your elbow outwards. Having this relationship, people can still understand you. If it's fake, then there's no relationship between this side and Lin Jian, even hindering him from pursuing other girls." Lin Jian is not a lapdog, sitting happy with a misunderstanding. Qin Xiu's voice lowered. "Then do you want it to be true? With your conditions, of course I do, otherwise wouldn't I just be pretending?" Qin Xiu was a remarkable girl in every aspect, be it her appearance, her innate talents, or her family background. If anyone refused her, it would be nothing short of pretense on their part, especially Lin Jian. Wouldn't that be too generous of him? "What do you mean by that? Is this a joke?" he asked. "You'll have to come visit me often to prove yourself." Before he could say more, Qin Xiu turned and ran off, leaving Lin Jian without a clear answer. He called after her, "Hey, what do you mean? Is it true or not? If it's true, just say it's true. If it's false, don't waste everyone's time and cause misunderstandings." However, Qin Xiu was already out of earshot. From the side, a voice chimed in, "You really are clueless, aren't you? Isn't it obvious by now?" Lin Jian turned to see it was Yu Ling. "How could you know it's obvious? And why were you eavesdropping on our conversation?" "It's just how girls are. They don't always say things directly," Yu Ling replied. "That way they can claim it was all a misunderstanding if things don't turn out in their favor." "Oh, so you're saying I should clarify things then?" To Lin Jian's surprise, Yu Ling agreed. "I've seen many girls do this. If they stop liking someone, they say it was a misunderstanding. If they like someone, they blame the other for not catching the hints. It's like something out of a romance movie." Yu Ling's demeanor was not that of a typical girlish character. She was as rational as any guy. Lin Jian was taken aback, not expecting Yu Ling to agree with him. "Exactly, all the conflicts in romance movies are based on misunderstandings. Let's not dwell on it too much. Girls are like that. You're not one to fall for love so easily, right? Wait, you're also a girl, so either way you're right." Yu Ling was certainly not an ordinary girl. Her background surely hid a great secret. She quickly changed the subject. "About the demon clan, don't talk about it in public. People won't start paying attention to the demons because of what you say. Instead, they'll focus on you and target you secretly. We can't just sit idly by. Besides, I've taken my sister away and the demon clan has surely noticed me. If it's just one or two of them, we can figure something out gradually." Lin Jian grew puzzled. "From what you're saying, you seem to know a lot about the demon clan. Is there something I don't know?" Yu Ling only went so far. "The more you know about this, the more dangerous it is for you. Right now, it's only because of your sister's situation, which isn't too severe. We'll talk more about it later. This isn't something we can resolve quickly." Lin Jian's sister Linya had been brought back to the National Institute by him and was living with Ji Yun. It was Ji Wuyo's arrangement, and no one knew exactly what relationship Ji Yun had with him since they both denied any connection. However, living with Ji Yun was probably better than living with Yu Ling given her sloppy appearance. Upon returning to the National Professional Academy, Linya's illness was immediately put on the agenda. This time Lin Jian truly earned the respect of the Academy's president by making a single request: to cure his sister. "Allowing your sister to awaken isn't a big issue. The school will cover the 500,000. However, we need to understand her condition first. She has been seriously ill for years, unable to endure even slightly strenuous activity," explained Ji Wuyo, outlining the stakes involved, which also highlighted the challenges in treating her. The medicine can cure her, but it can also be lethal, so it's a risk. The Divine Academy held onto her for so long without daring to treat her. They only wanted Linya to awaken. "I have the skills to shield her from harm, all the harm. Yes, even if someone attacks her, as long as I'm alive she won't be affected. That's truly miraculous. And SSSS grade divine talent can even evolve." Ji Wuyo became even more convinced that bringing Lin Jian was the right decision. It was astonishing that the Divine Academy would disdain such a profession. However, he still had concerns. "There's one issue. If you and your sister are linked and she awakens on the altar, do you have to go up there with her? When the time comes, no one is allowed within several hundred meters. Does your effect still work at that distance?" "Then I'll just go up with her," Lin Jian replied, though he wasn't entirely sure. Protecting her by his side was clearly the safest method. With his sister's life at stake, he couldn't use this as a test. That could be problematic. If you go up on the altar, the awakening ceremony might erase your divine profession. What, can a divine profession be erased after awakening? Ji Wuyo nodded. The divine awakening ceremony is conducted on the altar, but it's only for those who haven't awakened. Those who have already awakened could lose their divine profession. It has happened before. Lin Jian was incredulous. What about what they said regarding a second awakening? A second awakening is very difficult to secure, and it's also a closely guarded secret of the Divine Academy. What if I stay just below the altar, a bit closer? That I don't know. Basically, no one wants to risk such a test. That makes sense. A careless divine investigator could erase someone's divine profession. That would end their life as they know it, making them no different from an ordinary person. So those who have awakened their divine profession, no matter how trivial, do not want to lose it. What about a third time? Actually, someone did try a third awakening. It was the same person who got erased before. He paid for the third awakening, but it had no effect. That means once a divine profession is erased by a divine investigator, reawakening becomes impossible. Meanwhile, this approach was also the most effective way to handle Lin Jian.